Milgard. That's a championship combo. Get it done today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog, football's biggest game right around the corner. Time to get in on this action with Underdog right now in California. If you're not on Underdog yet, now's the time. New customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 entry. More on that later. Playing on Underdog, very easy. Get your players, pick if they're going higher or lower on stats like touchdowns and yards. Pair them together, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, plus new promos are dropping daily in the app. You need to check them out. Great opportunities. The games lately, these are good defenses, so I would think in this one as well. I lean lower on a lot of these numbers. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score that $75 in bonus entries. Again, my promo code is Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? 1-800-GAMBLER or ncpgambling.org.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to save on Toyota's incredible lineup of 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles. Save with President's Day deals on the 50 mpg Corolla Hybrid and 51 mpg Camry. And right now, get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Get the most out of Northern California this year. Hurry in to save during Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 3/2/26.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlock's home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headaches. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sunny to partly cloudy for San Jose. High temperature 74.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Yes, sir. We are back. Spadoni, Shasky, the Morning Roast. We are rolling here downtown San Francisco, Moscone Center at Radio Row. And you never know what's going to happen here on Radio Row. Overnight, massive trade implications happen. Well, overnight for me, 9 o'clock is bedtime for me. So I had to wake up at 3 in the morning to the biggest news thus far here. The Golden State Warriors trading Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy Hield to the Atlanta Hawks for Kristaps Porzingis. Are you kidding me?
Porzingis.
Tingus, are you kidding me? So not only do we have that, then we got the College Football Hall of Famer, Fox Sports Radio, 2 pros and a cup of Joe, Lavar Arrington joining us right at the start. Let's freaking go. Everyone. We can talk about it all. We can talk college football. We can talk Warriors. What's up, Lavar?
What's going on, fellas?
LeVar, I drive in every single morning at 3:45, and it's you, it's Brady Quinn, and it's Jonas Knox. And I asked you, because I've been doing mornings 6, almost 7 years.
Okay.
I mean, I'm the Walking Dead. How the hell? What time are you up every morning?
Yeah, so it's a grind. You get yourself up. It's 1:30 for me that I like really get up and get myself moving. I leave my home by 2:05.
Oh my God!
I get to the studio by about 2:35, 2:40, and the show starts at 3 a.m. So,
oh my goodness!
I just always feel like that. Being a radio guy, for one, I think is the greatest. That's the greatest honor you could have. Like, TV, I feel like is really cool, but now with technology, like with you guys streaming on YouTube and stuff like that, you can achieve TV, and visual and radio. But I just feel like radio is the most genuine form of mass communication, and so for me, that's what keeps me going, is that I know once I get on that mic, all I got to do is get up. That's the hardest part. I get myself up, and then once I'm on the move, I know that the words that I'm going to deliver are, it's content for somebody to either laugh or have perspective or, get them through the day, get them started on their day. So I take being a radio personality super seriously.
Is it hard working with Brady Quinn, who looks like he made a deal with the devil to chisel that jaw? I mean, dude looks like the Ken doll from Barbie and Ken. Like, seriously.
I would say it would be hard if I wasn't happily married. And if you saw my wife, I think you guys would all agree I maximize my opportunity.
Okay, you outkick your coverage.
Totally. So I don't get too caught up into how good looking he is, but he certainly is a striking young man.
And LaVar Arrington, College Football Hall of Famer, joining us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Multiple-time All-Pro, second overall pick in the 2000 draft. I mean, and I know you as a host, LaVar.
Yeah.
And you just said it right there, and I appreciate that. Like, you take it super serious, but when you come off on radio, I feel like I'm chilling with you.
Right.
And I think that's very hard to do on air when you try to be as authentic as possible, and sometimes you overdo it. Yeah. Sometimes, I'm coming off as just some, hey, Joe Spadoni here, 95.
Right.
I feel like I'm chilling with you, and it's very refreshing, quite frankly, at 4 in the morning when I am getting up and driving over the Bay Bridge.
Man, I appreciate that. The thing about it is, you got obviously the whole, station identification and stuff like. Formatically, you got to be right. You got to know your clock. But I don't think people understand how difficult it is to do live radio. It is a mental exercise, and if you freeze up, you don't get it back. Like, that's for everybody to consume, like what happened, or if your bits aren't good, or whatever it may be. So it's a super challenging profession to be in, but it presents a different challenge every single day, and I love to be able to try to tackle it every day and make it organic, where it's not just, here are the stats, here are the players, this is exactly how it's going to go, this, that, and the other, and my prognostication, it's kind of, there's I don't speak down to that, because everybody has their role in their way, But for me, my superpower is being able to just have a conversation and realize that I got a whole bunch of homies out there that are listening to me on the other side of my mic.
See, I view it similar in the sense of these are just conversations I have with my brother, my dad, my uncle, my cousin, our whole lives. And it's a little different because I can't swear and I can't give you all the truths, but I'm giving you my opinion. So I want to ask you this. Jonathan Kuminga, young player, high-profile basketball player for the Warriors, just got traded. And people lose their minds over my opinions of a certain player, whether I'm critiquing their play, I think they should move on to this guy, move off of that guy. How has your opinion of the media shifted from being a high-profile player to now being someone who's a host? And I'll give you a second because I always tell everyone, like, hey, dude, these are just my opinions. I don't know anything. I shift like the market. But also I put my name on everything. I'm not an anonymous, GM guy dogging somebody and throwing them under the bus. I do put my name on it. How has your opinion changed on the job we're doing, and now that you're doing it, is there any recommendations you would give us?
My opinions didn't change. I went into media because I was misrepresented by the media.
Interesting.
The way I played the game and the way I handled myself, I'm sure myself, some people would call it arrogance. I call self-assurance and self-identity, confidence in yourself, something that is a necessary evil for success in life. A lot of times I feel like there were a few people in the media that they weren't comfortable with that. Maybe even a coach at some point in time in my time as a player that weren't fully comfortable with that. And I saw the representation of who I was from those people in particular, which media and culture has changed so much. It's shifted so quickly. In media, you're not breaking news anymore because social media has taken that ability away from the media. So now it is more opinion-driven industry. It is more personality-driven rather than somebody who can get the stats and get the breaking news and the information and break that. And I think that was why Stuart Scott was such a critical and important piece to the transition from just being an anchor and reporting the news or writers and they're writing the news to transitioning over into being personalities, right? So for me, I started doing media while I was playing. And I had the opportunity, the joy and pleasure of doing a show with one of Washington's legends and on the football team with Doc Walker, the tight end from the Super Bowl, then formerly known as the Redskins, and Coach John Thompson, the legendary head coach from Georgetown.
Huge personality.
I cut my teeth in the business with two juggernauts of local radio. And for me, just understanding that my ability to form real relationships direct with people was something that was truly imperative. It was critical. I loved supporting my community, first responders, whether it be officers, whether it be firemen. And this gave me the platform to be able to put out who I really was. The guy that's body slamming dudes or dishing out concussions and stuff like that, that's playing for keeps, because I played the game for keeps. I wasn't playing. I was playing for keeps. So when I hit you, I wanted to hit you and you remember that you've been hit by me, by the experience that took place when I hit you.
I love that.
So I feel like when I spoke that way, when I handled myself in a certain manner, football field Lavar was not off the field Lavar. And I don't think that some people were able to, kind of separate the two. So I got kind of like a bad rap in the media. So when I started doing the media, I'd always just say to me, for me in my experience, I approach every topic, every conversation with the idea of just being fair in the moment, right? I try not to take any type of personal type of feelings or beliefs as it applies to somebody else's story. If somebody did something wrong, I'll give perspective on it. And like you said, I'll give an opinion. Based upon the information that continues to come out, my opinion may change. Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean that I'm wishy-washy. I'm the media. I'm allowed to change my opinion.
Exactly.
Right? That's what it is. So that would be my advice, is just don't, I feel like a lot of times, sometimes people in the media get kind of butthurt over how they're handled or how they're treated. I saw Gronkowski yesterday.
Yeah.
He didn't even recognize me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, like, if I talk about Gronkowski on a radio show, like right now, I don't have any personal, you played in Pittsburgh, you should know who I am, this and that. I'd say don't have an ego, because if you have an ego doing media, especially like doing radio, then you're gonna sound disingenuous.
Agreed.
You're gonna sound like somebody who's turning into a curmudgeon or whatever it may be, and people tune out to that.
I agree.
People become tone deaf when you're a D-bag about how you handle things. So for me, I just always stay lighthearted. I'm self-deprecating. I don't take myself too seriously, and at one point I took it seriously if people didn't like me that were doing stories about me.
Yeah.
And I never liked the way that felt. So that was kind of what led to me getting involved in media.
All right, so LeVar, you said you have a son.
I have two.
Two sons.
I have one that's at Penn State. That's probably the one you're referencing.
Okay, so I'm going to date myself.
Okay.
You were one of my favorite players. I'm being real. I'm not just sucking up.
I appreciate it.
And in Madden in particular, okay, the speed and the power on the edge. I drafted you on all my fantasy teams.
All right.
You'd be on my franchise. Do your boys realize how good you were? Like, do you ever have to, explain to them? Because, there's sometimes these kids, they don't understand, and maybe the old footage doesn't serve it justice.
Yeah, I don't. My whole thing is I'll let them know who their dad is. Like, I used to do some pretty ridiculous things, but people don't know what Michael Jordan did.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And if people don't remember what to even have the conversations of comparing him to a lot of, whatever the comparisons are, you just didn't see it.
Yeah.
You didn't see it, and there's no way you can recreate it. And so I live in that. Like, the cool thing with my kids are they both ended up playing football. One is at Penn State, playing football at Penn State. He walks down a hallway. We call it the Hall of Valhalla, where the brave live forever. It's the All-American wall, awards wall. And I'm on that wall.
Wow.
So every time he's walking in to go get himself together, he wears the same number as me.
Yeah.
He has the same name as me. So, I make it a point to let them know. Because here's the thing. If I get into trying to tell them and convince them of how great I was, I may be limiting what their limitation or what their achievement level is. Don't see it as I work to be the best that I can be, and that's all that really matters, because in the end, you being the best you is going to serve you to be the best you. So, know that your dad had a standard. Like, there's a standard for our family. Your mom had a standard. My wife played Division I basketball. There's a standard of if you're going to do it and be great at doing it. But I don't really get caught up into trying to convince them of how much of that it is, because at some point I'll say this: you want to be better than me? You have to be an All-American 2 times. You have to win the Buckus Award. You have to win the Benerick Award.
Drops. Let's go.
And you got to be the first true sophomore, and only true sophomore to win defensive player.
That's the trap. We do drops. We do drops. You got to pick those up.
I'm not trying to flex.
I love it.
I'm not trying to flex, but it's just very quick drops of what it is that go into the bucket of what you need to be, and what you do with it is what you do.
Hell
with it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you can't be greater than me if you don't get those accolades or those accomplishments. And that's just at the college level.
Right.
But what it means is just know that have a standard on your life. You are giving something that you didn't have a choice of.
Do you get anxiety watching them play?
No.
Because that's something that I hear from a lot of people is I get more anxiety watching them play than
I don't.
No, not at all.
I got a daughter that plays volleyball at Oregon. She's a duck, quack, quack.
Travel volleyball is very expensive, Lavar.
You ain't lying. You are not lying. Our traveling is crazy. So the Lavar at Penn State, man is what we call him at Penn State. He's a twin.
Oh, wow.
And his twin sister is a cheerleader at Penn State. So they're there together. So it's always coast to coast. It's not an easy deal.
Wow, that's tough.
We go coast to coast. So, yeah, I don't have anxiety watching them. I just look at it from the standpoint of what are they willing to do to be memorable today? Like when I'm watching it, it's like, what are they going to do to be memorable? You know, and that's kind of, they live to try to have those conversations with us, you know, when we're sitting at the house and stuff like that. So I don't have anxiety. It's more excitement. I thought I'd cry when I saw my kids for Penn State.
Did you?
No. No, I saw them and it's
you
like,
were beaming, huh?
It's like, yeah, like, dang, like your cheerleading outfit.
That's
like,
awesome.
That's crazy. Like, here comes your brother coming out of the tunnel. Like, that's crazy. You got on the same number as me. That's crazy. And then it's like kind of like, now let's go.
Let's go.
Be the best cheerleader to ever cheer a game. Get them pumped up. Let's go. Be the best player you can be as a player. And I just leave it at that. By the second half, I go get me a couple cocktails and keep it super light.
What is it, the Lavar Islands they call them, right?
Lavar Islands.
I'm a listener, Joe.
So good.
Two pros and a cup of Joe, Fox Sports Radio, bro.
Those better be complimentary when you're in the walls of Valhalla.
I mean, come on.
That's right.
Okay, Lavar Arrington, College Football Hall of Famer, joining us on the River Islands guest line. It's time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City.
All right.
This is an easy one. Come on. What's your must-have food item for the big game party?
Ooh, well, Pizza Hut pays me, so shouts out to Pizza Hut and the Big New Yorker. Make sure you get a pizza from Pizza Hut before the quarterback says the first hut in the big game this weekend.
I love it.
Outside of that, fold my slices.
He can't even get it off.
I enjoy,
True radio man. Sell.
I enjoy well-cooked wings. I respect a well-cooked wing because I feel like people sometimes don't respect the wing game the way that they're supposed to.
I would agree.
It's a great point. And Jonathan Kuminga getting traded to Atlanta is going to have a lot of time at Magic City on his hands, obviously. The lemon pepper.
Have you partaken?
Williams could show him
I'm more of
out.
a garlic parm guy myself.
Do you dip?
I do like to dip. I generally will go naked. I like a very, very well crisp, well fried, wing naked, and then whatever if it's honey mustard and ranch, or if it's some days
gotta be Daisy dips.
Some days I go blue cheese.
I'm going to cross-pollinate this.
Yeah.
We're going to sell this entire package, all right?
I'm a yinzer, so every once in a while I go blue cheese on your ass.
Let's go.
I like blue cheese. There you go.
Let's go.
Hey, Lavar, I appreciate it this morning.
Yeah, we really do, man. You're a good man.
You just did a whole show and then came on immediately.
Yeah,
That's
dude,
really
it's really
cool. Thank you.
All good, fellas. Appreciate y'all having me.
Legend,
Lavar Arrington, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. We got a lot to get into today. We are coming to you live from the Laugh Among Studios at Radio Row. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And coming up in the game is sponsored by Cal Sheet Trade on anything. Excuse me. Dude, we're
going to get into it. We're going right to Kuminga.
I mean,
line them up, 888-957-9570. I'm about to spit a soliloquy right now on the whole Kuminga thing. I've written down a timeline. My head's going to explode.
If you're just
it's going to explode.
If you just woke up this morning and you looked at your timeline and you're thinking, what the hell's going on? We'll talk about it. Jonathan Kuminga is now an Atlanta Hawk. Buddy Hield is an Atlanta Hawk. Kristaps Porzingis is a Golden State Warrior. How we feeling, Warriors fans, on 95.7 The Game?
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally in California on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
You've got a big day. So you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
If your home seems colder this winter than it should be, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows. As the Bay Area's largest Marvin reseller, Golden State Lumber and Showroom is proclaiming this the month of Marvin. As an Energy Star partner, Marvin offers durable, energy-efficient products that can lower your energy bill. Visit goldenstatelumber.com, scroll down to Windows and Doors, and visit the showroom near you. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Goo, big game on Sunday. Where's the Bay watching? Bay Street, Emeryville, baby. We're getting in on the action early, Stoney. Pre-game fun starts at 2 p.m. Say less. Screens? You know it. TVs on the Bay Break Dining Terrace, around the fireplace, and a big screen in the plaza. Food, family fun, games, prizes. This event's where it's at, Goo. We will be there. You should be, too. Event details at BayStreetEmeryville.com/events. That's BayStreetEmeryville.com/events.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS for Kids, or go to carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Catch the Black Crowes on their Southern Hospitality Tour. They'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 20th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why are you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
Live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Stop playing with the pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Brought to you by Waymo.
Giant 9 was just on crack.
The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Kuminga crisis.
Back, Carter, Risotto. The Kuminga crisis is officially over in Golden State. It is now an Atlanta crisis. Jonathan Kuminga finally, somehow, some way, is off the Golden State Warriors in this entire saga that feels like it's been going on 3, 4, 5 years. It honestly feels like 20 years. It's over. He is a Atlanta Hawk along with Buddy Hield and Kristaps Porzingis, 30 years old, who has dealt with a plethora of injuries since drafted with the New York Knicks back in the Phil Jackson era, is a member of the Golden State Warriors. Another minor trade. I don't want to say minor because, I know a lot of Warriors fans like this guy. I want to see more of him. Trayce Jackson-Davis also gone for a second-round pick to the Toronto Raptors, Joe. So TJD gone, Kuminga gone, Buddy Hield gone, Kristaps Porzingis in. And I got to be honest, going from the hope of a Giannis Antetokounmpo, and according to Shams Charania at ESPN, at least at this deadline, that is over with. Maybe they'll revisit in the summer, but no Giannis.
No, Giannis is done.
But
the Giannis thing is done.
But going from the name Giannis Antetokounmpo to at 9 o'clock last night, Kristaps Porzingis, I mean, how are Warriors fans feeling about
How are we
this?
feeling? He's played 17 games this year.
God.
He played 42 last year. He played 57 the year before that. His healthiest season, almost in his entire career, essentially, going back 10 years, is the 65 he played in 2022, 2023. 17 the year before that, 34 the year before that, 43. I mean, this is just, well, let's just... Sad doesn't even begin to describe the frustration level that I have. I'm resigned to this debacle, this nightmare, finally coming to a close. The Warriors have boxed themselves in, and if you were to study this in a classroom, it is a masterclass on what not to do when you have assets and you have value and you have opportunities, and literally moving off people for the least amount of return possible at the worst possible time. They say timing is everything. Yeah. Well, in this case, the Warriors left the turkey in the oven for so long, you pulled it out, and it was like the Christmas movie, Christmas Vacation. You put one little knife in it, the whole thing just evaporated. Yeah. I mean, the tree's on fire, it's dead. I'm so mad. I'm going to give you the timeline. I'm going to give you the timeline of things, and we're going to rat-a-tat-tat it, and you're going to tell me whether they got bang for the buck. 2019 first-round pick, 28th overall, Jordan Poole. 2020 first-round pick, I'm going in order. Okay. Second overall pick, James Wiseman. 2021 first-round pick, 7th overall, Jonathan Kuminga. 2021 first-round pick, 14th overall, Moses Moody. All right, you win the championship that year. And really none of those guys does a whole lot. Yes, no. Moody played a little. Jordan Poole. No, I'm going to get that. Okay. Moody played a little. Kuminga played a little in those finals, like a little. I'm talking a couple minutes here and there. Sure. Jordan Poole was a big part of that season. Correct. You don't get off to an 18-2 start without Jordan Poole. He was an ascending player. By February 9th of 2023, you're in a 4-team deal with Wiseman where you're giving him up for GP2 and 2 future second-round picks from Atlanta. What? You drafted this guy, and in less than 3 years later, the second overall pick, he does nothing for you, and you get GP2 back? Are you kidding me? Then by June 24th, 2023, all right, CP3, who was traded 12 days earlier for picks and for Bradley Beal, you're giving up on Jordan Poole, your 2022 first-round pick, and Patrick Baldwin, and Ryan Rollins for the expiring carcass of CP3? What? And then, a year later, a calendar year later, not only do you have to attach a top 20 protected pick to Jordan Poole on the way out the door and your 28th overall first-round pick in Patrick Baldwin, you let the financial slot expire by waiving CP3 less than a year later. Are you kidding me? You turned Wiseman and Poole into nothing burger? And then the Kuminga saga. He plays, he doesn't play. When he plays, maybe he looks good. He kind of doesn't. He doesn't fit. The coach hates him. I don't know what the hell's going on. You got all that saga, okay? Oh, and by the way, as you let the expiring contract of CP3 just poof into the air, okay? Like literally just poof into the air. Klay Thompson leaves in a 6-team, the first ever NBA 6-team deal where you get back Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield.
Slow-mo.
I'm not done. Like, I'm losing my mind. I'm broke.
888-957-9570. The phone lines are open. Call in. We want to hear from you Warriors fans all day long. I don't care that it's Radio Row. We're talking Dubs.
We go through this teeter-totter. Kuminga, is he good? Is he bad? Does he fit? Does he like him? Does the coach want to play him? Kuminga doesn't want to play. He's hurt. He looks decent. He's hurt. Like, Wiggins, can he play with Wiggins? We went through insane asylums make more sense than what I'm explaining to you. Like, it really does. Like, the Joker is laughing at us at this point right now. And then you turn Jonathan Kuminga and you trade him for Kristaps Porzingis in an expiring contract when you could have had Kristaps Porzingis 3 years ago if you really liked him. So now you're going to basically turn Jordan Poole, James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, Patrick Baldwin, 4 first-round picks. You're turning that into the expiring carcass of CP3, which netted you nothing, and maybe the potential of an expiring contract of Kristaps Porzingis, a wannabe bootleg, a more expensive Quinn Post, who's even more injured. What are we doing? Oh, and by the way, I'm not done. Kyle Anderson, who you acquired, at least he was a part of the Jimmy Butler deal, who tore his ACL a month ago. I mean, you want to talk about being down bad? Our other first-round pick who we extended, Moses Moody, stinks. I mean, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 first-round picks, netted you nothing. You didn't attach it to a player. You don't even get a player. This guy might not even play, Joe. He might not even play. And then you're going to, we might get Giannis. No, you're not. Shut up. Stop. Fool me once. Fool me twice. At this point, shame on me for believing that they could turn this into anything. I am so done with this whole situation. It has been a nightmare. It's shocking that Curry even still wants to play here anymore. I mean, and look, here's the other thing I'd say. Are we a Miles Turner or an OG Anunoby away? Like, had they made one of those deals, at least you would have had a player who could play. CP3? Kristaps Porzingis, optionality. You have lost the financial slot time and time again, and you have nothing to show for it. Yeah, I'm a little pissed off this morning. And look, there's the reality of, like, all good things come to an end. Like, I get that.
Sure.
I'm not ready to admit defeat because I still have Steph. Ownership, GMs, multiple. Front office as a whole, coaching staff, and the players. There is blood on everyone's hands. It's not one person. This was a massacre. It wasn't a Valentine's Day massacre, but it was a massacre. And everyone deserves blame this morning. You want to talk about being disappointed? That doesn't even begin to describe it. Get one of the greatest players in the history of the NBA. You turned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 first-round picks into nothing. Not even a player I could look at past this deadline and go, yeah, okay, maybe one day. No, there's literally nothing. There is absolutely nothing to be optimistic about.
We did call a quick audible. Nick Friedel, Cousin Nick, going to be joining us in 10 minutes, Joe. Obviously covers.
If he brings up the bonus title, I might choke him out.
Why?
I might choke him out.
I mean, they did win the title, Jordan Poole. And those guys were a part of it.
George's not on the team.
They're not. Now, like, Moses Moody is. That's the only one.
Great.
That's the only one.
Moses Moody's here. Great.
And Brandon Podziemski's still here.
Okay.
Draymond Green's still here. We thought he might be gone yesterday. That's got to make you happy. Draymond's still here. Tune in for Warriors Live today. That'll make you happy. Presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. I think you're speaking for a lot of Warrior fans right now, Joe. And they're lining up. We got full phone lines, 888-957-9570.
Here's the
call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys.
Here's the thing. It's not even this individual trade. It's all of these things. All of these things leading to today. And the fact that they yo-yoed back and forth and back and forth and back and forth on Kuminga for the last 3 years, and you're getting an expiring deal, you're basically getting nothing. You're basically so in other way, Jordan Poole, who's the best of all these players, okay? Who I don't even know if he's good right now. I'll grant you, I don't know if he's good.
Not. I wouldn't say he's good.
Okay, what?
I wouldn't say he's good right now. He was with the Warriors.
No, I agree.
Know that. We know
Joe,
that. Yeah.
You got nothing to help contribute to today.
No.
Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, actually 6 picks over 5 years in the first round. And I'm not even going back prior to Jordan Poole, because that's even worse. But I'm just going to this. And Jordan Poole showed promise. So, to me, this is like you inherit a bunch of money, and you spent it on a boat that got in an accident in the harbor before it even got out onto the lake. And then you got hit with the tax bill. And then the boat sunk to the bottom. You spent all the money you just got in inheritance. Like, that's what happened with the Warriors. I mean, Jesus. How can anyone be happy this morning?
I don't think anyone is. Do you see anyone happy? Well, Tim's laughing.
I'm so bummed. I'm so bummed. We did this Kuminga charade for like 3 straight years.
We talked about him more than like Michael Jordan, Stephen Curry. We talked about Jonathan Kuminga like he was one of the greatest players in the history of the franchise. We talked about him
he was polarizing
on the station. Why? Why was he polarizing?
Because of what he represented in this sequence.
Because it is Stephen Curry is why, ultimately. Because we are so attached to trying so damn hard for the last remnants that is this dynasty fading, whatever you want to call it. It's Stephen Curry is why we care so much. And ultimately, what are they admitting with the moves they made yesterday?
They don't know what they're doing.
Is that what they're admitting?
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
We'll ask Nick Friedel on the other side.
That's what it feels like.
888-957-9570.
What are they admitting? Like, I don't know. Like, they don't understand how to, allocate assets and funds, that I wouldn't let them, handle my 401k because I might go broke.
Odyssey NBA Insider covers the Warriors for The Athletic.
I might go broke on my own, but that's okay.
Cousin Nick, our bonus guest today, brought to you by Freon Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience, presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos of the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40, and kids 12 and under, attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today, paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
This is Marshawn Beast Mode Lynch with Prize Picks. The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it's always feel good to be right. That also means it's your last chance to get in on the football action before the season is over with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It's simple to play. Pick at least 2 players, pick more or less on their stats, and submit your lineup. PrizePicks also has early payouts. If your lineup get off to a high start, you can cash out those winners before the game even finishes. So don't miss any of the action this season with PrizePicks, where it's good to be right.
Download the PrizePicks app today and use code SB50 and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code SB50 on PrizePicks to get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups for just playing. Guaranteed. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, girl.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
It is 2-0 in the count.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Oh, it's a crisis.
Joe.
Is the crisis averted? Is it not? Jonathan Kuminga has been traded to the Atlanta Hawks alongside Buddy Hield for Kristaps Porzingis. We're talking about it all. Cousin Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA insider, and covers the Warriors for The Athletic, joining us momentarily on the River Islands guest line. Joe.
I don't even know what to say anymore. I really don't. I
think you said it. I think you said how you feel. How a lot of Warriors fans feel right now.
278 games.
They're angry. You're angry.
That's what you got from Kuminga.
Yeah. And I don't even think it's the player at this point. I think it's everything.
It is everything.
It's what you mentioned, the Jordan Poole situation with the Draymond Green stuff.
I don't even care about that. Like, it's what you got for them.
Well, no, it's everything leading up to this point, I think, though. It's all leading up to Giannis or bust, a lot of Warriors fans felt like. and you got Kristaps Porzingis instead, who is going to be playing. I don't even know if he's going to play for you for long. Like, he's sick right now. He's got left Achilles tendonitis. He hasn't played since January 7th. Like, it's the player himself, I think, that is most bothersome for me, Joe. If it was Anthony Davis, right? Hey, Anthony, I can understand that. That's a 10-time NBA All-Star. That's a champion. That's one of the best defensive players, again, when healthy, in the game. He has a resume. He's a top 75 player of all time. And to see him go earlier in the day to the Washington Wizards, come on, man.
Only the Mavericks and how they handled the Luka trade
is worse.
It feels like it. And at least look, and I'm not trying to make excuses for them. They've been terribly run. But, like, Joe, Jordan Poole for CP3 and attaching Patrick Baldwin, who you just drafted, didn't even see.
I know.
And you just let the contract slot expire. That was bad. This Kuminga thing, it drug out for years. For years. And you could have hit ejection at any point and hit the parachute. And for them to wait till the very end on it and then get back cap relief, at least that's how I'm interpreting it. Unacceptable doesn't even begin to describe it.
Brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Cousin Nick Friedel going to be joining us momentarily. Just get in my ear, boys, when we do get him on the phone. That'll be fine. And it'd be one thing if this was like a fan-made thing, the Jonathan Kuminga saga. It's not. The players have been asked constantly about it. We have Steve Kerr on weekly with our station, head coach of the Warriors. We ask him constantly about it. I'm sure he is relieved he no longer has to answer questions about it. I'm sure the other players are relieved they don't have to answer questions about it. I'm sure Jonathan Kuminga himself is relieved he doesn't have to talk about the situation anymore. He's now an Atlanta Hawk. And let's talk to cousin Nick Friedel.
Before we go to Nick,
okay,
you're right. Look, you moved off Kuminga. You should have made a decision for 2 years.
You should have.
And the fact that you're doing it just for Porzingis, just a terrible letdown. No, that trade we won't do. No, that trade we won't do. You should have let him walk in free agency. That's what you should have done then, if that's what you're going to do. Why go through the charade?
They didn't want
just to let the financial slot expire?
Yeah, we'll ask Nick Friedel right now. We got him?
Just a waste of time.
We got the open? Or do we got
just go right to him?
Let's just go right to him. Cousin Nick Friedel joining us now on the River Islands guest line. Odyssey NBA insider, covers the Warriors for The Athletic. Nick, I woke up because I went to sleep early last night and saw the news. Jonathan Kuminga traded to the Atlanta Hawks, and Buddy Hield as well, for Kristaps Porzingis. I mean, take us through it, Nick, to this saga, which I am sure you are very happy you won't have to talk about going forward.
Oh, yes, Mr. Spadone. Although I'm cracking up right now because about 2 minutes before I came on with you guys, I had a roaster tweet at me and say, please calm down Shasky. It sounds like he's going to have a gasket with this news. So shout out to Andres before we really get rolling here. I think that, let's start with the Kuminga part last night. I think we all agree, and you guys just hit on it, that there was so much tension that had built up, and the Warriors are absolutely to blame because of how this thing kind of came to be over the last couple of years. But absolutely, late last night, within that organization, there was just relief that part of this was over. And people will hear that and they'll go, oh, but it was self-inflicted, and they created the situation. Okay, but Kuminga is in a better place for his career. The Warriors are in a better place because they don't have to deal with the constant questioning and speculation about whatever may happen. And everybody can kind of move forward. So what I would say is the same thing we've been talking about for months, is that the Warriors said up and down they weren't taking money back. I mean, this goes back to the Malik Monk thing from the summer. They weren't taking long-term money back on whatever deal that may come. And they held to that. And so that's why this is the deal that they ultimately landed on. And now they start to build and figure out what may happen in the summer.
Build? Well, they got a guy back whose contract's going to expire, and they won't even be able to fill that salary slot. It just evaporates into nothingness. Like, I don't know, man.
Wait, Joe, what did you want them to get back for Kuminga though? That's part of the issue. It's not that you can't go back 2 years ago And you can't say, oh, well, they should have done this, they should have done that. If we're talking about right now, what realistically were you expecting them to have happen?
A player who could actually suit up. How about that? Let's start there. One player who could actually suit up and help the now.
I understand where fans are coming from there, but I'm telling you, I take the Warriors at their word on this. It just never felt like there was that large of a market.
I agree, Nick. It's not
right now.
Nick, I'm interrupting you, and I apologize. It's not about just, and I'm going to read it off to you. It's not just the Kuminga deal. It's the combination of so many. 2019 first-round pick Jordan Poole. You traded him and your 22 first-round pick Patrick Baldwin and Ryan Rollins.
I get it, but I'm talking about
expiring
right now.
contract of CP3. You did it again with Jonathan Kuminga. We got nothing. When it was all said and done, we got nothing for Jordan Poole. Nothing. The salary cap, it evaporated into nothing. They got no player for him. And it feels like the same thing's going to happen with this Kuminga and Porzingis thing. That's why I'm so aggravated. Yes, it's the saga of Kuminga, but it's also you're not getting anything in return to help you now.
Okay, let's take a deep breath here because I can't speak to what happened in the last few years. I can only tell you that the frustration is warranted. The Wiseman pick was a complete whiff, and that's where this thing starts. If we're going back in time, they missed badly. That was just a complete whiff by the organization. The Kuminga stuff, could they have gotten better pieces a couple of years ago? I'm sure it could have been better than what they got now. And I understand where the frustration is and why so many fans feel it in the moment. But if we're specific to what's going on right now, I understand that as far as the Warriors are concerned, hey, let's just get off this and see what can happen. And, if they continue to strike out and the pipe dream of Giannis never comes through, which is a huge factor into whatever may happen in the summer if he doesn't get moved today, Joe, then, okay, that's a different conversation. But I think in the moment, the Warriors just figured, all right, let's be done with this and let's see what can happen in the last portion of the year. The problem, though, is, and I think you hit on this when you were walking in to the Moscone Center this morning. When Jimmy got hurt, it changed absolutely everything because the realistic expectation for this season suddenly shifted. This team was never, ever, ever, without Jimmy Butler, going to whiff anything that they wanted to. It was gone the second that he went down. Now, what happens next year, what happens with the rest of the Steph window, we'll see. But that's where I would say to you or to any Warriors fan that's really losing it about, all right, well, they didn't get a guy who can play and they didn't get somebody who could help right away. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who they could have pulled right now because the end game wasn't going to change. They lost a $55 million a year player, and no team can jump back from that in the moment.
Yeah, I guess, though, and I hear you on the Jimmy. I totally acknowledge the Jimmy Butler injury. The problem is that the team is so bad around Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry that once he goes out, like they're cooked, and their job is to bring back something that can help because it's dire. He's not 32. He's 38. I'm talking about Steph Curry. We have 1 year under contract left for him. Who knows what the future holds? So if this were a different point in his career, I would understand, hey, we pack it up. There's always next year. We'll figure it out. We'll retool. Like, sand's coming out of the hourglass. That's why this feels like the last grasp. And it's it's depressing. It's depressing. It's sobering.
Well, here's the other part to this. And if we're getting into the weeds of why things didn't work and why things unfolded the way they have for the Warriors, Joe, I think we all agree. If you were banking on the Warriors being able to take that next step around Steph, you were banking on the younger players to be able to develop and show the talent that the Warriors would have hoped. And the Wiseman thing, again, That was just a bad whiff. Kuminga never showed the consistency that Steve Kerr and that coaching staff wanted to see. Even if you believe in Kuminga and you believe that he's a better player than what the Warriors thought, I think you'd have to also acknowledge that the consistency that they wanted to see just wasn't there night to night. Maybe it happens for him in Atlanta, and more power to him if it does, but it hadn't happened in 5 years out in the Bay. Moses Moody is a solid piece in limited minutes, but he hasn't developed at the level that they would have hoped even now after giving him a moderate contract extension. And then after that, I mean, look, this all goes back to what's been building for years. They were hoping that the younger players could take a leap. Pods, he's had his moments, but he hasn't been as consistent as they wanted. And after that, I get where it's coming from. I would just focus the issue on right now. And right now, absolutely, this is the best the Warriors felt like they could do given the circumstances.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and H1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the Free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios by way of Radio Row. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Cousin Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider, covers the Warriors for The Athletic, joins us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. And again, if it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. All right, Nick. I think Warriors fans are also a little pissed off because earlier in the day, they saw a player, Anthony Davis, being moved to the Washington Wizards of all teams, albeit other pieces, Dante Exum, D'Angelo Russell, and picks. Is that something the Warriors should have entertained?
Badone, I can only speak for myself.
Yeah.
There is not a chance in hell I would want to build around Anthony Davis. I don't think he's a solid leader. I don't think he can stay healthy. I don't think he's always in the best shape he could be in. And there's just no way I would want to take back all that money for a player that's not reliably out on the floor and producing every single night. I think what's happened, especially in this trade deadline, is fans get focused on the name brand of what a guy used to be. And Anthony Davis used to be a hell of a player. And if you're the Wizards and you have absolutely nothing to hold on to, and you can get him for pennies on the dollar, sure, great, go for it. But Anthony Davis isn't the player that has become one of the best big men we've seen years ago. He is a diminished version of that guy. So I understand why the Warriors weren't knocking down the door to get Anthony Davis and the huge extension that Rich Paul wants to come his way later on.
Are they done dealing before the deadline?
It remains to be seen if there's another move or two, Joe, but I think that it is possible that after they got that move done, I wouldn't expect anything major to happen today.
All right.
And, of course, the follow-up to all of that is Giannis. And there was so much hope, at least in the last week, that they could make some kind of Giannis deal work. I can only tell you late last night that there was still somewhat of a level of hope that if he didn't get moved, they could still piece together a package to make something work in the summer. Now, about 7 different things would have to happen to make that work. But if he doesn't get moved, you could include the 26 pick, the 27 pick, a 29 pick swaps. You still have the Draymond deal. You have Pods. You have Moody. You could do different things in the summer because the roster limitations aren't as wide to get different players in play. Is it all far-fetched? Yeah. I mean, I think it was always kind of the pipe dream that never would go away. But if he does not get moved today, you can at least entertain the idea that the Bucks are going to be sitting there in July saying, all right, well, we don't want Giannis to walk away for nothing. And maybe there is that hope that we want to do right by this guy because of what he's done. That also means that Giannis would have to say, all right, I want to go to the Warriors, and I want to be paired with Steph. So, again, there are a lot of different elements in play here. But I never got the sense last night that because they made this move and they included the Heald contract, that all the hope about any potential reunion between Giannis and Steph was completely gone. Fans may roll their eyes and they hear that and they go, yeah, sure, okay, we've been hearing this for years. Fine. I'm just telling you, based in reality, the Warriors still have pieces. And with whether it's the Draymond deal, if he were to opt in or opt out and work out a sign and trade, again, the Porzingis slot, who knows what's going to happen with that down the line. It is at least in the realm of possibility that they can get this thing revved up again in the summer, but that's all contingent on, does Giannis stay in Milwaukee today, and what does he feel like when the season ends?
Nick, one more for you. Our entire show yesterday was like Draymond Green and the comments that he made after the game, and he was very self-reflective. Just looking back, he's like, wow, like I could actually be traded. Obviously, I'd be shocked if it happened to this deadline because the only guy they would do it for, reportedly, I mean, you've been on it, Slater, would be Giannis. Would they consider moving off of him in the summer for someone other than Giannis Antetokounmpo?
I think that's another question that we can go through for the next few months, Spadone, because once it becomes as public as it did, and Draymond's up at the podium and he's acknowledging, hey, I know I'm in the talk. I know there's a chance that I might be gone. I think that changes the relationship moving forward. Now, in the short term, I think Draymond has been in the league long enough and has so much equity within the organization that everybody will just kind of move forward, and the next few months will be whatever they will be. But when you've taken it to this level and you've told Jimmy Butler behind the scenes that we would rather not move you and we're going to stay behind you as you start this rehab, then whether it's Giannis or somebody else, it's the Draymond contract slot that becomes back in play. So whatever happens with Giannis, no matter where he may land, I absolutely think there is a chance that Draymond goes somewhere else going into next year. But all of that will get worked out in time. It's just that when you're sitting up there, as he did the other night, and he's answering the questions and he's acknowledging that things may be different, I thought that was very, very telling, because what it says publicly is, hey, the relationship's a little different now. And he knows forever, however much longer he may stay here, that he is not as untouchable as he used to be in years past.
Hey, Nick, appreciate the time this morning on late notice, man. Good luck tonight. You in Phoenix right now?
I am. It should be an interesting shoot around.
Yeah, exactly right. Good luck there, and we'll do it again soon, man.
Spadone, it's great to hear you. And Mr. Shasky, just take a deep breath. A deep breath.
Today's not the day.
Here.
Today's not the day.
And you just don't know what can happen down the line. It doesn't look good right now, but Steph Curry's still there. And I'm betting that something happens at some point to at least give them one more push.
Okay. Hey, that's Nick Friedel selling us the hopium because the fan base certainly needs it. Thanks, Nick.
Love you, buddy.
There he goes. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney sex line. All right, phones officially open. People, we want to hear from the fans today. Shasky, he might toss this table in a second. I don't know. Seth Rollins is over there, WWE superstar. He might get pile drived. I don't know what's going to happen here. We're talking about it all. Kuminga is an Atlanta Hawk. Porzingis is a Golden State Warrior. How are we feeling, Dub fans? And where do we go from here? They still have a game in season to play, guys. It's not over. It's not over for the season. It's not. We got to talk about it still. We got to talk about the team. I'm curious to see what Porzingis, when he does come back, what is he going to look like on the team?
Stop, Porzingis.
Stop. Just stop it.
You know what he looks like. He looks like Quinn Post, except more injured.
He's a champion. Stop. See? Can't even rebuttal that one.
He barely played in those playoffs till the end.
Yeah, but in the regular season, he was legit. Yeah.
Do you want me to pull up how many games they played? I told you. He's played 60 or more games
Limited
one
action.
time.
Do you remember the last time he played this season?
Yeah, like what?
January
You don't
7th.
even believe what you're saying. Like, come on. We got to be real here. Like, Kristaps Porzingis, it's not even depressing. It's sad.
He has played in
It's
zero.
sad.
He has not played more than 22 minutes in a single game this season.
Like, what?
Great.
Like,
So
no,
he's
they're gonna put him next to
he's
Draymond.
Jonathan Kuminga then. Great.
What?
So we're used to this. Kuminga doesn't play either.
It's not about just Kuminga. It's the subsequent move after move after move that left you with nothing.
Okay. Oh,
It's like doubling down on blackjack when you were up just a little and you could have walked away from the table, and at no point did they.
Okay, you can get angry today.
Yes, I'm going to be angry today.
They played tonight.
Yes.
They played tonight.
Oh, great.
I don't know why Jonathan Kuminga, of all people, plus like those other stuff. You won a title in 2022. Why are you so damn mad? Why? 888-957-9570.
Serious question. I think everyone has the right to be mad.
ludicrous. It's ludicrous.
The writing's been on the wall with this team for a long time.
You wanted to get value for Jonathan Kuminga. You got
weren't
literally
getting
nothing.
you weren't getting Giannis Antetokounmpo.
So then why did you go through a 3-year yo just to land here? You could have you could have hopped off the bus any point for 3 years, which no one is sitting here saying Kuminga's good. Not one person thinks he's great. But you could have not gone through this charade for 3 years and gotten something tangible in return. You got nothing.
On the other side,
what do you mean, why
take
are
your
you
calls
mad?
and texts, sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
Daisy Dips, they make the best absolute dip, and I love the French onion dip. And trust me, I was telling Lavar Arrington, you got to have the ranch Daisy Dips. That's the one that I like. It's made with ingredients you can find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. And, you know, I love eating them with chips. I love eating them with wings. I love eating them with veggies. They are the absolute best. Thank you, Sam. And trust me, I love my Daisy Dips. They are the absolute best. Go to your local grocer right now. Go cop you some Daisy Dips. They got the ranch. They got the French dip. Why are you not eating Daisy Dips?
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Save 30% on chicken wings with Prime through February 10th at Whole Foods Market. Perfect for weeknight dinners or meal prepping. Made with high-quality, strict ingredient standards you can trust. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bail Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bailalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bail Alarm, we got you.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, and we've partnered with Cupid to bring you the best Valentine's Day gifts, even if you forgot. We won't tell. From heart necklaces with sparkling diamonds to stylish gold hoops, every piece is made with love. Plus, there's still time to propose. We make it easy to create their dream engagement ring. We have meaningful gifts for every budget. It'll look like you've been planning this for months. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco.
Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Dan Daly, administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehab, is proud to announce our award as the top Bay Area nursing facility in the Bay Area and third best in the state of California, as reported by Newsweek magazine. Under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated medical director Dr. Darby Clayson, if you or a loved one is in need of inpatient physical therapy, please don't hesitate to contact our admission team of Dab Sterling or Charlotte Lawrence at 415-566-1200.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Get ready for heart, hustle, and a whole new kind of hero in Sony's GOAT, the animated sports adventure exclusively produced by Steph Curry, in theaters February 13th. For a chance to see it before it releases, courtesy of Sony Pictures, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
I'll turn my mic on. It's a rookie mistake.
I remember my first day in radio.
That was a JK type of mistake right there, but I'll learn from it. Maybe he could take Waymo all the way to Atlanta. Maybe. Maybe they have a hub out there. Who knows? Jonathan Kuminga, Buddy Hield. Welcome to Hotlanta. Kristaps Porzingis, welcome to the Bay. Spadoni, Shasky, live here, Radio Row, Moscone Center, San Francisco. It's the biggest story going on right now in the Bay. It's not the Super Bowl. It's not the Seahawks and Patriots. It's not what's going on in the substation. It's Jonathan Kuminga no longer being a Golden State Warrior.
I don't think that's it. Oh. See, I think you're actually missing it. It's not that.
What is it?
Well,
we talked about this guy for
No, it's
years.
not Kuminga, though.
No, but it is because...
No, Joe, it's that
Jesus
you don't
Christ.
get Giannis.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Why are you so angry about a guy that did nothing for this team?
It's not Kuminga. Listen to me. I'll explain it. It's not Kuminga. It's 5 years of missed picks. It's missed allocation. It's missed evaluation, not developing. It's having no infrastructure in place that any other team wants any of your players to where you're getting only expiring deals. And on top of that, you're ultra superstar, the greatest player, Wilt notwithstanding, to play in this organization, now is surrounded by nothing. It's not Kuminga.
Because
Kuminga is
Jimmy
an aspect
Butler
of
got
it.
hurt. His second best player on the team is out for this season.
Yes, but also all of the other things around them, okay, are so bad. No one wants any of them. No one wants any of them. So not only did Giannis say no to you, the sand is coming out of the hourglass, and you have nothing to show for 5 years of dragging your feet and picking players and not making a decision. The indecisions and the inability to actually do something over 5 years has put them in the position that they're in today, to where they've struck out on everything. Kuminga is one of the many grievances Warrior fans wake up with this morning. It's not just Kuminga. It's what the picks, all of their indecision represents over a 5-year period to surround their greatest player with one final great opportunity to get to the Western Conference
Finals.
Finals.
Who are you mad at then? Because
I'm mad at the team.
Okay, well, who?
I told you, the owner, the front office, the coach, and some of the players for not being as good as we needed them to be if we were going to hang on for them. The juice over the last 3.5 years has not been worth the squeeze. Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody. You turned Wiseman into GP2.
Yeah, it was horrible. 5 second-round picks.
Yeah, but you can't just gloss over that.
Yeah, it was bad. It was a big fat whiff. It was.
Why is Orlando where they're at? Why is Minnesota where they're at? Because guys from the same draft classes have developed into stars, and you not only didn't develop them, you didn't move them for anything but the expiring carcasses of players who cannot help the franchise's greatest player. That's why today this isn't a depression. It's a reckoning of everything that they've done business-wise for 5 years.
Listen, 2 weeks into this season, you thought this team could win a title. 2 weeks into this season, you legitimately came on these airwaves and said, I think this team could win it all. Well, you did. No, you did.
Yeah, but that was 2 weeks in.
Okay,
and then things changed.
You clearly felt good about the pieces
Before they acquired Jimmy,
then.
I thought that they weren't even going to be a playoff team.
You clearly felt good about the team then. The fan base felt good about the team then. We were feeling good. They went to the second round of the Western Conference playoffs last year. Steph Curry injury away, maybe they're in the Western Conference Finals. Who the freak knows? Jimmy Butler gets lost for the year. That sucks. That's your second best player. Okay. That's when the season was. It was over.
Yeah, but you don't pack it up.
No, you don't pack it up, and the season's still on. They have to play a game tonight in Phoenix, Arizona. The season's not over.
What does Jimmy Butler have to do with the way the Kuminga thing went down over 4 years?
I think people had this unreal expectation of what Jonathan Kuminga could be, and he was never going to be that player, no matter what.
No, I think the organization didn't know what to do with Jonathan Kuminga.
That might be true,
why
too.
We lost our minds. The coach didn't want to play him a lot. The minute he aired out the coach in the Sacramento Kings series should have been, all right, guys, we sit down. This is what good organizations do. We sit down, we go, all right, can we get over this? Can you find a spot for him? All right, you can't? All right. Well, then I need to listen to my coach if we're working in synergy here, okay? And I need to remove the player for something that can help me if I know that the coach and him can't get over it. That's what good businesses do. They end it right then and there. Instead, we went back and forth, and maybe Kuminga can work, and maybe it doesn't. And, there were 2 different trade deadlines, 2 different off seasons, this off season and this deadline, where they could have made something. They could have got something in return. The fact that you're letting a contract expire the same way you did with the CP3 move, been there, done that. Come on, that's bad management. That's bad asset allocation.
But they've been doing that for a while. So, nothing's new from what we've seen this team. Is this just because it's the final reckoning of JK and Buddy Hield leaving?
The nail in the coffin on Giannis is wow. Wow, they really did botch this thing. Yeah, because Steph's been so great, they've been able to thread the needle and get away with things. It's like Tom Brady. Tom Brady was so great, didn't matter that Belichick couldn't draft a receiver. He was so great, he covered up their warts. And now the warts are really being exposed because Jimmy's out and Curry's out. And so, they failed them around him.
888-957-9570. Let's go out to the phone lines. I want to hear from the people today here at Radio Row, talking Jonathan Kuminga getting traded. And what's the emotion we're feeling right now? I hear you're frustrated, you're angry, you're upset. I hear that. I wonder if Warrior fans are feeling relieved at any point because of this whole saga has been so draining for everyone involved. It really has been. We literally have a bed called the Kuminga crisis. Whenever we bring this guy up, the head coach tired of talking about him. The beat reporters are tired of talking about him. Everyone was so tired of this subject. I mean, we had, the fact that I even know the guy's agent that tweets constantly, Aaron Turner. Like, come on, man. I don't know how that guy's feeling. I don't even care.
But Joe, like, again, I think the bigger frustration, it's not, is Kuminga good?
No,
it's why did you put up with all this to just finish with that?
I understand it's the last domino in what was already just this collapse. Yes, I understand that part. Is there any part of you that's relieved, though, that this is fine? No, but seriously.
Today's not the day to feel relief. Down the line and not dealing with it? Yeah. You know what I wanted today? Something that can help me for now.
We'll see. I don't think, listen, I know you're going to slap me in the face if I say maybe Kristaps if he's healthy. I know, but I have to be that guy. Maybe Kristaps can do something. Maybe. Probably not, but I have to say that. I'm sorry. Even if I don't believe it, I have to say it because it could be true. It could be.
Over-under games played. Well, second half.
How many more we got left?
16.
16.
Well, there's 31 games left, but I put the over-under at 16, so half of the games left.
I'm taking over. I think you'll come back. Because it's not
really? What do we put on that?
A burrito. Gambinos. There you go. All
right, I'm taking the under, Joe.
I mean, it's the under. I mean, come on, give me a break.
So what do you? I can't wait for these burritos. Dude, we're eating burritos, Joe.
I mean, what are we doing?
Carter, you want in on this?
I'm polling Shasky. He and Carter are not part of the deal. It was just you.
No. I want in on this.
No, too late. No.
What are you taking, Carter?
No.
Yeah, put the orders in now so Spido can write them down.
Look, Joe. I watched them do this. See, this is the part that's maddening, is that they did the same kind of thing regarding Jordan Poole, right? And so, what's insanity?
Well, that
the
one was
definition
more
is doing the same
that
thing.
That was more malpractice. That whole situation, Jordan Poole, for me, and I get it. You're going back to the trade itself.
Yeah, it's never one thing. It's a sequence of moves.
Well, it goes back to the punch.
Well,
I mean, no. But again, we hate to always go Hawaiian and bring up the punch. Shout out Guru, but. That was the cast domino. Maybe it was the Wiseman pick. Could have been that. Maybe it was Klay Thompson getting hurt, but they still came back and won a title after he got hurt. But that punch had a lot of ramifications, a lot of lost trust within that locker room. The head coach, Bob Myers, ended up stepping down because of it. And Mike Dunleavy, current general manager's first ever move is to get rid of Jordan Poole after he just talked about it at the season-ending press conference. Yeah, we envisioned Jordan Poole staying here for a long time. Gone immediately.
How many teams?
As you say, the carcass of Chris Paul. So I am looking at Mike Dunleavy this morning, and I mean, how are you selling this to the fan base currently? He's going to have to speak to the media at some point. What would you like to ask? No, straight up. Like, if you had the opportunity to ask him one question, what would it be?
Why didn't you guys come to a decision multiple moments ago? Meaning, off-season, trade deadline. They had so many opportunities to get off of everything.
Right.
I don't understand why they hung on to JK when they clearly couldn't get, whether it's the agent, whether it's the player fit with the coach. Like, why? Like, see, to me, much ado about nothing. Why did we go through this exercise only to dump them?
No, I'm with you. And there was a part of me, though, and even us when we talked about it last summer, that we felt like
it's a waste
of
time.
If you actually give JK some time, though, with this lineup, maybe. And we saw it a little bit to start the season. And I know, it feels like forever ago, feels like a lifetime ago, but there was success. We saw what it could be. And then, like everything else in Jonathan Kuminga, either got hurt, didn't work out, and the rest is history. So let's go out to the phone lines.
Joe,
people have been waiting.
You got to be decisive. That's what sports is about. Well, you got to be decisive. Their actions, again,
he was decisive with the Jordan Poole trades. He did that pretty emphatically for Chris Paul. Now, was it a good trade? No, it was not. But he was decisive with it.
Well, they weren't because they weren't because they didn't reconcile what was going on in the locker room.
Well,
which is the same thing that they did during the KD
I'm not putting that on Dunleavy per se because he inherited that dumpster fire.
Well, it's the team. That's why I put it. It's on the team. Like the collection of people who make the decision.
I put some on Bob. It goes all around.
It's on everyone. There's blood on everyone's hands. You turn Wiseman into GP2.
Yeah, it's not good.
Okay?
It's not good.
All right?
So why isn't he even in the league right now?
You traded Jordan Poole, Patrick Baldwin, Ryan Rollins, and a protected first, and a second, by the way, for CP3 just expire. All right? You let Klay walk in free agency so you can get Buddy back in a 6-team deal, and you use Buddy and Kuminga after 5 years of the Kuminga saga, and you got back the expiring contract of Kristaps Porzingis.
Let's go to Coach in Vallejo. He wants to kick things off this morning. 888-957-9570. How we feeling this morning, Dub Nation? Jonathan Kuminga, the crisis, the saga, has finally concluded in Golden State. He is now an Atlanta Hawk. Kristaps Porzingis coming back. Also, Trace Jackson-Davis on the move for a second-round pick. He's a Toronto Raptor. And as I mentioned, Buddy Hield, a part of that package, going back to Atlanta. What's up, Coach? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call. And, of course, you know I'm a Kuminga fan. And the way I feel is that I didn't think the Warriors could get any older or any less athletic than they already are. And they did both of that in one move, okay? So, therefore, this team is older and slow and even more slow.
Now,
injured. And injured, absolutely.
But other than that.
Actually, I don't see any hope in this year. Now, I think Bob Myers, the difference between Bob Myers and Mike Dunleavy is Bob Myers drafted athletes, okay, whether it's Kuminga or anyone else. He drafted athletes. Mike Dunleavy has shown that he is not drafting athletic players, which is today's NBA. Long, tall, fast, athletic guys. He drafts slow, older, dumpier type of players, and the Warriors are just not keeping pace with the rest of the NBA, and that's what bothers me the most. I don't see anything in the foreseeable future where the Warriors can compete, and I'm afraid that Draymond and Steph are not going to give their best effort this year, looking around at this current roster. Why should they bust their butt for this current roster? I wouldn't do it. Steph's not going to hurt himself any further. He's going to look to sit out as more games.
Let's not do that. Okay. Coach, let's not do that. I don't want to do that to Draymond. That's not fair. He played really hard the other night. I'm being serious. Coach, if it was a year and a half or 2 years of this Kuminga back and forth, like, okay, you move him for an expiring deal, no problem. At least you're decisive. 4.5 years. 4.5 years. What a waste of time.
Gone, Coach in Vallejo, who's been a staunch defender of Jonathan Kuminga, and I will listen to that. Hey, you did get older. You got rid of a guy that is athletic, is younger, but also couldn't stay healthy, quite frankly. And now, this is where I hate to be that guy, but also you have to read between the lines. I mean, how hurt was Jonathan Kuminga the last couple weeks? I don't know. I have no idea. That's the whole
It felt like everyone was done with each Joe, yes. But this goes back. It felt like everyone was done with each other at minimum, even if I'm being conservative, when he got like 1,000 DNPs in a row at the end of last year.
Right. Well, I mean, and then he got hurt, and then right at the trade deadline, big trade for Jimmy, and then it's like, wow, let's look at this team. And then what was the conversation? Hope Jonathan Kuminga doesn't mess it up. Remember that? We kept telling him, hope Jonathan Kuminga doesn't mess up what they got going. It wasn't, wow, we could add Jonathan to this list. It was, please don't mess up the good flow and good nature of what we're doing.
In my Bay Area sports fandom life, it's one of the biggest wastes of time, energy, money, the whole exercise. Is just such a waste of energy the last 5 years. That's what it feels like to me. All while watching one of the greatest players of all time have to kind of like power through it. Like the whole thing has been bizarre. Bizarre.
What hit Warriors fans the most yesterday? Was it that Jonathan Kuminga was traded? Was it that you acquired Kristaps Porzingis? Or was it that Shams Charania, ESPN, basically said, yeah, they're out on Giannis at this trade deadline?
No, it's the totality feeling of, wow, we really botched this, and we might be close to done.
So it's
yes, Joe,
the final countdown.
Yeah, it's
okay.
But what if the noose is coming around the neck here?
I mean, we just had Nick Friedel on, and he's trying
to. It's a terrible analogy. I apologize.
He's trying to sell some hopium right now because of Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA insider. He said, hey, they could make a big move this summer. That's what he would anticipate, and try to do one final push with Stephen Curry. But then I asked him, I was like, well, would they still trade Draymond to some other team, not being the Milwaukee Bucks? And that's going to be the conversation, he said, the big one we're going to be looking forward after this Kuminga crisis is over, because there's clearly a fractured relationship now between Draymond, upper management, coaching, what have you.
Hey, what's Draymond going to get you?
Well, I don't know.
Like, he's better off now, given where they're at. He's better off staying with you. Well, might as well let the legend, finish out his career.
They'll be off-season. We'll see. I don't know. I have no idea salary-wise how they're going to mix and match that. Jimmy Butler, part of this. Like, if you're a Warrior fan right now and you're trying to watch the rest of the season, and Coach Vallejo's just saying, like, yeah, Steph and Draymond aren't going to have their best effort going forward. I was like, I don't think that's fair.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair. I'm not going to put that on either of them.
Draymond Green and Stephen Curry's effort level at this age. I mean, hell, Steph Curry in a month's time is going to be 38 years old. I mean, How's Stephen Curry feeling right now? And I think that's where Warriors fans, and you in particular, their mind goes like, man, what's Steph feeling? How is he viewing this team and the future of this team when all he wants to do is play meaningful basketball? That's his words. That's all he wants to do. And it's going to be a tough sell, as both of you guys are taking the under on games played with Kristaps Porzingis. If he's not going to contribute, then my God, if Steph stays out at all, you might be going to a lottery pick potentially, if he can't stay on the court.
Look, do they need shooting? Yeah. I don't think shooting from a 7'3" or 4 guy was their number one need. What was their need? They needed something that could help them defensively or athletically, right? Not an often injured, soft big man who's going to play 45 feet away from the hoop.
I mean, what they needed was the idea or promise of Jonathan Kuminga, what he could have been. That's what you always wanted, and that's why Coach Vallejo was such a staunch defender. Not just Coach. We've had a lot of people, and he's just such a polarizing figure while we're talking about him. The phone lines are open, people. 888-957-9570. My God, we talk about this guy all the time. He finally gets traded. It's crickets. Where are you at? 888-957-9570.
It's suppressing. That's where we're at. I mean, I think we're in depression mode.
I mean, there were so many people that were anti-Kuminga. Shouldn't they be happy? Shouldn't they be, he's gone. You got Kristaps Porzingis. Shouldn't you be happy?
It's not about...
No. I'm saying the people that were anti-Kuminga.
I know, but the result is disappointing. You know why? Because the journey to get here wasted all of the value and anything you could get in return. And so it's so anticlimactic this morning, and I think that when you pair it up with the fact that Giannis and that dream is completely gone, it's very sobering. It just is. I mean, it feels like they've put one nail into the casket, if not, hammered in the final nail.
Ramona Shelburne, who covers the NBA, senior NBA reporter for ESPN, was on Willard and Dibs last week, and they were talking about the Giannis stuff. And then she mentioned, she's like, yeah, I still think it's kind of like a long shot, but they could still make other moves. And she mentioned Kristaps Porzingis' name, and my eyes were like, oh my God, if they end up trading JK and get Kristaps Porzingis back, I'm laughing because of the absurdity.
When was the last time you saw him on a television?
I can't even tell you.
Exactly.
No, probably.
The finals.
I forgot what he looks like.
No, probably.
I forgot what he looks like.
Yeah.
I had to look him up on Google. Oh, that's what Kristaps looks like, because I literally have not seen him play basketball in forever.
The year they won it all, he missed months.
Yes.
Months.
Yes.
Because I watched all those Celtics games.
And right now, not only is he dealing with
Peyton Pritchard.
Yeah, what you love. So that's who you wish you got instead. Left Achilles tendonitis he's been dealing with this season. Plus, right now he's been out with postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, a.k.a. POTS. P-O-T-S. Not pods, POTS. Yikes.
You have nothing that
Which, for those who don't know, it's a disease illness that can cause increased heart rate, dizziness, and increased fatigue out of nowhere, which it could be a big problem if you live an active lifestyle of an NBA player.
Injury insider Sam Lemon.
You have nothing on your team that anyone in the league sees as value other than Curry.
And then you're looking around what these other superstars are getting that are younger than him. I get it.
Oklahoma City just got a first-round shooter who was an excellent player for the Sixers last year.
Yeah.
Because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's hurt. The rich get richer. That's a shrewd, smart, good move.
That's an injury to monitor for sure, though. The abdominal strain, those things are tricky.
But, that's what good organizations do. When was the last time the Warriors made a good trade like that?
Oh, like an under-the-radar good trade?
We're out here begging for the 4-team trade so we can receive back Lindy Waters.
I mean, they had that, what was that, 5 or 6 team trade that you mentioned a couple summers ago?
6.
6 teams.
That was the Clay deal.
And you got Slow-Mo and Buddy Hield.
Yeah. Guys that no one wants.
No one wanted. And Buddy did have a moment. He had a moment in a Golden State Warrior before. We had a couple. I shouldn't say a moment. He was a good player towards the end there last year, but he's a streaky shooter. And if you're living by the Buddy Hield and dying by the Buddy Hield, that speaks to your point, Joe. The depth of this team right now being tested, it just hasn't been good enough.
So it looks like the Lakers are trading Gabe Vincent and a 2032 second-round pick to Atlanta for Luke Kennard. So, I don't know.
Great.
Yeah, but you know what? All these other teams are making back end of the roster moves. We've had this same roster forever, and now you're like, here you go. Hey, we'll take Kristaps, and we'll just let the books expire. So not only do you have no young, controllable assets that anyone wants, you also have no veterans on your bench that anyone wants via a trade to lure back something of significance. Who wants GP2? Who wants Moses Moody?
No, it's true. Maybe Moses is young, so people
Trey
still want him.
Jackson-Davis got moved for what?
Second-round pick. Yeah. The Lakers won, I think, yeah.
He barely played the last two years. You know, you got to make a decision on Porzingis. Are you going to extend him? He's extension eligible starting this offseason, right? Like, the Warriors are in a really tough spot right now.
This hour is brought to you by Front Banquets. Here for you, here for good. Spadoni and Shasky live at Radio Row, downtown San Francisco, Moscone Center. And we're talking about the big news of the day, of the last 24 hours. It is the NBA trade deadline today, 12 o'clock Pacific time? 12 o'clock Pacific time, that is the official NBA trade deadline, and it has dominated our airwaves. It dominated our airwaves last year during Super Bowl week, Joe, and it's dominated our airwaves this year, too.
And you've been saying this, and now, because you haven't been able to consummate a good trade, Melton is the guy that probably is the only one that can get you back something nice, but who's going to give up a first-round pick for that?
Maybe a team. I didn't see Jared McCain getting one, but because he hasn't been very good with the Sixers. He's young. I understand.
Good last year.
He was good last year.
Like a runner-up rookie of the year.
He was, and then he's kind of fallen off this year, but there's a lot there. They
drafted Edgecombe.
Well, so the other reality is the Warriors might need Melton for next year if they want to field a quote-unquote competitive team. It's hard to say competitive team for this team right now because it just feels so, like, drab and hopeless with this team, but to your point, Joe, he might be your most valuable asset, but they still might need him, so I don't know what you do with that.
But what is the expectation this year? I guess is Steve Kerr's always going to say, hey, we're trying to make a push. We're trying to, be a play-in or playoff team. That's what we're trying to do. I was like, okay, you can say that, but my God, the last thing I do want, as Coach and Vallejo was talking to us earlier, the last thing I want is Stephen Curry to be playing like 40-plus minutes in games fighting for a 10th seed. That is what I do not want right now.
You got to let the deadline kind of play through and see where it goes. The hard part is this, is that you took 5 years of draft picks and you netted it into nothing. Nothing that can help you now, nothing that can help you in the future, nothing. 5 years of picks, 6 overall firsts, and it got you quite literally nothing.
We have full phone lines.
Nothing. It got us nothing.
Let's go out to him, Joe. Let's start off with Richie Rich in Livermore. What's up, Rich? You're on the Morning Roast.
Man, I'm freaking pissed, guys. Good morning, Shasky. Excuse me. I feel your pain, bro. I didn't even go to work today. I'm sitting here watching you guys on YouTube at home, pissed off, punching the air. What a freaking... I'm going to Disneyland, bro. That's why.
All right, have fun.
What a freaking waste of the past 5 years, and I'll break it down and I'll make it fast, dude. I blame it on the organization. I blame it on everyone. I blame it on Curry. I blame it on Kerr. Why? Because, dude, you had these young talent, and you failed to develop them. You wasted years putting all these old, washed-up bums in, and you did not develop the talent that should have took place. You wasted these years off of Curry's career, and we're at the end.
Yeah.
You got back a fat-ass giant donut. Nobody. Gone. CP3 was a waste. Wiseman was a waste. You just wasted years off of Kuminga for a corpse of Porzingis who's hurt. Dude, horrible. I'm pissed. They should have shipped Draymond's ass off the minute he hit pool and started resetting and getting the talent developed, and we would have been a lot better than we are right now. We're done. We're cooked, dude. You're going to waste Curry's last 2 years. I'm pissed like you, Shasky, man. You guys have a good day.
You too. Have fun at Disneyland.
Have fun, man. Yeah, that'll
have
be
fun with your family.
Place on earth.
I think that people are misinterpreting the rage this morning from a lot of Warrior fans. It's not about what they got in return for Kuminga. It's all the wasted energy and time, and then just the yo-yoing back and forth, and the reality of we spent all this time and hoarded and held on just to have this be the result?
Yeah.
Did the ends justify the means? Meaning the point we're at today, was it worth going through everything we went through for the last 4.5 years? No. But it's not just Kuminga. It's the totality and the sequence and the timeline of how everything played out with the backdrop of how old Steph is, how special Steph is, and how rare what they had, and the time to strike that deal was coming to an end. And they waited and waited and waited. And this is what you got?
Another late edition of the show, 8:20. Bonte Hill going to be joining us on the River Islands guest line. Can't wait to break it down with him. Obviously, pre- and post-game host, NBC Sports Bay Area for the Golden State Warriors, and our guy here every single Tuesday on the Morning Roast. And by the way, Joe, the NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's now through February 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos, the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. For tickets and more info, visit 957thegame.com. Let's go out to the phone lines right now because they are packed. WC in San Leandro wants to talk about it. What's up, Dub?
Hey, when's Porzingis get to step on the floor? What's his first day? What's Porzingis' first day to step on the floor?
I don't know when he's stepping on the floor. He's hurt right now.
Okay, let's say I think it's a good move because he's 7-footer. He can shoot. He can run the floor if he's healthy. He can bring some stretch to the game. I mean, we can talk about bringing these young guys up, but if you don't have IQ for the game, you can't play. And the young guys that just don't have IQ. So you keep Draymond pushing the ball, floor general. Keep pushing. You got 7-footers now. You got 3 7-footers.
Okay, wait, can I ask you a question? How many games did he play this year, Kristaps Porzingis? Do you know?
Well, did he win a championship and go to All-Star game? I mean, the guy can play ball.
He played 17 this year. He played 42 last year. He played 57 the year they won it all. 65 the year before that. That's his high water mark. 65 since 2016.
And then
it's 17, 34, 43, 57, 48. Like, come on. Maybe they thread the needle. But he doesn't run the floor anymore, by the way.
But he is adding to the list of Bay Area athletes that have dealt with Achilles tendonitis. So there's that. He'll fit right in. And he also is dealing with the POTS syndrome, as we called it, which is not good. Dizziness, lightheadedness, and that's why he's been out for the last couple weeks with the Atlanta Hawks. Hasn't played since the first week of January.
17 games.
Hopefully he comes back, and only 17 games. I'm betting that he plays more than 16 with the Warriors, though. Got a burrito on it. I want to see Tingus Pingus be play here in a Golden State Warriors uniform. I'm interested. I'm intrigued. He did win a title with Al Horford, who's also on the team.
So what does he look like alongside Draymond? Because he's not a great defender.
I have no idea. I don't. I have no idea what this team's going to look like.
I think 3 years
Steve
ago,
Kerr's searching for answers right now.
3 years ago, I think it would have fit with him and Draymond. I really do. And I know a lot of people didn't want to take on that contract because of the deal, and now they get him at the very end. And on one level, I would understand it, but you still don't have a defensive-minded 7-footer.
No.
See, to me, he's way better than Quentin Post when healthy.
Right.
But they're the same guy. They give you the same skill set. Soft around the rim, no back to the basket game. Porzingis is more skilled, but at
this point, wouldn't you rather just see your young asset in Quentin Post
Quentin's
more?
Okay. He just is what he is.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Whatever the expectations you think are for this season, are giving all those minutes to Kristaps Porzingis over some of your younger guys worth it if you're just going to move off of him in the summer? That's another question for another day. But I think that was the first caller we've had he couldn't even sell himself on being excited for Kristaps Porzingis.
Quentin Post currently, Al Horford, who I haven't even brought up.
Yeah.
And then you got Porzingis. So all those guys are just going to chuck 7 threes a game?
Why not?
I mean, that's 25 threes a game from those 3 guys.
I mean, was this the nail in the coffin for Steve Kerr as Golden State Warriors head coach, too? There's no way he's coming back next year. None. I mean, if you thought maybe with the Giannis trade or Anthony Davis, something like that, he'll stick around. I have a very hard time seeing that this morning. Let's go.
I think the biggest issue I have with the whole thing is the way that they've handled and the timeline and the opportunities they've had to get off the boat, off the bus, off the raft of whatever draft pick, and just making a decision and being decisive and getting something back that can help you.
Well, that's the problem. There's clearly a divide within decision-making with this team, and we've been talking about it ad nauseum, whether it's the head coach, whether it's the general manager, whether it's the owner. We're talking about stability, and we're seeing these two teams on Sunday, Joe, two of the most stable organizations in the sport right now, the Seattle Seahawks and the New England Patriots, right? And as we've talked about, ownership down. There's clearly a disconnect here, and this is what it results in. Fans being upset because you lost so many assets for Kristaps Porzingis, who can't stay healthy. Let's go out to Jan in Mountain View. Good morning, Jan.
Kristaps Porzingis.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
I'm sad, Jan.
Okay, man. I heard this last night after ESPN, after the last game, and they said that the Warriors have been eyeing Chris Porzingis for the past 2 months. And I'm thinking, what have they been looking at, for heaven's sakes? I mean, what are they coming to, for hell's sakes? I mean, I said this is becoming unwatchable, and I'm getting disinterested every day that I turn any kind of news on regarding the Warriors. I mean, until they get a new head coach, I got news for you. They got to get a new head coach. They can develop players, and where we can rebuild this team. You might as well just tear it down right now. I'm just so disgusted with what I've heard so far, and I can't believe it. And I'm with you, Shasky. I'm just as mad as you are, if not more. So I hope you have a better day. But man, I'm just very disgusted, and I also was sorry to see that they got rid of TJD because he helped hit the basket, with those wall-ups, that Draymond used to, throw to him and everything, and they haven't even played him. And I'm just disgusted
Jan.
all the way around. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan.
Thanks, Jan.
We'll always have that TJD block on Wemby.
Yeah, you will have that.
We'll always have Game 7, buddy.
He did it against Giannis, too.
We'll always have Aaron Turner tweeting out a video
Hey, I love
while his client didn't play at all of a highlight from a year prior where he actually played well before he got hurt again.
I love those TJD lob dunk calls from Fitz on the games. Those are a lot of fun.
Would you guys describe me as like a Kuminga truther or Stan? Or was I just kind of like
no? You
either we're going to play him and see it, or we're not.
I wouldn't call you as some sort of truther where you thought
you're
you
a
was
Kuminga believer.
No, but you
I was optimistic.
You saw the upside with him and wanted to see what they had.
But for like how many years now have I been saying like, all right, if you're not going to play him, just what are we doing?
Move off of it.
Yeah, we're wasting our time.
Yeah, I agree.
like to me, like you can waste your time when you're the Hawks. You can't waste your time when you have Steph Curry.
Where do you think it went wrong with Kuminga here in Golden State? Like the moment, like the first kind of, obviously it was multiple moments, but like the very first one for you.
Going back, so if I'd like, knowing what I know now, when he came out during the Kings series and that article came out, probably should have moved him right then and there that offseason.
CJ Holmes, the San Francisco Chronicle then, yeah.
Like knowing everything we know now, how many years ago was that?
That was the Lakers series, right? So after the Kings series, 2023?
The punch here.
We're in 2026.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to go through the timeline.
But it's true, though. Like, that is when it happened, and that was an immature thing that he did. He probably learned from
Everybody couldn't get past it.
The head coach, I don't think, could get past it.
Well,
he went after the head coach there. Yeah.
Let me defend Steve Kerr. Like, who are you?
Right.
This is who I am. Who are you?
Yeah, he's got the resume.
I love the prospect of Kuminga, the idea, the concept. Didn't love all the play. Was clunky at best.
Right.
And then when you did start to feel really like, wow, he's turning a corner. Ankle, knee, something. It was always something.
God, Joe, every single time. Bone bruise.
Yeah. I think people we fall into these buckets. Do you love Kuminga? Do you love Pods? Do you not? I love the Warriors.
Yeah.
Right? And can you help us win? And I think that we went back and forth on Kuminga, and then I kind of came to the realization, no, you can't. So we need to move on. And it just felt like we waited way too long.
888-957-9570 is the number. Bontiel going to be joining us at 8:20, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Spadoni and Chasky with you, talking about Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy Hield being moved to the Atlanta Hawks for Kristaps Porzingis. And obviously, Jana Mountain View alluded to it. Trace Jackson Davis also was moved last night to the Toronto Raptors for a second-round pick. Let's go out at the phone lines. D, Washington, D.C. What's up, D?
Hey, D.
D's nuts? Oh, D's gone. Jose in Oakland. What's up, Jose?
Hey, good morning, guys. Look, I hate to say this. Lakers is a great owner. Honestly, I love the fact that he's the owner of the Warriors because he's willing to spend. But his involvement lately, since the departure of Bob Myers, it seems like nothing has gone right. And it just keeps bringing back to me memories of when Jimmy Johnson left the Dallas Cowboys. Everything started going downhill because the owner kept getting involved in player selection. It seems to me that Don Levy right now is way over his head. He does not seem to know what he's doing. He just keeps shooting by the hip and hoping that, that he hits something, which he did with Jimmy Butler, but unfortunately Butler is hurt right now. I don't see anything changing until Lakers decides to finally step aside and let those who know do what they know, and I don't see that happening at all because of the way that he is. He just likes to be involved. I hope he changes, but I don't see anything like that happening anytime soon.
Thanks, Jose. I'm curious to see the fallout here when it comes to Mike Dunleavy. And again, I mentioned it. I'm sure he's going to address the media at some point, either today, tomorrow. They have a game tonight. We'll have that coverage and game right here on 95.7, the game you're holding for Golden State Warriors basketball. I'm very curious to see the tone of this team tonight.
So, I don't know. I love the games, right?
You love the games.
But I also love team building. I love team building. I do. I'm obsessed with it, right?
Put your general manager hat on.
Yeah, every sport. There's no one way to build a team. Draft, free agency, trades. Really, the best teams are a mix of all of those things, right?
For sure.
And I just look at it this way. 2019 first-round pick Jordan Poole. He was ascending. He got shipped with 2022 first-round pick Patrick Baldwin Jr., and you got nothing that can help you literally 1 year later after that deal. Nothing. Not a pick, not a player, okay? 2020 first-round picks, second overall, Wiseman. You missed on that pick. Yeah. But you traded him, and you got GP2. I guess that's the best they could do, all right? You know what? GP2 has won them some games. Right. He has. Now, he's got retained and whatnot. At least he's won them a couple games. 2021 first-round overall pick, seventh overall pick, Jonathan Kuminga. You're trading him for Kristaps Porzingis.
Basically, yeah, him and buddy.
Is he going to help you win games? Is he going to be on the team after this summer? Is his slot going to be available to help this team win games after this summer? TBD.
Yeah, we don't know.
Moses Moody. You drafted him, you've extended him. Okay, he's helped them win some games, all right? 2022, Patrick Baldwin. He hasn't helped you win any games. That's 5 years, 6 picks, and only one guy really has helped you win some games that's on the team right now.
Brandon Pajemski. Yeah, I don't think
No. I'm going this 5-year period.
Okay, 5 years, sorry.
19,
okay.
20, 21,
Gotcha.
22, 23.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're
Actually,
right.
it's 1, 2, 3, 4 years, 5 picks over 4 years.
And how many of those was Bob Myers? Is that all of them?
It doesn't even matter.
No, but but we just had to call and say it's all Mike Dunleavy's fault, basically.
Yeah, but Bill Walsh took over and he inherited Freddie Solomon. So what do you do when you inherit the situation, and do you make the most of those assets?
Did you think Mike Dunleavy at that point could have said, you know what? We're going to make it work with Jordan Poole. He inherited a turd sandwich there. That was an unwinnable position for him to be in.
I could justify every decision that they've made along the way, but when you add them all up and you look at the timelines and you look at the return on those investments, they've wasted their time. And they've wasted an opportunity to turn it into anything. And that's the big thing today. You're striking out on Giannis. You're striking out on your draft picks. You're striking out on building the team around him. It's not one move. It's the timeline. It's the collection of moves. It's everything. Boy, and you look up today and you go, well, what do we have to show for it?
Well, that's why I bring it up. If it's the moves, then they need to make a change, is what you're saying, a general manager. Or is this the owner's doing?
It's all of them.
You're not changing the owner.
Joe,
you're not.
When you come to these decisions, and the coach and the GM and the owner are working all in tandem, then all of them get blamed, as well as the picks not becoming as good as we thought they would be. The individual players, all of those things are true. Everyone should feel ashamed over the net on return of what you have today for 19 through 2022.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line. Bonta Hill going to be joining us in about 23 minutes, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. In the meantime, though, boys in the back, let's hit it. The injury report. And meet the newest Warrior, Kristaps Porzingis. The unicorn. So wait, we trade for this guy. He's immediately on the injury report.
Oh my God.
The unicorn joins the Warriors after missing the last 3 weeks with Achilles tendonitis.
This is the
was
legend.
Set to play Tuesday night, but was scratched due to an illness as he has been battling postural.
I'm a big fan.
Orthostatic.
Keep doing what you do.
Tachycardia syndrome all season long, an illness that can cause an elevated heart rate and fatigue. That said, the Warriors expect to have Kristaps on the court soon. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always on the Free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Who were you just hitting up right there?
Oh, that was Gary Vee. Very inspirational. I'm a big Gary Vee fan, so I just wanted to shake his hand and tell him thank you. Like, I really love what he does. Like, people that are positive and, like, inspire you, like, you know, I just wanted to shake his hand and say thank you.
Nice.
He's supposed to come on the show today, but then Kuminga happened.
Well, Kuminga, I mean...
Gary Vee, Kuminga.
Wait, do you think Gary Vee can make this a positive situation in Golden State if he was to
I think Gary Vee could have made this a positive return for Jonathan Kuminga.
So, look, I'm not pretending to be, I don't know anything. But when you hear people who do and who are investment, you know, whether it's real estate, money, business, whatever, sports.
Oh, Christian McCaffrey.
When you're done with someone, you need to be swift and quick. Okay? And if you're done, like Trey Lance, this is a bad pick. They were done with him. You know, I'll credit the Niners. They said goodbye, and they pivoted. And they've been pretty successful since, right? They missed on those picks. I could argue the Warriors and this 19, 20, 21's 2 picks, 2022, and the timeline and the opportunities and the dragging of the feet, I could argue it's significantly worse than just missing on Trey Lance and then trading him 2 years later. I really could. Because this one dragged out and it compromised the entire team.
The drama. Just think that's why there is a level of relief for me on behalf of guys like Steve Kerr and Nick that we had to, obviously, and we're doing our jobs. That's what we ask about it, Joe, because the fan base cares so much about some of these players, and Jonathan Kuminga in particular. So it's part of our job to talk about what the fans want to talk about, and he was a big part of that. But you could just feel it on the coaches, the media that covers the team, the players. Oh my God.
But you gotta, your job as a team is to get something back in return. And so when you're getting a salary dump, what that tells you is not only did you pick the wrong guy, not only did you not develop him, but now he's worth very little to nothing.
Nothing.
And someone is literally giving you something that's expiring at the end of the year.
He's worth a unicorn that has no horn. He's basically just a horse that's hurt right now, and you might be sold to make glue. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Radio Row. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. And Joe, if it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
Now, one element we haven't brought up just yet, and I will get to it right now, is, you know, whether it's Trey Lance, Jordan Poole, there are guys that I'll root for. Not that I'm going to, like, watch the games and go out of my mind, but, like, I wish Jonathan Kuminga well, you know? I hope
be following him in Atlanta.
You know, and I'm not just saying that backhandedly. I hope he does well. Like, not to make the Warriors look bad, because, like, he's a young man. He's trying to find himself in the league. Maybe he finds himself. Maybe he's continuing to search.
Right.
You know, like, JP has not found himself since leaving the Warriors.
No.
You know, and I feel bad for the guy, because I do think that he tries hard and wants it. Both those guys.
And it's hard to succeed in Jordan Poole's case. You know, when you get exiled to just historically bad franchises.
Yeah.
As we were talking about LaVar Arrington this morning, College Football Hall of Famer, 2 pros and a cup of Joe, joined us right at the start of the show. And I asked him off air about, like, hey, you think Fernando Mendoza, Big Ten quarterback, Indiana, is going to succeed with the Raiders? He's like, yeah, he could, but he's going to a franchise that's unstable. Like, so, like, and Jonathan Kuminga is going to an Atlanta Hawks team that, quite frankly, since that Trae Young run, what was that, back in the bubble year or like the year after it, haven't really done anything.
Well, I think one of the things with Kuminga specifically is, like, this is the part that's bizarre to me. He's clearly, like, a role player of some kind in the NBA. Maybe a starter, maybe more, maybe less. I don't know, right? But she didn't have a spot for him.
Right.
So then why is he on the team?
He was literally just taking up a bench,
and salary.
Just salary and a bench spot.
So, like, to me, like, that's where, like, guys, the coach, organization, front office, we got to be in unison here. What are we doing? And let's go.
And that's going to be the conversation this offseason, Joe. Because I'm not even going to bring up the name Giannis right now, because once the season's over, I'm sure every fan will pivot. All right, what are we going to get? What's the big move we're going to get? Well, like, I don't even trust the guys making the moves right now if I'm a fan. That's the problem. Let's go to Gino in Vegas. What's up, Gino?
Good morning, boys. How we doing?
Great. How's Vegas?
It's beautiful out here. Let me tell you, this is not Geno Smith, I promise. I just want to preface this by saying I don't think I'm a GM. I don't have a degree in being a GM, none of that. But I've been in a Madden-connected franchise league for 10 years. Me and 31 other guys. We build teams.
I love it.
Yeah, we build teams. We do a fantasy draft like 8 to 10 hours. It's awesome.
I'm not a GM, even though I would love to be one.
Where is Brian?
I feel you. I love
just
this
wanted
league.
to say this.
Yeah.
I want to tell you guys, I was watching Trey Murphy, the third last night, score 44 points, and he had 12 made three-pointers. And I'm sitting here to myself, talking to my little brother, because he calls me on the phone, and he's like, did you see the news? Did you see the news? I'm like, well, we got Giannis. He goes, no, we got Pingus. And I about did a backflip. And yeah, and I about lost it, because I'm like, are you serious? And right after that, I'm watching Trey Murphy score 44 points on ESPN, and I'm thinking to myself, you guys are telling me this kid's not worth 3 first-round picks in Moses Moody right now?
I mean,
great point, Gino.
I'm with you, but you never know who, like, are they just unwilling to deal him for X, Y, Z? So you bring up Trey Murphy. I watched Edgecombe the other day from the Sixers.
Yeah.
He's clearly better than any of the young guys that we have drafted.
He was a number 3 overall pick, so he was.
We had the number 2 overall pick and the number 7 overall pick.
Well, I'm telling you, there are levels though when it comes to this. Wiseman, all-time bust. I'm not defending that one at all.
Kuminga was 7.
I know.
He could have went top 5.
3 though is. I mean, there's levels to this stuff.
No,
Sometimes it's a 3-person draft, and it felt like last year. Hell, right now it's Cooper Flagg, Conkaneppel, and VJ Edgecombe. Those guys look like perennial all-stars.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is like 2019, 2020, 2021.
I'm sure there's more names I'm missing too.
I mean, Joe, they missed really bad.
No, they whiffed. I'm not here to defend it.
Like they missed really bad. Like your job is to get it right.
What do you think?
And if you don't get it right, your job is to assess and move on before the rest of the league figures that out too, and you get something back that can help you.
As we're here at Radio Row and talking about the Super Bowl, and we talk about the Niners ad nauseum all week.
Or one second.
Yeah.
Or you need to be committed to seeing that individual through the development.
Right.
So, there is an aspect of they kind of wanted to develop, but they kind of didn't. But I kind of understand why they didn't. But that's where you as a team need to be decisive. Either we're committed to the development and we're going to take the lumps, or, oh, my God, we have Steph Curry. We can't. Right. They tried to do both, and it blew up in their face.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up, the Trey Lance notion earlier, too, because the Niners are no stranger to some of these bad picks, too, and bad selections. They've lost a lot on value.
I know.
And we've talked about it ad nauseum. That's why this offseason for them is so important. But they don't have a player like Stephen Curry. I love Fred Warner. I love Nick Bosa. I love all those guys. Stephen Curry is the most beloved athlete in the history of the Bay Area. He is still playing at an all-elite level. He's an all-star starter. He's going to be 38 years old. There's no one else over the age, I think, of over 30 or 31 that is starting in the NBA All-Star game. It's him. LeBron, he's on his way out. This era, his era, is about to be over soon. It's going to be the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander era. It's going to be the Victor Wembanyama era coming up shortly. And these final embers of a dynasty, you were just clinging to the hope. Maybe, and they still might be able to swing a big move this offseason, but that feels so far away if you're waking up this morning, does it not?
No, I'm not letting myself get fooled for the banana in the tailpipe.
You're protecting yourself.
I'm not letting it happen again.
You're protecting yourself, and I think you should as a fan base. Let's go out to Jason in Concord, wants to join the conversation. What's up, Jason? You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys, and thank you for taking my call. Last night I had a power outage scheduled for maintenance, and I didn't know anything about the news. Woke up this morning, and you guys broke it to me. I was sick to my stomach. Guys, I literally wanted to pick up the phone and call my boss. You know what? I'm sick. I can't make it. I just got hit with that Porzingis virus. This is sickness, guys. This is absolutely ridiculous. All the calls, as far as I know, I've been listening all the morning. Nobody's happy. It's frustrating. The Warriors land around. This is absolutely ridiculous. Guys, do they not know we have Stephen Curry, a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest players of all time, still in our roster? What are they doing? They owe this guy more than this. Are you kidding me? This Kuminga drama has been going on for years, and this is the best you got? This is ridiculous, guys. Stephen Curry is a Hall of Famer. You owe him better than that. You know what? If you can't surround him with players that he can play meaningful basketball, and that's all he's asking for, let the man go. Sit down. Be open with him. Give him the freedom. Stop holding him hostage. Let him go and play a couple years of his last lifetime basketball. being up the basketball.
I'm not
someone
ready
else
to
when he
say
could win
goodbye
the
to
title.
Steph Curry.
No, not yet. Not yet. And we'll cross that bridge when we need to. The only time you start entertaining that, and God, we hope that just doesn't happen, knock on wood, is when Steph approaches the front office. That's the only time you would ever entertain doing something like that, is doing right by your best player.
Even then, I do it so reluctantly.
Well, of course. But again, this is kind of the same situation the Bucks are in right now with Giannis, and you know, he's maybe the greatest player in the history of their organization.
Giannis 32.
Too. He is.
Steph's
He is.
38.
I know. It is different, and I'm not putting that into the atmosphere.
And Giannis doesn't have a teammate like Draymond, who, you know, they came in together, essentially came in together.
Right, they got rid of Middleton already.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, so I get why you would say it's similar. It's just this is one of the most unique situations in NBA history.
It really is, and the fact that he's still an all-star starter and playing so well, I think makes it even more frustrating if you're a fan.
It's hard to swallow.
It'd be one thing, Joe, if he was like a shell of himself, right? And you're looking on the last couple of years, and maybe he gets the celebratory nod.
Wouldn't be so dire.
Exactly. You'd be like, okay, we know where we're at. This is the dying embers. We'll figure it out. But he's still all-world talent, and you feel like if you put something around him, he could still make something special happen. We got Bonte Hill joining us in about 10 minutes, courtesy of River Islands. Obviously, you know and love Bonte Hill here on 95.7 The Game. Joins us every single Tuesday. Joined us here at Radio Row early in the week, and he obviously does Warriors pre- and post-game coverage for NBC Sports Bay Area. We will discuss all of this with him, and I'm sure he has a lot to talk about there. Plus, our phone lines are open, guys. 888-957-9570. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It's Spadoni and Chasky. Bijan, I saw earlier you were talking. You were on fire. You actually brought up Trey Lance. Christian McCaffrey walked right by us. I said, "Oh, it's CMC." I think you were in the zone on your take, so it's okay. CMC bigger than I thought in person too. Street clothes. Yeah, bigger guy.
So angry right now this morning. It's just, you know,
not even looking at Christian could help you. Or Bijan.
Like, you hear this phrase all the time. It's like, don't tell me about the labor, show me the baby.
No.
The whole Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, even Poole to a degree, you know, at least Poole performed admirably for quite some time. It just felt like we talked so much about the labor pains, the baby never showed up.
We talked about,
it never showed
what
up.
have we talked about all week? The journey versus the destination. And the journey has been so turbulent.
Joe, this feels like Final Destination.
No, I was going to say Lost. You ever see Lost? The plane crashes on the island.
You know what, Lost? It's a great example. Lost, I spent 5 years of my life.
It was a great show.
Yeah, no, until the end.
You didn't like that when they were like basically in purgatory?
No. Kate.
Hold on, we have to go back. Come on, that's iconic.
I'm so over it. What a waste of my time.
I love Lost.
I hate when my time is wasted. It's the only resource that is invaluable in my life at this age, and this stage of my life is time. Do not waste my time. It drives me insane.
You know, time doesn't really exist. It's a construct of man. So there you go. Chew on that one. 888-957-9570 on the other side. AJ in LA, if you want to hang tight, we'll get to you after Bonte Hill joins us, courtesy of River Islands. And by the way, because I do have a read to do here, Sammy. I know I do, and I have it somewhere, some way. And I'll find it at 888-957-9570. The Super Bowl experience is taking over the Bay Area, and it's presented by Jersey Mike's. Now through February 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. For tickets and more info, visit 957thegame.com. And what's coming up at the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Spadoni, Chasky, live from Radio Row. Bonte Hill next.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
All right, Daisy Dips, you heard about it all week. You've heard it this morning. I'm going to say it again. Daisy Dips are my favorite dip. The French onion dip, the ranch dip. But let's talk about the ranch. It's great tasting. It's delicious. And I love to throw the carrots, the cut carrots and the chicken wings into the ranch dip. It's made with ingredients that I can find in the kitchen. There's no preservatives, no artificial ingredients. I love eating Daisy Dips with my chips, wings, and veggies. Go out to your local grocery store right now. Cop you some Daisy Dips, whether it's the French onion dip or the ranch dip. Go get you some Daisy Dips.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to drive home a brand new Toyota truck. Right now, save big with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the legendary Tacoma, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful Tundra. Hurry in for unbeatable deals at Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction and only available on Tacoma SR and SR5. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro, ends 3/2/26.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS4KIDS, or go to cars4kids.com. That's cars with a K.
So I gotta get chips, guac, wings, pizza, and...
Whoa, that's a big grocery list.
Well, it is the big game.
Looks like you're planning on feeding an entire football team. You're using the Upside app, right?
Upside? What's that?
Hold up. You don't know? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they just added Lucky and Food Max stores.
Wow, I can get cash back just from buying groceries?
Yep, and it looks like they have a 10% cash back bonus right now.
Okay, calling an audible and downloading Upside. I could go for some ribs too.
Go big for the big game. Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
There he is. Rich Gannon was awesome yesterday. My favorite dude. He retweeted my tweet too. Oh, Emmett, the man. He's getting interviewed on, I thought that was our boys, KCBS. It's all good. We're here, live, Radio Row, Moscone Center. We're seeing the sights and sounds. We saw Christian McCaffrey walk by, Rich Gannon right there. I think Jerry Rice is walking around here too. And apparently the halftime performer is supposed to make an appearance.
Fangirls out here too.
Really? You want to get him on? Turn your mic on.
It was quite good that didn't go out on air.
I was talking about someone in particular who used to work in this market.
Oh, that's great.
Well, you were so locked in, Joe McCaffrey walked right by. You didn't even realize it.
I told him that.
Well, I'm the McCaffrey of radio, so.
So you have bilateral Achilles tendonitis?
Well, no. I mean, like sometimes I can go for
you do, because that's your sore throat. You got your spray right there.
Sometimes I can go for 450 carries in a season.
Sometimes you're out for like 3/4 of the year.
Yeah, you know?
Sometimes. You never know. By the way, what's coming up?
Does that make you Kendrick Bourne?
What's up? Well, you know what? He's got some good games. He's got some good games in him.
He's got some good games. You're not Ricky.
I'm not.
Sam,
no, I'm not.
You're Jake Tonjes right now. Relax. We're not putting you on the field with Kittle.
Just don't fumble the ball. That's it.
No, you're more like Luke Farrell.
My foot hurts.
My foot. I would love to get paid like Luke Farrell. I'll tell you that right now. AJ and LA, BPA, we'll get to, I promise. We're going to be joined by Bonta Hill momentarily. Boys in the back, let me know when we get him in my ear. Obviously, Warriors pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area. And our guy who joins us every single week here. And I'm sure he has many a thought on Jonathan Kuminga. The biggest news in the Bay currently. JK out of the Bay. He is going to Atlanta alongside Buddy Hield for Kristaps Porzingis, a.k.a. the Unicorn, a.k.a. Tingus Pingus.
So last night, I'm lying in bed trying to put the little guy to sleep, and I see a video pop up on my feed. And, you know, again, I'm just scrolling on the phone.
Yeah.
And it's Bonta. Oh, my God, I just stepped in the house, and I'm, like, listening in my earbud, and I'm like, oh, my God, the trade happened? I look at our group thread, and Pasta's all over it, Risotto. He's like, oh, finally. And then boom, 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 boom. So I got the news broken by Bonta Hill.
There you go. I woke up like at 2 in the morning.
I lost my mind.
In a cold sweat, was not feeling great, powered through it, had to do some business in the bathroom, got out, and then I checked.
Too much.
What?
TMI, doggy.
Relax. We're all adults here, please. You're not doing potty training yet with LJ?
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't want to hear you having these issues.
You just stood next to me in the urinal back there. What are you talking about?
That can be for off-air consumption.
I love all this TMI here. This is great.
You guys, this is the difference. I'm one of 10 children. There's no such thing as TMI in a Spadoni Italian household. We know everyone's business, all right? Shout out Town Business, Oakland, California, baby.
I like to keep it a little closer to the
That's all right.
rest.
You can be a little embarrassed by it. That's fine. Nothing embarrasses me. Maybe Brian in Palo Alto will shed some light on what's been going on. Brian, good morning. You're on the roast.
No, we have Bonta.
We have
Bonta.
Well, they didn't tell me that until literally just now when I went to BPA.
Okay.
So they just wanted to wait. How about you tell me that earlier? I won't go to Brian. I'm kidding,
I was
Carter.
trying to set you up, and you went bathroom talk.
Well, well, you didn't. The alley-oop was like Kristaps Porzingis. It failed. How about that? Bonta, good morning. Courtesy of the River Islands Gas Line Warriors pre- and post-game host, NBC Sports Bay Area, R95.7 The Game Guy, too, who joins us each and every week. Bonta, what's up, man? Spadoni Shasky from the Roast. What was your initial thought when you saw the news on your phone? Were you just like, no way, no?
Well, my initial thought right now was, damn, you're really about to go to BPA before me?
I didn't know you were there. I didn't know. They didn't tell me.
I only said it twice.
Bad.
I didn't hear you, Carter, in my ear. I didn't hear
what
it.
he had to say. Although BPA did tweet me last night, say fire everybody. So I kind of get the feeling of where he's going with this phone call. I mean, I was literally walking in the house. I came from the Lunar New Year Chinatown block party.
Oh, nice.
I sung Mayor Daniel Larry happy birthday. It was a great time. And I'm praying, please no trades go down. No trades go down, because I had to do an emergency podcast as soon as the trade went down. And you know what, guys? I'm not here to sell you on, hey, the Warriors kept their picks, because they haven't hit on their picks in the first round. I'm not here to sell you on, well, they got an expiring contract. They can move this player for X, Y, and Z. I'm not here to sell you on, oh, they're still in the Giannis sweepstakes. No. The 2 timeline, how this thing has played out with Kuminga has been an utter failure, a total disaster. And we've got 31 games left, starting tonight in Phoenix, with no Stephen Curry. Against the Suns team that's 11 games over 500. That did make bold moves last offseason, trading away Kevin Durant for Dylan the Villain Brooks, who should be an all-star. And here we are with 31 games left. And how can I not look at tonight saying, am I going to see the same thing I saw Tuesday night at Chase Center when they got blown out by the Sixers by 20 with Maxey playing the D-plus game and no Embiid? So as of right now, I'm so furious about where this thing is going, and it feels like the end is here. I can't, they're going to go get Giannis and pair him up with 38-year-old Stephen Curry, who's dealing with runner's knee right now. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not a happy camper.
Okay, so, like, for me, it's not just Kuminga traded for Porzingis. Like, and I think you're kind of alluding to it. It's 2019, 28th overall pick Jordan Poole. 2020, Wiseman, 2nd overall. Kuminga, the next year, 7th. Moody, 14th. Patrick Baldwin, 28th. The next year after that. You trade Wiseman, you got GP2. 2023, you trade Poole, Baldwin, Ryan Rollins, and a protected first and a 2nd rounder for the expiring deal of CP3 that you don't use the money on. And then Clay leaves, you get Buddy back. Okay, Buddy's a part of this deal, and Kyle Anderson's part of the Jimmy Butler deal. But now you get Kuminga traded for Porzingis, and that deal might expire. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 first-round picks, and today there's not one guy on the team who could help you win.
Well, let's go through the picks, all right, because I see a lot of finger-pointing at Joe Lacob, of course. Everybody's culpable for this. Players included. Players included.
I agree.
We're not including the young guys, all right? Let's go down this timeline. James Wiseman was getting better as a rookie. Injuries derailed his career. It derailed his career. We don't know how good he could have been. He was raw. May not have ever been good. But he was getting better. So you take a swing on Kuminga and Moody, who, Dora Wright said, was good picks. Draymond Green gave Bob Myers thumbs ups on the emojis, on the text thread saying Kuminga, Moody. So that's a player. And then Jordan Poole was a key cog in the championship season. They were in line to go back-to-back. And everybody agreed. The championship season, they overachieved. Bob Myers told us the day after the championship, Shasky, in Boston. Ron Adams told us the day after the championship in Boston. And then the punch happened. And from that moment, it really felt like things have been divided between veterans and youngsters. They went on a road trip that season. The season of punch happened. And they went 0 for 5. 0 for 5. And everybody tried to blame the youngsters for those losses. The veterans blew those games at the end. But what it told me was that they're not a connected team. They won 10 games on the road that season. 10 games on the road. And the lack of accountability they gave Draymond Green for that punch, they rewarded him with $100 million. They gave up a young asset and Poole for a washed-up CP3. And so, whether it's coaching, players, front office, everybody is accountable for where we are today with this organization.
I'll let you catch your breath because it sounds like you're going to be on the injury report alongside Porzingis right now with your throat.
Guys,
and I get it.
It's going in and out.
I know.
It's been a rough 36 hours.
I know.
It's been a rough 36 hours for you, boy.
So, like, I mean, what? And also there's the whole Giannis backdrop, meaning everything you've assembled is not good enough that anyone else wants. And so, yeah, of course you're not going to get Giannis. Nobody wants what you have. Like, you're right. It is on everyone. And it's a thudding end to whatever this run is. And I'm not saying it's over and they got to trade this guy. It's a gut punch today.
You know, not only is it a gut punch, Shasky, Kuminga showed flashes. I just wish they traded him over the summer, which we talked about. Just trade him. Because this thing is going to hover over the season. And it was all kumbaya for the first 2 weeks. And then it wasn't when they got blown out in Oklahoma City. And so that was that. Then you trade him for Kristaps Porzingis. He played 42 games last season.
I know. 17 this year.
17 this year.
Yeah.
He's got an illness. He's got Achilles tendonitis. You're basically the same player as Al Horford. I can't. They've got a few hours here to make another move. But if they don't, how are we going to talk playoffs? And by the way, I heard Cousin Nick talk about championships. Jimmy Butler tore his ACL. The Warriors are in 8th place. What the hell are we doing talking championships with an 8th place basketball team?
Bonta Hill joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. By the way, he's also joining us in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. What?
Do we have a hospital that can sponsor the station?
Well, you
get my guy some spray.
You have the throat spray right over here.
Septic.
If only you could throw it to him virtually. Maybe
I was doing this morning.
No, we all are.
Everyone's got it.
Everyone's got it right now, Bonta. But I want to ask you this: if you're Stephen Curry, waking up this morning, right, and obviously he's dealing with the runner's knee, what's going through his mind right now? Like obviously, the Giannis thing felt like a pipe dream, first of all, and I know Nick was on this morning saying, hey, they could revisit it in the summertime. It just feels so far away, and as you mentioned, he's going to be 38 here coming up next month, going on 39. It's just, you're waking up this morning as a Warriors fan feeling for Steph, but also, like, how's Steph feeling?
I don't know how Steph's feeling, but I know how the rest of the league is starting to feel. And I was getting whispers Friday before the game against Detroit that they should just reset this whole damn thing. It's time. Reset the whole damn thing. We're here now. We're going to hear from Steph probably tonight after the game.
Can I stop you?
Yeah.
When someone said reset the whole thing, does that include, someone said this to you, does that include trading Steph?
Yes. Says no. It includes ask Steph what he wants.
Gotcha.
Here's the deal. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? Do you want to go somewhere else? Do you want to stay here? Because here's the deal. We're going through another rebuild. And so, I don't know how anybody can sit up here on the phone lines and say, well, you still got a shot at Giannis. Steph's going to be 38. Jimmy's going to be 37 coming off a torn ACL. This is a young man's game.
Yep.
So, fellas, I can't. I'm as disappointed as every single fan at Dub Nation right now.
Man, God, blow it, reset, blow it up. We felt like that could be a possibility, but when you mentioned this guy's name, Giannis Antetokounmpo, fans, their eyes light up. It's like maybe, just maybe.
It was a pipe dream.
It was a pipe dream, but you know what? When Brian Windhorst and people at ESPN keep saying, hey, they're the leader in the clubhouse for a deal, well, Giannis has to sign off on that too. And to your point,
Joe, I had Pam Anderson on my poster in my room growing up. That didn't mean I was going to date her.
You and Tommy Lee both, but
Tommy Lee did it.
Yeah, well, exactly. But Giannis is looking at this situation saying, I want to go to the Western Conference with a 38-year-old Stephen Curry. That didn't make sense to me on the surface, you know, Bonta?
Never made sense. It sounded good, but he probably watched Tuesday night's game. He was like, yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure about the Bay Area. So, look, man, there's so many things. I could talk for hours. Well, probably not today because my voice is going out. But at another time, we could talk for hours how we got to this point. But all dynasties don't end well. 80s of the Celtics, the Showtime Lakers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The Bulls of the 90s, Shaq and Kobe. The San Antonio Spurs with Kawhi Leonard. It never ends like a fairy tale. It always ends. And look, the one thing I could say is we got 14 relevant years of Warriors basketball. But boy, as of right now, it feels like we're heading to some dark ages.
Man, we got the rest of the season still to talk about this team.
Or you could just stay on the line and listen to BPA.
I would love to do that. Let me hear from BPA.
Bring BPA up, please, Carter.
I don't know if he knows how to do both at the same time.
You can't?
He doesn't. Hey, listen.
Okay.
We're on a remote right now. You're asking a lot from the boys in the back.
Put on YouTube. You get 30 seconds. We're going to go to BPA, and you can hear what he has to say, because it sounds like you're dying.
But
I feel bad. I want to hug you.
I do have one more for you, Bonte, because it is time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City.
Oh, yeah.
I know this feels like forever away, but what is your must-have food item this Sunday watching Pats Seahawks?
I mean, I love food and food loves me. Just one thing?
You can have many. You can,
Chloroseptic,
oh my gosh. I mean,
throat spray, cough drops.
Well, throat spray, yeah. Well, KB, get ready for today, baby. I may need some rest. Nachos, wings.
Nachos.
I love celery with ranch.
Me too.
Gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna go nachos. Let me just go nachos. Let me act like I'm on a diet or something. Nachos.
Strong, very strong. More strong than Mike Florio, remember, that plain hot dog. So there you go.
Was that the most obvious answer of all time?
Bonte, good stuff, man.
Guys, really. They traded Kuminga.
I know.
And Buddy.
I know.
For Kristaps Porzingis.
Tingus Pingus.
And hey, over under.
Kristaps Porzingis.
There's 31 games left. Over under 16 games played.
I took the over.
God.
I don't know why.
Oh my God. I'm going to go over.
Okay. He's with me.
I think he played 18 games.
Oh my
18
God.
games.
Oh my God.
Well, he has to get over the sickness. So he has the tendonitis, and then he has like pot sickness on top of it, where he's like lightheaded and increased heart rate.
One last thing. I'll try to get out of here because I know I sound like Doc Rivers right now.
No, you're good.
I need lotion in my throat. What's going to happen with Draymond Green?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
At that presser the other night. Where's his head at? And how will he finish the season? That's another avenue that we haven't drove down yet. How's he going to feel tonight knowing that the team tried to trade him and he's still here with the player option?
That's going to be the question. It's right. We go from the Kuminga conundrum or crisis, and now we shift to what's going to happen with Draymond Green these next few months. That is going to be the question, to your point, because Nick was joining us earlier, Bonte, is like that relationship is not the same now between Draymond and the front office, maybe the coach, whoever. It's just not the same. And we could be seeing the last days or months of Draymond Green in a Golden State uniform. Bonte, we appreciate you joining us this morning, dude, on short notice. Thank you so much. We'll do it again next Tuesday in person in the studio, all right?
Rest up, doggy.
Yeah, we'll see where my voice is at next Tuesday.
Yeah, we'll see. Thanks, bro. There he goes, Bonte Hill, courtesy of River Islands. And he just said right there, he was talking to a source that says they should blow it up, reset. And what does Steph want to do? And that's going to be the conversation, too, on top of the Draymond Green. It's a gut punch this morning, man. It's a gut punch for a lot of Warriors fans. Tingus Pingus. And I keep bringing that up because when he was drafted initially by the New York Knicks, Kristaps Porzingis, when Phil Jackson was their GM once upon a time. Remember, when he took over there, who did he want as their head coach? He wanted Steve Kerr. So in another universe, you might have had Steve Kerr coaching Kristaps Porzingis.
Phil Jackson finally got his way.
Phil Jackson finally got his way. I'm trying to make you laugh here and smile.
There's nothing to laugh about.
I'm trying.
You know?
This is how the mayor's
Then I see Rick Tittle and I smile.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go, Rick.
Love you, man. There he goes. Love that guy.
I needed a smile.
That's good. You got one right there.
God, you know one thing I really underrated? I know like every single cop that's working this entire event.
Joe, I kid you not. I was walking over this morning and I saw some police officers just walking the streets and just patrolling and stuff. And I thought to myself, man, if I'm ever in San Francisco and something goes down and a name drop, you think I can use Joe Shasky?
Yeah.
Yeah? You think it would help me?
I work for the morning round.
You know who I am? I work with Joe Shasky.
You know who I am?
Oh, I know who you are. Yeah, Joe said right to jail with this guy.
Let's call him up real quick. Oh, Spadoni? I don't know that guy. Hangs up immediately.
Sam Lubbock. Never heard of the guy. You should probably book him. He sounds dangerous.
I mean, well.
Look, he's smiling now.
It's funny. Like, I always think of, like, if I got caught speeding on 6th and Market. Right. In my mind, the story would be this. Officer, do you see this area? I fear for my life. I know I was going a little fast, but I'm worried. And I just want to see if I can get off on that. Not get off. You know what I mean? Get off of the charges.
Sure. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Pause.
There's a lot of different words there. Could have been different.
Don't talk about that. There's an awful lot. I remember a story as we go police officer stories of the past. Like, oh God, I was like 1 a.m. I was coming back from somewhere, and I rolled the stop sign, obviously. It was not inebriated. It was totally legal. It was totally fine. But I just rolled the stop sign, right?
California stop.
Well, yeah. And it's Pacific Grove, California. They have nothing better to do and get pulled over. Whoop, whoop. Sees my name on the license plate and says, "Oh, Spadoni, how's the family?" Got lucky. He knew my mom and dad. I was like, Thank God. Did not want to have a $500 ticket attached to there. All right. We got full phone lines. I still want to talk Kuminga. It's going to be full all day long.
This one time, I'm coming down 6th, and a Waymo got stuck.
Oh, no.
And a bunch of, zombies.
We love Waymo.
I do.
Yeah, they are a sponsor.
But there was a bunch of zombies that were in the street, and the Waymo stopped because they didn't want to hit it. And there's a fire engine and everything. And the fire department saw me, go into the other lane and go over because, I turned into Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Right.
And the guy flags me down. I thought he's going to yell at me. He goes, "I listen every day, bro." Who? What are we?
Nothing. I'm just looking. I'm listening.
I feel like I'm missing out.
No, you're good. No, well, because it's funny because you're looking out there.
Yeah, but I have ADD.
He's trying to find the mayor.
You see them walking towards you. I saw Dave Fleming.
I'm mad at the mayor.
You saw Dave Fleming.
He's been cheating on us.
What? With who?
I don't know.
What?
But I'm going to call him out.
Someone else.
Someone who's not a Frisco native.
The mayor. Well, I saw David B. Fleming walking around here. Our guy.
I gave him stop by in a minute, too.
He is? Okay.
Yeah, he's chatting with the college kids right now. So.
Oh, no. Well, I noticed that, too. And I'm calling out a certain university that I went to and I'm an alum from. San Francisco State needs to be down here, baby. The amount of people that went there into the Broadcasting Electronic Communications Becca program, Bonte, me, we got John Curley over there once upon a time, producer here at 95. There's so many people that went to SF State. They need to be down here, baby.
Don't forget, everyone brings up the punch with Draymond. I think yesterday, the shove with Matt Nahigian and some random guy that was trying to
more of a shove is more of just an aggressive grab.
Multiple shoves.
Who was that guy? Who was trying to poach Baldy?
Multiple shoves.
We were trying to bring on the Hall of Famer Terrell Davis.
Matt was hot.
I don't know what was going on.
Matt was hot.
He still is. I don't know where he's at.
Jordan Love's walking by. I mean, it's a who's who.
Oh, Jay Love? You want to
bring him on? You should ask him to be back, but Brock's back up.
What?
You should ask him to be Brock's backup next
year. Are you guys mad at me for saying that to Flacco?
No, it was just really funny.
Dude, I'm in my element, bro. You gotta sell.
No, it wasn't that you said it to him. It's that he had his 3 sons all around him.
They need to know too.
They come to San Francisco.
I'm a realist.
There you go.
People
they need to know he's a backup.
You wouldn't say it to their face. I just said it to Flacco's face. I said, "I can't stand you because you beat us. Can you come to the backup?"
How you poach Flacco to be the backup for Purdy? He says, "Hey, you guys into baseball? You want to join my team?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well,
come on." What?
I'm going to do that to the mayor on the other side.
Oh, that's what you're going to do. Mayor Daniel Lurie will effort.
I do want to hear from the people. I'm just...
Well, Jonathan Kuminga, it's a big story today at 888-957-9570. It's the biggest story we're talking about. I'm sure everyone else has all their different stuff. Patriots, Seahawks, Patriots, Seahawks. No. Jonathan Kuminga is an Atlanta Hawk, people. Kristaps Porzingis is a Golden State Warrior. Buddy Hield is gone. Trayce Jackson-Davis is gone. Oh, and by the way, the trade deadline doesn't officially start until 3 hours from now. The finish line of the trade deadline is 3 hours from now. Things can still happen. D'Anthony Melton has a player option. Do you try to squeeze him for whatever it's worth? I don't know. Big Smooth, AJ, Brian in Palo Alto, Paul, Aubrey, Alex, all of you on the other side, 888-957-9570. And it's going to be brought to you by the Super Bowl Experience, powered by Jersey Mike's and the Bay Area Host Committee.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee.
Save 20% on wild-caught lobster tails with Prime through February 10th at Whole Foods Market. Perfect for romantic meals for two. Made with high-quality, strict ingredient standards you can trust. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
DQ presents
The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Now through February 16th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's President's Day sale. Monumental savings on every floor. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer-focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick-serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and get a $300 instant gift, plus next-day delivery. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. Next day delivery available on select mattresses and subject to location. See store for details.
Yo, it's Guru from 95.7 The Game. The big game is Sunday and it's going down at Bay Street, Emeryville. And you already know this is where you want to be. Pregame kicks off at 2 p.m. TV's on the terrace, a massive plaza screen, and food everywhere. Pizzas, burgers, hand rolls, you name it. The energy will be unreal. The crowd is always hyped. Bay Street knows how to throw a party. And did you know Bay Street is bartable too? Get all the details at BayStreetEmeryville.com/events.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. New England and Seattle have recent history in the big game. And 11 years later, we will see them face off again. Two of the best defenses in the league will take the field in hopes to secure a spot in football history. Will New England's young quarterback or Seattle's revitalized vet lead their team to victory in the biggest game of the season? Brought to you all by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Catch the Black Crows on their Southern Hospitality Tour. They'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 20th. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Yes, the Warriors made what they thought was a very strong offer that included 4 unprotected picks and picks that were going to be, conveyed after Steph Curry was retired. And the Bucks just didn't show a lot of interest in it. They had continued conversations, and at some point last night, the Warriors decided to move on and make this side deal to bring in Kristaps Porzingis. This actually could be a longer-term play. It's possible they will re-sign Porzingis, and this is really as much about next year as it is about this year. But the implication is that Giannis is not going to be a Warrior, and the real question you have is Giannis going to be anything but a Buck by the end of today.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
And that was Brian Windhorst, courtesy of ESPN, breaking it all down right there. And,
longest intro ever?
It was, but you know what? We have to pay the bills somehow, Joe. All right, There's a lot happening. By the way, here's another one. Our big game coverage in 95 Cent the Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And joining us now, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, is none other than the mayor of San Francisco himself, Mr. Mayor Daniel Lurie. I almost said just Mr. Daniel Lurie. That was going to be weird. It's Mr. Mayor, like Mr. President, Mr. Mayor, all of that, right?
On the street, I get called lots of things. It's all good.
All right, so I'm looking at the Warriors right now, and I'm looking at first-round pick. I mean, they're botching things left and right. Mayor, you know how to take an asset and not let it depreciate, but make it appreciate. All right, now, you woke up this morning. What did Sawyer say about Kuminga getting traded, your son?
He woke up late, so we didn't talk about it. I think it had to be done. Right. It had to be done.
Yeah.
And listen, I wish him the best of luck. Talented and a new place. Fresh start, always good. I think what we as Warriors fans need to ask is Giannis the right fit for us? I don't know. I had the opportunity to talk to a Hall of Famer last week.
Oh.
Senator Bill Bradley.
Oh, yeah.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Senator, ran for president. And his question about Giannis was, would he fit in a Steve Kerr system? Does he pass the ball as well? It was an interesting insight. I'm not smart enough to know, but I don't know. Do you give up your whole future for a 31-year-old with a lot of calf injuries?
I know.
I'm worried about that part. But
me too.
Listen, they need some an influx of talent, I would say, because Steph and Dre need some help.
I know. It was your birthday yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Bonte, Mr. Big Drop came up earlier, and he was like, I was at the party, and, Franco Finn and everybody. I mean, you had all the heavy hitters, and I didn't get an invite.
I didn't have all the heavy hitters.
Yeah.
You weren't there.
I know.
This was not a party that I invited people to. This was about celebrating, actually, the NFL honoring Lunar New Year and
cool.
the API community. So we shut down 10 blocks of Chinatown for a block party. The NFL sponsored it.
Nice.
Ghazi of Empire, Mark Young got it going, and the NFL really worked hard on it. And we want to create that in every city going forward. But what better place to do it than our Chinatown?
I mean, look, I know we got a lot of sports stuff happening. The Warriors, people are losing their minds. I'm a native San Franciscan, 5th generation. I grew up in the Excelsior. I remember when, we're going to get the Super Bowl one day.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear about these things, and I always, I cringe. I'm like, what's the country going to say about my city that I love? They're going to take one little negative, and they're going to blow it up. I've been so proud this week as a native San Franciscan, a place that I've chosen to make my home, but I was fortunate enough to be raised here, and I want my son to make it his home for his whole life. And walking around this week, cops everywhere, never been safer, people happy, the weather has held up, businesses are flourishing. I just want to say on behalf of everyone, you brought the World Cup here. You've helped bring this here. I know it's more than that.
Yeah.
You've done a great job. And I'm not just kissing up to you. I see you at baseball events. You care about our businesses. My buddy JJ, you came up and saw us in Seattle. He runs multiple restaurants. He is beaming with pride over what you've done to help him as a small business owner. And I think weeks like this, it's a greater celebration of the league and the city as a whole, but it's a time for us as a community to kind of smell the roses and stick our chest out.
I think that's well said. I think it's not just about this week. It's about showing off what we've been working hard on all year.
Yep.
And what work is still left to do.
Yeah.
And knowing that we're capable of anything. I mean, this is the biggest sporting event in the world.
Hands down.
And we are going to pull it off, and it's going to go incredibly well, just like we did the NBA All-Star Game, and we're going to do for World Cup. But
crazy.
I think people are coming in here expecting a different story, and they're seeing a city on the rise. They're seeing a city that knows how to create the best restaurants in the country. I was in the car with a member of the media yesterday, and we listed off 10 new restaurants that he could go to with his friends this weekend and just have the best time. Our arts, our culture, and our vibes are still, different, and our values are different, and we're so proud of them. So we get to show it off all week, and then come Monday morning, it's all ours again.
Yeah, we'll clean it up and we'll keep it
going.
Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad you bring up the restaurants. I saw you in front of Original Joe's, the Dugan family. I go way back with. Oh my God, we got Dave Fleming over here.
I am not superseding the mayor.
Oh, what are you talking
just keep
about?
talking to the mayor.
Well, you know what?
Dave? This guy
is the best.
He is the best. I text him when he's in some far out place in this country doing a late night show.
Hello,
on
friends. I'm in Augusta, and not only am I going to play on Monday, but I'm calling John Rahm's shot here on 16.
He's also in different parts of Oklahoma and Louisiana, and I always ask, how long is it going to take you to get home? I just want to know the travel schedule home, and he's told me about midnight to 3 a.m. drives to get to an airport. You work so hard. But you are so amazing for our city, people. We love you.
Hell yeah.
I do champion San Francisco.
Yes, you do. And don't stop.
You probably didn't know this about the mayor. Daniel is like a travel nerd. Like he literally wants to know my details about, I'm going to connect through Minneapolis this time because
I don't leave anymore. and I'm just in San Francisco. I went to D.C. for my first work trip in 13 months.
Was that the mayor's meeting?
For the mayor's conference.
Wow.
And I was there for 52 hours, and I started getting jittery. I had to get home, but I loved what flight was I on? What seat was I getting?
When you travel with a brigade of police and security,
it's not,
as deep as this,
I feel great.
It's like a Wu-Tang concert.
Right. We got the mayor of San Francisco, Daniel Leary, joining us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide, as well as the voice of the Giants, NBC Sports Bay Area.
I'm feeling guilty about this. Keep talking to the mayor,
No,
please.
guys, let me say, this is why I love these Sioux, and they're real San Franciscans. I've coached against his son. He actually played catch with us after the game. Dave, you have not done that. You critiqued my coaching style, if I'm not mistaken. I'm totally teasing. But, this is why I love you guys. Not only is this the place you love and you call home and you earn your stripes and your money, it's where you raise your family. And so you really care. There's an invested stock. That's why I love it.
The mayor's got to go.
He's got to run.
He's busy. He's the mayor of San Francisco, Joe. It's Super Bowl week, Radio Row. He's got babies to kiss, people to feed. Let's go.
Daniel, 28th February, SFYBL opening day. Tell me you're going to be out there. My little kid will be out there.
Annie, will I be out there? Yes.
Yes.
She says
28th.
yes.
I think I'm in town.
San Francisco Baseball Academy every Wednesday night. Bring Sawyer. Let's hit.
On Goff and Gary.
Yes.
Or not
the
Goff,
Accardis.
Yeah.
Let's go. They're celebrating 15 years in May. Come out there.
I'll be there.
Please.
Listen, let me ask you one thing.
Yeah.
What's on the agenda tonight?
For me?
Yeah.
I have basketball practice, St. Brandon's from 7 to 8.
We got Warriors,
then I got to put my son to bed.
Come on.
We got the Warrior game that I'm going to have to watch.
Phoenix.
And don't forget that. Then I'm going to wake up super early and do it all again. Who have you not seen?
Well, I'm just saying. So tonight you got Sting, Noah Khan.
Where's that at?
Sting's down at the Palace of Fine Arts.
Oh, nice.
Noah Khan's at the Warfield. Bill Graham, Bay Area Host Committee, has what's his name? Benson Boone.
Oh, yeah.
And then Chris Stapleton on Saturday night. There's 3 straight nights of concerts that the Niners
Tennessee Whiskey
BAHC is putting on, and it's going to be amazing. I know Ghazi and Levi's are doing something at 1 Montgomery every night with one night's going to be Too Short, and
LaRussell was out there, I believe.
I mean, every nook of this city Pier 80 has Diplo and Calvin Harris playing.
Have you run into the girl who does the woman who does the TikTok? Hi, I'm Mayor Daniel Lurie. Come on, she does the impressions.
I've seen it.
Have you seen it?
I've seen it.
It's pretty funny.
It's listen. Anyone making fun of me, fair game. I expect more out of you all making fun of me.
I got one quick one for you. It's the final question brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, Redwood City. What is your must-have food item for the big game party? It's a tough one. You're in deep thought right now.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well,
God.
I read that article. I read that article this morning in the paper that said that they've brought in all new food, and that they have 40 chefs, and every different concession area is going to have different hits. Like some crazy $180 burger. That's not on my list.
Hot dog bills?
How about just a good hot dog and a good pretzel?
What do you put on your hot dog?
Spicy mustard.
Oh, smart. Strong. It's a strong take.
We had Mike Florio. He goes, no condiments on the hot dog. I go, it's the most predictable thing I've ever heard.
Florio
right? For Florio?
There you go. NBC Sports. There you go.
Of the year.
Hey, Mr. Mayor.
You're the man.
Right. We appreciate the time this morning.
You know I love
Thank
you, buddy.
so much.
Thank you for everything you do.
Good
Yes.
Thank
to
you
see
so much.
Nice
Absolutely.
to meet you in person.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Dave,
Great to
always,
see you.
always have fun this
Keep
weekend.
doing what you do. I will.
There he goes.
Thank you.
Chaska, you putting your headphones back on? Yes. Okay. There you go.
I don't want him to trip on my headset.
That's actually
Let me
very
squeeze
smart
in here. We got
because
Dave Fleming.
That happens. Dave Fleming joining us right now.
Dave, you're the
courtesy
man.
of the River Adams guest line.
I won't crash the show. I'll leave.
No, Kuminga gets traded. You're a diehard sports fan. Like, look, you were a part of it with the Giants. No, I'm serious. Like, the Giants, they were loyal, almost to a fault. And they hung on and hung on and hung on and hung on. And there's an element to be said for the Warriors. Maybe they held on to some of the guys a little too long. And the draft picks, they've dried up. And to say goodbye to Kuminga, it's not about just Kuminga this morning. I think it's the overall arching last 4 or 5 years after the championship. They got nothing to show for it. And I know all good things come to an end, but I'm just so disappointed this morning.
But you think today, this morning, is the signal of that?
No, it's kind of the last nail into the coffin.
Yeah. I mean, I think...
Am I tripping?
No, I think clearly they didn't handle Kuminga the way that they could have or should have. I think they would say that. And
yes.
That doesn't put the blame all on the team.
No.
Jonathan didn't do what he needed to do to become... The Warriors wanted him to be a big part of this franchise. They wanted him to be the next star. They gave him a lot of opportunity to do that. So at some point, the player has to be accountable for not being able to do that. But it is disappointing that whether he was going to stay or whether he was going to go, it didn't turn into something. I mean, Kristaps Porzingis can't play.
Thank you.
So they traded for somebody who can't get on the court and help him. That is frustrating, and that does sort of signal to me that this year at least is, the championship hopes for this year. If they were going to somehow find a way, can we make a move that gives us a shot in a year that feels pretty wide open, I think that's probably gone.
Dave Fleming is joining us live on the Odyssey Sports Zone Radio, represented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And Dave, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk some Giants here with you.
I
You're winning all your Giants here. Well, the conversation we're having,
I am.
Before we got to Kuminga, we were talking about Framber Valdez yesterday, signing that 3-year deal with the Detroit Tigers. Shasky was like, we couldn't do that. Like, he wanted Framber very bad.
I must have tore it out. No, I wanted Framber. My theory was 3 for 165. Let's do it. They did 3 for 120 or whatever it ended up being. I wanted him. I still think, who knows, maybe a trade happens. Luis Arias, I like the pickup in the sense that he had 150 strikeouts from this guy, 150 strikeouts from that guy. This guy struck out 21 times last year. Do I love him as a top-of-the-order guy? Not necessarily. But in terms of put the ball in play, a team that struggled to get guys home from third with less than 2 outs, I'm not mad at this move.
Yeah, well, it's a no-risk move.
Right?
There's zero downside to signing him to a 1-year deal.
Yes.
I mean, the absolute worst-case scenario, you spend a little cash, but otherwise,
Oh, false alarm. Whoa, they're just playing.
Breaking news. Not injury.
According to Shams Charania, the Milwaukee Bucks have indicated to teams that they are keeping Giannis Antetokounmpo through the trade deadline and will start making other trades, sources tell ESPN.
So we got Arson judged.
Oh my God! Don't want to go that far.
I'm teasing.
Breaking news. There's nothing happening.
You know, some of the best moves are the ones you don't make.
Yeah.
You know, and I bet we look back at this a couple years from now. Like, it sucks that we didn't get them. But, you know, is there a world we look back on this and say, hey, glad we didn't? I don't know. I'm spinning here.
We're talking Giannis now.
Yeah, Giannis.
Yeah, no, there's no world in which we say we're glad we didn't get him. We want Giannis. Who doesn't want him?
I know, of course you do.
Yeah.
We got Jerry
Speaking
and
of
Emmett.
starstruck, Emmett Smith and
Should
Jerry
I
Rice
boo the
dapping it up right
Cowboys from
behind
here?
you.
Okay.
I mean, come on. Let's
Boo
go.
the Cowboys.
This is pretty cool.
Who's the better Dancing with the Stars contestant, Jerry or Emmett?
I'm going Emmett.
Yeah, Jerry.
This is Jerry Springer.
Jerry, you got to come on.
Jerry.
I tried. Emmett, come on. We'll talk about the 94 championship game.
We tried. Their handlers are all time.
I'm happy to pass my head.
No. You're going to sit here and you're going to narrate my shenanigans.
Did you watch the Cowboys documentary?
Yes.
Which was really well done. And my favorite part about it was the Niners-Cowboys stuff that was in it.
It was incredible.
It was awesome.
And Charles Haley
was awesome.
Not realizing that the team was trying to help him.
Yeah, Charles is a complicated guy. But when I see those two now, I really think of that. And both those guys were good in it. Emmett was really good in it.
Really good.
That was fun to watch.
Did you see the Niner one?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my God,
I heard it was awesome.
Tom Brady is like narrating, and I go, God, I wanted this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so. Look, can I ask you about the Giants, though, while we got you here?
Arise, no risk. Big upside. I mean, Luis Arise is a guy that no pitcher wants to face in a big spot. Our pitchers don't like facing him. He is a good player. He had his worst year last year.
Yep.
Worst year. So, like, what does that mean? Is that the new him? If so, then maybe it's not a great signing. Maybe he's not going to really help him. If it's not, if he's the guy who was the last few years before that, you got somebody really good.
Yeah, he would have the fourth best on-base percentage on the team. Last year, his down year, was second in doubles. He would have led the team in hits. Like, there's a lot of positive to be had. I'm looking at baseball as a whole. I mean, Kyle Tucker going to the Dodgers. It's just, Dave, what's going on with the sport?
I mean, it's a fair question. The system is not good.
Yes.
The system does need to be changed. It's really complicated how you change it. The thing about baseball, the thing that our fans need to, I'm not preaching, I'm not telling them how to think or feel, but baseball's not a sport where you can just it just isn't that way. And super teams don't always work, and just signing whoever seems like the best player doesn't always work. There are other factors that make a team a great team.
Yeah.
Dodgers are a super talented team. Does it protect them against more downside? It does. Like, the Dodgers are going to be really, really good again. It's annoying. It's frustrating if you're a Giants fan. It doesn't mean the season's over. The Blue Jays should have beaten them.
The Padres
had them 2 years ago. Baseball doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
So don't be discouraged, like, because they signed Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker, they're going to win 130 games. They're not.
No.
They're still a baseball team that can be beaten. The Giants have a chance to take their shot at them.
All right, rapid fire. Who's my closer?
Ryan Walker.
Okay. Who's his setup, man?
Probably a combo effort. Okay. I do think the guy, for me, that they traded with the Mets for, Blade Tidwell, he's got the stuff to be a setup. He's got big-time, massive power stuff.
Yeah.
His college coach was Tony Vitello, knows him really well. His college pitching coach is here. I have a feeling in spring training we're going to be impressed by him, and I think he could end up being one of those high-leverage guys.
As a diehard like me, give me something to hang on to on why I should love Tony Vitello.
Because he's going to make the Giants-Dodgers games way more feisty and interesting and intense. He is not going to back down from any team, anybody. He's going to ramp up the intensity level, the competitiveness.
Yeah.
Not just those Dodgers games day to day. Super smart talent evaluator. Like, the thing that Tony crushed in college, the reason why he became the best coach in college baseball, he mastered the portal. How do you do that? You identify talent.
Yeah.
You look all over college baseball. You watch film, you watch players, and you say, who's the best guy? He hit on all those guys. Like, he didn't miss. That skill translates. The skill of looking at players and saying, here's what that guy can be.
Yeah.
Here's what this guy isn't. I know I can make the most of this guy. That skill translates, whether it's your own team, your own players, other players, your opponent. I think he's going to be really good.
What does that mean for Eldridge?
Well, two things. I talked to Tony recently. I asked him about Eldridge. I don't want to, you know, it was not a totally public conversation, but, I think he'd be okay with me saying Bryce does need to work on the athleticism. You know, Bryce was a pitcher and a DH for his whole career until becoming a pro.
So he was a PO, essentially.
He didn't work on the explosiveness of baseball. He needs to get a little more agile, a little more flexible, a little more explosive, help the base running. Defense has already gotten way better. Big improvements. Look, he can be what we all think he can be. It might not be right away. I think they want him to be, but I think Tony is willing to say to him, if it comes to it, you need a little more time. There are a few things. I think Tony's not afraid to do that. Tony's not the kind of guy and Buster's not the kind of guy who's just going to hand the job to him. He's going to have to come to spring training and show that, okay, the offseason was productive. He made some more improvements. He's ready to go. He's got massive upside. I love the kid. Great personality, great work ethic, wants to be a giant, wants to be great. All that. He's an awesome, awesome young man.
We need it.
Yeah, we do.
We need it bad. Real quick, I love the Bader signing. Reminds me of Pilar. Like when they got Kevin Pilar, he was like, we need better defense in center field. Bad.
Yeah.
All right, it's time for the final question, Dave Fleming, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. Let's go. Is your must-have food item for the big game party, Dave?
No doubt for me, must-have. There are lots of things I'll have, but you can buy the best avocados you can and make the homemade fresh guacamole.
Let's go.
It's the best. Come on. All the other stuff, fine. You can have it. You can leave it out.
Yeah.
I got to make my own fresh guacamole.
You're a Californian now. Come on, you got to have. You are.
When are we going to go, to Augusta together?
Of course.
Help yourself. Hello, Are you working that this year?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I love that Brooks came back.
Brooksy.
I'm working on my golf voice. I do too.
I think more to come. And look, as much as the shovel, a.k.a. Patrick Reed, is a villain, they need villains.
Shovel.
That's what my dad used to call him, the shovel.
They need players. They also need the tour needs to get with it on the pace of play stuff.
And they're doing that now.
Crazy.
Oh my God.
They got to do it.
Oh, you don't like aim point? And where the guys doing the thing?
Got to do it. Get rid of it.
The chairman of the Masters, right? They came out. They're going to be doing that.
Yeah.
So. All right, Dave. Thanks so much.
Tell the family
Bring in somebody more.
I know Steiny's right there.
Bring in somebody more.
We go from a hard thrower to a lob toss.
And David, it was nice to meet you in person for the first time.
I can't believe it.
You're the man, dude. I'll see you soon.
I blew up your mayoral interview.
No, Daniel's great.
You added to it.
See ya.
Let's go. There he goes. That's Dave Fleming, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. We're just back-to-back with the mayor.
Two legends.
The mayor of the Giants, Dave Fleming.
Totally made up for my depression over Kuminga for the moment.
Well, if we had more time, don't worry. We'll get back to that because we got full phone lines. I want to get on Kuminga on the other side.
Let's do it.
888-957-9570. I wanted to ask more if we had more time with him. He does ESPN college football. I was going to say, at any point, could you even fathom Super Bowl MVP Sam Darnold potentially? Because I'm sure he called a lot.
I don't even want to think of that.
I know you don't, but again, if we have more time,
Super Bowl MVP Sam Darnold. I know. The only thing that would be worse is like most improved player, all-star, Jonathan Kuminga next year.
Oh my God. Oh, man. Hey, JK is a Atlanta Hawk.
I might need a cigarette. Where's Matt at? After that, hour of fun, I might need a cigarette myself.
Big Smooth, AJ, Brian and Palo Alto, Paul, Aubrey, Alex. We'll get to all of you on the other side.
We know it's Kuminga. Thank you for taking a quick derail with us with Fleming and the mayor.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I broke out with
It's okay. No, 888-957-9570. We'll get to all of you on the other side. The phone lines are back open, people, so please give us a call. Jonathan Kuminga is an Atlanta Hawk. How we feel in Dub Nation, and where does this team go from here as we are less than 3 hours away from the NBA trade deadline? Officially, do they still have more moves to make? We know now, Shams Charania let it know, Giannis is not going anywhere. He is staying in Milwaukee, a.k.a. Milwaukee, which of course is Algonquin for the good land. Spadoni, Shasky, wrapping it up on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Join Odyssey and Chewy Gomez at BAHC Live at the Henry J. Kaiser Center in Oakland for the Big Game Watch Party this Sunday. Odyssey and Chewy Gomez appearances are brought to you by our partners at AC Transit. Let AC Transit get you there. With convenient service across the East Bay, AC Transit gets you close to the action. Avoid downtown parking. Arrive stress-free and catch every play this Sunday at Oakland's official watch party. Plan your trip today at actransit.org.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to save on Toyota's incredible lineup of 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles. Save with President's Day deals on the 50 mpg Corolla Hybrid and 51 mpg Camry. And right now, get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Get the most out of Northern California this year. Hurry in to save during Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 3/2/26.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Spadoni and Shasky live downtown San Francisco, Moscone Center for Radio Row, and it's been all over the place this morning. The biggest story here in the Bay, currently, Jonathan Kuminga is now an Atlanta Hawk. Him and Buddy Hield, gone. Kristaps Porzingis is now a Golden State Warrior. We just had Dave Fleming and the mayor of San Francisco on. We're going to have Jay Glazer joining us in a little bit. Obviously, there's a lot going on in the NFL offseason. I guess Max Crosby might be available. And who better to talk about that than with the guy that covers the 49ers.
Let's
who joins us the last couple weeks.
Let's go.
Sports Illustrated Zone. Grant Cohn. Grant, good morning. How you doing, man?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing fantastic.
What a zoo this is, huh?
Oh, this is phenomenal, man. I just saw Jaden Daniels and his mom walk by.
Oh, yeah.
It's really cool.
Nice.
She really is about that life, man.
So it's funny that you said that because, like, we were talking about it. Some people, like, they just totally big league you because their status is through the roof.
Right.
Fred Warner comes over, hey, what's up, man? What's up? And I'm not like, that's just who Fred is. Like, he's a down-to-earth, very genuine individual. I got to get into this thing. Trey Lance is one of the worst decisions any organization has done. No, and I was rooting for him. It was horrible. They struck out. 3 picks, 1 player, he stunk. They moved quickly off him. I will give them credit there, and they pivoted to Brock Purdy. 2019 Jordan Poole, 2020 number 2 overall Wiseman, 2021 2 picks, Kuminga, Moody, Patrick Baldwin. 5 years later, none of them is on the team. You have no picks to call your own, so there's no future. And none of the players you got back are going to help you. And I'm stuck looking at the carcass of Porzingis. Is this worse? Like, the totality of what the Warriors have done around Curry while winning a title during that time, is this worse than the Niners trading for Trey Lance?
Yes, because they held on to Kuminga for so long and wouldn't admit that they were wrong. With the Niners, it looked like Kyle Shanahan took one look at Trey Lance in practice and were like, ooh, we got it wrong, and this is our secret, and we're going to trade. They got a 4th-round pick for Trey Lance. Can you imagine? And Joe Lacob just kept trying to manifest it for years and years and years and ultimately got nothing and wasted a great portion of Steph Curry's prime. So, I mean, when Jed York took over, you're thinking, like, this is the most incompetent owner in sports. And when Joe Lacob took over, it's like, man, this guy is magic.
Yes.
Now it's like, are you worse than Jed? Is Jed better than you?
Oh, my God.
I don't know. Okay, from afar, like, and I know you're from Oakland. You love the Warriors.
Town, baby.
How do you view Joe Lacob, right, today?
I'm still bitter that he took the team away from Oakland. I feel like that was an ego move. I feel like his ego is so big, and he built an incredible team with Jerry West and a lot of people that were making decisions, and then he decided that him and his son wanted to make decisions. Like, I don't follow the team that closely, but it seems like he needs to get out of the way. And this whole Kuminga thing is his fault. And he still hasn't traded picks to add to a team with Steph Curry. Like, what are they doing right now?
I don't know. I legitimately don't know.
Grant Cohn joining us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Grant covers the 49ers for Sports Illustrated. And Grant, we were talking about earlier, like the compare and contrast with these organizations, and it starts with top down. You look at the Patriots and Seahawks, both just structurally sound, right? Even though one of them is going to be sold, right? Paul Allen obviously passed away, owner of the Seahawks. They're going to be sold after the Super Bowl's done. But you think of John Schneider, a mainstay there, making the hire of Mike McDonald. They're in sync. They're intertwined. You look at the New England Patriots, Mike Vrabel, Elliott Wolf, they're intertwined. Robert Kraft, obviously. You look at the San Francisco 49ers, we've talked about this. Jed York, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan. Hell, we had like a season-ending show with you. Like, who calls the shots? With the Warriors right now, who is calling the shots? Is it Joe Lacob? Is it Kirk? Is it Mike Dunleavy? Because I keep hearing people wanting to fire Mike Dunleavy. I was like, he was hired, and he got handed a turd sandwich with the Jordan Poole stuff. You had to get rid of him because you weren't getting rid of Draymond. You bring in Chris Paul, and really since then, since the punch, it's been all bad. It's been all bad.
It's Lacob's fault. He pushed out the entire front office. He pushed out Jerry West. He pushed out Travis Schlenk. He wanted to do it himself. He wanted to prove that he was the reason that they built the whole. Didn't Andre Iguodala say that? It's like, you think you built this?
Yeah.
And he does. And look what he's built now. I mean, he's responsible for this. And really, he should have traded Curry. If you're not going to put anything around him, then let him go and compete somewhere else. But he won't do that either.
If you're the owner that trades away Curry,
it's tough look.
Wow. I mean, look at the guy. Eddie had 4 championships when Carmen and Dwight Clark convinced Joe to take that deal to go to Kansas City. And people, my dad, to this day, Joe would have won that Super Bowl. Joe would have won that Super Bowl. Like, that's what he said to me in real time. I mean, the guy to trade away Curry, yikes.
It's better than doing nothing. And I don't advocate for trading Curry, but like trade the draft picks.
Yeah.
Put someone, or Porzingis doesn't count.
No.
He can't play.
No. It's
so
crazy.
What did they do yesterday?
It's
I
crazy.
don't understand what they did. They just gave up on Kuminga. Like,
basically. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, but they had 4.5 years to figure it out with Kuminga.
Yeah.
And then let me double down. If Kerr decides to walk away, did you make the move for Curry, for Kerr, for yourself, because you don't believe in, like, what? You get where I'm going with this? Like, what if the new coach comes in and he can make something out of Kuminga? That's why you had to get a player back that can help you.
It seems like you're almost pushing Kerr out because he couldn't make it work with Kuminga, but now you just acknowledge that Kuminga couldn't work. I mean, there were a lot of people that were blaming Kerr for the problems with the Warriors. Like, I try to blame Kyle Shanahan sometimes. Like, this is a multi-championship coach who knows what he's doing. He's proven it. And because he can't figure out Kuminga, he's not that good anymore. What?
Well, no, I think he's still really good, but I will say, look, we can pick apart any great coach. Popovich not having Tim Duncan on the floor for a final shot. You know, Belichick's got his moments. There are some things that Kerr would probably want back. But I think one thing that I look at this thing, they were too loyal to certain guys.
Yep.
You know, and then also too loyal to their own draft picks that the league was telling them aren't worth anything.
Yep. And look, at least I understand why they held on to this for so long. They won championships.
Yes.
Then I look at the Niners. They've been holding on to their core, like Kyle Juszczyk and Kittle and all these people forever. And they won nothing. I mean, you have the oldest offense in the league. You really don't have an excuse to be holding on the way the Warriors do. I get what the Warriors are doing.
Now, when you bring up the Niners, I have to ask. Yeah. Raheem Morris, we had Baldy in. Dante Whitner had said something the night before. I mean, he just eviscerated
he destroyed him.
He eviscerated him.
And then he basically said it was nepotism that he got hired.
Yeah. Then we asked Baldy, I go, hey, Baldy, you like the Raheem Morris hire? Just a simple question. He paused for so long. Now, Baldy's been wrong on things. He admits that. But he is very lukewarm on Raheem Morris.
Well, I mean, the results aren't there. He's been a coach for a long time. He's never had a top defense. He inherited the #1 defense with the Rams, and when he coached it, it was like the 17th ranked defense in the league. And Chris Sims was making a case for him. He's Kyle's best friend.
Yeah.
I'm sure they talk.
They go Tampa, obviously.
Yeah. It's like, well, the defense was good last year, but, you know, they didn't have many sacks. They didn't force many turnovers, and Morris is going to bring some of those big plays back. Okay, but the Niners defense gave up 21 points per game, and the Falcons defense gave up 23 points per game, so good luck getting those sacks and picks.
It's good numbers.
Well, did they pivot too early? Because obviously Jim Schwartz is, I think, the name that most people wanted, right? We talked to you about it, the inventor of the wide 9. It would have been perfect here, the sticky man coverage. But now that they were like, no, we can't wait because maybe Todd Monken wants to bring him back. And now it's looking like Jim Schwartz, you know, potentially he was flirting with Philly, but they're bringing back Fangio, I guess. Maybe he's on the move. I don't know.
When they waited too long last time, they got stuck with Steve Wilkes.
True.
So I get what you're saying.
No, for
you're
sure.
Not wrong.
But, it's better than Gus Bradley. I think where fans are just feeling they're just happy it's not him. But that shouldn't be the expectation, Greg.
So
I'm
low.
happy it's not Gus Bradley.
I'd love to think that the Niners would have wanted Jim Schwartz if he were available, but part of me feels like they wouldn't, and the reason that Morris is here is truly because he's very good friends with Kyle Shanahan. I'm not saying he's a bad coach, but like that might have been the trump card. And Jim Schwartz, is he friends with Kyle? Does he know Kyle? Does he look down on Kyle? I mean, he's probably been coaching since Kyle was in high school.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's a different dynamic.
Well, it's same with John Lynch, obviously, going back to the Tampa Bays where he was on that team that won. So they're all tight, not just Kyle and Raheem Morris. You think there's going to be a big move for the 49ers this offseason? Jay Glazer is going to be joining us in a couple minutes. Was talking yesterday, I think Yahoo Sports, it was saying Max Crosby, he's played his final game as Raider. Basically, that's what he said.
It's going to cost a lot.
And he said it's going to cost more than Micah Parsons. Would you do that trade for the Niners? It's 29.
I mean, trade 3 first-round picks. You could keep them and let John Lynch use them, and I mean, he can't draft. Yeah. So I would consider it, but it would be 3 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Because for Parsons, it was 2 and Kenny Clark. The Niners picks are at the end of the first round. I mean, the Lions and the Cowboys are probably going to offer picks for him too. They're probably not going to get him, but from what I heard, because I'm connected, Max
Give me that drop.
He's not against coming to the Niners. It's not his first choice, but he wants to win, and he has Bay Area ties.
Let me throw something at you that it's my new way of thinking. It's not the end-all, be-all. Very few defensive players do I want to give a third contract to, and I'm looking at this like Myles Garrett's one that I would because of his body and how long but even then there's no guarantees. I'm so reluctant on giving Max Crosby new money, trading for him. Even Nick Bosa. If this is the final year with him, so be it. If Max Crosby is worth 3 firsts, what's Bosa worth for the Niners if they were to dangle him out? Just in a theoretical.
Maybe 2. Maybe 2. I mean, he did tear his ACL for the 3rd time, but I still think people feel that he's going to bounce back. He's about 28 years old. Yeah. I think 2, maybe 2 plus. About the same.
Because I look at where the Warriors are at currently, and I think the indecision and the inability to move off of people has stymied them and put them where they're at. I'd like to see the Niners do some bold stuff. And I look at their team, and I go, I don't think you're 1 or 2 picks away. Like, you're not a whole, even if you hit on the whole draft class, you got a lot of holes. So, I don't know.
Instead of trading for Crosby, why don't you trade one of your stars? How about the guy sitting over with Pat McAfee right now? Would you trade Christian McCaffrey right now?
Walking around, yeah.
What are you going to get for a running back in his 30s?
If you could get a 3rd-round pick for Christian McCaffrey, would you take it?
Oh.
No, not today.
I would.
Because I think offensively on 3rd down, he brings tremendous value as a pass catcher coming out of the backfield. For me, I would pause. They've smoked like 40 third-round picks.
You had to think about it, though.
They've smoked so many third-round picks.
It's true.
Danny Gray, so many.
Price. It's true.
All right, Grant Cohn, it's time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What is Grant Cohn's must-have food item for the big game party?
3rd-round pick.
Must-have food item.
I'm going to chew on this all day.
Oh, man, I'm going to be in the press box with Joe.
I'm not going. I'm going up north.
He's not watching.
I promised my wife after I flew to Seattle and they lost, she's like, you got to do something for me. I'm like, all right, we'll go up to the river.
I just hope I get some chicken fingers in the press box, man, with some ranch.
Is this your first radio row or 3rd or 4th? What is this?
I was in the one 2 years ago in Vegas.
Okay.
You're a Bay Area native. Have we shined this week?
San Francisco has. It's too bad that everyone has to commute back and forth to the South Bay, but I love I feel like San Francisco and Oakland have gotten a real bad rap in the media the last 10 years, and everyone's here is like, hey, this is a really nice city. It's like, what are people talking about? It's like, yeah.
I know.
What?
I know.
Couldn't have asked for better weather. It's been absolutely sensational. The rest of the country is under snow. We're at 60 degrees. It's beautiful. And 60 here is like 70. So
it is. Give me one person you want to run into, celebrity, athlete, whatever.
You're a Bad Bunny guy, right?
Jed York, man. Come on, Jed. I want to see Jed,
You're not
baby.
Kay Adams.
Yeah, you're not.
You're not getting that interview. You're not getting a softball.
Okay.
What would you ask Jed?
Okay, Jed, why won't you move the practice facility for a year? I know you think it's a bunch of hocus pocus to substation stuff, and it might be, but why don't you test it yourself? Just move the substation. Go to Rockland. Go to Redwood City. It's so easy to, and you might not be the most injured team in the league, and then it's like, great. Or do you want to keep doing the same thing?
You did an interview with the scientist. I mean, she knew everything. I mean, she's an expert, clearly. I don't know nothing, okay? But when she was talking about, I tried to do studies on the upgrades of the facility. It made a lot of sense. I went house hunting many years ago before I bought my house, and we were looking at our house near a power line, and the guy was like, I would never want to raise my family near the power line. And I was like, I never thought of that. And this is just a real estate agent. So I don't know, what she was saying, I listened. I'm not saying it's right, it's wrong, but it doesn't matter what you think.
Correct.
I think what you think. If the star thinks it,
why do they have grass at Levi's? Because the players think it's safer.
Exactly.
It may or may not be. The NFL came out a week ago and they're like, it's not.
It's the NFL. Well, NFL obviously. They cater to the owners, which are cheap as hell.
Are the same as grass injuries.
But Jed's like, we're not going to spare any expense because we care. All right, man, then go to Santa Clara University for a year.
Right. Well, there's a reason, too, why the World Cup's coming here, and they don't want their international superstars playing on turf at all, so they're all switching it to grass because they have done the studies. Lionel Messi on line one. Grant, great stuff. We appreciate the time, bro.
Thanks,
Thank you so much.
Buddy. Have a good one.
We'll be walking or not, I'm sure we'll bump into each other.
Subscribe on his YouTube channel, Grant Cohn. He's the king, the master P, if you will, of YouTube when it comes to Niner content. I've got the refrigerator repairman, see you, buddy, hitting me up right now, telling me, How you doing? I'm in the middle of a show. Great to see you. You're the queen of Moscone, right?
Queen of Moscone.
You run this whole thing.
Wow.
The manager. It's my buddy Sean's wife.
Okay, well,
Sweetheart.
can you know her name? Can I get her name?
I said Leone. I said that.
Oh,
I thought you.
You said my buddy Sean's wife. I was like, she has a name. Please.
Great to see you.
Beautiful back too.
Yes. If I hang here long enough, I'm gonna just keep just high-fiving and hugging people.
There you
Sorry.
go. We're good. We are efforting.
She's the manager of all the convention center here at San Francisco.
Nice.
Moscone Center. They've done a great job. This has been a lot of fun.
No, it's been incredible.
I mean, the Kuminga news notwithstanding.
We're efforting Jay Glazer, NFL on Fox, insider there. But in the meantime, let's go to the phones.
Let's go.
If they're still out there, let's try Big Smoothie in Oakland. Is Big Smoothie still there? AJ in LA.
Yo, what's
up,
on?
AJ?
How you doing, gentlemen?
How you doing, man? We appreciate your patience.
Man, no, it's all good, man. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. All right, so as a basketball fan, I'm happy for JK and TJB, those guys, because one thing about, in my case, I play D1 basketball, and one thing that basketball players honor almost even over winning is enjoying playing the game of basketball. And so you could just tell those guys was just not enjoying the game, and I just hated that for them, So in that case, good luck. But in the Warriors case, man, I'm disturbed, man. I have no idea what they're doing. Well, actually, I know what they're doing. It's a slow bleed out. I called you guys a long time ago. I was like, they need to blow this thing out because they're bleeding out. This is a dead franchise. They don't play a beautiful brand of basketball anymore. Like, who really want to watch that trash that they're putting up? I mean, we watched the game the other day. They shot like 60 3-pointers and 22 pointers, Like, who wants to watch that type of basketball anymore? It's pretty much a wrap. And if you're Giannis, you're looking at that brand of basketball. Why would he even want to consider coming here, So, guys,
I know, AJ. I'm sad too.
I hear it in your voice, AJ. We appreciate the call. And that's ultimately it. It was a pipe dream. Why would Giannis want to come here right now? Why? For the carcass that is the Golden State Warriors at this point, which I hate to say, we're the flagship. We love them. We're going to talk about them ad nauseum. When Kristaps Porzingis, if he makes his debut as a Golden State Warrior, we'll talk about it. We'll discuss it. But right now, you're feeling down. This isn't the lowest moment, but if you would tell me this feels like the lowest moment in the Stephen Curry era, I would believe it. 888-957-9570. By the way, I saw Lolo
I don't know.
Neal.
I think breaking your hand, KD leaving, and Clay being out for the year is pretty low.
You just won a title.
No, I know. It was 2 years prior.
But you had youth you had youth, right?
Yeah.
On your side.
I mean, when you have a broken hand, you're pretty low.
No, I'm not saying it's great, but I mean, he's 38. He's going on 38 years old. He has runner's knee.
Yeah, I know.
And in Draymond Green, is he the second best player on the team?
I'm 43 and I'm hurt all over.
You're hurting.
Yeah, and
we're all hurting.
I'm 1/100th of the athlete, or maybe 1/1,000,000th of the athlete Steph Curry is.
Let's go to Bleacher Dave in West Oakland. Wants to join the conversation.
Bleacher Dave?
What's up, Bleacher?
Oh, what up, boys? What's happening?
How you doing, man?
I've had better days.
Oh my God, we gonna remember where we were when this one happened. But wait, I got to start with Bonte's. I'm just gonna say he's talking out of his grief. Trade Steph? Are you freaking kidding me?
Let me be abundantly clear. That wasn't Bonte that said that. That was someone he talked to that is in the league said that to him.
1 minute, Christian.
I just want to make that clear.
1 minute. Come on, sit with us. Oh, come on.
So, okay, however you want to put it, this is what I get. So, for people who are paying for their tickets, Steph Curry is something to see. Now, y'all been around a long time. You remember when the Warriors weren't not only bad, had no entertainment value. That Gui Santos, Pat Spencer lineup has no entertainment value. So, I'm looking at this thing like, oh, my gosh, I am sick to my stomach. Porzingis, of all the people, I don't care how bad he scores.
Feel me?
He can't get on the floor, man. He can't get on the floor. This is, right now, we got to face this. We are being hoisted on our Joey Lakers being hoisted on his petard about light years ahead. The culture's bad. The drafting is bad. The players are bad. There is something rotten inside this franchise, and I think it starts with arrogance. Look, if you win, if you're very successful in life, you come to this enterprise and perhaps you win too soon because you're building on the back of the dudes that were here before you that drafted really well and got lucky. You kind of think it might be easier than it is. Warriors fans, buckle up. Tickets are going to be cheap. Come on out to the arena and let's watch Steph get jiggy with it.
I love you, Bleacher Dave.
There he goes, Bleacher Dave. The emotions are all over the place today, but I think just frustration is the one that is all-encompassing. What you got?
I was a foul tip.
That's all right. Oh, you try to get a Christian.
I tried to get Christian McCaffrey.
He talked back to you, though.
I know.
So that's the foul tip. That's all right.
He knows. He
knows. I should have just yelled out, Christian, I went to Stanford. Come here. Like, we might have, known each other. No, just lied.
He looked you up and down. You're not Stanford.
You're not Stanford material. Fleming, too. No, Dave Fleming was just here. He went to Stanford. He's a Tiger. He knows. No,
I am going to go get him, though, after this show.
Are you going to try?
Yeah, I'm going to figure out how I'm going to go get him.
Okay.
I apologize. I'm so, ADD'd out. But, when someone who's in our backyard walks by, I'm going to yell at them.
See, I said this earlier. This place is my first time at Radio Row. It feels like Disneyland or like Universal Studios.
But you're a minnow. I'm a shark.
Well, no, it's fine.
Because the shark is trying to hunt.
No, you are. But, yeah, I'm just trying to absorb. I'm absorbing.
I don't
need to get out of my element here. Shout out Big Lebowski, Donnie. You're out of your element.
Do not spread my ashes into my face.
It's all time.
Oh, my God.
It's one of the best movies that still gets slept on, in my opinion. Nobody messes with the Jesus.
Coffee cup. Oh, my God.
It's all time. Dust in the wind.
Dude, Goo looks so good today.
He does.
He got the dark blue sweatsuit going.
He's got the suit. Well, they got Lorenzo Neal on, who's right behind you.
Oh, Big Low? Low Daddy?
And you don't think that guy can
what's up, Big Low?
See, Low can say, what's up to CMC, and he'll come over here. That's what's going to happen. Well, he's shooting the breeze. Don't interrupt him. He's in the middle of an interview.
I don't even know who he's talking to.
He's
doing an interview with another station right now.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I thought you were talking to Marshawn or somebody. I don't know what's going on.
This guy.
I was going to bring them both on.
Coach.
Hey, I'm contenting.
Okay.
All right? I'm trying to get a big mouth bass.
Higgins run 2 miles chasing after Jerry Rice this morning.
Dude, how many heaters is he going to have to offset all that conditioning?
If he was holding a goat fuel, he would have came on. How about that? Brad in Oakland wants to join the conversation. What's up, Brad?
Oh, yeah, I talked last night. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I was talking to you guys again last night. I'm talking to you this morning. This thing about the Warriors going down, they not who they used to be, and they I think the fans should understand that things happen, right? You can't always have the best team or the dynasty all the time. So you got to just thank the Lord that it's a dynasty as long as they can be a dynasty, and that's my issue on that. Okay, but also I believe they're doing the best they can, and I'm not blaming it on Kerr. I'm just saying things happen, and we have to accept where we are now. I'm just hoping that 7-2 center happened. I hope he stays healthy. I think he really will help the Warriors on rim protection and somebody that can hit that three to spread the floor. So that's what I have to say. That's it.
Thanks, Brad. 888-957-9570. If you want to squeeze in here, got another 10 minutes or so talking Jonathan Kuminga getting traded to the Atlanta Hawks. Trade deadline in the NBA is 2 hours and 19 minutes away, 12 o'clock Pacific time. Will the Warriors make another move? What moves are there to be made? We know Giannis is going nowhere. According to Shams Charania, ESPN, Giannis is staying put in Milwaukee, at least for the next few months. They'll revisit those talks in the offseason. We know Anthony Davis was a part of a big trade yesterday, Joe, to the Washington Wizards. So they got Trae Young to pair with Anthony Davis. I am intrigued there, but we shall see. 888-957-9570.
I'm efforting.
You're not yelling at Bijan Robinson to come over here?
Bijan.
It's a large man.
Yeah, he is.
Biggest person I've seen so far, I'm not going to lie, Brandon Marshall.
Oh, yeah?
And he's been retired for God knows how long. He was standing next to Carter. Carter's in the back right now. Carter's like 6'8". I swear to God, he was the
Carter,
same size as Brandon Marshall.
Carter running the board. I mean, is it really bad radio when I'm yelling at people walking by to come on the show and begging them?
No, it's great, Shasky. It sounds really good.
It's classic me.
It screams professional.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't. Sam. You know, if I had a real producer,
well, he's a man of the people. All right, he's a man of the people.
Who writes all your questions down for you?
Well, you know what? Sometimes that helps.
Maybe you should write Joe's a little shorter.
Hey.
Says the marathon man himself.
Hey, I have
This is your average Joe Shasky final thought. Let me spend 5 minutes talking about literally anything.
Hold on. You were holding court in between Fleming and Lurie. Lurie, our mayor, literally was like turned. Like, I wasn't even there for a second. Turned all the way over. I have to add a take with my question.
Mr. Mayor, let me be your running mate someday.
Yeah,
I'm Joe Shasky.
From one mayor to another, you know? I mean, actually, what I'd really like is I really like one of those city jobs. If I could get a pension off the city, I will do whatever is needed
Cleaning
for Park and
Market.
I mean, if you got a pension for me, let's do it.
Aubrey and Vallejo, mate. What's up, Aubrey?
What's up, Aubrey?
What's up, you guys?
How you doing?
Man, about that trade,
the Giants.
I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know, man. Like, Porzingis to the Warriors, I mean, this guy's not even healthy. He's not going to get you the minutes that you need to win because of his medical condition.
No.
I don't like this at all. Then Kuminga, I feel bad for him. I mean, I hope he plays great in Atlanta. But I feel like Steve Kerr was too stubborn with him, benching him, and not giving him valuable minutes. I really feel bad about Kuminga, but I wish the best for him in Atlanta. But my goodness, what a horrible trade. I don't like this at all.
Yeah, I completely agree.
I appreciate it, Aubrey and Vallejo. As Jay Glazer is going to be sitting down with us momentarily, NFL on Fox Insider there, one of the best in the business, and he joins us now on the River Islands guest line with Spadoni and Shasky.
Nice to meet you. Big fan.
Joe Spadoni, nice to meet you, Jay.
Click your button.
How you doing, man?
Right here.
Right there.
Bang.
Perfect.
There we go. There we go. Jay Glazer, the legend.
All right, so you made rounds yesterday, Jay, obviously. I think you were on with Jason Fitz, Yahoo Sports, talking about Max Crosby potentially playing his last ever game as a Las Vegas.
By the way, he called me after. He was like, "What are you doing?" I didn't tell you that. I said, "I never said you said it."
Yeah, right.
I said, "I just heard it, but it was different." I'm like, "Hey, dude, I didn't say you said it," but he's like, "Hey, dumped up." Oh, what's up? Brian Urlacher is about to come over here.
Oh, come on over, Urlacher. Sit down. Sit down.
Wait for you.
Sit down.
I hope they got
Come on
on
in.
camera.
Come on in. He's ready to roll.
He's ready.
Hey,
He's a Hall of Famer.
come
He's a Hall of
here.
Famer. Let's
Come
go.
here.
Look at
Let's
that.
go. Get on in.
Buddy.
Let's go.
You're lost in your hands.
Oh, man.
He looks like he still play out there, man.
Yeah,
That guy's built.
Look at that, Lorenzo O'Neal over there.
Lolo, he'll be on after
Lo's
us.
my
He'll be
guy.
on our
Lo's
show.
our guy. We
Lo's
love
my
him.
guy.
We
Lo,
love him.
come on right
Should
now,
be in the Hall of Fame.
We go right now, Lo. But yeah, I was like, Max, I didn't say it was you, and we got in this big fight over it, and all this, and I was like, but like, look, during the year, obviously I reported that he was not happy with what happened, and I said, during the trade deadline, he was, obviously, he said, I don't want to leave. I'm going to be Raider. And then what I said was, he's not happy now. Voice it to him, and you've got to wonder if that same, thing of I always want to be a Raider, is that going to change or not? I had heard that it's gonna. Okay, I had heard that they're willing to trade him now, and again, he kind of went nuts. I'm like, bro, I didn't say you said it. I don't think I said it, right? No, I didn't say you said it. I just heard it. And he's like, but I love the Raiders. I love the Raider fans. I'm like, I know, but it ain't just up to you now.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting if Clint Kubiak is like, no, I want to make sure he's here. I think there's some, they still probably have some things to work out there. But it's interesting when I said it during the season, and I said he was upset when he left the facility. 20 teams called me.
Wow.
20. Now, conversely, when I was calling around about Micah Parsons, I had like 3.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't get it. Like, no owner wanted to pay that money. Max, different. 20 teams. And yesterday, after this Yahoo thing came out, 4 teams called, 5 teams called. No, it's probably more than that. I got to look.
Are the 49ers interested?
It's not one of the teams I called.
Okay.
But they're always interested. You know them, man. Like John Lynch. John Lynch he and John Schneider are two best GMs in the NFL.
Really? Because I look at their draft record and I, leaves a lot to be desired.
What are you ready? Dude, what are you talking about?
Well, I mean, the last couple of years.
You're spoiled. This team is
there you go.
You're spoiled. This team is always in it, but also they're willing to swing away.
That I agree
right?
with.
And here's what people don't understand, too. The job they did this year, they had to cut and get rid of all this cap money because they went for it in the past and reloaded with guys you may not know and still got all the way deep in the playoffs.
Yeah.
The job that he and Kyle do together are unreal. Those two guys, I think they and I was going to say Sean McVay,
Howie?
Les Moonves. He's at CBS. Les Snead, it's more Sean McVay over there. Howie? No, it's Howie. And whatever coach. Lynch and Kyle, they're the best tandem in the NFL.
Interesting.
Hey, listen, guys. Don't get spoiled. They're the best tandem in the NFL.
Well, I mean, look, we've gone a long time where we've knocked on the door. We haven't won the big one. You get frustrated.
Yeah, well, only one team went, but they've been in it over and over and over and over. You got to get awfully lucky, man. And also, like, they're playing Mahomes at the height. That's like playing Brady at the height. You're not going to win most of those, right? But the fact that they're there with man, they went with Brock Purdy a couple years ago. You guys know what Brock is now, but nobody did back then.
Yeah.
But they sought to go draft him, the last pick of the draft, right? Yeah. And the moves they make are unreal. The depth they get is insane.
Right.
Where guys step in and step up where there's not that much drop off. Look who your receivers were this year.
I mean,
what are we talking about?
Terrible.
Right.
Kendrick Bourne was amazing.
Well, they
weeks
went and got Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah.
Okay? They do a great job of filling in so you do have depth, and Kyle does such a great job of making sure guys know, hey, man, it's your time to go.
What's Mac Jones's value around the league?
High, but I don't think they get rid of him.
Really? You think they're going to stick with him?
I would. I think backup quarterback's second most valuable position on a team.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Jay Glazer joins us in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And all the drama that took place this past season, more so the injury side, but another big element was Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Never seen anything like it.
I just want to ask you, what happened there? And what is his value around the NFL circle right now as we head towards the offseason?
I don't think his value is high at all. I can't answer the question what happened to him. I don't get it.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
I like money. I like money.
Yes.
I'm going to show up and do my job. But also, guys, you have to understand the way I work. I have no talent whatsoever. I got to work.
Oh, come on. You're pretty talented. Come on.
Not like when I fight, no. I got to outwork the world. I got to train, and just be relentless from pressure, and not show you that I'm hurt, not show you that I'm tired, and just put pressure, and then do some more, and work some more. And I have zero talent whatsoever. But also, like, doing my job as an insider. I make calls and calls and calls and calls and calls and calls. And it doesn't stop, right? And that's all I know how to do is work. I don't understand not working and not getting paid. So I can't answer the question because I cannot comprehend it.
Right.
I don't comprehend it, okay? And I don't want to say there's mental health issues because I don't know what's the deal.
Sure.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to say that. I don't know. But, man, I like money and I like to work hard.
Well, and you brought that up, and I know how big of a proponent you've been for mental health and being okay with not being okay and trying to seek out there. And I think it's very well said. I go to therapy myself. I've had a tumultuous last couple of years, and it's helped me a lot.
There are coaches.
Yes, there are.
Like
exactly.
If you hurt your elbow, you're gonna go to a doctor.
Yeah.
When our feelings are hurt, we don't go to a doctor. It's the dumbest thing ever.
Right.
Let's go find somebody who can help us.
Right.
I'm not equipped for it.
Yeah.
You
Is there something you would like to, because I know you've in the past, whether it's a book, whether it's something you'd like to promote mental health-wise that you're a part of?
Yeah. Well, right now I'm here for Qelbree, which is an ADHD drug. So I was diagnosed with ADHD in 1989. One of the first adults diagnosed with adult ADHD.
I was going to say they didn't have a name for it, but prior to that, right?
Well, and what I would have to do, they put me in the stimulant back then, which is not good. Because also, look, I have clinical depression, anxiety, ADHD, bipolar, OCD, anxiety, insomnia, Other than that, I'm a model of stability. But when you have bad depression like I do, when they put you on a stimulant. Now, this is my experience. When they put me on a stimulant, my depression, when you stimulant, you go up and then you go down. My experience, I go down bad. And that darkness for me is bad, and it's violent, and it's not good for me or anybody else. So I don't go on the stimulants. So for years, didn't do anything. And all of a sudden, I found this thing called Kelbry, and I tried it for a few months before I said, I want to be their spokesman. And you take it at night, and which is the opposite of any stimulant, right?
Right, yeah.
I take it at night. So basically what it does, you know, the 19 roommates in my head were having conversations. We're thinking, plan, thinking, plan. All of a sudden, I'm down at 2. And calms me down at night. But the big thing is, when I'm on Fox NFL Sunday, if I don't take it, and let's say I'm on segment 2, my brain's on segment 3, and the 5th name, and it's just boom, and I'm not thinking about segment 2. This gets me to think about segment 2. But I also am here to teach people about ADHD. If you have a kid with ADHD, this is what it feels like, okay? If I'm in a class, I'm in something that I'm not interested in, it's like I'm drowning. And the only way I could get a breath of fresh air is to disrupt the class, is to talk to somebody, is to fidget, is to do something that's going to get me in trouble. You think I want to get in trouble every week of my life? No, but I'm not capable of doing this. I'm not capable with ADHD of just sitting there and learning. So they told me I had a learning disability. I said, no, I don't learn the way you teach. Clearly, I don't have a learning disability. So now when I talk to like these players, I just talked to players this week at Proactive, gym I train out in LA. These kids are getting ready for the combine. I said, tell their coach, when you go in for these meetings, tell them this is how I learn. Okay? Used to be one size fits all. Yeah. Right? It doesn't. Right? So just about that. But also, like, what I've tried to do with my ADHD is now, instead of being ashamed, I'm like, where does it help me? Where's it been my superpower? So I can't sit in the class, but I can do 9 things at once. Right. I could call all 32 teams. I could write a book. I could have a podcast. I could run a business. I could have a charity. I could do all these things together, right? So that's my superpower. And if you think it's your superpower, then you're not ashamed by it anymore. And I've done that with my depression, my anxiety, the bipolar. That one I'm still trying to figure out.
Absolutely. Hey, Jay, that was very well said. We
Thanks
appreciate your time this morning. We have one final question brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. It's a simple one, we think. I mean, we asked the mayor the same question. He had a 5-second pregnant pause. The food item Jay Glazer needs at his big party is what? Must have.
Food item that I must have at my party? Tequila. It's not a food item, but tequila.
Well, you can freeze it, and then you can eat it.
I say oranges so I can put it in my tequila.
We'll take that.
How about that?
I like it. Orange tequila.
I do repetado on the rocks, regular rocks, not the big rocks, with 2 slices of orange on the side.
Boom, right there.
Does that work?
Absolutely, it works.
Take that.
Jay, thank you so much for making us time this morning. That was very well said. Mental health, so damn important. And that leads us now to Steiny and Goo, who have Low Neal the entire show.
Thank you, Jay.
Starting at noon, Lolo, Lorenzo Neal. That was awesome from Jay Glazer. That's it for us today.
All right.
More Kuminga talking. You never know who's going to stop by. Low Neal at 12. Steiny and Goo next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-750-4198. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-750-4198. 800-750-4198. 800-750-4198.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game, a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tariq Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth, clients are often victimized twice. First by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar Tariq, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you could throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind. On 95.7 The Game.
All right. Good morning, everybody. From Radio Row, Steiny and Guru with you. Day 4 here at Moscone Center. But the big news is obviously the Warriors have traded Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy Hield to the Hawks for Kristaps Porzingis. And after 4.5 years of up and down with Jonathan Kuminga, the Warriors have finally said goodbye to him, and in comes Kristaps Porzingis. Good morning, Goo. How you doing? How's my main man doing?
I'm not doing well.
Uh-oh, why not?
I'm not doing well because of what went down last evening, and I need your help today and the listeners. Donnie, I'm being real.
Yep.
I'm disappointed, but it's rapidly turning into anger.
Oh, no.
Because we gave away a 23-year-old for a 30-year-old who hasn't played since January 7th, hasn't played 60 games in the last 7 seasons. And all right, let me just stop.
Oh.
I thought we were getting Giannis. Okay, JK, that's over. We weren't getting anything from him. That brings anger, but I was dealing with that.
Mm-hmm.
But to find out, I thought we were getting a Ferrari, and now I'm in a Honda Accord. That's disappointing.
Well, you know, I'd be a little careful of that analogy. Well, those Honda Accords run forever. They run forever if you take care of them.
Damn, Steiny.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about with this trade, not the least of which is you know, Buddy Hield's going out. And I got to tell you, you're going to call me crazy, and I know Kuminga's a bigger story, but really happy that Buddy Hield played here for a year and a half or however long he did, because I learned a lot about Buddy Hield, and I like Buddy Hield a lot.
Well, I like him.
And they lost a good teammate there.
Yeah, and they lost a guy that could put it in the hole. I didn't like how he was dealt with at the end, but the bottom line was he was a proven commodity. And now, Steiny, you're rubbing off on me. What is this? Is this the first brick to a rebuild? Because I know Porzingis, who hasn't played since January 7th, and now he's got a Achilles tendonitis. So now we get another older player who hadn't played a back-to-back, since 2024. It's just question marks of what I'm worried about right now. Tomorrow's not promised. What's this season going to be? And now another guy where we don't know when he's going to be in the lineup and for how long. And I know he comes off the books, but tell me from your expertise, is that what this move is about? Is that what this symbolizes? That the rebuild is upon us, even with Steph Curry and a Golden State Warrior uniform, because Kuminga was young. He's going to go somewhere in Atlanta and average 18 and 5, if not more, but that wasn't good enough here, and I just got questions, and I'm angry.
Well, a couple things. One is, I think this move sets them up to kind of stay where they are. In other words...
And where is that?
Well, first of all, they had a player in Jonathan Kuminga that was not helping them, and he had not contributed. Unfortunately, I'm not saying it's his fault or Kerr's fault, but he's been a zero this year. There's a chance they get a player now. They're expecting Porzingis to play in the next couple weeks. And if Porzingis can play, they can take a look at him for the last 2-3 months of the season, and then he'll become a free agent. And if they like what they see, I think they'll want to bring him back. If he's banged up most of the season and he doesn't help, they'll probably come off his money. Now Buddy Hield is off their books, and he was one of the only 2 players signed after next season. So it gives them flexibility. Actually, I'm sorry, it doesn't give them flexibility. It keeps the flexibility pretty much where it is. But I think it's a fair questions that Warrior fans are, what does this really mean? And I don't think we know altogether yet. I think...
Do you think they're done? I know we got a couple hours.
I would assume so.
Okay.
I mean, you're right, though. We got 2 hours, but, I still think everything is on the table right now. If Porzingis is healthy, maybe they have a run in them, stay in the play-in, get up to 6.
That's a big if, but go ahead. You're right.
You know what else is on the table? Going 8-23 the rest of the way. That's on the table now for this team because Steph Curry's not playing tonight again. And, we'll see when Porzingis is ready. But, look, there are some, not all, similarities to when they traded Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut. They got a player they knew would not play that season for them. They lost a lot of games. They ended up getting Harrison Barnes. So, that's on the table. I don't know if that's what's going to happen, Goo, but I would say 8-23 to finish up the season is on the table, especially because I feel like now they got to figure out what they're going to do with Curry right now. He's obviously not playing tonight. And so we'll see how long that lasts.
And what did Dibbs tell me yesterday? The 5 stages of grief. And I don't know what stage I'm at, but in regard to Kuminga, I did a video last night, Steiny, and I felt like, and I said he'd been moved more than a U-Haul. So there's that. And the health question, a 23-year-old for a 30-year-old, one of the best shooters on your team, for whatever reason, couldn't, stabilize and get consistent run. But my question now, and you tell me if I'm being off base here, let's say the Warriors get a top pick. I don't know if this regime I'm nervous in. What if we get another Jonathan Kuminga scenario with a player that we know has the talent, but for whatever reason under this regime and this coaching staff, he didn't pop. So how do we know that that's not going to repeat itself?
Let me ask you this.
I got not PTSD, draft TDSD. I don't know. But what I do know is Kuminga has some talent, and through 5 years, we could, like a Rubik's Cube, figure out how to manifest it.
We'll see. You think he's going to play for the Hawks? You think he's going to play for the Hawks?
I do.
Okay.
Well,
you think he's going to play?
Don't?
He played 20 to 20.
Well, he got to get healthy first, but
I mean, is he going to play over Jalen Johnson? Is he going to play over Dyson Daniels? We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. And that's to me the next fascinating thing. The Atlanta Hawks, I don't care what you think of them, they're under 500 and they play in the East.
Yeah.
And let's see if Jonathan Kuminga can make an impact for the Atlanta Hawks, a team who's on the ascent. Because he just never got his chance here, and I'm looking at that roster, and I believe, is going to have to fight for minutes there,
but
too.
Real quick, that system is not the Warrior system. Atlanta is up and down, so you would think that would bode well for Kuminga and Buddy Hield. Do you have I don't like this deal, Stotty, because I haven't brought up his name. But
they got a better player than Jonathan Kuminga when he plays.
But we were going to get Giannis. That's what I'm forget Porzingis for a second. How did he get there to where we thought it was a possibility?
Well, how did we get there? How did we get there that you thought they were definitely going to get?
Because every headline and everybody in the know was saying, "Hey, Neil." Everybody was saying it could be a possibility, and their package was the best. So I'm mad at me for buying that and thinking that could be a possibility. And now it looks like the Warriors were willing to give Milwaukee everything, and Giannis was like,
So what does that tell you? It tells you the Warriors don't have a lot of assets that other teams covet. $2 super chat from Caver KW. The guys are mad this morning. We should all be. Okay, right. I guess. Okay. How do you feel about this trade, Warrior fans? Jonathan Kuminga no longer a Golden State Warrior. He's an Atlanta Hawk. The Warriors acquire Kristaps Porzingis, a player who right now is hurt. And
Achilles tendonitis.
Yeah, and he hasn't. He's never been completely healthy, and.
But what you said about that record to end these 31 games, I've never, wanted to say this or believe it, but Stoney, if it goes the other way and somehow we're under 500 and this thing gets raggedy, and it could, then something that I never expected the Warriors to be in the lottery, then, what are we talking about then?
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. All right, here's what we got going. We got Low Neal joining us at noon today. Low Neal, and we got some football guests. There's one guest we're not canceling. That is Patrick Willis at 10:30. Patrick Willis at 10:30. Low's going to join us at 10, and then we are just going to pull guys left and right. But the first 20, 30 minutes or so going to be Jonathan Kuminga. And how are you feeling if you're a Warrior fan right now? Man. It's finally come to an end. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The NFL has taken over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's now through February 7th at Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. For tickets and more info, visit 957thegame.com. Segment was also sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select Extra Meaty Pork Loin Back Ribs, just $3.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Covering Bay Area sports for as long as I have, I've seen the highs and the lows and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. So whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's one reason why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to drive home a brand new Toyota truck. Right now, save big with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the legendary Tacoma, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful Tundra. Hurry in for unbeatable deals at Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction and only available on Tacoma SR and SR5. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro, ends 3/2/26.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS4KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Let's get nuts!
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty. Welcome back to Radio Row here at Moscone Center, day 4.
Pick me up, baby.
Well, the Warriors have finally traded Jonathan Kuminga.
And what young guy do we have to look forward to? And go ahead, I'm cutting you off. I got to stop.
Well, Porzingis is 30 years old, which probably puts him on the bottom end of the age.
But if we look at his Carfax report, and Porzingis, I love when you're available, he's 40. He is truly the Cadillac with the check engine light on.
I mean, the bottom line is Mike Dunleavy kind of warned us about this a week or 10 days ago when he said, hey, there's got to be demand for a player, and all the Warriors could get for Kuminga was Porzingis, and they had to throw in Buddy Hield to do it. The other thing is,
do you feel cheated? Because you just
why?
You did it
why
yesterday.
Why do I feel cheated?
I'm going to tell you why.
Are you mad at me?
No. I'm mad at myself, but I'm looking at a reflection of myself through your lenses. All the emotion, this station, these shows, the Bay Area thought that we were going to, the return for Kuminga, we thought we were going to get, okay, you know what? The kid's got talent. It didn't work in this system, but go give us whoever trades for Kuminga. We'll take your young problem child, but he's got an upside with talent and athleticism. So that was, to me, going to be the swap. And we get a 30-year-old who hadn't played in forever and is dealing with Achilles. This is not what I thought we were going to get in return. But then something comes in and takes over the world. We might get a shot at Giannis. And we didn't even get Giannis low. So I'm dealing with that pain.
Low Neal in the house.
Me low laughing like it's not cool.
No, I'm laughing because I'm like, why? Trust me. Okay. I'm the one guy that, do I like basketball? Yes. Do I love basketball? No. I think the game is continuing to change. And you when you look at what you got, Porzingis, think about it. The guy, he's long, he can shoot the threes, he's a big guy, I get it. But is he there? Is he going to be ready for you? He's going to be, you got to have a guy he has some potential, but what has the potential led of the last 10 years of this guy in the league? What he shows you a game or two, and then you got to put him back on the ice for
in the shop.
And so and like you said, it's like that Cadillac that just can't get right. So it's like, what's the upside? Can you win a championship with this guy? Is this guy going to give you 40 games? Is he going to get you? Do you think if someone put a bet out there and said over and under at 82, would you think he'll get you 50 games? Do you think this guy on this squad will get you 50 games the remaining of his?
I don't. I want to be wrong, Steiny, but I do wonder if the best part of this deal for the Warriors is his money falls off. Is that the rat on the table? Brought to you by ATCO Pest Control. His contract falls off at the end of this year.
Yeah, I think that's part of it for sure. If they want to get off it, they can. If they like what they see, they might be able to sign him at a certainly less than $30 million, which is what he's making now. So, they didn't lock themselves into anything. I hate to say it, but if both guys are on the floor, Porzingis is a better player. So,
do you think?
But he's not on the floor right now. We don't know when he's going to get on the floor. But neither was Kuminga.
Well, question to you: if you said, if Kuminga, is he going to be the second best on this team? Okay, Steph Curry, but when you traded a young player, was he not the second or third best? Of course, he had an injury, so Butler's out.
Right.
But do you think Kuminga was the second best since on this? In your
I think he's the second or third most talented guy on the team, but for whatever reason,
is it him and Kerr? What is the deal? It's just him and Kerr do not see eye. What is the biggest? Do you think? Because we've seen when the playoffs, when he stepped up and went for 20, 30, and you saw this guy in clutch time play with the big boys. When the playoffs, you got to be, the game goes up, and you saw what he was able to do. Did you not show you enough potential to say, look at this guy when the lights are bright, when teams are playing their best, and look what he's still able to do. He was able to create a shot. He was able to go to the hole. He was able still to take the jumper. What more did you need to say this guy couldn't play at a high level because he showed you consistency in the playoffs?
So the first thing that happened to Kuminga was he got drafted by a team that went to the finals. So for the first 2 years of his career, he just had no place on this team because they thought they were a championship team, which they were in 2022. They ran it back in 2023, so he got lost. Then over the last 2 years, I don't know. He was expected to emerge. I think he wanted to emerge, but I think the Warriors see him as more of a one-dimensional player, which is a scorer. They wanted him to do more. They didn't feel like when Clay was here and Butler got here and Steph's been here, that they didn't need a guy who could just score 25 a game. They had a couple scorers and they needed him to do other things. He didn't do them particularly well, they thought, and they finally got to a point where the kid didn't want to be here anymore. They'd lost faith in him, and now it's a matter of, okay, what can you get for him? Is there a team out there that looks at Jonathan Kuminga and says, hey, we think this guy can be a player, let's go get him? Or the teams look at the Warriors and say, something's going on with Kuminga. There's no reason they shouldn't be playing him, so something's fishy with Kuminga. You got the offers on both sides, but the bottom line is the best you could do is an injury-prone 30-year-old who, when he plays, can certainly help, but there's no guarantee about his future. So, I get it. People thought they'd get something better for Kuminga, and the way I look at it is he was a zero this year.
The team had something to do with that part.
Fine. But my point is, if Porzingis plays in the second half of the season, they at least get a functional player where they weren't using one before.
Is that a score for a scorer? Because last I looked, Porzingis doesn't play great defense.
I think
Porzingis, is he a great defender in your opinion? He's big.
He can protect the rim a little bit. Porzingis can protect the rim a little bit, but he's mostly, he loves to shoot the three-pointer, and he can shoot it.
He can.
But I think this is like a trial period for Porzingis. He's got 30 games here. If he doesn't play, they'll probably move on from him. If he plays and shows him something, then maybe they try to keep him around in the offseason as at a lower number. But, yeah, I kind of felt weeks ago that this was going to end up being a really underwhelming move. And I think that's what Warrior fans are saying right now, if I'm hearing them correctly.
And tell me if I'm wrong. I feel like, when Jordan Poole was moved and then we were told, okay, with this money, we're going to go do this and get the grown-up in the room, and they went and got Chris Paul. And for a second, a couple nights of the week, I went to bed thinking, okay, this is going to work. How did that work out? And Steiny, you don't do it a lot, but you and other fans, you're really giving Porzingis and that if the benefit of the doubt.
Well, it's less of an if than Kuminga.
Because I can't run from that. I don't know somebody so young that I was positive about. He just got hurt at the most inopportune time, Lo. But the bottom line is, if you're telling me Porzingis can play 20 of the next 30, I'm in. And the playoffs, if they make it, okay. But that's why he's been moved so much, is he hasn't been able to do that. So it's not about talent. He's more polished and better player than Kuminga. But I just look at this roster up and down and where Steph, the steward of this team, is at, and Lo, there's nothing to look forward to if you just wanted to have that exercise, some young stud that you talk about. And if I had a dollar for everybody that I know and care about on this station, friends that just poo-pooed what Kuminga did on the fly against a talented, long, athletic Minnesota team, for that not to buy him some time and maybe say, hey, let's go back in the lab and think dump some stuff down so we know we can try and get more out of this guy than what we're getting. To get this back in return hurts.
Well, I think you know that just as well as I do. A lot of times, if you have playing man-to-man coverage against Jerry Rice, and Jerry Rice is a great player, and Jerry Rice is prime. So if you decide to play man-to-man coverage on him, players are going to make plays, but coaches make decisions to help determine the outcome of the game. If I line up a guy and playing man-to-man with Jerry Rice, Jerry's going to beat that guy. Is it the player's fault to get beat, or is it the coach's fault? When is it that win? And that's where I want you to weigh in, Steiny, because if I line up and I'm saying, hey, you got to cover Jerry Rice, and I'm the coach, when is it responsibility, and is this one of those things where the coach got to say, I'm going to double him, what we're going to do is we're going to play off of him, and then we're going to bracket coverage him, then if he comes in the middle, we got the safety, so we're going to take him away. That's a coach making a decision that's going to help determine the outcome of the game. When is it sometimes where the coach has to say, okay, this maybe doesn't work, but here's what my one offset, because if I do what's right, we still can win some games. We still can be a better team because I know this player can do something. Maybe he's a great zone player. Maybe he's a great scorer. Okay, so if I don't have enough tools in the kitchen to do it, when do you say, look, just give me a good pair of pliers, give me a crescent wrench. Now I don't have to maybe have a socket to fit everything, but I got a crescent wrench that can adjust everything. When do we go there?
I mean, I think the one thing Kuminga could do is score. Not overly efficiently, but he could score when he got into the league.
Right.
And the Warriors, or that was his natural talent. The Warriors wanted him to rebound, and they wanted him to defend. Because at the time he came, they didn't really need his scoring because they had Curry and Wiggins, and Clay was even coming back. So I think they've asked him to run the floor, rebound, do the little things for 4 years. For whatever reason, he never did it. He did it. They didn't recognize it. He did it better than they thought he did. All those things, and it just added up to a situation where you had a player that became just unproductive.
Let me run this by you two, and you've been great, Lo. He's been great for me all week because I was hoping more than him and the average fan, and that might be wrong. We were all hoping about Giannis. If this Porzingis deal popped off in the summer, Steiny, I think I would be more, and again, I'm not robbing KP of any talent. He's a baller when out there and healthy. That's a big if. But on the heels of this Giannis news that I chose to believe and think there was a chance, I guess that's why I'm having a problem. And it's not anger, it's disappointment that it was supposed to. I could taste Giannis, and then it ended up being Porzingis, a 30-year-old guy dealing with some health issues of his own.
Yeah, I mean,
can you understand that part of it?
I mean, that's just not. It wasn't smart to get to. It wasn't smart to think that the Warriors were gonna get Giannis. I'm sorry. I mean,
I'm sorry. It's just
but
they
didn't have enough.
They didn't have enough players. I mean, they got picks to give them, but they had no players. They have nobody wanted Kuminga. In that trade. Pods doesn't move the needle. Butler can't play right now. Draymond's old.
So what is it time to press? Is it trouble? Do you press the reset button? I'm saying, do you press the reset button?
You certainly are talking about it as you head into the summer. Absolutely.
Is Steph a part of the future?
Yeah.
Do you say, wait, look, from here on out, the rest of this year, do you say Steph's only playing? He's on a pitch count, 19 minutes, because we want the fans still to come out. Because if you want him for the future. Why run him like a dog just to get in the playoffs? Do you say back this guy completely down to 15, 20 minutes a game, 20 minutes a game? Because if he's a part of your future, why are you going to run him?
It's a fair point. Wow. I mean, the Warriors may not have a lot of incentive to win from this point on. They're stuck in 8th. It's going to be really tough to get to 6th because they're undermanned, and we'll see if Porzingis can even play.
Have you heard anything on that front? Because I'm still about now, this season, his availability.
They say he should be able to play shortly, like within a week or two. So we'll see.
Yeah, and it's a lot of that going around with this team right now.
Yeah. Let's go take some calls. Let's go to what do we got, Zach? Let's go to Vallejo. Let's go to TRK. Wants to talk about Dunleavy. What's going on, my man?
Steiny.
Hey.
I got a question for you, Steiny.
Okay.
What move has Mike Dunleavy made that was a solid move since he's been the GM?
I mean, Butler's probably the best move he made.
All right, now I just want to say this, and this is for all the Warrior fans out there. When I was growing up as a kid, I never imagined that we would ever win a championship.
Right.
I never thought that. So for us to win 4 championships, that's like the most amazing thing that could ever happen. So moving forward, I think with the general manager we got and all the moves we've been making, we going back to the Anton Jameson era. The C.J. Watson, the Bobby Suras, the Mike Dunleavy player era. So we just got to be happy that we had Steph, happy we got KD, happy we won 4, and this era is over.
Wow. What would you like to see him do?
I mean, I agree.
The Butler thing is the best thing he's done, and that's not a little thing. It's just unfortunate he got hurt.
I mean, I don't know if this is going to go back to the Chris Cohan era. I don't think it will, but it's time to reassess where this team is.
You need more talent, and you need more young talents, Donnie.
Right. Let me make it clear: you're not going to get all the talent you need in an off season right now. You're not there anymore. You need a couple years to build this thing back up, with or without Steph.
Wow.
That's kind of the way I feel about it right now. Let's go to Trevor. Trevor's in Roeder Park. What's up, Trevor? How you doing? No Trevor. Let's go to Gil. Gil's in the East Bay. What's up, Gil?
Gil gone.
All right, so we don't have any calls.
Wow, you were hoping
we got 3.
You were hoping for some calls.
Well, I mean, the last message I got was we got calls.
Stein, I got a question for you guys. I'm for you and Mr. Goose.
Okay.
When you talk about building, Draymond, right? Steph, Clay, were they here with Kerr, before Kerr, or when Kerr
before? Yeah, they were all here before Kerr, and then Kerr took over and took him to another level.
Okay, so did he inherit talent? Yep. So he inherited the talent.
Yeah.
So it takes talent. So when we're looking at that, so what has been the biggest difference? Because did he develop? Those guys were always had their skills. He brought in, KD. They brought in this regime did. So how do you separate that? Because Bill Belichick wasn't the first ballot Hall of Fame. They talk about
was bad.
Is it clearly because of the talent? Because Tom Brady made Belichick. Is that what they're saying? So is Kerr Kerr being made because he's got the talent around him? How do you view him as a coach? How much is what he's done How much is it what the player's done? How do you balance and how do you find that? You played this game. How do you guys find that happy medium or find that balance to tell me, coach or player?
I mean, to me, he took a team that was ready to win a championship and got him there. Mark Jackson didn't get him there, and Steve Kerr changed the style of play to a way that has been unbelievable. But now the players are getting old and they're rotating. They're leaving, and I don't know why Steve Kerr probably shouldn't be the guy to coach the Warriors as they move into a new era with younger players. I wouldn't understand if Kerr's here and Draymond's not here anymore. I would want to get a new coach in here if you're going young and you got to try to build something. That's
fair enough.
Yeah, that's just. I do not want Steve Kerr coaching this team if they're moving off Draymond and talking about moving Steph.
But if it's one of those he wants to, and Joe Lacob is like, but we'll find out, Lo, because he's up in the air. Steve Kerr, he's uncommitted, doesn't have a contract for next year. If it's one of those, I want to see this thing through. Does he have that cachet with Joe Lacob, which I expect he does?
That's where I think Steve Kerr will be smart enough to know he won't want to come back.
He's a veteran coach. So what you're saying to me, Steiny, and Guru, you tell me is so you believe that this guy is a better coach if you got talent and already a team ready to win. He's a guy that can take you over the edge.
I think so.
Yep.
All right, let's go to Nico in Sacramento. What's up, Nico? How you doing?
Yo, how you guys doing, man? First, can I just shout out Lo Neal, man? I'm a huge fan of you, Lo Neal.
My man.
I got to meet you before COVID. You signed my O.J. Simpson 49ers jersey. Best time in the world. And if I could give a shout out to you, too, as well, Steiny. You haven't asked anyone about how much money they make. It's weird, man. I'm not used to that. You know what I'm saying? I shout out SATs. You got your eyes on your own paper right now. But if we can get into it, I'm excited that it's finally over, just for the fact that we're done. We're done talking about it.
Right.
For probably 24 hours. But, but for me, like I said, I never wanted Giannis. I'm not going to take a victory lap on you, Guru, because you told me to call back if it didn't happen.
I hear you.
Not going to do it. Not going to do it because, to tell you the truth, I don't really care. It's not a big deal for me. I didn't want Giannis, and I'm happy they didn't get him, but I'm, pissed off they got Porzingis. Like, what the hell is that? That is just ridiculous. That is the saddest thing ever. Like, if that's a consolation prize to the fan, you might as well give out free tickets, bro. Like, give away free tickets, man. Bring it back to Oakland times with the cheap tickets. Let us sit in the nosebleed. Come back to Oracle or something. Do a few games there. I mean, this is garbage, bro. No one's coming out to see this team. Nobody. I don't care if Curry's going to drop 50, because he's going to need to drop 50 for them to even have a chance at winning. They need the sniff of the win. He needs to drop 50. So I don't want to see it. I'm done watching it. Oh my God! Thank God I could cancel League Pass now. It's over.
Wow.
I mean,
wow.
It's just starting, people.
He's
just starting.
So Steph can't even put butts in the seats. So he's the only attraction right now because you don't have anybody else. So
Jimmy went down.
What do you say? And you don't want to overwork this guy. So is it time to move? What can you? If they were to try to move him after the season, what can he bring you? He's not going to bring you.
We've been talking about that all week, Lo, and last week, but nobody wants to have that conversation. But yeah, that was a Warrior fan, and you heard him, Steiny. That Porzingis, and again, he wasn't even in on Giannis. It's just what Porzingis means to him and this team. And I don't have the answers. I can't, after my hopes are, Steiny, I don't have hope left. So now it's just like, okay, let's see Porzingis healthy and this team vie for a playoff spot and get in and shock the world. But that's where I'm at. I got to see it to believe it. But I can't muster any more hope now because there's too many questions.
I'm not saying the Warriors are a championship team, but Porzingis was a piece on a championship team. Porzingis has a ring. He was more of a piece for the Celtics championship, than Kuminga was for the Warriors championship when he was there. And I get it. Kuminga was very young there. I mean, look, I'm open to Porzingis if he's ready to play. I want to see him in a Warrior uniform. I want to see him play 20, 25 games to finish the season. I want to see if he can help make a difference and keep this team afloat. And maybe if he can, you bring him back, and then you got Butler coming back. But I think it's coming to the fore that, like, again, they're not a move away from getting back in it.
But they've gotten older by this move. Now you can, if what you just described, Porzingis falls off the books, okay, you can use that. But Stoney, man, where's the young talent at?
They don't have a lot of it, and that's a big reason why they had to settle for Porzingis and they couldn't get Giannis. They don't have young talent that other teams want. And even the player that everybody thinks is their youngest and most talented, Jonathan Kuminga, what did he net him? He netted him an expiring contract of an injured player that the Warriors maybe hope to milk something out of in the next couple years. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. That segment also sponsored by Life Source Water Systems.
Yo, it's Guru from 95.7 The Game. Stoney and I are celebrating the big game Sunday at Bay Street, Emeryville. Pre-game starts at 2 p.m. Great food, Bay Area vibes, the concert everyone's talking about, and us. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game's GOAT Report nightly on game nights to hear the GOAT, Steph Curry's game night stats. Brought to you by Sony Pictures GOAT. Executive produced by Steph Curry. Exclusively in movie theaters February 13th.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switching. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, ported, 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Get ready for heart, hustle, and a whole new kind of hero in Sony's GOAT, the animated sports adventure exclusively produced by Steph Curry, in theaters February 13th. For a chance to see it before it releases, courtesy of Sony Pictures, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I was at the Circa, putting in work.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, we are hot. Yeah. We are hot. And we are at Moscone Center. Day 4 of Media Week here.
And
Super Bowl 60.
The baby's here. The trade has happened.
The baby's here, and he's 7'2", Goo. We got a big man.
I got jokes, but I don't really, anyway. No, you got an expiring contract, and that's what's so sad about. Hey, you better watch yourself.
They had one anyway with Kuminga.
I just can't believe this is what it came to. But Carter got in my ear, the great Carter Chickering, and said, because you couldn't give it to me, I'm looking for good news, Dub Nation.
Sure.
And he said Evan has a theory that might cheer us up. Evan, please share.
Well, the problem is you're not going to like it, Goo.
Well, then how's it going to cheer me up?
Because you got to look past it.
I need people to think about not just today, but tomorrow and the day after that. To me, that's what this trade is all about. It kind of kicks the can down the road. It's not a bad move, and it's not the spectacular move that everybody wanted.
Okay.
But it's a low-risk, high-reward move. And if you think about the guy that went out, nobody wanted him. We were talking about Malik Monk or Royce O'Neal or a couple second-round picks for this guy throughout the last 5 months. And now you got a player that, if he does play, is better than the one you gave up. And if not, you could use him to get something else down the line.
Okay, I'm not mad at that, Evan, but it doesn't cheer me up because I know Jonathan Kuminga can play. So, if not to be rude, I don't care if nobody else wanted him. This team needed him. And the failure from Kuminga, he's a part of it, and this coaching staff, player development, I'm questioning all that because, Steiny, we know, like Lode pointed out, the guy's not a stiff. So how can we not maximize and get the best out of them. And there's a litany of answers, but the bottom line, to trade a 23-year-old for a 30-year-old that's in the car in the shop more than my old Cadillac, you know, I can't get excited. But if you're telling me, Steiny, he's going to be healthy and play, let's go.
I mean, I'm also interested to see what Kuminga does in Atlanta. I mean, what if he goes to Atlanta and he has trouble playing any meaningful minutes the last 30 games of the year?
Wiseman, per se, to where you're like, okay, he didn't have it anywhere.
So that's why I'm excited to see Kuminga play.
Do
and
you
I mean
think that's a possibility, though? And I know you don't hate Kuminga.
They have some players on their roster that are good players, and they think that they're ascending. And so I think they got Kuminga and said, let's get another young player in here to see if he can fit in.
Wouldn't that be a basketball compliment, though, to Kuminga? No doubt. I'm not saying he's not got to work.
Like, is he better than Risa Shea?
Let's just say he's not. But
okay, well, then he's not going to play.
Why did they pull the trigger? It wasn't for cap. I just think Atlanta looks at him like this guy, and maybe in a couple years, not this year, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure that's how they look at him, but that's no guarantee. He's already been in the league 5 years and you know, hasn't emerged. And so, yeah, I'm sure the Atlanta Hawks were thinking, you know what, Porzingis probably isn't going to give us much. He's leaving at the end of the year. What the hell? Let's take a chance on this Jonathan Kuminga. He'll play the last 30 games. If he's any good, we'll pick up his option and he'll be on the team next year. If we don't like him, don't like his attitude, I shouldn't say that. If you don't like him, don't think he can play, don't think he can fit, guess what? Kuminga's back in the free agent market. Where you can go get him then if they want.
I got you. And where's Jim Gray when I need him, my therapist, right? But the bottom line is why Dub Nation, I think, is in an uproar is not so much Porzingis. It was supposed to be Giannis if you allowed yourself to go there. And, Steiny, I don't know if you can remember the last time in your life you've been desperate. I can. You kind of tend to have blinders on and just hone in on, well, maybe it can happen. And boy, it did not. And when I read that trade, Evan, I'm like, Porzingis.
Wait, Bagu,
shame on me.
What if I threw this at you?
Okay.
Who do you think Milwaukee would be more interested in, Kuminga or Porzingis? Because you could use Porzingis also in a trade this summer.
Because he falls off. He helps them.
Yeah, you could use him in a sign and trade. So he might actually, I'm not saying he will, but he might actually improve a potential package this summer for Giannis, who by all indications is not going to be moved today by Milwaukee anyways.
Yeah, that's the other story. Giannis apparently not going anywhere right now.
That's just wow, man.
Let's go to Doug. Doug's in Berkeley. Let's get it going here. Hey, Doug, how you doing, man? What are you thinking?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning.
Hey.
Lots of thoughts obviously going through my head and probably all Warriors fans' heads this morning. But let me just throw a few things out at you, okay? One, I got to agree with Goo. He just said, you know, stuff about player development and the lack thereof on the Warriors. That resonates loud and clear with me. Jordan Poole, when he came up, he's a hot shot. He's a Yahoo. He's got talent. Didn't show anything. They sent him down to the G League, I think maybe even twice. When he came back up, finally, and playing within the Warriors system, he really contributed a lot. I mean, he was good. He was averaging close to 20 points a game, not knowing whether he was going to start in the championship year. He didn't know whether Clay was going to play, a lot of stuff. And the kid averaged close to 20 points a game. The point I want to make is think about where we are. And this is definitely hindsight. I understand it. But think about where we are and where we have been for the last 3 or 4 years since the championship year. What if we had actually kept Jordan Poole, who proved he could play, and what if we had actually done what we should have done with Kuminga and Wiseman and sent them down to the G League for 1 or 2 years and let them develop? Other coaches and other people around the league have said that Steve Kerr, as great as he is, does not do well at player development. And I think we've seen that, over the last 3 or 4 years. So Just allow yourself to fantasize.
I have, man. You're on fire. I think it's fair, Steiny. Go ahead, not to cut you off, but that's very valid at this point.
What?
To think about what could have been. And he's saying, what if Poole didn't get traded and it was Dre? What if you took Wiseman and Kuminga to the G League and let him get seasoned? All that woulda, coulda stuff I think is fair now, because I'm sorry, Steiny, in Warrior World, and again, shout out Sheed, the red siren is flashing, and I don't know where the fire truck or the fire crew are at and how close they are, because it doesn't feel like it today.
No, it doesn't. Nobody stays on top forever. And
so that's what you're saying, the bills come due.
I mean,
but it don't feel good, man.
Well, how did the 4 titles feel? So, listen, I've said all along that clearly there are a lot of fans that aren't ready to see this thing push forward without the names that we've grown accustomed to. But, the reality of the situation is this team's kind of been in the same place since 2022, and they looked like they were going to kind of be at the same place this year if Jimmy Butler would have stayed healthy, but he didn't, and they know that maybe it's time to, cut the cord on this season. And, how that affects
Curry. That can happen naturally, not to interrupt. Just by them lose. Steiny, we talked about the horrific schedule, and now they're undermanned.
Right. It's going to be hard for them to make the playoffs.
Wow. No, seriously.
But it's not the worst thing in the world. I'm sorry. I'd rather be in the lottery. I'd rather be in the lottery than get swept by the Oklahoma City Thunder 4-0 to none, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Patrick in South City. We're talking about Jonathan Kuminga, who's now an Atlanta Hawk. Kristaps Porzingis is coming to the Golden State Warriors. What's going on, Patrick?
Along the line of what you were saying earlier, Steiny, let's be honest. This is the price that we've paid for having Steve Kerr as a head coach. He's done a great job. We won titles, but we all saw it. After 2022, the championship, we knew this team needed a rebuild. We knew this team needed to change direction. We knew the league got more athletic and had more young talent. And that just wasn't his mindset. He wasn't in the mood to take this Kuminga kid, who I think is one of the best athletes in the league, on a team that has no athletes. So why in the world would you not take this kid under your wing? Okay, he doesn't play defense. Send him to Hakeem Olajuwon in Houston for 3 months and let him work with him on his defense. Why give up on a kid that's probably one of the best athletes in the league and could be one of the best ISO players in the league? And you know what's funny is I met KD once at the Battery in San Francisco. This was right when the last year when he was going to leave.
My man.
He looked at me. I said, "Why are you leaving? Is it because of Draymond, or we really want you here?" He goes, "Patrick has nothing to do with Draymond. Draymond's my homie." He said, "The issue is I'm an ISO basketball player. You hand me the ball, I'm going to go score for you." And that's just not what Steve Kerr wants. He said he used to come up to me all the time and say, "Hey, great job, but we're a team that passes the ball 5-6 times before we shoot." And this is the problem with Kuminga. He's an ISO player. You hand this kid the ball, and most of the time, one-on-one, he's going to score or get fouled. And that's the shame of all this, girl, and I agree with you 100%. This kid is a great talent. Kerr never wanted to spend time developing him when they could have, and I think they're going to pay a steep price because I think this kid's going to be a big star.
All right. Appreciate the call, Patrick. And that's what we'll be watching closely here. What happens to Jonathan Kuminga in Atlanta?
Now, you did tell me, we had a basketball discussion like we often do on this show, that a coach's job is not player development.
They got 42 assistants,
no doubt.
and every assistant coach is assigned to a player. People want to get on Steve Kerr, they can get on Steve Kerr. I look at it more as an entire organizational thing. They steered Steve Kerr down a road, and he drove the car exactly where they told him to drive the car, which was with the veterans as far as they could go. And nobody ever said to Steve Kerr, we got to stop driving the car down this road. So he continues to drive the car down that road. And it looks like it all may be coming to an end and starting to come to an end right now.
We got a Niner nugget, huh?
Oh, thank you, Goo. Thank you very much. First, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports station, and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. And here's the news. The San Francisco 49ers, they will open next season against the LA Rams. And the game will be in Australia. First NFL game ever in Australia.
Wow.
Next year's opener, Rams-Niners. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's a Rams home game. Or is it a Niners home game, I wonder?
I mean, the fact that the Niners usually sell out SoFi probably means they will travel, travel well down under.
That's kind of what I'm thinking about, too. So there you have it. Wow. I know a lot of you guys out there look at the schedule and pick your trips. Well, you got a darn good one this year. Australia. Maybe we should get down there and be a part of that, Goo.
Yeah. I do want to say one, the hashtag random. My boy Tone texted me, say, Goo, you look sad on YouTube.
Yeah, you really do.
I just stopped. He would have said it. I know we're at Radio Row. It's the Super Bowl.
Right.
But the talk of the sports world is the NBA. Is that good for the Shield, or they're just like, go ahead and have your couple days?
Didn't this happen last year with Doncic or Butler during the Super Bowl week?
That I can't.
I think something happened last year, with that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jonathan Kuminga is an Atlanta Hawk, and the Warriors will be getting Kristaps Porzingis. Also, another move that was made, Trace Jackson-Davis has been traded to the Raptors for a second-round pick, which is what he was.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rafi in Berkeley. Hey, Rafi, what's going on, man? How you doing?
How you doing? Good, guys. How you doing?
Hey,
doing well. Thank you.
I got two real quick ones,
all right.
and then something a little more interesting. The first one is I just love how people relentlessly seem to call in and say that Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a star. The entire league spoke and said he was worth, at best, an injured 30-year-old.
Wow,
so
man.
For all the people who seem to have an idea about Jonathan Kuminga, well, every single team in the NBA said he isn't very good. Number two, everyone talking about how Steph doesn't develop young players. You know, there was a young player named Draymond Green that he essentially got, 2 years after he started playing basketball. He got Clay 2 years after he started playing basketball. He turned these people into some of the best basketball players of all time. And the idea that he doesn't develop players in a certain way, but he developed several players into some of the best basketball players who've ever lived. The third thing, just in very brief, is I really feel very strongly that the Bay Area media is letting Joe Lacob off the hook. Who and what is going on in that draft room?
Wow.
The two timeline thing is a total mess. They're trying to repair or fix mistakes that were made when they didn't trade Wiseman's pick, when they didn't trade Kuminga's pick, and when they didn't trade Moody's pick. These were mistakes that I really do believe strongly were Joe Lacob's mistakes. That the Bay Area media lets this man off the hook for being a voice in the draft room. What is he best at? He's best at business. And I think he's meddling, and I think that they should have traded those picks if they actually cared about Steph Curry. And I'll take your guys' thoughts off the air.
Real quick before you hang up, I just got a response, Sonny. I don't know, in the caller, they're playing that sound of Iguodala and Steph on the podcast together while they're still Warriors, laughing basically at the notion that the Warriors front office is going to invest in these young draft picks before we knew it was Kuminga and Moody, and not going to get a bona fide, already made player to kind of enhance or keep up their chances at winning, and that's making its rounds. But the caller, just passionate as he is, the players agreed with him, Steiny.
I agreed with him at the time. And I'm not saying that I thought they should have gone in a different direction.
You're right, and so was the caller.
The minute we found out that they drafted 2 projects without any basketball experience, essentially. And then the idea that 2 years later, everyone's got their hands outstretched saying, why aren't these guys playing? Well, because they're not good enough. They did not have a foundation, unfortunately. I hate to say it, but they were not ready for the NBA when the Warriors drafted them, and the Warriors and their fans weren't quite willing to give them 3 to 5 years, which is what a project's going to need. But in the Warriors system, it's going to need more because they don't develop as long as they're under the illusion that they're a championship type team. Like, that never surprised me that those guys weren't playing a lot in 22, 23, and 24, because that's when the organization, to me, doubled down on, oh, you know what, I think we can win another couple. Well, once they said that, then the young guys were in a bind, I thought.
Yeah, and I'll say this again as a lifelong Warrior fan, to that caller's point, the one before, JK, the league spoke. I will stand on this hill. It means nothing at the end. It doesn't mean anything at the end of the day, but what's in my heart, the Warriors had a hand in Jonathan Kuminga not being or netting what we thought. That was a collective failure.
We'll see. I mean, we'll see.
What had me surprised by you is, what if he goes to Atlanta and shows he could play? Yeah. At what point, what good does that do us then?
Well, then we'll know the Warriors.
I feel like we know. Well, okay, you're saying Kuminga might not pop, so you didn't miss anything.
I'm saying we're going to find out in Atlanta whether the Warriors drafted a guy who can't play or whether they drafted a guy they couldn't develop. That's the way I look at it. If he goes to Atlanta and he can't play, to me, that tells me it was a Wiseman pick.
Yeah, okay.
But I think he's going to be somewhere in the middle. He's not going to be James Wiseman and not be in the league, but I don't believe he's ever going to be this player, this player that I think a lot of Warrior fans think he still could be.
The number 7 pick in a draft.
Yeah, I think he could be a role player on a good team. Maybe a 6th man at this point. If he can do that, then maybe you start thinking about him as a starter. But I mean, let's see who plays in Atlanta. If he leapfrogs people who have been there, or if he can't supplant people who have been there.
I'll tell you what, for the people that, that caller wanted Lake Up to get, called on the carpet or whatnot about those failed picks, do you think as this team gets further out of contention, if that does happen, and it looks like it could fast, I'm starting to read articles where I feel like the stories of those misses on the picks, Wiseman, Kuminga, are gaining steam. Like Joe's not losing sleep over, but Stoney, that is a part of all this.
Yeah.
Had you hit or got something remotely closer than what it ended up being, where we would be and how we would feel about not just this year, the future, Steph not having to work a double shift?
And I'm convinced that they might not have been able to develop anybody they drafted with the mindset that the organization has had the last 3 years. I'm sorry. I don't know that Kongwu would have been able to come in here and establish himself. I think he would have. I think he's a better player than a lot of the guys who aren't playing in his class. But we'll find out. I'm excited to see Kuminga get a fresh start in Atlanta and let the chips fall where they may.
But what if I told you, and I'm going to watch all 48, I'm not excited about tonight's game? Or is that too immediate? Well, you got reasons because they're shorthanded. Relax. Steph, but we don't know.
Yeah, and that says a lot about Warrior fans. I hate to say it. But and this is the other thing, and I get it, but Steph Curry's still on the Warriors, and and already people are saying I'm not watching tonight, and I get he's not playing tonight.
Have you heard that?
Yeah, he's out tonight.
No, have you heard people are not watching?
I mean, a lot of people on the comments are saying, what's the sense of watching this team? And I'm thinking, oh my God. I mean, I thought people jump off the bandwagon. I thought it takes a little while.
The real ones are watching, partner.
Well, you're not.
I am watching.
You said you're not watching tonight.
Donnie, I watch it. Come on, man. I got pirate blood in me. Yeah, I'm watching.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I love the ball. I love ball.
By the way,
I watched during a great time out.
You know, let me tell you something. Our producer, Evan, is really... He's been on one this week. They'll be like, Cam Newton walks by.
He was humongous.
And he gets him a, hey, Steiny, do you know who that is?
He said it to you, not
I'm
me.
like, yeah, I know who that is. I shake my head. But you know what?
Is humongous.
He's allowed to do that. And by the way, I do know who Cam Newton is. But meanwhile, the best offensive lineman in NFL history walks by. A guy who makes Trent Williams look like a thimble.
You did say what's
Anthony Munoz. I saw him. And you have no idea who Anthony Munoz is, though, do you?
USC, Cincinnati Bengals, don't try me. Number 2.
Thank you.
The reason why I was asking about Cam Newton is because we might have been able to get him on, and I didn't want to bury you if you didn't know who he was.
He's 6'5" with a hat on.
Yeah, there's several people that are 6'5"
from here to Hayward.
No, not his hat.
He
Look
was
at this
incredible.
guy right here. You know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Goo.
He asked you.
That's Bonito from the Broncos.
A little smaller.
I need something from you, Steiny.
You know, I did see earlier today was
The point is,
Eric
I don't want to
Armstead.
throw you under the bus.
Yeah.
Who is it?
I don't know.
Hey, there's another quarterback we saw, Donovan McNabb. This is my last time. You said Evan and I have been talking about people.
Stop it, Goo.
I'm 227. I'm working on myself. It's more like Donovan McDouble. Dude,
What's McDouble?
He's big. Lowe even said. Yes.
Oh, I don't like that.
Dude,
You guys continue to do that, by the way.
No, Evan, we want even Lowe said, look at, I said, man. Oh, man.
All right,
McNabb.
888-957-9570 is the number. Jonathan Kuminga's been traded to the Hawks. How are Warrior fans feeling? And are you sticking with this team right now? Lo Neal's going to join us at noon, too, by the way. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And the NFL is taking over the Bay Area with a Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's now through February 7th at Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with a Vince Lombardi trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. For tickets and more info, visit 957thegame.com. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And, you know, covering Bay Area sports for as long as I have, I've seen athletes go through it all, the highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. And whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. And it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can't be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that. But Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. Football's biggest game right around the corner. Time to get in on this action with Underdog right now in California. If you're not on Underdog yet, now's the time. New customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 entry. More on that later. Playing on Underdog, very easy. Get your players. Pick if they're going higher or lower on stats like touchdowns and yards. Pair them together. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Plus, new promos are dropping daily in the app. You need to check them out. Great opportunities. The games lately, these are good defenses, so I would think in this one as well. I lean lower on a lot of these numbers. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score that $75 in bonus entries. Again, my promo code is Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? 1-800-GAMBLER or ncpgambling.org.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers. Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
What's the question? I think you just answered your own question.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
I think you just answered your own question.
I mean, this is like Steve Kerr trying to huddle up the Warriors and everybody's looking for Kuminga. I mean, where's Goo? Where's Goo? He's out networking. Oh, there you are, Goo. What's going on?
Yeah.
Who'd you meet during the break?
Oh, I talked to Baldinger. Look how fresh he looks. He's right behind you.
But he's one of our guys. He doesn't count.
We got invited to a gig at 5 p.m. Let's go.
I haven't been invited to one thing.
You're home alone. Well, I mean, like, you got a pass. Let's do it,
I
man.
wouldn't say a pass. I still got a dog at home.
Don't you have the camera to check on the dog with all the technology? No, seriously.
You don't understand. The guilt.
Oh, wow.
And the shame, knowing that I'm out and about, and poor Rosie is...
So you think your dog feels better when you get home?
Have you ever seen her when I get home?
No.
You can't fake that enthusiasm.
Wow.
You just can't.
No, seriously, wow.
All right. We're talking about Jonathan Kuminga. He has been traded.
I can call the draft pick a failure, right? We all, Dub Nation can. Look, forget blame. It's a failure, especially getting back damaged goods.
I think it was underwhelming, obviously, for a lot of Warrior fans. But we're in a new era, and we may have to get used to it.
What would you dub it? No pun intended.
Let me think about it.
I don't like it. How about that?
I know you don't, because
a lot of people don't.
Yeah, and we know what's going to happen.
When's Curry coming back? I'm being real.
Probably not for a while.
Would you you know what? Would you think about past this season? I'm being real.
So you're telling me that the first sign of trouble, the Warriors are going to shut Steph down with 18 more home games left. I mean, how can you do that?
Well, now you're describing finagling the system. I'm not saying that, but if this is more serious than they're letting on, why not, especially now with the state of the team, cherish your biggest prize and possession you have?
Well, maybe.
By take 2 weeks, but what about the play on the court? And what I don't like real quick about Porzingis, Sonny, he ain't you said he might come back. I get you. But that's what we got coming back from a young Thundercat that didn't be able to develop into a Thundercat. He was 23.
Right,
now we got a 30-year-old.
But we've got to acknowledge that if you get an expiring contract from an injury-plagued player, obviously he's not a Thundercat.
Yeah, it's about
there was not a line around the corner. Let's go to Chucky in Oakland.
Chucky.
Hey, Chucky, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Damn, Guru, you hella wrong, Guru.
What I do for McNabb?
Jonathan McDouble?
Oh, yeah, my Chucky, my bad.
Hey, I always enjoy you guys' show, man. I do, man. Matter of fact, when I get off work, I'm gonna come out there so I can get some of that experience out there, man.
There you go.
Hey, well, what I wanted to say, man, is that, I've always been a Kuminga fan, man. I hate to see him gone, man. I will say Porzingis, man, he was a monster when he first came in. I love that dude's game. I saw a documentary with how he hella close with his family. I liked everything about that dude's game, but he's not the same player now. But I think this is a perfect timing, man, for you to ask this question, man. I know Sonny going to have a lot to say on this. You probably too, Guru, but I'm a fan. I was in favor of Mark Jackson, man. I like the dude as a coach, man. And I thought he got the wrong end of the stick, man, when they let him go. If I'm not mistaken, they let him go after the Warriors went to the playoffs. They went to the playoffs, and he got released that year, and then Kirk came in. But Steiny saying how Kirk took it to a different level. And my question to both of you guys is, but Mark Jackson couldn't have took them. He couldn't have won the championship with them. Mark Jackson couldn't have did it. The level that Steiny talked about, Mark Jackson couldn't have done that. And that's my question, man. I appreciate you guys a lot. Your insight and the knowledge that you guys have, man, is just outstanding.
Thank you, my man. Appreciate it.
You want me to go first, the biggest Mark Jackson fan?
Sure.
As much as I love Mark, this offense was the key to unlock this dynasty. And I watched an offense where they just draw up plays under Mark Jackson, dribble, Clay or Steph, and it was not fluid. Kerr came in the first year, already inherited, had the goods for a good meal, but he knew what to put the oven on. Instead of 475, it was 350. So, Chucky, I'm not saying they couldn't have done it, but for Steve Kerr to do it in year one and change the offense, that to me was a big part of everything, Steiny.
Yeah, I'm not going to say Mark Jackson could have never won a title with the Warriors, but I think that it was obvious that when Steve got here, man, everything took off offensively. And as good as Curry and Clay were, they obviously played at another level under Steve Kerr for whatever reason. Some of it might have been just the natural part of where they were developing. But look, Mark Jackson got this ball rolling. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
And Kerr always gives them love for that, too. That's why I love Kerr.
Well, whether he does it, yeah, it's the right thing to do. Russell in L.A.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
LA.
Russell, how you doing, man? Hey, Russell.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep. All right, so first off, I think we're being a little dramatic about this whole, end of Steph thing. I just think I'm actually excited for KP. I will say I'll just take the other side of the coin. I think it's going to be good just for, and also I'm very happy that hopefully today is the last day that we're going to be talking about Kuminga. Because, golly, I'm just so sick of it. But so another caller was talking about, hey, imagine what could happen if we kept JP, and just throw out a wild one, right? So Jordan Poole has not played in the last 4, 5, 6 games or something.
Yeah.
New Orleans they got to do something. So what if New Orleans were to buy out his contract? Draymond takes the lead. We bring him back. We get something. And by the way, we still got 30 minutes left in the trade deadline, but just want to throw that out there.
No, appreciate it. Yeah, I think when I hear names like Jordan Poole, I
cringe. You know where I'm at with that. And that's why
I cringe because
he was the one of the
bunch
that panned out. Forget after the punch. People miss me with that. I think his career was over after that. But as far as going to the G League, coming back and rocking the Chase Center and having visions from fans of, okay, you might be part of the next, he did what. And I can't hate on Moody because Moody's improved, but you know what I mean. You got your bang for your buck with that pick. Wiseman, you didn't do that. Kuminga, you didn't do that. Poole, you did it, and for extenuating circumstances, he had to go somewhere. But it is part of the batch of cookies that didn't pan out.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Poole helped the Warriors win a title. There's no doubt about it. And now he's gone. Just like Klay Thompson, gone. Let's go to Sabrina in San Francisco.
Hey,
Sabrina, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing well, thank you.
I'm upset, Sabrina, but I'm trying to act like I'm not.
Well, hopefully I can help you. Hopefully this will help. I want everyone to just settle down and realize one thing. The introduction of the apron has hurt a lot of teams, including Warriors. They have hindered a lot of teams from having Dynasty. And if you think I'm lying, just wait in a few years with OKC. What's happening right now is going to happen to them. So to me, everyone was talking about the future. This was the cleanest trade that the Warriors could possibly have done for right now, considering, and I agree with the other caller, a lot of people weren't calling for Kuminga. They couldn't dish him out for much of anything. So now you get a guy who historically, for about 30 games, can give you the best of what he can of what the Warriors need. A presence, a three-point shooter. Draymond has not been consistent from the three, but we need his playmaking. So now you add on Porzingis, he can do that. He could be a presence for a Wemby, for example. The Warriors have done enough to make sure that they can at least get into the play-in or the playoffs. So right now, you let Curry sit for a few games. He'll be back. So all you did was get Porzingis for a 30-game rental. He did it with Boston. That's how they won their championship. Why can't he come and do it here? And you didn't give away any picks. So now for the people who was talking about the future, your future is secure. Now you also free up cap space. So at the end of the season, if you want to go sign somebody on the mid-level, which you got a lot of people coming out, you now have money to do that. And now you're saying to Curry, okay, Curry, I couldn't give you anything extra for Kuminga, but I'm going to give you a shot with Porzingis. So that was my call.
Thanks,
Wow,
Serena.
good stuff.
Great
Yeah.
stuff.
All right, sorry, just want to interject here for a second, guys. There has been another trade, obviously 30 minutes until the NBA trade deadline expires. Ivica Zubac is going from the Clippers to the Pacers in exchange for a package including Benedict Mathurin.
Oh, he's a baller, but Zubac? Wow.
Clippers traded James Harden a couple days ago. Zubac is now gone.
Mathurin can hoop, though. But, I mean, he's a different player than Zubac. Rebounds, protect the rim. I don't know what the Clippers are doing, but I do like Mathurin, Sonny.
I mean, what the Clippers are doing is saying we think 17-5 still isn't good enough.
Okay.
We're
going to get swept first round or whoever whomever you get.
This is also from Anthony Slater of ESPN. Draymond Green will remain with the Warriors through the trade deadline per sources. He was involved in the Giannis conversation, but part of the pivot plan to Porzingis included the idea of pairing Draymond and Porzingis in the front court.
All right, that's Anthony Slater. So Draymond Green not going anywhere. Listen, if I do not know what's going on with Porzingis' health. He's never been fully healthy. Then again, Jonathan Kuminga has never fully been engaged with the Warriors or been a mainstay for an extended period of time. So I'm willing to look at Porzingis and say, I mean, can he come here and play? Can he play games for the Golden State Warriors? And if the answer is yes, he's a better player when he's on the court than Jonathan Kuminga at this stage of his career. How much longer does he have left? I don't know. How much longer is he going to be with the Warriors? I don't know, because he's only under contract for the rest of the year. But I do think, that is one way to look at it. I mean, would you rather have Porzingis or Malik Monk for another 2 or 3 years? That's another part of this that's really, I think, important, is the Warriors did not want to take on a player whose contract runs for another 2 or 3 years if they weren't in love with the player. So I think that plays into it too, Goo.
Yeah, and it's a big if. I'm trying to, again, I said it to you. I like Porzingis, the player, man, but Stoney, I think last year he played half a season. He had a condition called POTS, and it zapped him of his energy. His threes were short, and, hopefully he's gotten over that. But when the dude can be upright, he's a baller, the true stretch five. So you got some rim protection. But what I don't like about what Sabrina was putting down, I love the positivity. She's saying you bring him in for 30. Well, Sabrina, we can already go to the calculator and hit the minus button because he's not playing tonight. And again, I'm not going, you're looking at me like, I can't give you what you want in regard to when Steph's coming back or when Porzingis will make his debut. But when I look at 3, 4, 5 games over, by the time the guys get back, will that number be at 1? Will we be at 500 even,
If that.
If that.
I mean,
so
if that. They got a tough stretch coming up.
Man, if that.
I mean, and listen, I think
Lakers Saturday at L.A.
And I think the Warriors are telling you something here, too. They traded for a guy they know's hurt. And they had a guy who was at least available, but they're willing to trade a guy who at least was available to them for a guy who might not be available to them. So what does that tell you their mindset is for the rest of the season? It's not their focus.
No doubt.
It's just not.
But now I'm getting nervous, and I think a lot of Dub Nation, Stoney, let's just say you get the number 1 pick. Will you mess it up? That's where we're at. That's where I'm at now. Like, all that stuff I fought you on, like ping pong back and forth, like I can see clearly now Kuminga's gone. But I wonder, are they going to get it right?
Well, if you take the number 1 pick, I would take my chances this year.
Well, yeah,
I would take my chances in the top 4 this year.
Loaded.
Exactly. Let's go to Shane in San Francisco. Hey, Shane, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey.
Warriors in shambles. Most Warriors move, blockbuster move ever. Aging, chronically ill, injured white dude. Squad. And Russell, the previous caller, golly, I got bad news for you, brother, because we're going to keep talking about Kuminga. I'm going to anoint myself the unofficial Kuminga correspondent for 95.7 The Game.
We could use one of those. I'll take it.
Yeah, I got you. I've been cooking this one up for a minute, and I knew you guys were kind of looking out for it. I was anticipating a need. They got a game against Atlanta next month, so we could do like kind of a lead up, week leading up to week of hype up show. You guys are in radio, so you know about manufacturing a narrative. I'm all about that too, so we can get all over that. And Kuminga on a team full of Thundercats. I don't know what a Thundercat is, and I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying that, but
we don't have one on the Warriors yet right now. Curry's the only one.
It should be interesting. So, yeah, I'm here for you guys. Great show. Great job. Keep it up. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. And TJD, how'd that draft pick work out?
Well, wait a minute. Did it just get bad because they traded him?
I always liked the kid.
What if you get another Will Richard?
Yeah.
Second-round pick?
I think the Warriors have enough guys that don't move the needle. Like TJD and Will Richard.
I couldn't believe you said I'm not going to watch. You were having fun.
You said that, and I said
I stayed.
You said
during
why
a
should I
great
even watch
timeout.
tomorrow?
I'm going nowhere, and you got Steph.
No,
I am
not
really
tonight.
I am, and I think you're. There's some looks you give off, but there was one where you were hugging me without touching me. Steiny, I really am scared about this record and the slide that it could get to by the time these guys get back. So you're telling me
tanking is on the table. It is absolutely on the table.
And it might have started with that deal last night.
And it might have started with Steph not playing tonight.
Wow, man.
Listen, I don't know if they're gonna.
I hear you, man.
But it's on the table right now.
Damn.
There are similarities to this trade and the Bogut and Monte Ellis trade. Obviously, Joe Lacob over the years has said we don't tank, and it may not look like Don Nelson tank, but look, let's start monitoring how often Steph plays, what Porzingis' situation is, and also moving forward with the older guys like Draymond Green and Horford.
Give me let's get Steve Kerr update, just a Steiny gut feeling on his future. So I'm on a podcast. I can't remember off the top which one it was, but he talked, he was feeling frisky like he wanted to coach, and the guys were having fun with him, like breaking news. But with everything that's happened, and I don't think anything's going to happen in the next 20 minutes, do you think this has impacted his future at all? Or his would you want to come back to this project? Because that's what it's turning into.
Nothing's changed for me regarding Steve Kerr. It's difficult for me seeing him coach this team next year, and now I'm almost at the point where it might not matter who's on the team. Obviously Steve can't hang around just for Steph.
Right.
He's coaching more players than just Steph. So
on the podcast, he kind of mentioned that he wanted. I can't remember. I got to be better, but he was having fun. He wasn't having fun. He said
I don't think
he wanted
he's
to
having
align
fun
with Curry.
I do not think he's having fun.
No, on the podcast. I gotta tell you which one it was, but he had mentioned Curry.
Why would you want Steve Kerr to coach next year? What is the upside? See, that's what I mean. The upside, if Steve Kerr comes back, he's coming back for two guys, Draymond and Steph.
Right.
And that would be another indication that this organization is still in that mode where they're holding on. I would be, I don't know about shocked. I do not see an upside in bringing Steve Kerr back. And do I know the guy? No. I can't for the life of me understand why he would want to come back. This
is a perfect time if you were to dip.
It's not even funny. Let's go to Anthony in Brentwood.
Our man.
Hey, Anthony, how you doing?
What's going on? What's going on? Radio Row, holla at me. Guru, take a seat and sit back because I got you.
Okay, go ahead, baby.
Anybody that's saying that this is a good trade is smoking crack. Sorry, it is what it is. There's absolutely no way that you can positively and honestly evaluate this trade. There's nothing good here for the Warriors. We traded a quote-unquote young Thundercat. And the reason why he's a Thundercat is because he has a lot of potential and he has a lot of raw talent. That's the definition of a Thundercat. Sorry, Steiny. He is a Thundercat. He was the only other person on the team that can create his own shot. Did he have his flaws? Yes. But did he still have a lot of upside, and was he a net positive? Absolutely. Porzingis, a woman called 2 calls ago and mentioned that he helped the Celtics get to the winning championship. You know what the Celtics had? They had Derek White. You had Jason Tatum. You had Jaylen Brown. You had the point guard out there and Drew Holiday. We don't have many of that. So Porzingis was able to just kick back, relax, all of 7 feet tall, and not come back into the playoffs. Kind of similar to the way Jordan Poole gave us that comfortability when he was here and Steph was able to kick back and not have to come back into the second round of the playoffs. It's just so funny how everything kind of go full circle. This trade was not about making things better for Steph. It was only about getting Jonathan Kuminga out of the building because him and Kerr cannot coexist with each other.
All right, good stuff, Anthony. I got to get moving because we got business to take care of. But you made your point, smack dab. Okay, Low Neal's joining us in 20 minutes, and our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
The big game is almost here, you guys, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right, and now they have the Big Game Max discount. This week, Prize Picks has a special max discount for the big game live in the app. Now, Drake May just needs 1 passing yard for the max discount to win, and all you got to do is just add another player to your lineup, and if your picks hit, bam, you cash out. And I got you covered. All you got to do is go to Prize Picks now and use my code GURU957 to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5. And now Prize Picks is a new feature. It's early payout. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game is even over. Download the Prize Picks app today and use my code again, GURU957, to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Visit prizepicks.com. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Women's Heritage Day is coming to History Park on Saturday, March 7th from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Join History San Jose, Mosaic America, and other community partners as we celebrate Women's History Month in the Santa Clara Valley. This free, family-friendly event will feature live cultural performances, a poetry lounge, crafts for all ages, booths from local woman-owned small businesses, a woman-owned lowrider and classic car show, and more. Want to be a sponsor or find out how you can get involved? Visit historysanjose.org.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Darren from Modesto. Awesome job, guys, and very happy in all. Excellent customer service. Fabian and his coworker are very professional and super friendly. They went above and beyond to help us. I am so glad that I chose R&S. Thank you.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Yo, it's Guru from 95.7 The Game. Steiny and I are celebrating the big game Sunday at Bay Street, Emeryville. Pre-game starts at 2 p.m. Great food, Bay Area vibes, the concert everyone's talking about, and us. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Mainly sunny for San Francisco, high temperature 67.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Get ready for heart, hustle, and a whole new kind of hero in Sony's GOAT, the animated sports adventure exclusively produced by Steph Curry, in theaters February 13th. For a chance to see it before it releases, courtesy of Sony Pictures, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I was at the Circa, putting in work.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, coming up in 10 minutes, Lo Neal's going to join us, and not a second before. What's up, Lo? How you doing? We'll have Lo at noon, and we'll have his buddy Sean Merriman joining us hopefully about 12:45, and then we'll see about your boy Cam Newton.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Cam looks like a monster in a good way. That's why he got MVP. You didn't fall on that fumble. Hey, I was approached. This story, real quick, Evan and Lo. This guy came up to me and said years ago, at the NBA All-Star game, you guys switched it up. You were covering the Warriors. His name is Derek Nesbitt. He wanted me to tell the story. So I guess you guys had the media game, and you switched it up to where you guys played in the media game, you know, the guys that covered.
Yeah.
And you picked guys. So he's a tall brother, worked for Soul Beat at the time.
Okay.
And he said you picked him first because he was tall, looked like he could hoop. And he just wanted me to share with you how disappointed he couldn't hoop. but you thought he could because he was big and athletic. And he had let it go because he feels like he let you down. Because when you guys start playing, yeah, brother, he couldn't ball, and he says he hasn't forgotten the hurt in your eyes. For him being your number one pick, Solby, Derek Nesbitt, he's around here. I won't point him out.
No, I know who he is.
But I couldn't stop laughing. I said, that sounds like him.
Yeah, that was about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So he was 20 years before his time. He was a lot like Kuminga. A lot of skill, but
Chuckle, we laughed,
needed some needed to understand the nuances of the game.
Yeah, you can't hoop. You look good, but you can't play.
We're talking about Jonathan Kuminga. He has been traded to the Hawks for Kristaps Porzingis and also another deal. Trace Jackson-Davis is now a Toronto Raptor. We'll take some more calls, and then we'll jump in with Low Neal. But first, Anthony in Brentwood. What's up, Anthony? How you doing? Anthony, Brentwood. Let's go to Omar. He's in the East Bay. What's up, Omar? How you doing?
What's going on, gentlemen? Hey, I just wanted to piggyback off a really great call from Rafi out in Berkeley. And I've called in on this front before, but I think, again, the spotlight needs to be directly on Joe Lacob. This is the dude who had to have the mic last at Mully's, his jersey retirement. He's the dude that lucked into not trading Curry away for Bogut. He's the dude that wanted to trade Clay to go and get Kevin Love. He's the dude that let the logo walk out the door. This whole thing about Kuminga is just a red herring. The asset management from this front office and this ownership, it's just bullheaded. He's held on to this dream of Giannis for 6-7 years when he's had a generational player that he walked into, that he inherited from the previous regime when he purchased the franchise for $450 million. 4 championships later, they're now worth $11 billion plus, and he now fancies himself some sort of, I don't know, some kind of a personnel savant. He let go of Mark Jackson because he wasn't collaborative.
Right.
What is it that his own people in his draft room were banging the table for Trey Murphy III, but he had to have Kuminga. When you're trying to sell hope to a fan base who understands what it was back in Cohan's days,
right?
This is like the reverse curse of Cohan, mixed in with a little bit of Jerry Jones. So shout out to Brian in Palo Alto.
I mean, that's a little premature.
But this fan is short for fanatics, Donnie. The Roosters are coming home now. They're like, Steph, what word am I looking for? He didn't hide anything. It was just so great. It was good times. Shout out J.J. Evans. And you were getting chips, so you got to give Joe credit for that. But now it's, okay, what did you guys do to preserve it and keep it going? And now I think a day or like last night, end of the day, scratch my head, our hot shot 7th pick, we get an old guy that can't stay healthy and got a lot going on. I think a lot of people are looking for they're lashing out, and I think rightfully so. Kuminga, the Wiseman, all that stuff is relevant again. Like the coffin is open.
Yeah, people can, are we going to be talking about that in 2 years and 4 years?
Well, you're looking at Kuminga. I know it's a bit different, but you're still going to watch him to see to give the Warriors a grade.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, is that any different than what, fans are feeling about what could have been to keep this thing or maybe have it better than what it looks like today? Because they take on Phoenix.
Look, there's no doubt that the Warriors had a dynasty, and they had an opportunity to supplement that dynasty with some picks that they had acquired during that time. They didn't use those 3 picks
man.
And so I hate to say it is over. Not the dynasty, but that they are over. They're done. They missed
the dynasty's
that.
over. When you're the dynasty,
I'm not talking about
I'm
not talking about the dynasty.
You got to reinvent
I'm
now.
talking about the fact that you had your opportunity, you missed it.
Oh, man.
Now it's like you can't just. Okay, we had an opportunity over the course of 2 years to have 3 picks in the top 14. Yeah. We blew it, but now
we're going to get Giannis.
The league entitles us to go get Giannis. It's like no,
but
no,
they tried,
that's not
though.
that's
tried.
Great. That's great, and they tried for Paul George, and I think people need to start waking up around here. They really do, and Kevin Durant did not want to come here. And you know what? Neither did Giannis. That's the bottom line. And I think the Warriors caught wind of that, and they cut bait with Kuminga. So, they're like, listen, you guys want to talk about Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody and the picks and Poole, the punch, and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. We can talk about that in 2030 if they haven't rebounded. It's just, and I'm not going to tell you can't, but yeah, we all know what's led to this point, and what's led to this point were 3 suspect draft picks. It was, to me, marrying Draymond Green at all costs. It was moving Jordan Poole only because of the thing that happened with Draymond Green and a host of others. And then you get into a desperate situation, or you get into a situation where you don't like your choices. And then you know what? You go all in for Steph with Jimmy Butler, but Jimmy Butler says, I don't really want to play for the Warriors. Well, Jimmy, it's always about money, so we're willing to give you another year at 55. Okay, now I'll come to the Warriors. Like, let's not sugarcoat it like Butler was gung-ho coming here. He wasn't. And so you pushed your chips into the middle with another old guy. You got hurt. He got hurt. It was you better have put this into the equation, and now he's hurt, and you got to figure it out. But let me tell you what ain't happening. One move to turn this around ain't happening.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Let's sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Let's stop thinking that this team can put a championship team at this point around Steph Curry before it's too late. Like, we got to give up on that. Don't we? Don't we? I'm asking.
I'm thinking about getting in that line. I'll talk to you Monday, see how I feel. But what I will do, I know what's bugging you is tomorrow with the guys. But what's bugging me, and I'm going to go Mary J. Blige, a great R&B singer, sounding my life. For the rest of my life, I will not believe Adam Schefter, Shams. It's nothing personal. All the report. This Giannis thing took everything out. Why did it get to where it got? To where was it a boy or a girl? Now I feel like we weren't even pregnant. Like, what happened to all that momentum that seemed like the Bay was about to celebrate? Giannis, you can call me, get it out now, stupid. Like, you can say it. And it's not just me, we all bid.
No. You asked me what I thought the chances were, and I was like, I don't know, 10 to 20 tops?
I'll never, until something is done,
this is where
running, man.
Well, this is where, can we just be realistic? Giannis is one of the top 5 players in the NBA.
Facts.
But you're going to move him for a Draymond Green who's almost done, or you're going to move him for Jimmy Butler, who may never play again. Sorry, it doesn't work that way.
They did try, though. They did try.
That's great.
That symbols to me, they know they're in dire straits.
That's the bare minimum to try. That's the bare minimum.
Said never mistake activity for achievement.
Let's go to Tim in San Diego. Hey, Tim, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Dude, you got to stop being so deluded and sentimental about this, man. Come on. This is what's sad is Santa Cruz has a better product on the floor, currently speaking, than what we're putting on the floor up in San Francisco.
Oh, my God.
Think about that. I'd rather go to Santa Cruz and play Santa Cruz money to see that than the crap that we're going to be seeing the rest of the year. But getting back to Porzingis and Kuminga, Kuminga's in the best situation. They're playing modern basketball. Dyson Daniels' career has been that. Jalen Johnson's career is on the up. That is a wonderful, modern 2030 team. That's what basketball is like today. And last, this whole thing with Porzingis, here we go again, investing in a broken down north of 30 player. You know, I mean, he's not going to get better. He's not going to play more games. Come on, people. Look at his track record, man. Jeez.
Appreciate the call.
And I think that's the feeling of a lot of Dub Nation right now today.
It's just some of the things we've talked about, we knew when Mike Dunleavy, we knew when Bob Myers left and Dunleavy took over that things were not in a great place. They've managed to hang on for a few years and make the playoffs a couple, but never really a serious contender, and the Butler injuries changed everything. Brian Windhorst of ESPN had this to say, and Carter's got this back at the station, so I want to hear this Brian Windhorst sound. Go ahead, Carter.
The thing is, they've crossed the Rubicon with Draymond. They've told him that he will be involved in trade discussions going forward. So, okay, he's going to be for the rest of this season. He's got 1 year left on his contract, and it's a player option. So, do they revisit Draymond trade discussions in the offseason? And could they revisit Giannis conversations in the offseason? The second thing, as you said, Steph Curry is out right now with a sore knee. They said it's runner's knee. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like it's something that needs rest. And the question is, if with the Warriors not having really materially improved here, I don't know what Porzingis will be able to give them. How much is Steph Curry going to be playing in the short-term future? Because the Warriors have control of their pick. I know people are probably like, why do you keep talking about players shutting down with their pick? The 2026 draft is very, very highly valued, and if you can't improve your team through the trade deadline, you improve your team through the draft, and that's going to be a consideration for players.
All right, there's Brian Windhorst talking about the draft, which is supposed to be a pretty darn good one this year. Let's welcome in Lorenzo Neal. It is day 4 of Media Week here at the Super Bowl. And Lo, you're in your element here. You loving it?
Look at Lo.
Absolutely love it a lot. Am I on? I love it.
We got Lo. We hear Lo. Hit the button. There you go.
There you go. Absolutely love that. I mean, it's the greatest. It's you get to see so many guys you played against, guys you didn't play against, guys you just look at now and you watch the game. It's awesome to be here. I mean, you guys love it. Guru's looking at some of the guys that played on the Cowboys. He sees Emmett and he's all fired up. He's like, how about them Cowboys? I mean, this is a great venue. Every year I look forward to the Media Row. I think you guys do. It's always fun.
So we're going to step out this evening, right?
Absolutely.
He got
what
me.
Are we doing?
Jeff Garcia's having a little.
You can't go to that, Goo.
I'm going with him.
No, you can't go to that.
I have an extra package.
I went to Dick. No, we got into it with Jeff Garcia during COVID. But then I went to Dick's Sporting Goods to do an appearance with him, and I sued it over. So we're good with it. We're good with Jeff.
You didn't. Steiny, something was going on. You didn't want to.
Make the New York Times.
What?
Yeah.
Get out of here. Fill me in.
Yeah,
so
you got to Google it.
It was when Mina Kimes talked about Garoppolo, and he just
kind of stay in your lane
ripped her, said, when were you ever in a huddle? And there was a lot of backlash, and we had him on right at that time, and Goo said, Jeff. Jeff got all wound up, and Goo goes, Steiny, he thinks he's playing on Sunday still.
No.
He said, Jeff, you stepped in it. Admit it.
Because he was tired of what he heard. Well, it politically was incorrect. And it kind of felt.
Steiny like that. I got okay. No more. Say no more. It's done. It's done. Yeah. I'm gonna have both of them have a shot tonight. We'll smooth it over.
Yes, Steiny solo, so he can go.
Okay. I got an extra ticket for you.
All right. Yeah. All right. Are you going like do I have to get dressed up or?
You look a little good. You look
like a substitute teacher, huh?
Yeah, I like the outfit. I got
off-duty dentist.
All right.
There we go.
All right. Low,
real quick, I got to ask Low.
Sure.
What is runner's knee? Curry suffering from runner's knee. I play ball, not to the pro. When you hear that, because we just played the Brian Windhorst sound, he was like, I kind of don't know what that is. What is that, tendonitis?
Just wear and tear.
It's wear and tear.
Runner's knee. What is a runner? He runs all the time. All the time. And that's what he does. So that means when he plants, it hurts. When he's cutting, it hurts. When he's taking off, it hurts.
Oh.
It's hard to stop hard and cut on a dime. Now he can cut on a dime and leaves 10 cents. He can't leave 9 cents change.
Wow.
He's probably leaving like 4 or 5.
No, seriously, man.
No, that means just sometimes you got to double step. When that runner's knee starts, your knee is going out. So that's why he's wearing a brace on it. It's just tough.
And he's got these little bandages too.
Where did that come from?
He's trying to isolate that injury and trying to put pressure on the part where it's hurt. It's tough, man. When you're a shooter, you're a runner. Steph has to run. That's what makes Steph unique. He's not big enough to body someone, so he's got to run. He's got to be elusive. He runs around screens, those different things. So that's tough, bro.
Hey, were you ever traded in your career?
Yeah. I was traded from the Jets to Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Look at him.
Was it right at the deadline, or were you taken by surprise?
No.
Were you mad too?
No, I wasn't mad. I was in New York. Jets. Everything. Everyone says take a bite out of the apple. I took a bite out of it. It wasn't as sweet as I thought it was going to be. Hell, I wanted to get on the road, but I was there. And Bill was there. I love Bill, but just. New York, man, a big city I don't do well in.
Wow,
Low, me and you. Give me Philly, not New York. Give me the Bay, not LA.
Where did you live, man?
Give me Milwaukee, not Chicago.
Oh no, I lived way out in Bating Hollow, Riverhead. I bought a house out there. I was an hour from work, an hour and like 20 minutes.
Like me.
So it's like living in Fresno again.
Exactly. I was out in Bating Hollow. You know where that's. I mean, Riverhead. Dude, I had like a 6-bedroom house overlooking the sound, but I could hear the ocean in the back. I just wanted to be away. New York, man.
You ain't a city. I love it, Low.
I'm not a city guy. Not a city guy, bro. So New York has a lot of pretty countryside. It's really beautiful out there. So I enjoyed it. Wasn't a city guy. We went one game from the playoffs, but so I got traded to Tampa. Love Tampa. That's when Mike Allstott. Right. It was great, and it was a great move. Tampa Bay, believe it or not. I mean, I was backup fullback. I played probably fullback more than Mike because Mike was playing tailback and Work was playing tailback. So it was such a great deal. And that's after I leave there, I go to the highest contract I had at the time, going to Tennessee Titans. So it worked out well for me.
Nice. Where are you with the Niners right now?
I was just going there. Beautiful.
Robert Saleh, baby.
Specifically,
Titans.
Where I'm going to run through the guys because they've had some veterans in here. McCaffrey coming off a huge season where he touched the ball a lot. Kittle's getting up there a little. He missed the last part of the season. Warner obviously was hurt, although feels like he's maybe doing the best of all of them. Bosa, Trent Williams. If you're Kyle Shanahan going into next year, do you just assume that all those guys are going to be running great and full speed ahead, or do you have to plan ahead for, maybe not playing the whole season or maybe utilizing them less?
Well, if I'm on the phone, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, you guys are saying, okay, play GM and play his role and John Lynch's role. I'm on the phone and I'm trying to trade Bosa.
Really?
Because he's got some juice. He's going to come back. Probably pretty good. He's one of the better pass rushers. Do you think this guy is he seen better years? This is a hybrid race car, can get after it. Already blew out. This is going to be the third knee surgery operation. I trade him. And if I can get a first or a second for Bosa, because Bosa's going to have a good year next year. And now I can get to, because I'm going to tell you got to get better offensive line. You got to get better defensive line. You have to win in the trenches. This team needs to get better in the trenches.
No doubt. But you're talking about getting rid of one of the best guys in the trenches with Bosa.
I agree. But you can't miss. You can't miss. Yeah, but you can't miss on the draft pick, a la Solomon Thomas. You can't miss. You got to make sure you go get a great pass rusher, get someone young. You got to. This guy's. Bosa's in the 7th year now? I mean, it's not like he's...
28. I was on his neck before he got injured about the production because I hold him to a high standard.
Yeah, he's 28, and he's going to be entering his 8th year in the NFL.
Wow. He'll be 29. So you see what I'm saying? So still... That's what I'm saying. You're trading a guy that still teams are going to look at and say it's got 3-4 more years. But we're looking at it, haven't seen the production. No. You're looking at it, his knee's already blown out his knee, both knees. You're looking at it, here's a guy's team. So if I can get a first and maybe a third, a late first and a third for him, I'm taking that. And now I can get an offensive lineman and a deep because you got to win in the trenches. Fred is good, but I like Fred. Fred still got some. He's got some leather left in the tank. But I think McCaffrey's going to be good. McCaffrey, they ran him so much last year. But one thing about McCaffrey, he takes care of his body.
Right.
You know the guy's going to be ready to go. Talked to him a little earlier when we're walking and talking a little bit. And I said, you got some more. He said, he's got a couple years left in the tank.
So how humbling were the two games? Because I'm fixated on it. Stoney knows it. We saw Brock doing the Dougie, and that offense was clicking. And then you finished the season, and you were undermanned, but 2 out of 3 games against Seattle, a team in your division, played in the Super Bowl in your house. Just talk to me, Lo, about what did that symbolize, the pounding, where Seattle's defense didn't allow Kyle and the Niner offense with McCaffrey and Brock not to get a TD. Yeah. Is that a nothing burger, or should you be like, whoa, we got work to do?
We got work to do, because here's the deal. It showed you that they were inadequate in the trenches. The first game was just as bad as the second game.
Okay.
The first game, they ran the ball. They did only thing different was they didn't score. They didn't get the points. And this guy right here.
Now look at him, Romanowski.
No, absolutely. No. The more you can keep stealing, right? The more
How much you pay him?
You pay him too much. I'm giving him a whole check.
What's up, man?
It's the great Bill Romanowski.
Yeah, we know
Bill
Romanowski.
Yeah. We got to take a break on the other side.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, okay, he got it.
No, do you think? What do you think? Okay. All right, Brett, get
Look at Bill.
I love Bill. We got to take a break, though?
And a minute and a half, so I didn't want to get it down here.
Good job.
What is he, a point guard, Stoney?
That was nice.
Smooth
but you handled it good, though.
Look at that.
Well, these are free-for-all shows. It's like playing pickup basketball.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We call our own fouls.
Well, you drafted the wrong brother before, so you know how it can be.
That was great.
So,
He's still hurt. You need to go say something.
Because we're talking about the Niners. They can draft. You can't miss. How important it was for you to get the right guy, and you missed. The Niners can't miss because Seattle's not going to fall off.
Wow,
Seattle's got a lot of young line. Look at that offensive line. They drafted well.
They're nasty,
They built in the trenches. Look at both sides of the ball. Williams is probably their oldest D-line. He's playing in his 10th year. Think about how Seattle built. They built in the trenches. Then they went out and got their quarterback last year. Think about where Seattle's at as a team.
So has
in
Kyle's
the trenches.
best chance at the bowl with this current iteration of the Niners? Has that window kind of closed? The two, when they were Billy Badass and they were doing what Seattle did to them?
Look, you got to get a free agent offensive lineman. You got to go get, and you got to draft well.
Okay.
And you can get back in this. Offensively, this team can compete if they get the trenches. But if they don't have fix the trenches, you can't compete.
All right, we're going to take a little breather. Lo Neal joining us. He'll be here the rest of the show. We'll also get Sean Merriman, a teammate of his, who's in the Hall of Fame, one of the greatest defensive players of all time. That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Lo Neal.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. You now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game's GOAT Report nightly on game nights to hear the GOAT, Steph Curry's game night stats. Brought to you by Sony Pictures GOAT. Executive produced by Steph Curry. Exclusively in movie theaters February 13th.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I'm talent. I don't book.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty. Welcome back to Radio Row, Moscone Center. Steiny, Guru, joined by Lorenzo Neal.
Oh, Neal.
Okay. You know, you guys are you're getting me mad, bottom line. So, okay, if Sean Merriman's not a Hall of Famer, why the hell is he even coming on the show?
I was just saying, you're the one who
said...
said...
we had Bryant Young yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
And we had Marshall Falk.
Wow.
So I'm used to Hall of Famers.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And Tim Gray.
Oh, wow.
Another one.
Wow. Well, you're the one... I just was making sure, you just... didn't mess up.
I did mess up.
It's okay.
He never made he's not in the Hall of Fame.
You're human.
But he would be happy to hear you say
yes,
that. So did you really?
Yes.
You know?
How come he's not?
Well, Sean, if he
I got an
you know what?
answer.
If he didn't play, if he probably played longer, he possibly could have. Sean, the first couple of years was absolutely amazing. Then he got injured and fell off.
Yeah. Had some problems with the,
Yep, absolutely.
All right, so we'll be joined by Sean Merriman, and right now we got Lorenzo Neal. We're talking football, talking 49ers, talking Super Bowl, Seattle versus the Patriots.
Warriors? Oh my goodness, you guys went for an hour. I mean, for these Warrior fans, you guys talk them off the cliff. My gosh.
Well, we can still keep Kuminga front and center. If you haven't, I'm going to have to update a lot of the listeners who are just coming in. Jonathan Kuminga has been traded to the Atlanta Hawks for Kristaps Porzingis, and also Trace Jackson-Davis been traded to Toronto for a second-round pick. So the Golden State Warriors have made a few moves before the deadline. Deadline's over. That's all they're going to do, and they play Phoenix tonight.
For that 9 for that game?
Yeah, I think they'll have enough. I think they'll have enough. Let's talk a little bit about the Super Bowl. I like Seattle. I think they're really good.
I do too. I believe it or not, this game kind of reminds me of back in the day in the early 2000s, in the late 90s, the Tennessee Titans and the Rams, the greatest show on turf.
Man.
And everyone's like, oh my God, this game is going to be a blowout. We didn't know that. It's kind of David and Goliath. We knew that we beat them earlier that year. It's David against Goliath. Everyone thought that, this was going to be a blowout. Mm-hmm. I think that this game, it should be Seattle on paper. Seattle should kill them. And you're like, man, Seattle
4.5.
Yeah, at 4.5. It was started at 3. Already went to 4.5. Everyone's like, man, Seattle their defense, their offense is better. I think if you're the Patriots, how could you not look at this and start thinking about, as a person, as a player that played this game, and everyone's talking about the Rams and Marshall Faulk and all this stuff and talking about, I couldn't wait to get on the field and say, we can beat these guys. Both these teams, these guys get paid, and the Patriots had an ugly loss. The Raiders early in that year. This year, you look at, you say, man, but hey, this team is resilient. So you're just saying the AFC was garbage? Yeah, Josh Allen had it. If Josh was playing, would you guys say that? See, it's interesting because we're quick to just say, the Patriots don't have anyone. They got a rookie second-year quarterback. They don't really have name guys. I just think, to me, yes, I want to say Seattle. But I just think the measurement of these guys' heart, playing against Vrabel, I used to knock his head off in this.
Vrabel?
Yeah.
He's a big dude. Yeah. I believe you.
Go watch the film.
There's a video floating out about a guy saying, welcome to my NFL moment with Low Deal knocking me out. It's going viral.
Oh, but Vrabel, but here's the thing, though. I was saying that because he would get right back up, and I would come at him, and Vrabel, he wouldn't quit. He kept coming at him. No, he's one of them tough guys. So, his team is tough.
Yeah.
You're in using their team, a reflection of their head coach.
Yeah.
So you guys know how tough he is. He's talking to these guys saying, they don't give us a chance. Why are we showing up? If I'm Vrabel all this week, I'm showing film. Oh, you can't stop these guys. Oh, guys, where are we practicing? This game's at 5.5. Look at the point spread. No one gives us a chance. We're losing this game. I would be so sick and tired of everyone saying Seattle.
Right.
I think this is going to be a better game because of the fact no one's giving them a chance.
Now, that means something, but I'm with Steiny. I guess it's just Kyle, Brock, and McCaffrey and what they represented offensively to watch just the defensive portion of Seattle do what they did to the Niners. That's another story. But guys,
Rams did the same thing.
Yeah,
Rams did the same thing to the Niners.
I got you.
Right?
Yeah, but they lost to them early on at that Thursday night. But, Steiny, this is going to be so silly. But there is, in the Guru computer, the Tom Brady component to this game. And you guys can laugh at me, and I'm ready for it. I just don't see Drake May, as great as he is, young. I don't see a Patriot quarterback winning it this kind of soon since Tom Terrific left. And you got the Sam Darnold Reclamation Project. I'm back. Minnesota misses me. Steiny, I just don't see the Patriots winning
If the Patriots win the Super Bowl, then Belichick and Brady and Kraft should have to wait another 3 years because clearly it's not that hard to do if Vrabel's going to be able to do it. By the way, I got a super chat here from G717. You're not going to like it, Goo.
Oh, what are they
When are we going to ever see that race?
Oh, I'm ready.
Between Lorenzo Neal and Guru.
I've been working hard. Dude, I'm telling you, I've been running stairs.
You got no shot.
Could we do it today?
Yeah, we can do it right here in the hallway. We can do it right in the hallway. Just in one.
No, I'm
it's
ready.
a big convention center. It is big.
Guys, we cannot have an injury on Radio Row.
We can.
No, Evan's talking to you.
We can figure this thing out.
All right.
No, I'm ready.
I know you are. I know. And
why did I just get used?
I like that caller. I like that caller.
They don't believe I can run.
I believe you can run.
See, that
I never said you couldn't run.
But Lo, you got speed. I got long strides, Lo. I still have that.
Seriously, you're not going to stay within 3 yards. We're going to run. We're just going to do a 20-yard dash. and in 20 yards, I'll beat him by 3 and 20.
I mean, if we go to the second floor, there's nothing going on.
Nothing.
The second floor is wide open.
He's going to be like,
it's got to be about 100 yards from one to the other. Now we'll see Goo.
Yeah, I love it though. But I'm thinking about Goo. That's why I love him. He from the city because he won't back down. Goo.
No, but I truly believe I can win the race. That's what's so sad.
Someone's got to.
Yeah. Hey,
I never waver. I'm going with Low. I got to go with a pro athlete.
But I want shorts. I would need shorts.
Especially if he was a running back.
I'm running the knees, everything. I'm running not tennis shoes. I'm gonna beat him. These regulars. I don't got tennis, and I'm still with you.
Wow, Lo.
So I'll be Seattle. I think I'm favored like Seattle, but that means you got a chance.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm curious about the quarterback. So you got one guy who's in his second year who's very poised. Doesn't have a ton of experience, and then you got Darnold, who's, was criticized early in his career, has bounced back. Now he's in the Super Bowl. If you believe Low in pressure, who's got the pressure on him between those two quarterbacks? It would seem to be Darnold, right?
I would say Darnold, but I think that Darnold has to do less because his team around him is a lot better. I think Darnold has to do less because his defense can hold teams. I mean.
What's that mean when you say he's got to do less?
You know what? Like, remember Jimmy was here and we played against New England, not New England, we played against Minnesota, and I think they threw the ball 8 times, and ran it 40 times.
He caught hell for that.
Yeah,
Jimmy did.
Jimmy did, but that won. So if this team can just line up and run the ball and just run screens like we did against the Rams until they loosen them up, just a little, and what do you have? If coaches, like I always say, players make plays, coaches make decisions, determine outcome of the game. If you're Seattle, you say, look, let's put our big boys. We got our offensive line, our mammoths. We got guys. They create new line of scrimmage. Who can't they run the ball? Have you ever seen New England not able to run the ball?
No, I got you. They got some talent.
So that's the biggest thing to me. Is just like I don't know if New England can stop them. So I don't think Sam. So Sam has more pressure, like you said, but I don't think Sam has to be great. I just think that they have a lot of talent around, so it's going to make it tough. It's going to make it really, really tough for the Patriots.
All right, let's welcome in Bill Romanowski. How many of you won? 3, 4? 4. I always get it mixed up. Congratulations on them all. Welcome. We're just talking about the Super Bowl, obviously. Seattle, I mean, they looked dominant against the Niners at the end of the year.
They did.
They look like they're the best team, but doesn't matter. What are your thoughts about Sunday's game?
You know what? When I watched them against the Niners, both of the games at the end of the year, I'm like, the first game
could have been like the second game.
It could have been. I couldn't believe the score was that tight because they got physically annihilated. Yeah. I've never seen a team that physical against I don't know. The Niners, what they were able to do coaching-wise, Kyle Shanahan was a magician. Right. I'll put it that way. But this is a really physical ball team. But I tell you what, the Patriots got a chip. They got a chip on their shoulder. And you got to be careful because Drake May, the wild card is I think he's got to run the football.
Lowe just said it.
Yeah, he's got to run the football a lot.
We've got Lorenzo Neal and Bill Romanowski joining us, and of course they come courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
Bill, I remember you doing post games, and I miss it. That's how that's how dope this dude is explaining the game. You two played. We try to talk about the game, and anytime you're critical, Bill, nowadays you're a hater. And I just want to go to the state of the Niners to me because they were Billy Badass when they should have beat the Chiefs twice to me. They had the physicality, and history would be changed. It may not be a dynasty. Neither here nor there. They didn't win. But Bill Lowe, do windows close? Because I'm wondering now when I look at the Niners and these injuries, they don't have that, Billy, the toughness everywhere. It was youth, a great coaching season. But I'm telling my partner, I am worried about did Kyle have his best chance to get that ring? Not that he won't, but this iteration of the Niners, can they duplicate that, or did they miss an opportunity twice up 10 in the bowl?
I think it's not going to be easy, but one thing they have is they got the quarterback. And
you believe in Brock?
I do. Earlier in the season, I was like, maybe the backup's better.
Mac.
I was like, Mac Jones looked really good. And
how much does that tell you about the system? When you look at Mac Jones did in this, I'm with you. I think Purdy's escapability, creating more with his legs, hands above, that's where it separates.
Yeah.
All things being equal, if you have time, how do you look at these two quarterbacks and how much it does with this system for both these quarterbacks?
It's absolutely, you got the system there. I believe the 49ers are a run-first football team, and because of the run, that helps the quarterback. But I can't believe how much they were able to do with the receivers they had.
Man,
I don't look at them as, do they have a receiver that could take the field, this Sunday on either team and start? I don't think they do.
Well, that's a big.
Hey, Bill Romanowski and Lorenzo Neal, they are joining us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Go ahead, Goo.
No, he was just breaking it down, so you guys played it, know what it takes, and that's why I'm like, Lo was just telling us before you popped on, Bill, they need to enhance the trenches, but the Brandon Ayuk situation, which you're talking about, that was devastating and crippling, but yet this team made the playoffs. I know it's not sun-kissed and Skittles, but that was a hell of a run for them to do that.
Oh, it was.
But what do you do at that position where you had T.O., Jerry Rice, John Taylor?
Well, what they got to do is they got to do a good job drafting, and they got to sign a couple free agents. A couple that are rock stars. And they've got to heal up. They got to have guys, miraculous things happen to Bosa and Kittle. Two guys, linebacker core got decimated.
Yeah.
I was talking with one of the other stations. When you have injuries, and everyone's heard the conspiracy theories about the electricity.
Right, in the stadium, right, where they practice.
I practiced there for 6 years. Okay. Did I get hurt? Every week. But I will say this: when you have a lot of injuries, there's one place to look, and it's the weight room. A lot of people don't understand this, but you gotta look at what they are doing day in and day out in the weight room, because that's the problem.
Yeah,
it ain't the training room, because the trainers
get them healthy.
The training room helps them when they get hurt.
Right.
Interesting. Bill Romanowski and Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. You played till you were 36, and I'm looking at a lot of 16-game seasons.
Look at him.
Fred Warner got hurt. McCaffrey's getting, when I say getting up there, you're still not close to where you were, but what my question is you got a McCaffrey, touched the ball a lot this year. You got Kittle, who missed the second half of the season. You got Trent Williams, who is as old as you were when you retired. You got Bosa coming off an injury. You got Warner, who's... how worried are you about where those guys are in their career with their injuries right now?
Oh, very.
Okay.
And I always looked at it this way. When I was a young buck at the 49ers, and there were different guys that had off-season surgeries, I would kind of look at, and I'm like, they're not able to work out with us in the offseason. And back then, the offseason, at the 49ers,
you could do more.
That's what you did.
Right.
You went to the facility every day and you worked out with the strength coach. Well, that almost got me out of the league. So what I did is I hired my own.
Why?
Because.
You didn't trust him?
No. They don't know. They don't. I looked at the game this way. What do you have to do? You got to run fast. Who are the fastest people in the world? Track athletes. Okay. So what I did is I hired a track coach, an Olympic track coach that trained the fastest people in the world to make me as fast as I could get.
Right.
Okay. That's when my career took off. When I was in Denver, I was faster at 37, even when I was at the Raiders, than when I came in the league. Why was that? Because I trained for speed. I could play football. Okay? I don't need to run through cones and stuff like that. I need to get fast. Man. And that's what I did. I focused on speed.
What do you do? What do you when you? Because I totally 1,000% agree with you. Off-season practice on speed, especially the positions that we played. When you think about these guys on this team, do you say, hey, look, do I trade a Bosa? He's 28, 29, already 3 knee surgeries. Can I get a first and a third for him to say, God, I have to have an influx of youth. Look, offensively, do I go out and say, look, do I go out and get a free agent and say, look, I got to get better in trenches because I got the Rams on the line and I got Seattle on the line. Those two teams, they are young and they're young in the trenches on both sides of the ball.
Okay.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
You got to look at it this way. When you are in a division,
come on,
and your division has a team that's in the Super Bowl.
Yes, sir.
You got to focus every damn day in the offseason to be able to beat that team.
That's what you play against.
How are you going to beat the Seahawks? You got to get physical. Okay? You can design Kyle can design the greatest plays, but you can't do that day in and day out and win in the NFL. This team, the Seahawks, is set up for.
You said it, Lo.
Hey, they're young and they're physical, and they are going to be dominant as long as the quarterback can
manage the game.
Hey, that's all he's got to do. He does not have to win a football game for you. All he has to do is just not lose a game for you.
Bill Romanowski and Lorenzo Neal right here on 95.7 The Game.
Bill is in the house.
What do you think of Kenneth Walker?
I like Kenneth. I think when you look at Kenneth Walker, you think, okay, what is he going to bring? How as far as the longevity in this league? I think Kenneth can play. I think he's physical. I haven't seen enough to say that this guy's going to be the bell cow or the state, in this league. But I think I like him. Are you same church?
No, I like him, and there was a two-headed monster until his running back got hurt. Yeah, so.
Right. The two-headed monster was better.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, but I tell you what.
But Walker can play.
Yeah.
He can play.
I respect him.
He's physical. He can still run between. So I just think that you got a lot of building to do if you're going to compete in the West. And all these teams, Seattle and the Rams did, they said, we got to beat the Niners. And look what they did. They went out and got younger. Yes. They did everything that the Niners. What was the Niners 4 years ago? Physical. Run the ball 40 times.
Man.
You talked about run the ball.
They should have what you have. They should have one at least.
The ball against Minnesota. Yeah. 40 sometimes only, and Jimmy threw only like 8 times. They were physical.
Yeah.
And what is Seattle now? What is the Rams now? They both physical and they can do both.
The 49ers could win in the trenches. They could take on a physical team and annihilate them. Like the same word I used again that Seattle did. They annihilated the Niners twice.
And
they beat them up. It's one of those, I look at it this way, is that whole 49er team, the next day when they woke up, they felt like they were in a car accident.
Wow. Because the score looked like a car accident, but the bodies is what you're saying, too.
And their bodies felt worse. Worse than a car accident.
I mean, if you look at it, they handled the Niners. Then they had to play them 2 weeks later, and they handled them again. That's got to be. And I know the 49ers were down, but they didn't score a touchdown in 8 quarters against Seattle.
In the first game, I'm telling you, the Niners only had 2 first downs in the first half. Man. The first game should have been a blowout too. It should have been. And you watch how the ball through the third runs behind that line. The way that their offensive line when he's running. It just engulfs people when you watch. You know, so I like I just like their scheme. I like that the offense line, the physical. You see Kenneth Walker the third. You see how he runs physical. He runs behind it, but their team is playing great. Just like when the Niners were at his heyday. Think about the backs you had. They were just guys. But look how they played though.
Back in the day, you know, we had Rathman and we had Roger Craig. We committed to running the football. Okay? Our offensive line was the offensive line that cut people down. That's the way we played. And it was all about scheme. And we had, of course, Jerry Rice and John Taylor and Brent Jones. We had the players to make stuff happen. But what people don't realize about those teams is our defense was always top 5 in the league. But we didn't get, no one talked about our defense. They talked about Joe Montana and Steve Young.
All right, Bill Romanowski and Lorenzo Neal. Time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What's your guys' must-have food for the big game?
Well,
what do you gotta have?
Oh my God, you gotta go with wings with ranch dressing.
That's the leader in the club. Bill ain't saying wings.
I don't think so.
I know Bill's a healthy eater.
Here's what I'm going to do.
Come on.
I need to have ground beef with day-old rice that's been in the freezer to lower the glycemic level.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
what I'm going to have is I'm going to have 2 cups of blueberries with whipped cream that has no sugar in it.
Well, I know what else. And on a very special day, I know this because I asked him about 8 years ago, maybe a piece of dark chocolate. But it's got to be dark chocolate.
Oh, Bill likes his dark chocolate. Daddy, like that dark chocolate.
It's got to be 99%.
Exactly.
Not 80%. 99%.
Oh, man. Hey, guys, thank you so much for joining us. We got to take a little breather. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The NFL has taken over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's now through February 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with a Vince Lombardi trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. For tickets and more info, visit 957thegame.com. That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon at AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switching. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, But Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to save on Toyota's incredible lineup of 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles. Save with President's Day deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. And right now, get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Get the most out of Northern California this year. Hurry in to save during Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 3/2/26.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Your next to order. Please pull forward.
You know, Josh, when you said you were springing for lunch, I didn't think you meant drive-through fast food.
Come on, man. Money's been tight lately, and these high gas prices are killing me.
You pay full price at the pump? Get your head out of the sand and start using Upside.
What's Upside?
Come on, dude. Upside is the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it every time I fill up my tank.
Does that really add up?
I've already banked around $200.
That's serious cash.
Hi, can I take your order?
Yeah, I'm ordering the free Upside app to start earning cash back on every gallon of gas I buy.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ORDER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's better value plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon at AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's better value plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check them out at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of better value plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service port in 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I was at the Circa, putting in work.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let me welcome in Sean Merriman, but first, you know, you guys claim to be friends, right? You guys are real tight, right?
Absolutely.
So about 20 minutes ago, I said we're going to be joined by Sean Merriman in about 20 minutes, and I accidentally called you a Hall of Famer. But I didn't even get the words out, and Lowe goes, he's not a Hall of Famer. He never made the Hall of Fame. And when I say it to him,
call me what you need to call me. I
said he ain't going to be mad.
I'm going to take it now.
And then you said, why didn't he in the Hall of Fame? And what I said, if Sean would have played long enough, he would have been in the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
If you think if your body would hold up, would you not? In your opinion, the way you start off in the league, you look at his first year, how many sacks he had. It's a bad dude. His body, and that's one thing you can't control.
Stoddy, I always say I have my partner's back, but if something go off between these two, I ain't got your back today. We be in a little trouble.
You know what? Hey, like me, we've been known to go after some people. You know what? Me and Lights, when the lights go out low, you never know. I think it'll be a tough out for you. Next night.
Or you gonna have a long night.
Let him know. Hey, Lights, let him know if we grab this. Hey, Sean, if you grab one side and I grab the other, you think we can pull him down?
Oh, yeah.
Low.
Sean, right off the bone.
Look at me. My next fight will be my first. My next fight will be my first one.
Stoddy's the best. Stoddy knows how to roll. Stoddy can roll with the best of them.
We're just talking about the Super Bowl. Who do you like? I mean, Seattle's defense looks phenomenal. The Patriots have had a great year, but what do you think?
Look, the overall consensus is Seattle, right? They're going to win. And, I'm not trying to follow the leader here, but just looking across the board and what they can do and what the Patriots can't, right? Like the Patriots, he had a great quarterback, got a great defense, but you can't go – I don't see them going point for point in a shootout. I just don't see it happening. And one of the biggest things nobody talking about here enough is the special teams difference. Seattle can score on special teams. And Lo, man, like when you got a Mike Cyphers back there, you got guys that Darren Sproles. When you can put up points or give good field position on special teams, man, it is a game changer for you. And I think Seattle was already going to win. But I think that is going to be the biggest difference in this game.
Yeah, I'm with you, Sean, man. It's been incredible to just talk to guys like yourself that played the game, giving their body up. And I want to ask you, both of you, this question, man, just across the board in sports, because from fans like us, he couldn't stay healthy. This very good stay healthy. Is there a science to staying healthy, or all depending on who you are, bad luck? Talk to me about, you put your body on the line, you do everything right, you eat right, but is there some things you just can't control to where we see guys just can't stay on the court, the football field? How do you look at that now that you're not in the league?
I think it's a great point. Look no further. I mean, think about a guy played kind of the same position, but you could cover better, of course, not even close. You could cover linebackers. You could do it all. Nicky Bosa.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa, is he a Hall of Famer? Here's a guy, because of, if you think his knee, think of this, his third surgery, and it's like he eats well, he takes care of his body, he works out, he's the best. Him and his older brother, think about injury prone. And I think you got to be lucky. Sometimes it's genetics. It's all kinds of things that go on. I think genetics has a lot to it. Sometimes guys just, they smaller bone density, maybe ligaments that people don't know about.
Lo, I'll tell you, like LT's never been under the knife. He's never had a surgery.
Wow, man.
He's never one surgery. He's never had one surgery, right? I'm not saying he's not been injured. I'm not saying they're injured, but, you play the game long enough, you're bound to have something. Right. But, for L, he's never been under the knife.
And you ever see him take a big shot?
Right.
He never got hit hard.
Never got hit hard.
So it's luck. You got to be blessed. It's just...
Yeah.
Okay. And sometimes you guys can get you in a vulnerable position, and you're going to get hurt.
Right. Sean Merriman joining us along with Lorenzo Neal. So let me ask you this: so you at 28, it was over.
Yeah.
What are you now? 40, 41?
41. Yeah.
How's the transition been? I mean, what have you been doing? And you're so young when it was over.
So I think the first thing for me, I was ready to be done. Right. When you have injuries, you already played at the peak that you can do. We had some of the best teams in the history of the game. Where else am I going to go, right? You can't play like you used to. And so Buffalo asked me, Doug Welling, who was the general manager at the time, they asked me to come back 2 years, and I said, I'm done. I'm done. I'm ready to go and move on. And so I wanted to do TV. I wanted to be in business. I wanted to do other things. And, if that opportunity wasn't going to be there to go win a ring again, there was no need for me to play. Right. I was already ready to move on. But from the opposite, I'll tell any guy, play is make them wheel you off of the field. Play as long as your body can before you sustain anything injury or any long-term effects. Play as long as you can. In my case, I was ready to move on.
I don't want to. I'm sorry. I don't like. You were only 28. You were confident that you could make a living after football?
Yeah.
Because I would assume that maybe some guys in your position worry about what they're going to do after football.
It depends, man. I mean, I was pretty much set up already with lights out. You know, I already bought the name and the trademarks and the class. I was already doing it. And the only missing piece for me is that I started looking at you. If you're talking about vet minimum, I'd have been taking a pay cut the other way. I'm like, let me go do something else and tackle and not have to tackle, put my body through that and go do something else. I was just ready to move on.
Sean Merriman and Lorenzo Neal joining us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
I'm curious for you to walk us through how you watch the game now, from the sense of you were a menace defensively and you were allowed to hit the quarterback, and there was pain. You too low. Now, you know, the game's different. When you watch the game now, Sean, do you see a flag on a hit on the quarterback? Like, y'all got to be kidding.
It's you know what it is? I try not to be the old school guy to call the young one soft. you know, I try to stay away because I remember when we came in, you had the guys that played in the 90s, like, oh, back in the day, we had the old school. We hit people in the mouth, no mouthpiece, this craziness. And I'm like, dude, listen, we still hit out here. I just think that the guys are playing based on the rules and what they can do, right? You see somebody out here, like, you know, take a Derwin James go out here and hit somebody, and they get a $25,000 fine, and they fine them, and then they suspend them for a week or two, right? That would have never happened. So you got two choices: you adapt, or you lose a lot of money and you get suspended. And so if you're going to continue to play, which one are you going to do? So I can't sit up here because you still got some dogs roaming out there with that old man school mentality, but they got to be a lot more tame now than we used to be.
Yeah, they really do it. And I think the game is changed. For me, my head and my neck was my moneymaker. It wasn't. So I had to knock guys' hands down, and I wanted to leave with my head because they give them the shock, the initial, and then I can grab them with my hand. So I don't know if, I would have to cut more guys. I don't know if I would have been as dominant of a player in this league now because of the way that I would have had to adapt to want to play, because it's totally, it is different. And I think that you see far more injuries now in this game because guys that don't practice as hard as we practice, they don't. So all of a sudden you put them on Sundays and they're out there cutting and running, and you see more knee injuries because they're not going full speed. Their body's not getting callous. They're not getting the things that we used to do. And so people think, okay, I understand you want rest, but it's not a good thing because now what you're doing, you're not letting the body calcify in a lot of ways. So I think you see more injuries.
Yeah, and you know, the only way you can actually get used to playing football is to play football, right? And so those turns, you can't. During the offseason, you can taper your workouts, right? You can go through those cone drills. You can slow down a little bit before somebody run out that pocket. You got to cut on a dime. Put your foot in the ground. That fullback or that running back coming at you, you don't have time to shuffle your feet and break down like you would in all-season workouts. So again, basically what Lo is saying, your body is not adjusted to playing football, the reaction of football yet.
Wow.
Let me ask you guys this, and we're joined by Sean Merriman and Lorenzo Neal. We got a quarterback in Drake May who's very young, obviously going to his first Super Bowl, but not a lot of experience. Then we got Sam Darnold, who's been around a little while and now has elevated his game. If you were playing in this game, who would you rather defend against? A guy like Drake May, who's only got a year or two of experience, or Sam Darnold, who's experienced a lot but is at his first big game?
I want Sam Darnold, because the numbers are there that when he gets pressured, it's accurate. Everything goes down.
But you went math.
Yeah, no, it is math. I mean, the key to any defensive mindset is takeovers and opportunity. We get the ball back 3 times a game. We get 4 sacks. On paper, we should win by the numbers. Right. And it shows that when Sam Darnold is hit, when he's pressured, he goes from like top 5 or top 7 to like 28 or 29th quarterback in the NFL. It's that big of a drop-off. And so it didn't show you that with Drake May.
Right.
It doesn't show you that. But, I want Sam Darnold because I know if we hit him enough, he's going to make some mistakes. And we've seen it at the end of, his Vikings career. We've seen in other situations that when he get in a position where he's pressured, he makes mistakes.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. He sees ghosts, and that's why I don't think they asked him to do much. You're talking about, how this team, Seattle, they're going to run the ball, stay physical, and say, look, Sam Darnold, if Patriots' job is, and you know what Vrabel said, guys, we got to hit him. We got to get him off the spot first. We got to come after him and make him see ghosts early. Then they're going to say, and then if we can find a way to get on top, now we're playing in front runners. And that's what Sam doesn't want to be. And that's why Seattle just got to say, look, we're going to hand the ball off. We're going to dink and dunk. Let Sam get happy. Let him get comfortable. And we're going to pound him. That's the kind of game I don't see the Patriots can't. Patriots can't win a shootout. They can win a low-scoring game.
Yeah.
What did you make of, or did you guys even care about Belichick and Kraft not getting in? I thought because of the gates, you're going to get in, but you got to wait. What was your take on that?
They need to be clear about what the prerequisites are to get into the Hall of Fame. Just be clear. And I'd rather them come out and say, hey, if you got some kind of scandal or off the field, whatever, we're going to make you wait a year. If that's the new standard, then everybody should be okay, right? Because they did it to T.O. and they did it to our former team and Antonio Gates. They did it. We've seen it. So I'm not going to have the same outrage for Bill Belichick or Robert or Mr. Kraft as I didn't do for Antonio Gates or T.O. I just think that it needs to be public on what the new standard is for the Hall of Fame.
It's no win. Oh, you need to get legal?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city, Lo.
That was a great answer.
Yes. But you know what? Where I'm on the other side of the fence on that, it's like, look, here's a guy, Tom Brady. If he's not a first ballot Hall of Fame, I don't care. They can talk about the Deflategate. The next year they won 18 games. You can't sit there and say, Tom Brady, we beat those. If Ronald McCree falls down on the ground, we're playing in the Super Bowl. We win that game. Tom is the best quarterback that ever played. It doesn't matter. They can put all these people. Why can't you beat them? You can't beat them because they were disciplined. And here's the thing that Belichick doesn't get the credit because I couldn't stand him. Sean couldn't stand him. Yep. We know we were way better than them. We had way more talent. Yep. He won with third and fourth string guys that's misfits. Go look at Patriots defense. Is any of those guys on the Patriots? Name me a Hall of Famer on Patriots defense. Name me a Hall of Famer.
The guy that got traded to the Raiders.
Yeah, Seymour.
Big fella.
Seymour.
Yeah.
Seymour.
Okay, you got Richard Seymour and Ty Law, maybe. Okay, Ty Law. Did he go?
Seymour didn't go. But he's saying that's what he thinks. But that's the point that I'm making. These are guys. This guy did with less. So when everyone says, how can Belichick not be a Hall of Famer when he didn't do it with first rounders and all these guys, and then he comes back after this fight and go 18 wins. So I think the league, the voters, they got to make some rules. They got to make some rules. But I think the hypocrisy is because if you don't like Belichick because he didn't, look where he was with the media. Look how he treated certain people. So you give someone a pen and a paper and you give them the right to control someone. I just think it's wrong, in my opinion.
Let me ask you guys this. What's the one thing you change right now in the NFL that you don't like, if there is anything?
I would change how much control the refs have of the game.
Oh man,
I would do that first because a lot of it is. It's up to how they feel about certain things, like a taunting or whatever it is, right?
We saw that in the playoffs.
That's what I'm saying. So it's up to their discretion on what they think, and they're humans. They're going to make mistakes. I get that. They're going to blow some calls here and there, but you can't have calls that dictate the game to go wrong. That would be the first thing I would change because human error is going to be there. But if it can change the landscape of the entire game, they got to fix that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
he's on it.
I feel like there'll be a holding call in the second quarter can can be the play of the game. If you're taking away a first down, you're taking them out of field goal range. Those are game changers, no doubt about it. All right, Sean Merriman and Lorenzo Neal, I got to ask you this. It's time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. Sean, what's your must-have food item for the big game?
I'm a big wings guy.
Okay.
That's in the lead. Everybody.
Same. He's same as
we ain't got popcorn and with wings.
I need wings. I need at least 4 or 5 different type of sauces.
Yes. Ranch has got to have ranch though, right?
Yeah, I'm going blue cheese. I'm from the East Coast. We get blue cheese. Okay.
And I'm from the West.
Okay.
You grew up in Frederick, Maryland?
Prince George's County, Maryland.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. I know you got to get going somewhere. You got a lot to do. But thank you so much for joining us, Sean. I really appreciate it, my man.
All right now.
All right. Lo, you're still on the hook. Put the headset on, Lo. You can't go. Sean can go.
Yeah, right on, baby.
Sean can go. You got to stay. Thanks for joining us, man. You're in my Hall of Fame. Merriman, you're in my Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
You know what? You're wrong for that. I knew you were going to say that. I said, this guy's going to do it. I already knew what he was going to do.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it was good.
What a good guy.
No doubt.
What a good guy.
But you're right, Stoney. Those flags, it's just, did they bet on the game? And, Lo, I know they didn't, but sometimes, like Stoney said, it can be a big, big play, and it's and they come late sometimes. And you're like, oh, my gosh.
I mean, look at
But how can you really fix it, right?
It's so hard to fix. Like you said, look at the Niners, the Super Bowl they lost in Vegas. Kansas City didn't get one holding call.
Now that's incredible, man.
And you saw Bosa getting pulled down.
That I saw with my own eyes.
And it's and those are when you see that, you're like, what the hell is really going on? And it's you as a player, you don't want to say nothing,
right?
Because you've been there and you've gotten away. I mean, I've held and gotten away with them. And the ref says, Neil, keep them hands in. I got you on that. Okay,
I could have got you on that.
But it was close, and it's but I'm watching that Super Bowl, and man, Bosa, I mean, he was so close, and they were just dude, and you're not giving me one. Kansas City didn't get one holding, and you were playing against the best pass rusher in the league.
I know, man. I know. Wow. Hey, let me ask you this: he's a little younger than you. Did you overlap with Merriman at all?
Yeah, we played
because you must have just got him at the beginning of his career while you were at the end.
Yeah. We played together Chargers for 2 years, 3 years. I played with him 2 years with the Chargers.
But you were a big time veteran, and you guys
No,
you guys got close?
No, yeah, we were close. Shoot, Sean, we hit him for $35,000 at rookie dinner.
Wow,
you should have told us that before.
Wow. I mean, there was
just 5 racks.
I mean, you've seen the video where Sean's talking about me and him. We're getting the line. It's running backs against linebackers. Remember, and he said it was no bull rush, and he ran me over. It's all on Instagram.
Did he run you over, Lo?
Yeah, because it was supposed to be no bull rush.
I gotta find it, Lo.
It's but Sean tells a story. It's a great story, and so I was like, all right, cool. So I'm thinking, okay, he's gonna make some moves because. It's just you and a linebacker. It's no lineman.
I've never seen you lose
pass
it,
rush.
Lo.
So, but it's supposed to be them just working in the moves going up because it's no bull. So I'm sitting down ready to go. I'm thinking what moves he's gonna do, and he just bulls me.
You went to the ground.
Yeah, and I was like, okay. And then so he get in line, and the next guy's up. He goes again, getting ready to go, and I pull 3 guys in him. He's getting ready to go. I said, no, forget that. I said, do the same thing again. So so I got in front of the line, and then I stoned him. He tells that story. It's a great story. And so I stoned him, and he's like. So I had to get back. So I played against. He was very physical, very strong guy. He could get after it. So yeah, Sean. Yeah. So me and him, we've had our. He was a physical guy.
But once you got him on the ground, he was yours. You're the wrestler.
Yeah. We didn't fight. We were wrestling, dude. Come on.
I got to ask you a question.
He had no chance.
Ray Lewis is a bad boy, right? Hall of Famer. But now you just got me, you had Merriman on, and I'm thinking about the Chargers and the great ones. But I want to ask you one not with this. How good was Junior Seau?
Junior was unbelievable.
So he was up there with Ray? Or
I think it was better.
Okay.
Junior Seau, man, could play. Junior Seau, he could run. He ran sideline to sideline. Smart, know football. He could see something and go wreck a play.
Okay.
He would coach the team and call the play. He knew what they were doing. He'd run through the B gap and go get it. Junior Seau played the game. How many years did Junior play? I mean, Junior played a lot of years. 55, man. He was tough. He was physical. He could hit you.
And he was before Ray too.
Yeah, they overlapped a little bit, but I would have took Junior over Ray.
Mm-hmm. He played till he was 40.
Yeah,
Junior Seau ended his career with the Patriots.
Yeah, he was on that team. They went 18-0. Junior had a hell of a year. Junior went into that team. They won 18 games.
That's a wow, man.
Yeah, he broke his arm in the Super Bowl, I think. So he was amazing. He was amazing players. Junior Seau was tough, bro.
Who's your favorite coach you ever played for?
Dude, I was lucky. I was so lucky. I've had so many great coaches, man. I mean, the first guy I played for reminded me of my head coach when I played at Fresno State, Jim Sweeney, tough Irishman. Jim Sweeney come, hey, look. There was a guy named Sonny Evans, and he got a scholarship. Hey, Sonny, come here. He's up in his tower, Jim Sweeney up here. You lied to us. We're doing drills, and Sonny's getting beat. His linebacker, they got him on full ride. He said, you're lying, a thief. Sonny's like, what did I do, coach? He said, you lied. You told us you could play football. You're a thief because you stole a scholarship. Get out of here.
You can't say that nowadays. I don't believe
No, Jim Sweeney. Ron, you guys.
That's too honest, boy.
Jim Sweeney was so tough. Ron Rivers, his son, played for the Raiders, for the Rams. Rivers, he from the Bay here, played. Barry Sanders said the best running back is behind me. Ron Rivers played with, no, look it up. Barry Sanders said the best running back is in Detroit. He backed up Barry Sanders for 9 years. Didn't get traded. They wouldn't let Ron Rivers go. That's how good the backup was. And he played with me at Fresno State.
Wow, Lo, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so Ronnie Rivers, we're at a meeting and Ron's laughing before pregame meal. Coach Sweeney has his cowboy ring on and hits him in his head. His head lumps up. He's got to put ice on it before the game. I mean, so that was one of my favorite coaches. And then I go to the Saints and have Jim Moore. Playoffs. We can beat Tiddly Poop. I mean, Jim Moore, man. So I go from Sweeney, who's crazy, Jim Moore, who's freaking crazy, and then I go to Jets where Bill Parcells is crazy. So, and then I go to Tony Dungy. Mellow, kind of, TD, Tony Dungy, church guy, but still had the fear of God, and still he would discipline by just, if you don't get it done, I just can't play you. And, he led differently. Then from there,
Jeff Fisher.
Jeffy's cool, smooth, USC Trojan, go to the Super Bowl. Jeff's a good coach, liked him. Then I freaking go to Dick. I love Dick. He was absolutely amazing. Dick LeBeau.
Yeah, no, I got you.
So Dick LeBeau was a great guy. Cincinnati Bengals. I mean, Dick was awesome. That's the first time I went to a Pro Bowl was in Cincinnati.
So you didn't play for Marty Schottenheimer?
Oh yeah, I'm taking you home. I'm bringing you home. We going somewhere, Daddy. Daddy, let me take you. Daddy, I'm preaching for you. There he is. Okay. And then from there I leave Cincinnati. I said, I go from Cincinnati and I go, okay, let me go out west to rest. Let me come home. Then I come play for the San Diego Superchargers. And I fell in love with Marty. Marty he's a player's coach. Yes. He played in the league. So did Jeff Fisher. But Marty, man, he was tough. He'd get in your face. Marty was just get on you. He's 6'5", 6'6", in your face. You know what week it is, guys? It's Raider week. He's crying, slobbering. The guy would want to fight you. He was just so tough.
I believe it.
I remember Marty, man, we're in a meeting. We lost. He tells LT, he said, LT, I'm going to get on you a little bit today. Yeah, just don't get. We going to meeting.
Oh, he tell him before?
Before. We going to meeting. I fear. Marty's mother, and everyone's like, oh my God, he's going at him and going at LT. He's like, yes, sir, coach. Everyone's like, what the hell's going on? This is LT's MVP of the league, and Marty's going off on him. And he goes afterwards, he says,
that's real, Lou. Low.
Oh, I see that little.
That's a velociraptor.
You know what?
Seriously, it's alive.
That could never be
so
my
cool.
hobby.
All right, we'll get to John Harbaugh on the other side. He's your last coach.
Absolutely.
All right, our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. The NFL has taken over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's now through February 7th at Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with a Vince Lombardi trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. For tickets and more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Your home's equity. It's value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and learn how you can get 3% back plus an instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the morning roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places. A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community-focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game, a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth, clients are often victimized twice, first by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Steiny, you've always been my favorite forever, and I always disagree with you.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, welcome back to Moscone Center. Day 4 of a week here in downtown San Francisco. Steiny and Guru will be joined by Low Neal. Stepped out for a sec.
Speaking of stepping out, I got 2 parties. I got to decide which one we're going to.
When you say we're, who do you mean?
Me, you, and Low. We got the Jeff. Now, why would you laugh? You just said, am I going?
We'll see.
Now you're okay. Right. The dog roast.
What's the other one?
The Jeff Garcia party.
No, what's the other one?
This one at 5 o'clock. It's right here in the city at the corner.
No, what's the one other than the Jeff Garcia one?
It's just a media welcome party.
Oh, I'm out on that.
That's the one around the corner.
Yeah, those are 2 that I'll probably be out
5 to 7:30.
That's too late.
Rutherford trying to see if I can get them in.
We got Warriors tonight, Goo.
Yeah, you don't always tape it and then go home and watch it.
Amazon Prime.
All right.
Is that an 8 o'clock? Oh, no. They're
7 o'clock start.
Okay.
7 o'clock start.
Is Booker playing? I don't think so. I don't know. They got Dylan Brooks.
Well, you said you didn't care anyway.
Hey, that got me mad.
All right, let me catch everybody up in case you're just joining us. Jonathan Kuminga has been traded to the Atlanta Hawks for Kristaps Porzingis. So the Jonathan Kuminga situation, era, career is over. What?
No, go. You say it because I'm
irritated.
And then
Trace Jackson Davis was traded for a second-round pick to the Toronto Raptors.
You know, I'm half of this show. You're the other half, and we got Evan. And just the double standard and the fawning of athletes and former athletes. Just about an hour and a half ago, you don't even know this happened. Low Neal got a sucker on the air. Okay. Nobody said a damn word.
Right.
What you think I do? Grab my sucker I got tucked under the table, take it out, and within a millisecond, he's in my ear. We can hear the sucker. You didn't say it to Low. Come on, man. I just want some consistency, man. Help me out. Now, had I been an athlete, Evan wouldn't have hit the thing. Man, he can hear the sucker. Low's over here making love to it, and it's not a problem.
Now, Goo,
I'm mad.
You did say you're half of the show, right?
Yeah.
Is Low the other half?
No.
That's why I didn't say it to him.
Hey, okay, sure. Might have been them muscles. Anyway, go ahead, Stan.
No, you go finish up.
No, that was it.
That was it?
Yeah, the double standard.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe Low eats a little more quietly than you. Yeah. By the way, just FYI, and I know you want a contest, so you're not really familiar with the business, but usually radio people and TV people don't eat while they're broadcasting.
Oh, my man!
Now, I wouldn't expect Low to know that because he's a former athlete.
Oh, look at Tony Gonzalez. Want me to try to get him? Just let me do my thing. You don't want him? You don't want him eat?
Who's he?
He's getting up to go.
I'm going to want to talk to him about his basketball career at Cal.
No doubt.
Go ahead, see what you can do. Go ahead, see what you can do. Yeah. Hey, Tony. I thought you said you were going to get him over.
Oh, I didn't want. No, you was like you didn't.
Of course, I'd want Tony Gonzalez.
Why didn't you say it? I would have got up. But he saw me though.
Oh yeah, right. He saw you and was like, "Nah, I'm busy."
You won a contest. It's so great.
I guess we got to. Where's Low?
I don't know.
I mean, we billed him, and
Romanowski was great, man.
He is a verifiable piece of work.
Yeah, no doubt.
Bill Romanowski, no doubt about it. Let's squeeze in some Warriors here, since that's the big news of the day. How are Warrior fans feeling?
Can I say something?
Of course, you better.
Why didn't they try for Zubac? Evan, if Zubac was available, why wouldn't the Warriors try to go? That could have been your guy. He would have fit perfect. Why didn't we go after him?
You got somebody taller who can shoot better from the perimeter
when he plays.
Well, Zubac's been hurt a little bit this year.
But that's one of those, that's an anomaly. But, I mean.
Question is, why have the Clippers pulled the plug?
That is, Ballmer's trying to go big fish hunting this offseason and get stuff off the books. And to your way of thinking, Steiny, he didn't think they had a shot.
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
All right, there he is. Lorenzo Neal is back in the house. So, Lolo, are you going to the game? Or
You know what? I have an appearance, so I'm probably hanging out with the Gooster. Me and Gooster haven't spent any time really together. Steiner, you haven't
either. Because we got Napa under our belt.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah, we got a little crazy.
You don't know about
Steiner,
that.
I have a engagement today, and then I'm doing the Super Bowl. So get paid to go watch the Super Bowl, go hang out.
Nice.
We can tear it up a little bit. So, Steiny, I just want to know if you're ready. If you're ready, Steiny, let's do like 1999, brother. Let's go hang out. It's going to be a good time. You're going to be with good people. We're going to really have a great time. So I'd love to see if you can make it out.
He's worried about his dog being home.
Lo, you're a farm guy. You must have had dogs, but they probably were pretty independent dogs, right?
Yeah.
You never were like to your son, hey, I got to get back to the farm and get Fido fed.
No, I wasn't like that. So I got a speaking engagement day with those guys.
Today?
Yeah, that's
I thought
the
we
day.
were going to the party.
We are, but that's one.
The party's from 5 to 7:30. There's one.
Yeah,
there's Jeff is later.
Jeff's, but then there's with Von. Von's got a new chicken concept. Von Miller.
Okay.
Like with Drew and Patrick Mahomes and stuff. So I'm trying to get guys that I know, the Zinkin family, to buy this franchise.
Oh.
He has Von. You guys got to get Von on. He has his own chicken.
Okay.
He grows them, from farm to table, and now he's going to open up he's going to do a franchise. And so trying to get involved in his franchise. So I'm speaking about just like ownership and entrepreneurship today.
Where's that located?
That's
in the city?
Yeah, that's today in the city. So I have that after I get done with this, and then then we'll go over to Jeff's. But we can go,
I'm ready.
But shoot, we can go grab a cold pop, guys.
Can I get in like this? I look like an athlete.
Yeah, you can get in anywhere you go.
Who was that right there, Lo?
I don't.
In the black.
I don't know. I'm not quite sure.
No, he's not.
He's not.
Look,
you can tell he's not.
I might not know the way but I know who
didn't have the real deal. Didn't have the walk.
No, he didn't.
The walk.
He didn't
have that.
He didn't. Great call, Lo.
I like that. He didn't have that one.
Steiny's good with the walk.
Why don't you get in with Joe Thomas on Six Springs Farm? He's got the Wagyu beef thing going. All these linemen who've got to lose weight but do it the right way?
Yeah, a lot of them, they are. I mean, I don't know if you looked up Von's, but he's got his chicken is past. It's very, very. It's grass fed. His chickens are really fed. He's doing his. It's gonna take off. So doing that, but I love being able to hang out. I'm going to Mike Dicka's. We'll go to Mike Dicka's cigar party.
That when is that?
That's later on. Everything's going on.
Hey, can I ask you a question? So
much stuff to. Okay, Stein, here's so much stuff to do. I never get it in.
All right,
so I never go to all the stuff.
Okay, you're clearly part of the NFL alumni. So these invites, do they come via email, or does Mike Ditka and Ditka's make sure Lowe gets an invite?
Hey, so here's how it goes. Like with NFL alum, a couple guy named Hamilton contacted me 2 weeks ago. Let me do a taste of coke, pay me $5,000 on Saturday.
Come on.
$10,000 on Sunday to go and just watch a game.
Sure.
hey, get like, another $3,000 just to do. So it's just like, so people just reach out. People reach out, hey, you want to do this? You want to do that? I'm like, I'm good. No, I'm done. And then it's like, hey, Jeff, Jeff, hey, look, do you want to sip in some bourbon? You come in, so I get emails from those. So people just blow your emails. You're getting text messages. You're getting phone calls. It's just a great time, Steiny. It's a great time to be low Neil.
Here's the one. I'll tell you what.
No doubt. I was adding that up in my head.
Hey, you deserve it, man. You put in the blood, sweat, and tears, man. You put in the blood, sweat, and tears.
But it's nothing like 95.7 The Game. To hang out with you two. Steiny, I've seen Goo. But I can push Goo. Goo, go with me. I want to see you get a little crazy.
I get a little. See, the difference is he's gonna fawn over everybody, and I'm just gonna kind of give him grief right out of the box.
You just give him that little look. You know who's my road dog?
Who?
Evan.
Oh, y'all do good work.
Me and E, we'll get a couple cold ones and just hang out, low key and just hang out. I can't wait to see what Steiny's got. Is he?
Now he can go hard in the paint. Yeah.
I used to.
Look at him blushing.
Oh, God. No, man. I guess that's if the invite's there, that's too big of an invite to pass up.
Yeah, I'll send you guys to Jeff's. I got 2 extra tickets. I'll send them to you guys now, so you guys can. So it's no excuse.
Keep it. Evan's got to work. Keep it down a little bit.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Let's go to Brendan. Let's go to Brendan. Brendan in the city wants to talk about Radio Row. What's up, Brendan in the city? How you doing, man?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm headed to pick up my girl.
One more time?
I'm headed to pick up my girls right now because we're headed to the NFL Experience also at the Moscone Center.
There you go.
Nice. In fact, I'll do it for you. You're invited to Jeff Garcia's party through Lowe. I know he doesn't know you or your kids, but
nice.
I'm kidding. Must be 21.
Have you guys checked out the NFL Experience at all?
Guru has. You watched the Pro Bowl the other night, right?
Yeah, but I wasn't actually in there.
You mean on
live.
TV?
Yeah, I saw it on TV.
You saw it on TV.
Yeah, I was in here actually.
No, look, there's a lot going on down here, Brendan, and you'll have fun if you're with your kids.
Get here early too, because that line it's already forming.
Yeah, but it'll be a lot of fun. Great day here too in the city. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
I was gonna tell them, don't think about the trade while you're having fun.
No, bring the kids in. They do. Manning, Eli had something last night. A little football game, a little flag. I saw that. Little highlights. There's a lot of things going on that they get the people involved. It's just it's crazy. The Super Bowl. San Francisco's just changed a lot. And
are you staying in the city?
No,
okay.
You know what? I figured I'd stay a little bit further out, and the Santana Row, a little bit more action.
You're
people.
Down there. Well,
yeah, it's interesting. It's more of a feel of the Super Bowl in those areas than there.
Well, I get the sense if you're a player, a coach, or personnel, you don't even come up to San Francisco. I don't think.
So they're not staying. You don't think they're staying
have
in the
all
city?
the stuff down there.
Wow,
they do.
Yeah,
they very rarely come to the city. The city's just the wharf. Everything's changed. You had Saks, but all the stuff that you grew up with. It's just I don't know, Steiny. It's just the city. It's just fun. It feels a little different.
Well, this is kind of where the party is for all the for all the sponsors and stuff like that.
That's how I said the mayor walked.
City's coming back, low.
Yeah, there you go.
A little bit.
Good.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Good. I want to make San Francisco great again. I remember growing up in the day.
Tell him careful.
No. What do you know? No. I'm being that little kid going up here shopping and freaking go down to Plaza 55 and hang out. Come on, Steiny. Man, the Louis store and all the great stuff. It was great.
I moved 3,000 miles to be out here, and I'm still here.
Yeah.
You were a city resident at one time.
Yeah. First 12 years out here. Then I moved to the East Bay. John Harbaugh. That's the last coach. That's the last coach you played for.
Yeah. It was interesting.
Must have been hurt early in his career.
Yeah. It was his first year.
First year.
Yeah. We went to the AFC Championship game. Harbaugh just ran it. It was interesting. He's got a few words.
Yeah, you don't like him.
I know
I can tell.
Look.
You don't like him.
I know. Low.
You got a problem with John.
No. So
it wasn't an A+.
No, here's the deal. So Jim and John, both of them. Of course, Jim was down at San Diego, University of San Diego when I was with the Chargers. So he'd come by the practice facility all the time. I played against him. Our careers overlapped. And John, special teams coach, wasn't known as a head coach. Interesting guy. The fact that when I was saying that, I was warming up to say special team guys, but how he's able to galvanize the team. You had Ray Lewis and Ed Reed, two of the best players, Hall of Famers. They had 2 lockers apiece. John comes in and says,
two lockers apiece.
Yes. And so they had their clothes there, this, and so no one else had but those 2 guys. He said, hey, look, guys, are we going to win a championship? Are we going to be a team? He said, guys, I don't think you guys should have. And both those guys bought in.
I love
But here's a guy here's a first-year coach. He said, you got to have skin like Amendola. He was tough, but he was fair. He brought me in. I loved it. If I didn't get, that was probably the hardest year I played. LeRon McClain had over 900 some yards. He had, if you add the playoffs, he had 1,000 yards. LeRon McClain made the Pro Bowl as a fullback. I played more fullback than him. Go look how many yards LeRon McClain had, and you add up, even if you add up with the playoffs, he had over 1,000 yards, and Ray Rice was on that team too. Yeah. We went to the AFC Championship team and lost to that was the most physical game, the most physical year of my career. I wish I needed to be 20-something to play in Baltimore.
I'm going to bring it up on YouTube.
No, we ran lead. Joey Flacco was a rookie. We ran the ball sometimes 40 times a game. LeRon McClain had what do you have, 900 and some yards?
902.
There goes Stephen A.
But then if you add in his playoffs, what did he have in the playoffs? He had against Dallas, we shut him. That stadium.
I got LeRon McClain with 90 yards, so yeah, he was right at 1,000.
Yeah, so it was. I'm just saying that was the most physical year, bro, of my career. Blocking for him and Ray Rice because we didn't let Joe Flacco didn't throw the ball. We just ran the ball.
You're forgetting somebody on that team that you blocked for.
Willie McGahee.
Yeah.
McGahee. But he wasn't the second leader. LeRon was. think about LeRon led. It was like, dude.
McGahee. LeRon had 900, Willis had 670, Ray Rice had 450, and
we had almost 2,000 yards. We ran the ball.
Yeah.
We had over.
Holy cow,
bro!
I'm about to dial that one.
It hurt me.
Wow,
that year hurt me.
Flacco ran a little bit too.
Yes,
even
Flacco had some. We just lined up. That was his rookie year, so that was one of the most physical years. That was it, and that took the life out of me. So, but I loved it. I loved my experience there for that year.
You remembered those so vividly, man.
It's just those moments that you remember what you had with certain guys. And Harbaugh, love him. He brought me in, and it's like they used me. I'm telling you what, they got their money. Right. They got that minimum that year. They got every penny out of me.
Oh man, it's cutthroat.
You had it. When did you start to realize that you were gonna have to have a career based on what coaches knew you could do, as opposed to you weren't going to be a huge stats guy?
I'll tell you what it was. It was
like you had to come to terms with that at some point, right?
1997. I was in New Orleans. Jim Moore was the head coach. Me and Mario Bates had an altercation. He set me down in a room, and it was just me and Jim Moore. And I knew he loved at that time. I knew because he was quirky. Jim Moore, mean. Jim Moore. He had this aura. I was fearful.
Yeah.
But he was just very sharp. You didn't feel comfortable talking. You know how some of them coaches are.
He was old school.
Yeah, old school.
For sure.
He called me in office, and he found out what had happened with me and Mario Bates, and he called me in office and set me down, and he said, hey, look, man. Hey, I know you want to run the ball and all this stuff, but I know Mario's a little different, but you need to click this. You need to get together. I'm telling you, look, I like you, and I'm gonna tell you right now, you're tough. I know you. You can kick everybody in this locker room. I know the kind. That's why we drafted you. You're a tough guy. He said, but I know you're better than that. And he just started talking to me. And he goes, hey, listen here. I'm telling you, man. Look, you can play in this league 10 or so years. I'm telling you can play. You're that type of guy, but you need to dedicate yourself to being a fullback. And you need to take that responsibility on.
Did that hurt you? Did it cut you?
But how he was talking to me,
all right.
Here's a guy that you revered. You know, Steiny, when your head coach never really talked to you, and he brings you in and sits you down and gives you that. That's when I said, okay. And I remember saying, okay, okay, Lord, if this is what I got to do, I just said, work my neck. I started doing more and more squats. I said, I'm going to be this. He said, play it like angry. I transformed to start playing fullback angry with the chip on his shoulder. 16, 17 years later.
Wow.
So that was the moment. That was the moment that it was the Jim Moore moment.
Wow.
How many? So you were at Fresno State, you played fullback or halfback?
I played fullback and I played just single back. And then we had, Ron Rivers and Anthony Diggle. Ron Rivers got drafted 3rd round. Anthony Diggles went 4th round. I had Aaron Craver the year before, went 1st round. So you got to realize, I blocked for Aaron Craver, but we ran split back. We ran I. So I was the fullback, but I got to tote the mail.
Yeah.
So you have to realize, I had 3 years in a row, running backs go top 4 rounds. The guys behind me.
Right.
So, but then at times when we go single back, I'll be the lone back. Single, and I dot that I for him like, okay, big fella, let's make it happen. So, I would tote the ball 30 times, go for about $130, $140, $150. So every now and then at the dog at the Fresno, man, I got to show you some highlights.
Well, your longest run was in New Orleans, though, right? How long was it?
74 yards.
You got to see it.
Clearly not everybody could have pulled off what you did once they got to the NFL. They wouldn't have been able to either do the role or wouldn't have accepted the role.
Right. No, and you got to make that. You got to make a decision. You got to make a commitment, and you can't halfway do it. And I just said, okay, I'm gonna take this position on, and I'm gonna play with the vigor. And I had the wrestling mentality, so I could shoot a good double leg. I was always physical, so I just said, okay, I'm gonna take it on, and hey.
I told you the story about my wrestling buddy, didn't I?
No.
Back at Franklin and Marshall.
Give it
so they had a really good Division III wrestling program. It was really good. And I would come in, I'd come in a little late at night, all wound up and stuff. And he was a pretty straight-laced wrestler. And I'd come up to him and mess with him. You can't, you think this went on for about months. He's like, Steiny, I don't let. I'm like, you can't do anything. He put me on the ground low in about
seconds.
1 second.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I was debilitated, like I couldn't move. I was prone. I was like, okay, it's over. I got you. And never again, man. Wrestlers.
No matter how drunk you came home, you're like, I'm not doing this again.
No. I'll tell you what, I think wrestlers are they're as tough as it gets,
I told you that story. We went to the Giants game, coming home, and my kids were young. I said, I'm trying to teach my son, Lo. We were drinking, too, that day. I said, I'm trying to teach my son how to defend himself, and boy, I could finish the sentence. Lo has me in a position. I couldn't move. I was like, Lo, okay, I get it. But, dude, that was like an animal.
I mean, my buddy he must have had like 4 discectomy infusions for his back. How many surgeries have you had?
Oh, none for wrestling. 0.
In general.
So how many for football?
Football 2.
That's not bad.
That's like none.
No, yeah. Football broke my rookie year, and then year 15 broke the non-weight bearing bone. But wrestling, man, All-American place was ranked, number 3 in the country. Won the state of California. Wrestling is if you said what's the toughest sport, football, wrestling.
Oh, there's
wrestling,
I got
wrestling
you.
hands down.
I believe you.
So tiring.
It's incredible.
It's humbling.
It's so tiring.
A man can try to control you.
Yeah, it's incredible.
To be able to be manhandled by man. It's just,
my nephew Miles is doing it right now. He's in Stockton High School. We went to Roseville for a jamboree, and he didn't win all of them. But I was like, you're my champ. Because what I saw with the endurance and him he was going tussling like, hey, it ain't even about winning. It is, but you out there.
You out there.
All righty. Coming up on the other side, we got crossover. Lo will join us tomorrow.
Absolutely,
tomorrow
baby.
we're going to have even more fun.
We're going to do it tonight.
And we'll see you in a little bit. Get together. We'll get together. You got Goose info and stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
You got
hey, our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Crossover coming up next with Willard and Dibbs. That segment was brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally in California on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop.
As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
This is Marshawn Beast Mode Lynch with Prize Picks. The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it's always feel good to be right. That also means it's your last chance to get in on the football action before the season is over with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It's simple to play. Pick at least 2 players, pick more or less on their stats, and submit your lineup. Prize Pick also has early payouts. If your lineup get off to a high start, you can cash out those winners before the game even finished. So don't miss any of the action this season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code SB50 and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code SB50 on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups for just playing. Guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Looking for something fun and free during the school break? Step into Welcome In President's Week at History Park. Brought to you by History San Jose. History Park will be open daily, February 16th through the 20th, in addition to regular weekend hours. Explore historic buildings, experience South Bay flashback, riffs, rhythms, and revolution. Visit the Refreshed Valley Memories exhibit, browse the gift shop, and enjoy a sweet treat at O'Brien's Ice Cream Parlor. Park admission is free. For hours and information, visit historysanjose.org.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I'm talent. I don't book.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, it's time for the crossover, brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibs. Day 4 of the Super Bowl week. Whew.
Yeah.
These are
all over the Super Bowl today, huh?
These are different shows, ladies and gentlemen. We went about half with Kuminga, and then we had borderline Hall of Famers that we had to deal with.
I love that you said that you had to deal with him.
Yeah.
Boy, rough life.
I dealt with him for 4 years, but go ahead.
There's that too. But yeah, the bottom line is we know where our listeners are at right now, and you can't talk about a day for 2 years. And then when that day comes, be like, so, Seahawks minus 4.5.
Yeah,
what do you think?
No doubt.
Come on, like
the baby's here.
We're here. The trade deadline is passed. Warrior fans, I think, by and large, are disappointed.
And I'm one of them. And Dibs, this is an analogy off the fly. It's like my parents told me we're going to Disneyland, and they take me to McDonald's and play in their little playground in the front.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's my fault. I thought we were in on Giannis.
Yeah.
And to end up getting Porzingis, that it just, when he's healthy, I like the guy.
Yeah.
But that's what hurt. I allowed myself to think we had a chance of getting Giannis.
7-second story about Disneyland. My kids grew up thinking that the Disney store was Disneyland.
Okay, there it is.
So that's a great pull.
Yeah,
I like that.
You also
Look
did
at
that in
it.
4 seconds, actually.
Yeah, worked until they were about 8, and then we actually had to go. Bought me some years.
I see you
bad.
working
But
those
your
years.
analogy is good, even though I never thought we were going to
all right,
Disneyland.
so you like Steiner.
I thought we were going to Oakland's Fairyland, and that's kind of where we wound up, which Porzingis, much like Oakland's Fairyland, a lot of the attractions are broken.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's not bad.
that's not bad. I didn't. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask Goo if I want you to think back, and maybe you still believe in some of these things. What were you most disappointed in when you found out they weren't real? Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, or the Tooth Fairy?
I do not concur with anything you just asked. Those are all
we got
real.
kids listening to
Those are all real, all you
but
first
Willa, where
graders
were
who
you?
just
Was
got
it
out.
just me? I was really like, not it's 100% he's coming, but dude, I was getting out the shower, picking up the phone, waking up, going to bed like this thing could be happening. Kind of like when we did with Arson Judge, and you guys were in
Linden.
Yeah. Shout out to Tribe Called Quest. Yeah.
Well, if only they would have let us go to Athens to seek out Giannis, this might actually happen. But the budget being what it is.
I tried to look. I tried to look you in the eyes. I tried to look you in the eyes yesterday and tell you that it was a little concerning.
Okay.
How much you were into this. Look, they tried. I didn't really love their chances to get him either. But for me, it's not so much Giannis, yes or no. It's what did you do? And I guess my question today is, all that for this?
Will, that is so. I'm feeling that, man.
So go back 2 years ago and.
This summer,
Jonathan Kuminga, and there's a rub on playing time. Okay, we can wrap our head around that. And then you head into the summer, and you literally stop your entire offseason for months to the point where training camp opens and half the team can't go because you draw the negotiation out that far. Then you say we're going to do this. It lasts 5 to 7 games. Now we're not doing this. You head down a road where the guy literally is making up injuries and ducking out of games. You're doing prolonged DMP stretches.
16.
So you're going to if you're going to go that hard, if you're going to dig in that hard, I would hope that the payoff, like your reasoning for going that hard is we think it could lead to blank. And if what it led to was an injured, ill, expiring, too many vowels, contract, Come on, man. How the hell can we not be disappointed
Bad
today?
ending to a movie, guys.
The movie really wasn't that great anyway. Like, the movie was just kind of annoying, and you thought, you know what, I'm going to stick with it because we're going to get to the end, and the ending's going to be like, wow, okay. That made up for all of the plot twists of, okay, in DNPs, and now Draymond's emotional, and so I'm supposed to get emotional, which I wasn't emotional. The thing that really kind of rubs me is that had you had an appropriate, correct read on Giannis, you could have pivoted to Jaren Jackson Jr. 3 or 4 days ago.
What about Zubac? I'm just saying.
Zubac is the other one at the buzzer.
But I hear you.
I've loved Zubac.
I
it's
do
kind
too.
of a joke on our show.
You
got no answer for Zubac.
Dude, we've been thirsty for Zubac for a year and a half
play
on
for
this
me
show.
anytime.
When we even look back at a previous draft where they could have had Zubac, I think it's when they took maybe they took Pods or they took Jordan Poole, whatever. One of those picks, Zubac was still out there. But for me, it's more Jaren Jackson Jr. because they were interested in him, but they didn't pull the trigger because they were waiting on Giannis. And so you got to the end of the time, and it's like, well, you're not going to be able to get Giannis. And so now you're left with Kristaps Porzingis and his nerve issue, which makes it so that his heart could flare up at any moment, and he could be, I mean, it's a serious thing
His
that
check
he's got.
engine lights are on.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the Giannis thing, what also goes into my head is, hold on, so the Bucks hated your offer. Rumblings that Giannis was not really that interested in coming. Did you just find that out this week?
That's $1 million, man.
Did you, how the hell is that intel new to you this week? To where it's like you just gave up on it a couple days ago.
Because had you had it, Dub Nation wouldn't have been like me thinking there might be some legs to this.
They might have started the process and then got word of that and then either wrapped it up or, pivoted at that point. And maybe it was too late for Jaren Jackson
They added
Jr.
the Draymond part. That thing came out. Like he's expendable, which was a signal to me, this thing might really be it's speeding up.
No, it was the Warriors probably sweetening the offer. I just don't, other than the picks, I think Milwaukee, I don't think this is the Warriors only. I think the Bucks were probably disappointed with all the offers. And so they probably just, are going to regroup and deal with it this summer.
That was my thing all along. If they weren't going to get wowed, and Giannis is not the guy who is cut out to make a stink about it, I don't think that he's that guy. So if you're Milwaukee and you don't love the offers, you can wait, and Giannis can be bummed, but he's not going to blow up the spot because that's not what Giannis does.
Did you see his tweet? Did you see his tweet?
Giannis tweeted?
No.
Boy.
No.
Hang on. I'm going to make
my dream was to play with Steph, and they wouldn't allow it
at all. Why? I just got a glimpse.
He put up a scene from Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, sure.
And wrote, "Legends don't chase, they attract."
Oh. Maybe Curry's going to Milwaukee.
With the emoji and the sunglasses.
Yeah, sunglasses emoji and a hunted emoji. And I think that's pretty annoying.
No,
that's what I think.
It's trolling. Can I say trolling?
Well, of course, do not. Giannis, you're not going to convince anybody that everybody's wrong and that you're not asking for a trade behind the scenes. So if you're asking for a trade, you want to say that 2 weeks ago. You say that before the deadline, not after they didn't trade you.
Yeah.
Say that 2 weeks ago, not today.
And what have they attracted since Damian Lillard in terms of
Miles Turner?
Yeah, okay. Which, that was a player that Indiana is looking to strip down from because they lost their superstar.
Correct.
So, yeah, if you're looking to attract, that tells me that he's not going anywhere. That tells me he's going to be ready to play basketball and attract the next guy in Milwaukee.
That tells me Giannis Antetokounmpo is disingenuous. That's what that tells me.
Well, my question is more about Porzingis, and
oh my gosh,
it feels like we don't know whether he's going to play next week or at all.
That's where I'm at.
Well, the
money falls off.
The reports say they expect him to play soon.
Right.
And in fact,
soon.
But there were reports that he was about to play with Atlanta.
Right.
As recently as 2-3 days ago. For what it's worth. for what it's worth.
And, and I can't help but think of Steph not playing tonight, and it just feels like
the future.
Something's going on, and I don't know what it is, but I think they see some writing on the wall for this year.
Can I say that I would like the Porzingis deal a lot better if he were signed for next year?
See, now yes and no.
That I understand he's still injured, and I understand all those things, but he is a good player when he plays. He is a good fit for the Warriors if he plays. And Jimmy Butler comes back halfway through the year next year. Like, I could wrap my head around it if he were on the team next year.
Right.
But you traded Jonathan Kuminga for a guy who's going to run out the string in what looks like a lost season, and then what?
I think the hope would be, I think this is where it wasn't, it was a little like the Butler deal, and they didn't mortgage everything. They get Porzingis in here for 30 games. Maybe they like him, and they want to re-sign him. Then they'll have his bird rights, but they won't have to pay him 30 probably to stay here. If he doesn't work out, they waive him, which means they come off they come off Kuminga's money for next year automatically, and they lose Buddy Hield, one of the two guys who signed after 2027. But this is why, I am still looking at Porzingis as a player. You know what I mean?
He is.
I'm assuming. But I hope he plays 20 to 25 games to finish the season.
I doubt he probably won't even play more than 10.
Yeah, I don't know.
He'll play as many as Jonathan was going to play.
Well,
Jonathan was going to play every game.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, that's reality.
Well, the reality is the Warriors may have gotten a functional player for a guy who is not going to play for them. So
2 of them.
Well, that part.
Exactly. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. Do you guys have anybody locked in today?
Well, yes. Anthony Slater's going to be on in about an hour and a half.
Gotcha.
3:15. Yeah.
That nation's upset. Can you understand it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Aren't you?
Yeah.
You are. I am.
I'm out of hope. So, Tibbs, I'm with you under the 10 real quick about Porzingis. But if it walk like a duck, talk like a duck, it's a duck. And I'm just like, okay, so now he's going to get healthier on our front. That would be awesome. But I think this is about the salary coming off the books. But the way all this transpired and what we ended up getting at the end, that's what, like, just now I'm just to show Missouri. When he plays, I'm there. I'm going to watch. I'm going to root. But I've been zapped of all hope and Bible readings and candle lightings. It's over.
Yeah, this is, I think, semi-shutdown mode. And, you've got a guy with a real autonomic nervous system disorder that causes elevated heart rate and fatigue and dizziness. And because of that, it's something he has to battle now. I don't know if there's a cure for it. I don't think that there is. And I was doing some research, and you can manage it with a high-salt diet and all that. Yeah.
Oh, so, I do that already.
Right, but you don't have this. And
chips and pretzels.
He's got, not only does he have this syndrome, but he's got a long history of injury as well. So to think that he's going to all of a sudden be turnkey, I'm going to play 30 games, I don't see it. So I'm more interested in what do you do now with Steph Curry, and how much do you really want to go out there and chase any wins, let alone chase you're going to chase the 7th seed?
To get to OKC waiting on you. I'm turning into him.
I mean,
they made us into him.
Yeah. Bunch of Steinies running around Radio Row.
Well, I'll say it this way: if Porzingis can play, okay, but that's the thing. I mean, I'm sitting here saying, if he can give him some games, and there might be people, he's not playing. Right. He's not going to play
because we like him when he plays.
I don't know, but I mean. When he plays, he can be a useful player. There's no doubt about that.
Really good player.
And he would give the Warriors a different dimension. And I think in a perfect world, they like what he shows them in 20, 25 games and becomes either something that they want to keep here or they use that space for somebody else. But I think they are going to wait for Butler now.
And that's after November, late October. That's after the start. We're talking about 2027, Scotty, just to see how the car's running.
That might be January or February.
I know. Wow, man.
And even then, it's a 37-year-old coming off ACL, and Rick Celebrini, who loves to be like, great, play twice a month.
Right.
We'll start with that. Now we'll go to 3 times a month.
Right.
I'm being so serious amongst us 4 and you 3. Anybody answer anytime. Is there any good news in Dub Nation right now?
Yes.
Overall.
They didn't send out their picks.
Pat Spencer,
that's
new
one
contract.
thing.
Okay, but I like.
you're going to hate.
No, I love Pat.
D'Anthony Melton is probably back on the team next year.
You're going
like your picks.
You're going to hate this.
No, go ahead.
They will have a lottery pick this year.
And why am I? It's scaring me warming up to that.
Because it's all you have left. 1, and
pull off of Dallas, maybe.
And 2, I mean, look, they're, you want to talk about how bereft they are. Hell, if they have the 13th pick and use it right, that'll be a player who's going to be on the team. You know what I mean? And this whole thing about, these picks, they'll mess them up. I mean,
it doesn't mean you can stop drafting for the rest of your life.
Exactly. And I got to give Mike Dunleavy a crack at a lottery pick. I just do, if that's where we end up naturally. I'm not working to get there, but it's clear if Porzingis doesn't play a lot, you probably do have a decision to make with Steph. And then once you make those decisions, I think the writing's on the wall that you're going to probably fall out of the play-in.
I think that's fair.
I think you're going to stay in the play-in just because you're 7 clear of Memphis, and Memphis is trying even less than you are.
Sacramento, too.
Yeah.
True. Where are the Clippers right now?
The Clippers are behind you, but they're 9.
Okay.
And I think that,
They also just dumped a bunch, too.
I know.
Yeah.
And, that's another thing I was thinking. What does that tell you? The Clippers were 17-4 over 21 games.
For this summer, man.
They must have thought, well, this is fool's gold, or this isn't going to be good enough once the playoffs start.
Well, you look at the West, and it's OKC, Denver, and San Antonio, and then even Minnesota, you can say, all right, you got a chance.
Right.
And everybody else is looking up at them, and it's – even if you have a puncher's chance against 1, you have to beat 2, if not all 3 of those top 3. That makes it even more of a tougher gauntlet.
I think you guys are in the moment, though, and that's one conversation. For a lot of Warrior fans, this is a moment where they look back on everything that took place over the last 4 to 5 years. And I tell you, after a night of sleep, when I woke up today, the vibe I was feeling, first of all, this isn't about Jonathan, it's not about Steve, it's not even about Mike. It's kind of about ownership. And today makes it feel a little bit like Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi's Giants. And here's what I mean by that. Do you remember the vibe that fans hated so much that regime kept telling their fans, you're stupid. We know more than you. We know what we're doing. So just stand down. You don't understand analytics. And so that's why we bench someone after they've hit 2 home runs in the 5th inning.
Right.
You don't get it. And that's how I, as a Warrior fan, feel today. You told me light years. You told me 2 timelines. Don't avoid that label. You did ask for it. We have the quotes.
Don't insult our intelligence
Joe Lacob
now.
thought when they won the title, we won that one, we're going to do it again, and we're going to develop youngsters, the ones that we're going to do all of these things because we're so far ahead. Well, today, after 4 years, your role came up snake eyes. You weren't smarter than everybody.
Wrap out.
No, I mean, there's obviously something to that. I got to tell you, I'm kind of surprised at
the reaction.
The reaction and the finger pointing at Lacob. And the reason I feel like we are at the beginning of this process in a way. I know Clay left a year or 2 ago, but they have pushed off this decision for a while. And yeah, Joe talks a big game, but I'm hearing people, we'll still look forward to the rest of the season. We're not, and that may be true, but I don't know. I mean, I got to give him more time. This is the natural kind of.
It's the way things go, right?
It often is the way things go. They staved it off a little bit with these last 2 or 3 years, but we know the inevitable may be coming. We're closer to that, and now I feel like everybody's just given up on Joe Lacob.
No, but you didn't have to tell everybody that Wiseman and Kuminga were the next big thing. Can I read a quote?
Yeah.
Can I read a quote? This is in the wake of the championship 4 years ago. Quote, we're pretty excited about these guys. People criticized me and us for the quote about the dual timeline, the two timeline thing. Now everyone thinks it's brilliant because we won. I would think the fans, like us, we don't want to have a span of 5 or 10 years where we're not good. We want to try to win championships, and we did it. And we're going to try to do it again this year. And at the same time, develop young players who can eventually, continually take more and more minutes as the older guys start to take less of a role. Wow. How's that hit you today?
Yeah. Well, and that's
when 3 years ago?
That was at the start of the year after the ring.
Okay.
Well, and that's one where I agree. Like, you can't develop and try to win a championship.
Draft those guys.
Well, exactly.
They didn't expect to win the championship.
Okay, but what about the viral?
They were wrong. Yeah. Like they have to wear that.
But what about the viral clip that's making the rounds now with Iguodala and Steph talking about what we're talking about, and management doing the exact opposite of what those stewards were saying we need, and now those chickens are coming home to roost. And real quick, Friday was so cryptic to me. Just Steph's knee, but just to watch the gladiator, the guy that could mask whatever was going wrong in Dub Nation look human. Now it's apparent to me, guys, that he's one guy and it's not fair, and now he can't take away the stench that is from what I deem the mistakes of saying, people don't forget words. Pods is an all-star. Okay, is that true? He's untouchable. All this stuff now is now I'm scratching my head as to Steph's one man. This is a big project.
Right, and Steph is one man, and he's not the one man he used to be. And you look at the Pistons game, and it wasn't Amen Thompson, but it was damn close. It was Asar Thompson. And I don't know how many of the Thompsons are out there, but these young guns now, every team has a guy who can just, I'm going to guard you 30, and 30's going to have to work really hard to get his 25, because these 24-year-olds can just shadow him, and he's not what he was, and you surround him with what you have left, which is not much. If I'm Steph, my knee's going to hurt until mid-April.
Wow. So this is fascinating, the point you just made, because obviously we're sitting here at Radio Row, which means we're surrounded by the sports media from the entire nation, if not the world. And in cruising around over the last hour, I won't mention who or the platform or whatever, but I ran into an old friend who is not from here, is not a Warrior fan, but a huge, huge sports person. And the question he asked me in the wake of the trade deadline was this. He goes, I know what our perception of Steph is. He goes, but let me ask you, does he have even a bone in his body, anything in his DNA that now takes what has happened and goes to the Warriors and says, I want out of here? My answer was, I don't think so. But his response was, my God, we've seen NBA players do that for half as much.
That's the other part of the movie.
Their perception of Steph is now, you are also the greatest of all time in not forcing your organization's hand.
And I think that is what's going to have to be talked about this summer, right? I mean, you got to get Steph's feedback into where they are, what he's got the stomach for. Like, the one thing that I kind of reject is that he was feeling some way a week ago, and now he's feeling drastically different. He's seen this whole thing play out. I'm sure when the Butler injury happened, a new reality came over him, and it probably took him a couple days. But I do think you're going to have that conversation with Steph at the end of the year.
I know Stein's going to get. Oh, go ahead.
That's just it. You're going to have it.
Yep.
See what he wants.
I tried to behind the scenes get the first ever call during the crossover. It didn't happen. We had a lot going on. But Travis King, a local rapper, has all these great banger Niner anthems. Texted me the other night and told me to ask you three this, because he's a P1. Remember, you gave me that education on if you don't got a team playing, you can't wear your jersey to that game. And then I went and I go, Willard was right. But what about if the Super Bowl's in your backyard? Can a Niner fan wear his red or white, gold, to that game with nobody playing. I wanted to call in. I said to ask you. That is different.
The Super Bowl is here, but it's not a Niner event. It's an NFL event. So,
but your team's not playing.
Right, so you can show up in a Bengals jersey. If you're from Cincinnati and you happen to want to go to the game.
It's in your house.
The Super Bowl is so antiseptic from a fan standpoint.
That's true.
You can wear whatever.
I got to ask him.
Everybody in there is a millionaire. Okay. So, I don't know, do you? I mean, the tickets are $8 billion. Dibs is right. It's a completely, it's a total one-off.
Okay.
It's don't troll. You know what I mean?
Like Giannis. That's starting to bother me.
How would you troll? If I went to this game in a Raider jersey and the last name was Tuck Rule. Don't go troll.
I got that.
Specifically the teams who are there.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm going to show up in a box of Kraft macaroni and cheese. That would be trolling.
That's a 9.
I think I'm with you guys. Super Bowl, you can be a fan of any team and go to the Super Bowl in any jersey. We'll allow it here at 95.7 The Game.
Wow.
Yeah, Low taking us to the Snotty Now to Jeff Garcia party.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah, I'll give you a review.
Yeah, I want some pictures. All right, bye.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
No white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. It's day 4 at Radio Row. And so we are live at the Moscone Center.
Let's talk some football today, Mark.
Getting so close to the Super Bowl. And here's a promise. No randos.
No randos?
It's a no rando Thursday. No. I'm sorry. We're not doing it. We're not having somebody who once played linebacker for the Ravens back in 2011.
We're not having some free agent edge rusher who we really want, Von Miller.
We're having Anthony Slater on.
Slate.
Because this is a day where we need to talk this out. This is a day that this fan base, I don't want to even say they've been waiting for it, because that makes it sound like they were excited about it. There's maybe a nervous anticipation about today. And listen, I've heard everything from bleep it all to actually not really a bad move. If you think about it, they gave up 2 players they weren't playing. Actually, 3 players they weren't playing, if you want to throw in Trace Jackson Davis. So you got a draft pick, and in theory, a good player if he can play. I've heard that too, everywhere in between. But let's be real, Dub Nation. 95.7 The Game. Home of the Warriors. San Francisco Bay Area right now. Sure, Seahawks, Patriots, yes, Super Bowl. Let's have fun. We're here at Radio Row. But this is, my God, this has been the center of our universe for months, if not years. And the day is here. And Jonathan Kuminga is no longer a Warrior. And we need to hear from each and every one of you about how you're feeling about the Warriors going forward after these maneuvers.
It was straight up white flag city to me. I mean, yes, you could say they got a 7'2" unicorn, and I love Kristaps Porzingis' game, but he doesn't play basketball very often. He's been hurt so many times, and now he's got a nerve disorder that causes elevated heart issues and so many other real world, oh my God, he could die kinds of things that I don't think you can count on Porzingis being an actual player. So yeah, you didn't really play Kuminga, buddy. You played him some, and TJD was your 12th man. You didn't give up the picks, and I like that part of it because even though they haven't been great in the lottery, I agree with Steiny. Mike Dunleavy gets a chance to blow a lottery pick. Everyone else has gotten a chance to do it, so he should have that opportunity. My big issue is that this is kind of a white flag waving, not only for this year, but now you have to get into the summer and either sign and trade Porzingis or use that $30 million slot on bringing somebody in. This trade didn't do much other than create more work for you.
Well, no doubt. And so, like, I'm not going to rip the summer until it's happened. So, I don't know. I don't know what they'd be able to turn that all into. So I'm not lost on next year yet. And I really didn't have high hopes for this year anyway. I don't know how anybody could. But I still think that's why my issue with this is not the moment. That's not my issue with this. My issue is not, you're not going for it this year? Going for what?
Right.
What are we doing? Jimmy Butler got hurt. My issue is this now, to me, is the final chapter in some respects, the bookend to a story that we've been dealing with for the last 2, if not 3, if not 4 years. Today is the end of 2 timelines. For many of you, you're like, oh, that ship sailed 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I understand the ship sailed, but the story didn't, because Jonathan Kuminga was still on this roster. Today is the end of 2 timelines, and the Warriors need to wear the fact that did not work. That did not work. I'm not telling you that this is all bad. I'm not telling you that the rest of Steph Curry's career is now dust. I'm telling you that the Warriors' stated philosophy coming out of their last championship was a miss, and they need to own that.
And they will own it. There's no way to not own it. I don't think that they have to come out and say, yeah, we screwed up. We're owning it. I think the proof is in the pudding, and there's pudding absolutely everywhere. And I do think that the most complicated part of this is the reality that they won the title in 2022. And Steve even had that quote, I think it came out today from Anthony Slater, where you can't really develop guys. And, Kuminga didn't have the runway, was the phrase he used, that he probably should have had, because we were out there trying to win. And I take him at his word, and I think he's right, because you still were out there trying to win, and you were winning playoff series. You won a series over Sacramento. You won a series last year against Houston. You were very much still in the mix, and so Kuminga's development got hampered. And I'm also going to say this, and maybe I'll say it more than just one time, but I've always said this: development falls on the player as well as on the coach.
No
and so
question.
Wiseman and Kuminga and whoever else you want to look at, it's up to those individuals to also get so much better on your own that they have to play you, and neither one of those guys did that.
You're 100% right. You're 100% right. This is not a day where I think you can now start pointing your fingers at one human in the Warrior organization and make it about that person. And I'm with you. I'm not asking for a press conference where they're like, we're so sorry.
Right.
Like, I'm not, that's silly. What I'm saying is, I would love to see the Warriors, don't try that again. That's not
Learn
the way you do it.
Learn from your mistakes, yeah.
Absolutely. And Joe Lacob, as much as, we look at this and wondering what he'll be like as an owner post-Steph Curry, we do have to realize, especially when you go back 5 years, he was still a relatively new owner. And the basics of being an owner, I think fans love. He cares. He's willing to put his money behind it. That's great. I think there's a little bit of arrogance I'd like to see knocked down. So when you, for instance, have that quote 4 years ago where you're like, fans criticized us, and I hope they get what we're doing now. Well, actually, I hope you now get why fans were critical, because you embarked on a philosophy that is not doable. It's flat out not doable. You cannot win championships and develop 19-year-olds from the Congo.
You
cannot do that.
You could do it if you had, more experienced players, and you could develop them if you had the same situation, but you had different players. My issue is not, and I can't believe it comes down to process versus results, because the results are normally where I live, and the results were bad. I think that the process in and of itself was not bad. bad. It's just the players that they chose. They chose a guy who played 69 minutes of college, who was a total project. You chose an 18-year-old out of the Congo who had 1 year of G League Ignite, no real college structure. So to me, it wasn't the idea of 2 timelines. It was the execution. It was the process more than it was the result. The result was bad because you picked the wrong guys. I don't think that going about it that way was necessarily bad. You had draft picks and you blew the picks, and now you have to try it again. You're going to be in the lottery, and this is a deep draft, and hopefully, fingers crossed, when you get to 12, 13, 14, wherever they probably land, go ahead and pick somebody who maybe can legally drink in the United States. I don't know. And I hate that I'm doing this, but I'm starting to queue up my NBA mock drafts.
Oh, boy.
That's where we are, Mark.
Not interested. I'm not interested. I actually don't think that's where we are yet, just because calendar-wise, we're not there yet. Like, we don't need to
But you can start watching guys in college,
you just said they're going to be in the lottery. I actually don't know that. I don't know that they're going to be in the lottery. And if they are in the lottery, they're probably in the back of the lottery. It's still a team with more wins than losses. Where's that going next? I don't know how many games Steph has in him the rest of the year. I don't know how many Kristaps Porzingis has going out the rest of the year. But it's still a team that, as you said, is almost definitely going to still be in the play-in tournament.
They're 6 up on Memphis, who's the 11.
Yeah, and Memphis just dumped a bunch of their best players.
And the Clippers are 3.5 behind the Warriors, and they just dumped a bunch of their players.
Absolutely. So one of them is probably who should be on his way to the Warriors.
Nobody loves Zubats like you and I.
Nobody loves Zubats like you and I.
Honestly, of all the deals, like the Jerry Jackson Jr. one when it happened, I was like, oh, fine. 3 firsts. I don't want to do that because we're still all in on Giannis. And then the Zubats hit today, and I was like, you guys texted me, and I immediately went to my Cheryl Bosa. No, not Zubats. No.
Yeah, it's tough.
That's the one that hurt.
That's the one that hurt, and they did not have the assets to make it happen because Indiana was able to throw a couple of first-round picks, a more established young player as opposed to Jonathan Kuminga. Tim Kawakami reported the Warriors have a lot of fans in their front office of Zubats, but they could not get it done because Indiana had a better offer, and that's all part of this picture. Again, I don't think this is a day with full-blown egg on face, but it is a day where I hope you realized you cannot draft projects and try to win championships at the exact same time. And furthermore, by the way, no matter what you're doing, whether it's right or wrong, I think it's bad business as a sports franchise to head out into the media and tell fans, we told you so. It's just bad business. It's bad business. It's kind of like being a parent. You know more. Don't do that. You don't rub it in because, by the way, the one time that you're wrong, now you're going to have anarchy in the streets.
Yeah, you can, and that's the thing where, he came out and he did that a number of years ago, and I love the self-confidence that Joe Lacob has, it started the night of the Mullen retirement ceremony. He said he's going to hang banners. He got booed. Well, he hung banners. So I don't want to tamp down his ego or his hubris, but I do want to see other people more involved in the actual selections and the basketball stuff that we need done.
Boy, I'm with you there. Okay, Dub Nation, let's get engaged before every game. That's right, we got a game tonight. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. It is brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. Very easy on this one. Warriors traded J.K. and Buddy Hield to the Hawks for Kristaps Porzingis last night. Do you like the move, yes or no? Vote on Twitter now, 95.7 The Game's page, and we will share the results later. But right now, you don't need to necessarily just vote in the poll. You can actually call and tell us. Warrior fans, how are you feeling in this moment? Good, bad, otherwise, looking forward, backward, whatever it is. Your phone calls, Anthony Slater at 3:15, but today is mainly about you. We're live at Radio Row, but we want your feedback. 888-957-9570. Go ahead and load it up. right now. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. This is Willard and Dips.
The wait is over. Tokyo Central Specialty Market is opening at Bay Street, Emeryville. Join the grand opening celebration January 31st and February 1st. Food, culture, and excitement await. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events. That's baystreetemeryville.com/events.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog, and you might have heard that football's biggest game is coming. It's right around the corner this weekend here in town. You can get in on this action, even though the Niners aren't, with Underdog right now in California. And if you're not on Underdog yet, what a time to be alive. You can download the app, and new customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 entry. Very easy to play, as I've been telling you. Download the app, pick your players, make picks on if they're going higher or lower on any given stat, pair them all up. You could win up to 5,000 times your cash with new promos dropping daily, especially this week in the app. You can really make your winnings go through the roof. This week, I love Jackson Smith-Njigba higher than half a touchdown. I really don't see how the Patriots keep this guy out. He's so damn good. So, what are you waiting for? Download the app. Use my promo code Willard to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5. That promo code is, again, my last name, Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, go to 1-800-GAMBLER or ncpgambling.org.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up.
Cash flow, tariffs, payroll, taxes, every day starts with a full plate.
So you got ahead of it.
Had to. That's why I checked out LendSeek.
How was the process?
It was simple. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding options. Fast, clear, and no games.
Any upfront costs?
None. Zero out of pocket. No prepayment penalties either. Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours.
Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Got another dinner out and about tonight.
You look good.
Well, thank you. Lovely Christy turns 49 today.
Ooh.
So we're going to
This is the end of the innocence.
Yeah. 1 year from today, that's the end of the 40s for her. But anyway.
It's all over.
Yeah, so we're gonna get out on the town tonight. We might end up in a Waymo. Neither one of us have ever done it before. And I know today the comparison will be just like, are the Warriors a Waymo? Are they driving around right now without a driver?
They are driverless, and they're also safe because they're not going to threaten OKC.
Yeah.
They're not going to threaten San Antonio. They move on really slowly and steadily. And, much like a Waymo, the Warriors are still entertaining. I was bumping some tunes today and, banged out a couple of emails on my Waymo. Really, really enjoyable, but
beautiful.
Yeah, safe and non-threatening, like the Warriors.
Yeah.
It's a 4 for your analogy.
Awesome.
Sadly.
888-957-9570. Anthony Slater joins us at 3:15 with perspective on the Warriors now and into the future. We want to hear from you. My thing today is this just kind of, it bookends the whole idea of 2 timelines. And even though this city for a long time, I think, has felt like, ooh, that didn't work. To me, today is the end of that story and the full-blown, I would hope, admission that that's not the way to go. And we don't know who's actually making, quote-unquote, making the picks. But I can just tell you as a Warrior fan, it is uncomfortable to hear people like, whether it's Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, people who have played in the league, and find out that they, quote-unquote, wanted Franz Wagner, but then they don't get Franz Wagner.
Yeah.
And then the owner is running around going, man, Wiseman and Kuminga, wait till you see these guys 4 years from now. Well, you just turned them all into second-round picks and expiring this, that, or the other. I don't know how much this is true, but it makes fans feel like the owner has too much voice on picks.
And you
just does.
One of your things is under-promise and over-deliver.
Yes.
And in this case, I feel like they overpromised and underdelivered, and they weren't the ones saying, we will get Giannis, but they were chasing Giannis, and you wound up with Kristaps Porzingis, who I love him in theory, but this is not a theoretical thing. He actually has to be healthy enough to play basketball, which over the course of his career, he's not. I was just talking to RJ Choppy from our sister station in Dallas.
Yes.
We were reminiscing about how we all met in the Final Four a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
Me and you and Choppy and Softy Mahler and all the rest of it. And he's like, you're going to like Porzingis when he plays.
Yeah.
And I said, say that again, Chop. When he plays, you're going to really like him. And I said, yeah.
You should have chopped him right off at you're going to really like Porzingis.
Yeah.
But
when he plays is the thing. And so, yeah, but I'm also looking at this move. And my thing today is this move is just the move before the move.
Maybe.
Whether it's a sign and trade in the summer or it's just you let him go and you got the salary slot. This move was not about this year. And the other part of it for me, Mark, is you had to do something with Kuminga.
It sounds
you
like
could have played it out, but can we just get to a point where enough is enough and you just got to do it?
I definitely agree with you that today, I think it feels like the feelings in the room were maybe even more intense than we realized. And from Jonathan's standpoint of wanting to be out and the Warriors' standpoint of clearly being ticked off when he backed out of that game against OKC, I think there was that idea of like, we got to put an end to this.
Right.
All right. Dave in Fresno, first up. We want to get to all of you. Let's roll. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs live out here at Radio Row, but we are largely talking Warrior trade deadline today, obviously. Hi, Dave. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. I know this is a big Steve Kerr house. He's a weekly guest, but I found his comments or his quotes on Jonathan Kuminga very infuriating and insulting. Basically saying that, it was best for him to go somewhere and be in a place where he can, play through his mistakes. As a Warrior fan, as somebody who watches the game, daily, and to watch the garbage that he allows Porzingis, GP2, and even Draymond to some degree, and they get to play through their mistakes. To me, that's just insulting to fans because he's not telling the truth. I don't know what mistakes he's talking about, but that's just something very irresponsible to say. And quite frankly, that's just a lame excuse, because who is he sitting behind that he cannot get minutes in front of? Like, you just couldn't figure him out. That's on you. That's not on JK. And I hope you guys ask him about that next time you have on the show, because we can all see Pods making plenty of mistakes, GP2, Draymond, and there's not a peep about that. But Kuminga, one air ball, one bad pass, so he has to go somewhere and play through his mistakes. Give me a break, bro. Give me a break.
Dave,
Dave.
I get the sentiment for sure. And I'm kind of with you in terms of where we arrived, like in today's Warrior basketball, where it doesn't really feel like you are playing for championship contention anymore. Should Jonathan have been allowed to play through mistakes a little bit more? You can absolutely make that case, and I would agree. Here's the issue. I think, Dave, what you're talking about, unfortunately, the seeds of this were planted 2 and 3 years ago. And that's when the Warriors actually were championship contenders. And this is where JK bears part of the responsibility. For me, there's no escaping that everyone shares the blame here. Whether it's Steve, Jonathan, the organization, everybody's going to get a piece of the pie here. Because 2-3 years ago, you were a championship contender. And Jonathan did not want to necessarily play the way Steve wanted him to play. And it set the relationship off in a certain way that then I don't think they recovered from. And Steve bears some responsibility for that, because you arrive at now, and especially with Jimmy Butler getting hurt, and I know that's very recent, but yes, it ends up looking ridiculous that you've got like Pat Spencer and Brandon Podziemski and whoever is out on the floor, very imperfect basketball players, and everyone's out there playing minutes and JK is just sitting there watching. That makes no sense. But I just think the seeds of this were planted a long time ago.
The seeds were planted when he was drafted, because he was drafted to a team where he didn't have a ton of experience, and the way Jonathan Kuminga is best at playing doesn't fit with what the Warriors try to do. And then you bring in Jimmy Butler, who can do a little bit of what they want in terms of passing. He's a better passer than Kuminga, and he's a better ISO scorer. And think about Kevin Durant, who, when he departed this team, the big problem he had wasn't with Draymond Green, and it wasn't really with Steve Kerr the person. It was with the style of basketball. KD's an ISO scorer, and he didn't want to have to play the pass and run around style of hoop that the Warriors play. It doesn't fit KD. Similarly, JK plays a certain way that doesn't fit with what the Warriors do, so they asked him to do other things, and those other things they asked him to do, he didn't do consistently, and that's where there was a disconnect almost from day one.
And I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, but for me, it's never really been about playing through mistakes. Every basketball player, including Steph Curry, goes out there on the floor and makes mistakes. I think the organization would say, we're fine with making mistakes if you're trying to do stylistically what we are trying to do. If they see somebody kind of bucking from that system, that's a different kind of mistake. Not all mistakes are grown the same. I am not disagreeing that this arrived at a spot that ended up looking ridiculous.
Yep.
Like in the end, when JK sits for 16 games and then walks out on the floor and literally looks like the best player on the floor overnight, you end up looking ridiculous. Somewhat circumstantial, but that's why everybody shares in this, at least in my opinion.
And that's why Steve, I think, is taking on some of the blame, saying, he should have had more of a runway, but he didn't give him that runway. It's because they were trying to compete for a championship. So ultimately, the story will be told in how he does in Atlanta. If he goes to Atlanta and he becomes 25 a night for a team that goes out and wins, well, then it's going to look worse on Steve Kerr, because you could have found a way to incorporate him more in what you were trying to do. But for now, where I reached today, Mark, we got to noon, the deadline was over, Kuminga was dealt, there was a certain amount of a sigh, a deep sigh for me, no doubt, because all roads for a year and a half have led where? To Kuminga. And now
they still do for one more day. And then we're going to snoop on him in Atlanta and be like,
we don't even have the Snooper Bowl today.
It's here. It's in my bag.
We got so much going on.
Yeah, I don't even know. But anyway, Mitch in Pleasant Hill is next. Hi, Mitch. Thanks for the call.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate the time. Hey, I'm a longtime Warriors fan. I'm 70 years old and remember listening to Rudy LaRussa play ages ago.
My God.
Listening to my transistor radio under my pillow. So,
I was a transistor radio under the pillow guy too, Mitch. Awesome. Yeah, that's a fraternity. Glad you're with us.
Yeah, thank you. So Kuminga, hey, he didn't work out. You get Porzingis that, you can let his contract go and get a free agent. I'm fine with that. Giannis, I'm happy they're not signing Giannis at this point. I don't want to see them give up 4 first-round draft picks and go into purgatory for the next 15 years like they've been in the past. And if I was Lacob with my investment that I bought for $480 million, which is now worth $11 billion, I wouldn't want to do that either. That would not make good sense. Now, concerning Curry, we don't owe him another championship. He's got 4 championships right now. How many other players in the league right now have 4 championships?
I don't think it's about owing Mitch, can I jump in there? I don't think it's not about owing him a championship. It is about owing him your best effort to surround him to play good basketball. I believe he deserves that.
I agree with that, but I hear so many people say he's got to get another ring.
No, he's probably not going to get another ring, yeah.
No, I doubt he will either. Concerning Draymond's given you 10 really good years of basketball out of the 14, but now it's addition by subtraction. I think they'd be better off letting him go. He's too much of a distraction. And, looking at their offense is Stephen Curry. And what really galls me is I watch Moses Moody, who's a really good ball player, but because of their offense and whether it's Kuminga or Moody or whoever else, they go sit in the corner and wait for the ball to be passed out to them to launch a three. They've become a very stagnant team. They don't move like they used to. And I think part of that's because of the offense that they've built around Curry. He's better when he doesn't have the ball.
I'd also say, hey, Mitch, thanks. I would say that what you just described is not just the Warriors. That's the NBA. Like the whole idea of getting somebody and just sticking them in the corner and surrounding them and all of those things. I get the frustration if you don't like the way that looks. I don't know if you watch a lot of other teams. That's pretty much every NBA game I've seen right now.
42% of all shots in the association are three-point shots. So that's basically where we've gotten right now in the league. So if you don't like it, then maybe you want to find a different level of hoop to watch, because right now all teams do the same thing. Dribble, penetrate. Nah, I don't want an 8-footer. I want a 23-footer.
Yeah, and as far as doing something in the summer with the salary slot, we want to comment on that in a minute. We'll keep going to the phones. But Anthony Slater, who will join us in a half hour, has just sent this out on Twitter. Warriors looking forward to getting Porzingis in the building and then through the Rick Celebrini clearance protocol. But the internal expectation is he should be able to make his Warriors debut in the near future, maybe as early as Saturday.
Saturday night. Wow.
So he will not play tonight, but the Warriors are not ruling Porzingis out for this weekend.
And the clearance protocol is, I think, beyond what he has, which is the POTS, which is that, nerve situation. If they know that he has that condition, I don't think that that's going to be part of the clearance. It'll be how are the knees, the Achilles, whatever else, all the other things that he's gone through. Celebrini just needs to give him the once-over. It's like when you buy a car and you just did for your daughter, you need to, have somebody really check it out before you buy it. And you, in fact, had a situation
work, by the way,
where you had to rescind the deal because, you went through the car and it's like, oh, this didn't show up on the initial.
Yeah, we did the whole Carlos Correa thing. Like, ooh, that car didn't pass the physical.
And just for 20 seconds, what if he doesn't pass the physical and Kuminga has to come back to the Warriors?
No, that's not,
I said just 20 seconds. Can you imagine?
No, I can't.
I know.
I can't.
Right?
By the way, just before we go to the next call, Mitch's comment that, hey, I'm okay with Porzingis. Maybe he plays. If not, they'll do something with the salary in the summer. My answer is, well, they better. That's my only thing. I am willing to see what happens this summer, but if this just turns into a Chris Paul dissipation sensation, then a Warrior fan's got a right to be really frustrated.
Absolutely. And, hopefully the ideal would be Porzingis plays 20 to whatever games and looks like he looks when he plays, which is really good. And then maybe it's a situation where you can sign and trade him to another team, or you could decide to keep him at a certain amount. If you could have him play and get Melton back and pay the two of them a combined $30 million, you'd be loving that if you could do that.
If you could get him to play. And even if
Melton's going to get a raise.
Yes,
he's going to get a big raise.
No, this absolutely yesterday ups the likelihood of DeAnthony Melton still being a Warrior next year. There's zero doubt, because, by the way, prior to yesterday, the chances were zero.
Yeah.
And so now they've gone way up. And that is for me, a small positive in all of this. Yep. Not enough yet. I don't know. To me, a Warrior fan's got to be willing to say, hey, if you're not all chips middle of the table for this season, okay. Because this season kind of got messed up already. But you have to give something to the fans and to Steph that is legitimate in terms of a path next season. And you got to do that with Jimmy Butler maybe missing half the season.
And Porzingis is a trial balloon to that path.
Totally.
If he is healthy-ish and he's able to play like he normally plays, okay, now you can start to dream of Steph and Jimmy and Draymond and Kristaps in January, and that's a pretty solid 4. You throw in Melton and whatever else you have, and it at least is it's a something, and it's better than what you had this year with Kuminga, who you weren't playing.
I get it, but it's like who's playing? Who's playing 70 games out of that group?
Oh, nobody.
Yeah. Drew in Oakland. Hi, Drew. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey there, fellas. Hey, I would like to really just express gratitude that the Greek Freak is not here, because what's freakish is the people who believe that he's some kind of top NBA force. The problem is he's just a dunker. You know what his shooting percentage beyond 3 feet is? 37%. He does not fit with Steph Curry. He is not Andrew Bogut. He's not going to come here and become a playmaker. I don't know why everybody is so hyped on, him. And guess what? He falls off in the playoffs. He doesn't up his game in the playoffs. The people who kicked ass were Middleton and Lopez. He was the reason they didn't go far, underwhelmed in the playoffs. It's just like, I don't understand the idea that we're clamoring for someone again, they made the choice because he doesn't fit the system. And I'm happy Porzingis is coming in. Why? Because at least he can play within the system if the idea is now to maximize Curry's window and Porzingis can actually get on the floor and play. That might be something that is really valuable. But here's the other thing. Atena-Campbell doesn't play defense. Why would we want him?
I tell you what, Drew, I'll split the difference with you, at least in my opinion. Thank you for calling in. I think you underrate Giannis Antetokounmpo. I think you're diminishing who he is, what he's achieved in this game, and what his physical presence does on the basketball court. Here's where I'll meet you halfway, though. Seen a couple things about Giannis in the last 72 hours that I don't think play very well with regard to the idea of being acquired by the Warriors. Two things I want to point out.
Okay.
One of them is the tweet that he just sent out. And the tweet that he sent out about an hour and a half ago is, legends don't chase, they attract. Well, again, for me, Giannis, if you wanted to send that tweet, Twitter's been there for more than today. You could have sent that 2 weeks ago if your point was, I don't want to be traded.
Right.
I'm Giannis. You come to me. I don't come to you. Well, dude, then what the hell is this dance that we've been doing? We're all supposed to believe that you haven't been asking for a trade behind the scenes? I don't buy it. And then reports surfacing everywhere that Giannis's ego was a deterrent for at least one team because they didn't believe he would be able to tuck in underneath that team's current star. Allow me to raise my hand and take one wild guess which team would feel that way.
Miami.
Miami doesn't have a star. The only other candidate in this conversation
Minnesota
is Anthony Edwards.
Yep.
And I don't think that they are, I just don't buy that they're wired that way. To me, that's the Warriors. That's the report about Giannis not liking the way KD was treated. Those things to me are red flags.
And I think that if you're really going to be of the mind of stars don't chase, they attract, okay, in the summer then, you're going to ask to be traded to Charlotte or Washington or maybe New Orleans. Go somewhere where you can be the top dog on a really bad team, and then let's see you attract, okay? Let's see you go to a really small market again and go out there and let's see you attract. If that's really what stars do and you're a star, okay, we'll call your bluff on that because ultimately, if you want to go somewhere and win a championship, you are chasing unless you go somewhere and you can build it from scratch.
Real quick, how about Ray in San Rafael? Hi, Ray. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. If you look at the Super Bowl and you see Seattle and you see the Patriots, they both are back in the big game because and they had the best players and they had a great program, and now they're back. I think the Warriors need to take a page out of that and say, listen, let's deal Steph. Let's deal everybody, start all over, get a new GM. Dunleavy's never going to win a thing. And I do think Steph will win another championship, but not with the Warriors. So let's start from zero.
So, Ray, the issue with that, thanks, you compare, for instance, the Warriors to the Patriots situation. That comparison would only work if the Patriots walked away from Tom Brady, traded Tom Brady before he was done. They didn't do that.
And it's football. Football and basketball, there's no comparison.
Totally, but Tom Brady left them. The Patriots didn't reboot because they decided this is over, let's move on. They were told this is over and he's moving on, so they were forced into it. Every time someone says this, I get it conceptually.
Sure.
I just, from an execution standpoint, not doable. The Warriors are not trading Steph Curry.
And I don't think that he wants to. I think he looks at Kobe and Dirk and a few others and wants to be one of those one-team guys. And I'll save more on this for tomorrow, but the whole thing about New England, they played the second easiest schedule ever. In the history of schedules, they played the second easiest schedule ever. So more on that tomorrow. But for now, 888-957-9570. Get mad.
Yeah, no, we're going to keep coming. We're going to hear all of you today. You're going to get in. Don't worry about that. Anthony Slater, 20 minutes away. And he's got the absolute latest on Porzingis to the Bay. The NFL has taken over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's now through February 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL NFL shop merchandise, and much more. For tickets and more info, visit 957thegame.com. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Live at Radio Row, this is Willard and Tibbs. Also, legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game or a lucky season, but at Habas Law, generations matter. And for Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table, along with a hard truth. Clients are often victimized twice. First by the accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar, Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit HabasLaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at AshbyLumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Your next to order. Please pull forward.
You know, Josh, when you said you were springing for lunch, I didn't think you meant drive-through fast food.
Ah, come on, man. Money's been tight lately, and these high gas prices are killing me.
You pay full price at the pump? Get your head out of the sand and start using Upside.
What's Upside?
Come on, dude. Upside is the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it every time I fill up my tank.
Does that really add up?
I've already banked around $200.
That's serious cash.
Hi, can I take your order?
Yeah, I'm ordering the free Upside app to start earning cash back on every gallon of gas I buy.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ORDER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and get a $300 instant gift, plus next-day delivery. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. Next-day delivery available on select mattresses and subject to location. See store for details.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game's GOAT Report nightly on game nights to hear the GOAT, Steph Curry's game night stats. Brought to you by Sony Pictures GOAT. Executive produced by Steph Curry. Exclusively in movie theaters February 13th.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
You very much did not lose Steve Kerr.
No.
I wanted to say this. We haven't said it yet.
Okay.
Some of you are going to love this, and some of you are going to hate this. Yesterday's maneuvering makes it absolutely 1,000% more likely that Steve Kerr is the coach again next year.
I agree, and that's what we talked about yesterday with order of operations, and I thought that the first thing you had to decide was Kuminga, and not that they can't work together, but I think Kuminga would rather be coached by someone else, and Kerr would rather coach a non-Kuminga team, and so Kuminga's in Atlanta, pending the physical being passed by Kristaps, and I do believe that Steph wants to be with Steve, and Steve wants to be with Steph all the way to the end.
I mean, Steve literally told Dan Patrick earlier this week, I will never leave Steph. And Steph is under contract next year. So unless other forces come in and remove, and again, go to Steve's words, I think what you just said is right, but go even further than that. He talked about alignment. And is the organization, if we're all aligned, we're going to keep doing it? Well, this is a move toward, I would think, alignment. I don't know what Kristaps is going to become, either himself or a salary slot or a lottery pick or whatever. But with Jonathan gone and clearly an eye toward whatever they're going to do this offseason, I would think it allows the group to kind of do it together and be aligned.
Right, and I think part of the alignment now is the clarity that two timelines is a thing of the past. And so if you believe that Steve Kerr wanted Franz Wagner, and if Kerr wanted more experienced players, and I believe that, and I also think that the vets want more vets, and so Porzingis at 30 is an experienced player. Kuminga, not so much. TJD, a younger player, he's now gone. Buddy's just Buddy, and I'm going to miss the Jimmy Buddy,
totally.
The Buddy comedy part of it.
I mean, with Jimmy hurt, you know what, Lovely Christie said this to me this morning. She goes, you know, Buddy wasn't playing great, and with Jimmy hurt, hey, kind of lost all like lost all the pieces of the whole Buddy experience that we loved anyway.
That's right. I mean, we'll always have the bobblehead that they had together.
Which
you have one, I think.
Which will never leave the mantle.
Yep.
But yeah,
we'll always have that.
But I wanted more.
Of course.
And we weren't getting it.
And Jimmy got hurt, and Buddy wasn't playing, and so now that whole thing is over. It was just a shooting star in the night sky. But as far as alignment goes, you look at where they are now, they're aligned, and whatever happens in the draft, whatever player they get, they're not going to be immediately relying on them. You're going forward with vets. Heck, maybe you even bring back Al Horford next year. I mean, it's not out of the question, right?
No, it's not. That'd be great. I would love 45 games of Al Horford. That'd be great.
Well,
I like Al Horford.
You've already got Draymond is old, Steph is old, Jimmy's old.
And broken.
And Porzingis is not as old, but is equally broken.
Yep.
So if you're going to be aligned on old and broken, if that's what we're doing, then that's what we're doing.
Man, remember when the mantras were things like
strength in numbers?
Strength in numbers. Those were good mantras. Now it's old and broken. Okay. All right, let's do it. Drew in Sunnyvale. Hi, Drew. Thanks for the call.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Thank you. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I mean, like, this is, we went into this year thinking, like, light years. This isn't light years anymore. This is plight years. And I'm just so, like, frustrated with front office, not this year, but the previous years. And like Willard was saying, right? It's been the last couple of years of, showing up fans, like saying that we're wrong and then not backing it up. And Mike Dunleavy, he keeps saying, trades are hard. Trades are hard for people who don't know how to make trades. And like the Warriors have had such a lack of creativity on the trade market for the past since pre-COVID. Like the last time this team made a trade that was actually smart was the Andrew Wiggins trade. Since then, I haven't seen any front office maneuvers, any player maneuvers that make sense for the team, for team building. And this is for a team that, signed Andre Iguodala, signed Sean Livingston. I was actually concerned with building an actual team before they went star chasing. And this hoarding of picks for Giannis Antetokounmpo, saying that, we were going after triple like JJJ, Jaren Jackson Jr., but we got distracted by Giannis. Isn't that a bad reflection on you as an organization? So my thing is this, like the Warriors had the benefit of the doubt before this year. They don't have the benefit of the doubt anymore.
Yeah, that's fine, Drew. Drew, thanks, but I disagree with a lot of where you're coming from on this, which is fine. But I think you're being a little unfair, at least by putting words in their mouth. The whole we were after JJJ and then we got distracted by Giannis. The internet made that up. No one with the Warriors said that. I have no idea if that's what the Warriors were trying to do. I don't buy that. They've wanted Giannis for 3 years, and if you want to criticize that, that's fine. But I don't think that Giannis and his potential availability got in the way of any other deal. I also don't think it's fair to say that their last good trade was Andrew Wiggins. Their last good trade was sending Andrew Wiggins out for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I think that's what he meant.
I thought he meant the acquisition of Andrew Wiggins. Maybe I'm wrong. But no, the Warriors, what you can accuse them of, in my opinion, on trades is that they tend to wait too long. It's a little too conservative. There have been moments where they could fire away. I mean, in theory, you could have used Jonathan Kuminga to maybe package something for Pascal Siakam 2-3 years ago. You might have been able to do that. And you waited. And you worked an asset until it was whittled all the way down to the studs.
You did try to flip him for Kevin Durant last year at the deadline, I think that they've made efforts, and whether or not they didn't do right by the asset, that's a whole nother discussion. We've had it so many times, and Kerr didn't use him right, and they drove him in the ground, or Kuminga's not good enough. That all has finally been done. It's said and done. Bottom line is they went into this deadline with all eyes on Giannis, and they didn't get a good enough read early enough on the situation to pivot. That would be my number one criticism, because it seems like it wasn't until yesterday evening they got the official word that this is not happening, and at that point they had to pivot to Kristaps Porzingis.
888-957-9570 in about 6 or 7 minutes. Anthony Slater, as tapped in as anyone with ESPN on the Warriors, will join us live. Mark Spears also tapped in, ESPN. Direct conversations with Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond Green just in the last 72 hours. He will join us today. Next up is Gloria in the city. Hi, Gloria. Thank you for calling. What you got?
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. It's already been stated that the past, 6-7 years, the Warriors and their draft picks, and how they waited too long to ship out players that weren't playing in the style that the Warriors wanted them or in their system. And so I question why even pick those players if they weren't Warrior-like players. I get the fact that you pick the best available person left in the draft, but they have, missed out on several draft picks now since Wiseman. And so I want to give them a pass on that, but now I have to realize that this is an organizational flaw here. And so I'm relieved that Kuminga is gone. You couldn't maximize his talent to make it fit your system, and so you just belabored it by keeping him too long. So now you don't get Giannis, so you get the best one available, which is Porzingis. If he can remain healthy, he can space the floor and he can shoot threes and maybe be some sort of a rim protector.
Yep.
But I wish they could have gotten Jaren Jack Jr. He's younger. This team is severely old. And somewhere in this journey, you're going to have to prepare for this team without Steph Curry. When are we going to do that?
Well,
thanks, Gloria.
Yeah, Gloria, thanks. It's a fair take. The whole Jaren Jackson Jr. thing, obviously, he costs markedly more than Kristaps Porzingis. Right. You're giving up 3 first-round draft picks
as opposed to 0
in order to get Jaren. So that's one thing. But her larger point, I think, is the correct one. This traces back to the picks that were made, which philosophically did not fit, as it turned out, with where the Warriors needed to be. That was a miss. Who actually was behind those picks? We don't know. It feels like Joe's fingerprints are a little bit too much on it for my taste, but I'm sure it was something of a collaboration.
No doubt, a collaboration sensation. And bottom line, we're here, and whatever happened in the past is a mistake. Those mistakes have been made, and so now it's all about what do you do with Kristaps, his contract in the summer, and what do you do with the rest of this year?
Wow, this is going to be a great conversation now, okay? If you're on hold, stay there, because your calls and your thoughts are central to the entire show. But how did the Warriors get here? Where do they go next? What exactly is the plan? Among those, the most tapped in, Anthony Slater, ESPN. And he will join us live next. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We're also sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. This is Willard and Tibbs.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally in California on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-1604. 800-505-1604. 800-505-1604.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. Monumental savings on every floor. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., And Willard and Dibs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Dan Daly, administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehab, is proud to announce our award as the top Bay Area nursing facility in the Bay Area and third best in the state of California, as reported by Newsweek magazine. Under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated medical director Dr. Darby Clayson, if you or a loved one is in need of inpatient physical therapy, please don't hesitate to contact our admission team of Dab Sterling or Charlotte Lawrence at 415-566-1200.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. New England and Seattle have recent history in the big game. And 11 years later, we will see them face off again. 2 of the best defenses in the league will take the field in hopes to secure a spot in football history. Will New England's young quarterback or Seattle's revitalized vet lead their team to victory in the biggest game of the season? Brought to you all by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Now back to Willard and Dibs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Fade, fade, fade.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Talking about getting around the city. When we have a free moment in a little bit, I'd like to talk about the city for a second. this is a hell of an advertisement this week. But not right now, because one of our guys is on the line, on the River Islands guest line, and we're going to get back to your calls very, very shortly, and how, as a Warrior fan, you're feeling in this moment, in many ways bookending the entire concept of two timelines. As Jonathan Kuminga, Buddy Hield, they go to the Hawks. Kristaps Porzingis comes to the Warriors. Trace Jackson-Davis is also gone for a second-round pick. And joining us live from ESPN is our friend Anthony Slater. Slates, how we doing today?
What's up, fellas? How are y'all?
You know, just hanging out talking football all week, Anthony.
Yeah, it sounds fun there. Is it y'all just been talking hoops all day today?
All week. Gee, you think? Saw your report that, like, maybe even as soon as Saturday for Kristaps Porzingis. Let the fans know what the plan is here.
Yeah, they got to get him in. They got to get him through the, Rick Celebrini car wash, which, that's with any player in the league, but obviously, have to go through the physical, but particularly with Porzingis, you want to kind of get your hands on him and see. But, from my understanding, Porzingis was basically ready to be cleared to return in Atlanta. Now, he hasn't played since January 7th. This is going to be a tricky guy to keep healthy, but the calf, from my understanding, is healed, and, we'll see with the illness he's been dealing with. But, unless something changes, the expectation is you'll see Kristaps Porzingis on the floor soon.
Is that where the clearance really lies? Is it the calf? Because the ongoing illness and, the syndrome that he has that's caused him to miss games, those are realities. Is it just down to whether or not the calf is good enough for him to play?
That was what had been keeping him out recently, and like I said, from what my understanding is the calf was basically to the point where it was ready to be cleared to be on the floor. The illness, like, I kind of got to get a grip on it. Like, I'm sure the Warriors have to. Like, I'm sure everybody has to, because it sounded very mysterious. But I don't know. Is it something he's just going to be dealing with forever? Is there some kind of treatment? I can't give you those answers right now. But the Warriors are going to have to try to figure that out. And this is certainly, I will say, like, it's another Rick Celebrini project here for sure.
Slates, look, I think we all watched Jonathan Kuminga play a couple of games before he got hurt, and there had been certainly all of the promises that once ready, he would play again. And Steve Kerr even told us on Monday, yes, his role will expand most likely if he's still on the team. But behind the scenes, what's actually going on? Had the two sides arrived at a spot where coexistence was just no longer possible?
I mean, look, if he was kept past the deadline and felt the knee was ready, which would have probably happened in the next several days, I expect him to debut pretty early in Atlanta. He would have played, but his feelings and his desires have been made clear, were made clear. So, was this a healthy relationship that should have just continued for years and years? No, but I probably would tell you, and I think y'all would agree, it should have ended a couple of years ago. It was, I thought, driven to a much worse place this past summer. So, again, could he and would he have been on the floor over the last month and a half? Sure, if that was required of him, and it would have helped his value probably, and maybe would have helped him get to a new home this summer, but he's in a new home now. He's in Atlanta.
And when you look at this trade, it seemed like they were all in on Giannis until that wasn't going to happen. Was Porzingis a pivot at the last minute, or had he always kind of been next up on their radar trade-wise?
Yeah, I mean, we reported it going back to prior to the Butler injury, like expiring contracts were of more appeal to them. Like, that was such a holdup in the Sacramento talks. They didn't want Monk's contract. They didn't want DeRozan's contract. There was other, bad contracts across the league that they didn't want for Kuminga. And when you looked at some of the expiring contracts across the league, Porzingis was one of the most appealing to them because there's a belief if they can get him right, he can help now. It made more sense as a complementary piece when Jimmy Butler was still here. Like, if Jimmy Butler was still healthy and they made this trade, and you're talking about a starting lineup, Saturday night or whenever Porzingis debuts, that includes, Butler, Draymond, and Porzingis as your front court with Steph as the point guard. I mean, might have something there, but obviously, that it has changed. But still, they're going to make, I get a little smaller run, I guess they're going to attempt to make down the stretch here. And then if they get Porzingis to a decent place, they control his bird rights. Like, they could maybe have a future with him, or, if it doesn't work out, he walks this summer and they wipe themselves of this money. And I mean, if we're being really two steps back honest, I mean, part of their plotting over the last couple of years is to set themselves up to be really free cap wise a couple summers from now. And this is part of that. This is why, by the way, like when Anthony Davis was the guy that was being talked about, well, Anthony Davis is making big money, 3 years from now, like $62 million. That's why a Porzingis is a more appeal to them.
Anthony Slater is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. So, Slates, I think that's something that fans could really use right now is the vision. So, okay.
They might not like it.
Yeah, well, but I get that. But what is it? Okay, they've got Porzingis' bird rights, but depending on how he plays and where the health is and everything, what is on the table for the Warriors this summer that gets them into an interesting competitive spot for next year, even just possibly?
Their draft ammo, which they didn't use, and people will say, well, when are you going to use it? Steph Curry's about to turn 38 next month. By the time you do use it, maybe it'll be too late. And, again, maybe they don't end up using it. Maybe the 2030 and 2032 picks that, were supposed to be of such appeal to Milwaukee, maybe the Warriors end up using that in 2030 and 32 because they never traded. But if what is available to them this summer, I mean, it is still utilizing those picks, still trying to utilize the various contracts that they have to go get a big name. Sure, I would remain skeptical going into the summer that they can get deep into the Giannis sweepstakes because I think they were turned down pretty clearly this past week. He's not the only star theoretically that could become available this summer, but again, I'm probably on just the more skeptical side in general. I just think this era is petering out, and this is just kind of the latest chapter of that.
Yeah, and it's kind of a little bit of a buzzkill because we all were starting to think, Giannis, this actually may happen. But before that and beyond that, was there any thought about Anthony Davis and even Jaren Jackson Jr., or were their sights solely set on Giannis until that got expired?
Yeah, they sniffed around on Davis a while ago. This must have been early January. And from what I gathered, his contract, particularly the player option he has a few years from now, and the desire from Davis's side to get an extension, turned them off, number one. And then he has the hand injury, and that completely made them uninterested in going down that avenue. Jaren Jackson, I mean, Ramona reported it today, but they kicked the tires on that the last few weeks. They poked around. I think the price tag was a little too high. Jaren Jackson is stepping into I think it's 4 years, $200-ish million. I mean, I think he's starting next season around 50. And he's, he is a good player. He certainly would have elevated this team and could have been a nice piece of the core. But, if you're paying him $4 for $200 over the next several years and you're sending, 2 to 3 first-round picks out for it, that's a risky move. It carries risk, and clearly they weren't ready to go down that road.
Slates, is the maneuvering over the last 24 to 48 hours an admission of something by this Warriors front office? And if it is, what?
They're not going for it this year. I'd say it's probably the clearest thing, right? I think it's an admission that the Butler ACL tear ended their outside chance at contention this year. And I think they're going to attempt to put up a puncher's fight of, trying to get through the play-in and being a threat in the first round. But they kind of reset their own internal expectations, went after their white whale in Giannis. I think, it was made pretty clear that wasn't going to happen. And then they just kind of, I think they're taking the L in a sense a little bit this year.
It seemed like over the last couple of days, the idea of Draymond being traded became a reality. Was that just a trial balloon, or is that something that is worth revisiting this summer if he, in fact, opts in?
Well, I mean, if Milwaukee pulls the trigger Draymond Green is very likely out the door, right? Milwaukee kind of had their choice in a lot of ways of which package, but I feel comfortable saying that. Draymond Green will be an expiring contract this summer. I expect him to pick up his player option just because market dynamics there. And this isn't just a Draymond Green commentary. This is veterans across the league. Klay Thompson, I would throw in this category. They're a lot easier to move when they're expiring money. Zach LaVine in Sacramento will have 1 year and 40-something million left. He'll be a lot easier for the Kings to move, and you can be a lot more creative come summertime with those type of contracts. So, again, I would put Draymond in that bucket. We'll see how this year ends. We'll see what's on the table to them this summer. But certainly, to a degree, that box has at least publicly been opened a little bit.
Slates, you're one of the few who can answer this, and I think it's on the fans' minds a lot, even though there's no, credible worry. Where does this all leave Steph Curry and his future desires?
Look, every conversation I've had with Steph Curry, he has, maintained a very, straight and arrow, wants to finish his career with the Warriors. Obviously, he wants to compete, till the finish line. He calls it meaningful basketball. He's not just talking about, 5 rings or bust. He's talking about good, big second round series, kind of the run they went on last year. So sure, he would love that, but he was there the night Jimmy Butler tore his ACL. He understands some of the dynamics at play. He's been very reasonable in his commentary on, should the Warriors, push every single chip in no matter what. And, I am curious to hear exactly his messaging maybe the next time he talks. But I have been given no indication that, he sees anything else except what he's always said, which is, his career being a one-team career with the Warriors.
And that being said, Kristaps hopefully can come back and be healthy and stay healthy. But short of that, the Steph Curry knee issue, is that something to be concerned about the rest of this year? And might they make a decision to just kind of shut him down to an extent?
We'll see. That's not a decision that is made today or will be made today. I saw him at shoot-around this morning. He was kind of joking with me because I had my little TV set up for our trade deadline special, and he came by and was almost looking at the setup. And but he was in a good mood. He's laughing, he's joking, he's going to do his individual workout and kind of test the knee a little bit. I said be careful. I would say there is more of an appetite to really kind of manage him down the stretch without this belief that they're making some, sprint to the championship here. But I don't expect you're going to hear something in the next day or two that they're going to shut him down.
Anthony Slater, ESPN, with us, Willie and Dibby right here on 95.7 The Game. Slates, I want to know, what do you think the Warrior front office has learned from all of this? If you go back to, we're drafting projects, but we're also winning, and that's how we're going to do it. The 2 timelines thing, to me, that officially comes to a final chapter today. What do you think the whole group has learned from this experience?
They went after kind of toolsy prospects that didn't fit their coach's style. I think that, you go back to not just the draft picks, like the Kelly Oubre, and of that era, they kind of got away from what had been successful. And I think, in some ways you've seen as Mike Dunleavy's taken over, they've kind of recorrected some of their, fit versus, talent type choices because they've kept Steve Kerr around. And you've seen some of the draft picks over the last several years, they kind of fit the system or even some of the fringe type guys. But, what did they learn? I think they just learned that they missed on those lottery picks. And that's when you miss on 2, 7, and Moses Moody, I think at 14, certainly there was guys there that could have helped more. But when you miss to that degree and you don't have an alignment with, kind of your coach's style, then you get burned and eventually you pay the price. And, I think a potential rebuild in the years to come post Steph Curry will be just, their failures in those drafts.
Anthony, I guess here's kind of what I mean by that. If we keep hearing that, Steve Kerr wanted Franz Wagner. Steve Kerr wanted Tyrese Halliburton. Are Joe Lacob's fingerprints all over these picks? Is he making picks, Anthony?
Joe Lacob was very influential in those 2 seasons, those picks. I will say Steve Kerr will say this too. He said it on the record. He was all in on Wiseman. The whole organization was all in on Wiseman. I thought it was a good pick, to be honest. That one was a consensus. Lacob, obviously, I think it's well known, it's well reported, was very much, a Kuminga backer. And to this day, still, I believe in the talent. I mean, I, to a degree, believe in the talent. The fit, I think we all would agree, hasn't necessarily been there. But you'd say in the past few seasons, these have been Mike Dunleavy front office picks. He's not, Joe Lacob is not finding Will Richard highlights and deciding that's the guy, or, looking at Boston College and picking Quentin Post. But if you go back to what felt like franchise-changing picks, 2 and 7, consensus on 2 with Wiseman, miss. More of a Joe Lacob-fueled pick at 7, Kuminga. Again, I don't think he's a miss like Wiseman necessarily was, but he's, it has led to this moment, and they probably held on to him too long. I guess that's part of it. I don't know. There's so many layers to all of it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, man, I know it's such a busy time. We really appreciate you jumping on.
Yep, no problem.
All right, there you go. Anthony Slater, ESPN. And so, I don't know if there's any smoking gun there, but for me, that is a thing that I sort of have this opinion, and it's not even about Joe. It's kind of mostly about all owners. Get your hands off the picks.
A little bit. I'm glad that he broke it down like that, where Wiseman was a consensus. Yep. And, in that moment, we all were clamoring for a big. And here's a guy who is a pick and pop. He's a stretch 5, and he's raw, and he's got this wingspan. He can dribble it, he can shoot it, he can score. He sure looked like a phenomenal prospect, and it didn't work out. And then he might have gone rogue a little bit on the Kuminga. And I agree with him when we all lump Moody in on the failed lottery picks. You got him at 14, and he's been fine at 14.
He's not bad.
He's been fine at 14. I said it before, the Wiseman was a double bogey, the Kuminga was a bogey, Moody was a par, whatever you want to call it. But going forward, I like your question about what have they learned. We're going to find out. He can't answer that, but we're going to be able to see what they learned if they go out in this draft and they draft another unbelievably raw young player. Although, just a warning for all you fans out there, glancing at some mock drafts, the majority of the picks at the top, they're all freshmen.
Yeah, they're raw. Yeah, well, that's how it is now.
Yes.
That's how it is now. All right, back to the phones. Mark Spears, next hour. We want to hear from every one of you Warrior fans who wants to let it out today. How are you feeling after watching how this all went down? And in my opinion, the official and final end to the entire idea of 2 timelines. And now the new book is How 2 Timelines Doesn't Work.
Right.
That's the title of the next book. But let's go to Mitch in Maryland. Mitch, thanks for calling us. What's up?
Hey, buddy. Yeah, I'm not feeling great about this draft, this trade day, but I can tell you one thing that we can do to salvage this, and I'll tell you why I'm not feeling good about it. We have no bigs in the back. After trading Trace...
Jackson Davis.
Jackson Davis. We're stuck with 2 older, potentially broke down bigs. Boston's ex... big men.
You're forgetting Quentin Post.
Okay, Quentin Post, yeah. How could I forget Quentin Post?
Yeah.
But anyway, there is something that we can do. This is tinkering around the edges maybe, but somebody that we were rumored to have been pursuing in the offseason, a sharpshooter from New Jersey, has just been waived. There is no reason why the Warriors should be reaching out to Cam Thomas right now and trying to get him on our squad. He could definitely help Curry, offset, the lack of scoring we have. And I think we can probably get him on a flyer for relatively cheap for the rest of the year. What do you guys think?
Well, I think that Cam Thomas is just not a Warriors-style basketball player. I get it. I get the interest. He's somebody who can put up some numbers in this league, but he is very much ball dominant. He is a very, very poor defender, and I think even you, no matter what kind of a Warrior fan you are, you understand that going out to find a ball dominant, small, no defense little guy, not quite what the Warriors are looking for right now.
Right, you're looking for somebody who can just be a catch and shoot kind of guy. Obviously a a 3-and-D guy, but they aren't always available. And I just looked at this from Bobby Marks. After the deadline, there are 3 teams over the apron, first or second, and the Warriors are one of them, which means they're not allowed to sign a player that had a pre-existing salary of $14 million or more.
There you go.
I don't know if he is a guy who was making more than $14 million.
Cam Thomas, I think, took the QO last year, if I'm remembering correctly. So I think that means that he was making actually under 10. But I'm not, don't.
Yep, 5.99,
okay.
good call. So they would be allowed to bring him in, but just something stuck in my head about Bobby. He had sent that out before, saying that if the Warriors do want to pick up a waived player, he has to have made less than 14.1 this year.
Yeah, I do not think the Warriors are a landing spot for Cam Thomas. I get the intrigue. I really do. Let's go to Ben in the city. Hi, Ben. What's up?
Hey, gentlemen. Happy JK Day. Listen, last night I was disappointed with the trades. And I mean, I'm still disappointed. I'm still frustrated. But today I'm feeling like the only thing I can do now is look to the present, just have some acceptance. I don't think we're close to contending at all by any means, but who knows what the rest of this season or next year or the one after that will look like. And that's what I'm here for as a fan. I'm feeling good about this potentially being a bit of a fresh start in some ways. And we could spend hours talking about how we got here, but I believe just like, because this is the situation that we're in now, like how people said, this is how Steph made his bed and now he has to lie in it. That doesn't mean Dunleavy can stop doing his job and stop looking for ways to improve the team. So I'm putting a lot of pressure on, like, yes, this is a roster issue. We have to find ways to get better. Yesterday was it, but we just have to see what the future holds. That's where I'm at. So thanks, guys.
Ben, appreciate it. I mean, look, I know that today's the day, if you're angry, to be one of these, like, I'm done. I'm not watching.
No.
To me, that doesn't even exist. Like, if you're a Warrior fan,
you're watching.
You ride with this. Doesn't mean you need to like it. It can frustrate you. You can be correct. But see what happens next is an omnipresent thought.
That's right. And I famously said to Jared Goff about 10 years ago, hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
And there were.
And that's where we are right now with the Warriors. This season, not looking like there's going to be a deep, deep run.
Yeah.
And the draft and Steph's future and all the other things. In this day, in this moment, you feel kind of let down. You didn't get Giannis. Kuminga's gone for maybe a song. And what are we even doing? But this too shall pass, as my father used to say.
NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's now through February 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's pretty cool. I don't know if you've been over there. For tickets and more info, go to 957thegame.com. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Your phone calls continue. Let it out. How did this all make you feel? What's today like for you Warrior fans? Mark Spears, ESPN, in a half hour. This is Willard and Dibbs. And this is Willard for Daisy Dips. They got the French onion dip. They got the ranch dip. They've got the answer, quite frankly, to what you need on the menu this weekend. If you're having people over, or, I don't know, you could do something really cool. BYOD, bring your own dip over there, okay? It's made with ingredients that you can find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. I love diving in with a plethora of things. Chips, wings, veggies, what have you. Make sure your menu this weekend has Daisy Dips.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
If your home seems colder this winter than it should be, well, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows. As the Bay Area's largest Marvin reseller, Golden State Lumber and Strom is proclaiming this the month of Marvin. And as an Energy Star partner, Marvin offers durable, energy-efficient products that can lower your energy bill. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com, scroll down to Windows and Doors, and visit the showroom near you. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
So I always dreamed of having a man cave. But the wife doesn't like it. What if I called it a woman cave?
Okay, so let's not do that, but add some relaxing lighting and a comfy IKEA Hofburg ottoman, and now it's a cozy retreat.
Nice, a cozy retreat. Man cozy retreat.
Sir, okay. Find your big dreams, small dreams, and cozy retreat dreams in-store or online at IKEA.us. Dream the possibilities.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlock's home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headaches. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
It is the boys, the best sports boys in the Bay Area. There they are.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
So we're sitting here in the Laughing Monk Studios, but kind of down the street from the Laughing Monk Studios, Radio Row, Moscone Center. Can I borrow just like 45 seconds?
Which means 2.5 minutes.
Exactly.
So go ahead.
All right. I just want to say this. Pat McAfee apparently on his show today, right across Radio Row here.
I saw that. I'm a big fan.
Well, Daniel Lurie, the great mayor of this city, who's just doing a wonderful job, just chipping away at all the stuff, was on the show. And McAfee said something along the lines of, I'm really surprised at how great it is here in San Francisco. Like, I'm cruising around, and I'm like, oh. And I just want to say, even though most of you listening to our voices, you already know the truth.
That's right.
But damn it, stop this crap about listening to people who aren't here, making up stories about San Francisco. This is a freaking advertisement this week. The weather is perfect. The streets are absolutely overloaded with happy people. I have 2 days in a row walked from the ferry all the way to Moscone Center, and all I see is music, sunshine, and smiles. If you're watching the wrong cable channel, that's on you. San Francisco is fantastic this week, and it is putting on a damn show. End of rant.
That's not a rant. It's a postcard. And I love that it got to Pat McAfee, one of the most popular platforms in our fair country. And I want to shout out the mayor, Mr. Daniel Lurie, I guess. Yep. I was listening to the Joes this morning, and they were formalizing it. And
King Lurie.
Tip of the cap and a tip of my new Odyssey Sports
there
cap.
You go.
I'm going to doff it for the mayor because he's done a great job of making things feel better. And I've been in and around the city for 57 years. I've seen it better. I've seen it worse. And it is trending up. And I talked to a friend who was here 10 years ago for the Super Bowl. And he said, 10 years ago, this place is kind of a dump. But, I mean, now, he's like, it's so much better.
I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm
just telling you. I'm telling you what my guy, a guy who's in media, he's like 10 years ago.
Dude.
Not so much, but now,
putting on
so
a damn
much better.
show.
Yeah.
Putting on a damn show.
The weather doesn't hurt.
We lucked out there.
Yeah,
Mother Nature's like, watch this. I didn't know you could do this in February.
Yeah. Woo! We got some of our coworkers from back east who actually brought, I think they call them short sleeve shirts. And I'm a little bit bummed because I'm actually wearing pants.
Yeah, you're still rocking your hoodie.
All week.
Wait, you're wearing pants. It's the first time you wore pants all year.
And I felt like it's a reflection on our company.
Pants off, dance off. Let's go.
But when we're in the studio, it's just us. But here, there's muckety mucks and there's big wigs, and I don't want them to think, Nahegan, what kind of a shop you're running? This guy's a slob.
They don't care.
Pants.
Nobody cares.
Pants.
Nobody cares. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. All right, we are going to get back to your phone calls, but we've got a nice little surprise first because sometimes as we jump in here on the River Islands guest line, no matter what the topic is, you push it aside when somebody is that special.
Man.
And the man sitting down next to us is one of those people. Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing great, man. It's great to be back on the game, too, man, with you guys, man, hanging out.
It's been too long,
It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
It has been a minute.
Okay, take us through the week, man. What's going on?
Man, it's great to be here. It's great to be here in San Francisco because it brings back so many great memories and some tough ones, too. You know what I mean? Brings back some tough ones, but those great battles that we've had around here, man, for me, honestly, I think those have been some of the greatest rivalry battles, Dallas and San Francisco, and playing in this an NFC Championship game that I know. I wouldn't trade them for anything in the world, and it's good to be back.
You know what? I'm inspired to ask you right now because we are talking largely this week NBA trade deadline, all the drama with the Warriors. Warrior fans are really trying to reckon with the idea of moving out of a dynasty. You know about this.
Right.
So I would love to hear those Cowboys, those Niners back in the day. What do you say to fans about the difficulty of kind of moving out of a dynasty?
And it is difficult. It is difficult because you've dominated for so long. You've walked in stadiums expecting to win, and now you have to turn to, can we? I hope we can. I wish we could. You know what I mean? It's just, it changes everything. You know, so I remember when it started kind of falling off, and you're trying to hold on. I remember Dion calling me, and we were having a private meeting, and I was looking at him, and he was talking like, we got to do something, we got to do this, we got to do this, and I just kind of said to him, time, it's over. I think it's over. That dynasty is because, you know, we were going to games, it wasn't the same confidence, and you lose so many guys and pick up guys, and they don't carry the same practice habits and things like that. So it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing, and you got to have one of those great coaches. Now this is for San Fran, you guys. And I tell those guys all the time, you guys got one of the greatest coaches, if not the best coach in the NFL right now, and that's Kyle Shanahan. Y'all can say what y'all want to say. I know y'all. Hey, boy, Kyle Shanahan a different dude. That's a different dude right there. Look at all the injuries, and they still find a way to stay right in the thick of things. You know how many teams would have crumbled under the kind of injuries you guys had this year in San Francisco? Man, they would have crumbled, man. Kyle Shanahan's a beast. He's a beast.
Steph still went 12-5 and went to Philly and beat the Eagles, and that's something that you can, I'm sure, appreciate and enjoy as well.
Insane, dude. I'm like, man, this is different. That's different coaching, man. You do it with Brock Purdy. I do it with Mac Jones. I do it with you out of here? Okay, you're gonna probably still gonna win. You get out of here. We gonna still win. It's amazing. It is amazing, and you just got to give him credit, man. He's one of the best.
I love that. Let's talk about the wide receiver position with the 49ers, though, right now, because obviously this did not go the way they drew it up. Ricky Pearsall's injuries, right. Brandon Ayuk's situation. What do they need to do there?
Well, you know, no more Debo. He's gone. Yep. He's in D.C., you know. But it's what we say, you know, he's going to find other receivers. What Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers are doing, they're winning with systems. They're saying, we got a great coach and we have a great system. We're going to win system beating system. We can interchange players as long as we have our system is going to beat their system. And they'll go and find some guys this year, and they'll stick them in that system, and they'll come up and make plays. They've done an incredible job to stay relevant. And if I'm Brandon Ayuk and all of these guys, I'm like, why are you trying to get out of here? Mm-hmm. Like, what dummy are you? Why would you try to leave? I don't understand that. I don't understand. When I used to talk to Debo, and the first time around when they were having issues, I was like, Debo, don't leave Kyle. Why would you want to leave him? Like, I don't know. I would stay with Kyle as long as I could stay with Kyle Shanahan, because he's just a phenomenal player. So, yeah, they'll find receivers. And they'll plug and play, and that system will keep moving.
And part of the system is what they do with Christian McCaffrey. And I was looking at some of the numbers, Michael, about the amount of touches he had, and the name Emmitt Smith popped up. And, you know, what he did in your system and what McCaffrey's doing in this system, how impressive is it when you watch, like, one of your teammates going for more than 400 touches in a year?
Right. And he's a workhorse, man. He's a phenomenal talent. Christian McCaffrey is, man, and watching him play every week and how hard he plays. Now, I do believe, sometimes I feel like, boy, they putting too much on him, because they put a lot on him. Yeah. They put a lot on him. But and with some of the injuries and all of that, they're going to have to find some ways to relieve him. But I tell you what I was thinking about when I was thinking Christian McCaffrey this year. You know what made me think about a lot, what I thought a lot about, is I can't wait to see B. John Robinson in the Christian McCaffrey role. now that Stefanski is in Atlanta. Because now he's going to bring this same system that he was running in Cleveland, the system they run here, he's taking it to Atlanta. And we're going to see B. John Robinson in Christian McCaffrey's role. I can't wait to see that. It's going to be insane.
Before we hit you with the final question, I want to ask you about your podcast on Netflix.
Oh, yeah.
The White House. You're about to debut it? Michael Irvin in a Netflix pod? Tell me about it.
Called The White House. Running right towards this thing. Ain't it? You know,
running right into it, huh?
I was on Jimmy Kimmel last night. I was telling him this last night on Jimmy Kimmel. I said, listen, Jimmy, I called it The White House because me, Brandon Marshall, Michael Beasley, we had on Charles Haley. I said, everybody in the White House have had some situations. And what's in the White House? They got a situation room. Yes, so we go in the situation room to talk about our situations. So I told Jimmy, I said, Jimmy, listen, you can come to my White House and talk about the situation you had with his White House. You see what I'm saying? With his White House. And I don't know what would happen if you go to his White House, but everybody left my White House, they left with a happy ending. You know what I'm saying? They were happy in the end is what I mean. You know what I mean? They were happy in the end. So, but think about it. We all have had situations in our lives.
Yep.
Seriously, I consider it my ministry because the Bible says to us, confess one ye to the other, pray one ye for the other. In this we shall find healing. But the world tells us, don't share anything. So now we're all dying in silence. But if we talk more about our situations, we'll learn that we're all going through a lot of the same things.
Yeah.
And we can help each other come through them because everybody has come through situations somewhere on the spectrum. You're somewhere on this spectrum. And if you're talking about it, you're helping somebody come through whatever situations they are in.
Amen.
That's what we have to learn to do. We have to learn to talk more and share more and not, especially men. That's why I'm doing it, because sport's the only way we can really talk. Yep. We will not say a word unless it's through sports. So that's where it comes from.
Absolutely love that. Michael Irvin, the great, right here on 95.7 The Game. All right, time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What's your must-have food item for the big game?
What I must eat before the game is some eggs. Oh, I want my protein, and I'm gonna get me some carbs, and I'm not eating anything. I'm gonna eat me some eggs and some pancakes.
How you like your eggs?
Pancakes.
How you like your eggs?
Scrambled with cheese.
Okay.
Scrambled with cheese. But I'm about to go
eggs.
scramble them DBs, but you see what I'm saying? After I scramble them eggs, I'm going to scramble your ass. You understand what I'm saying? I'm so crazy,
Michael Irvin! How good is that? Hey, man, welcome to town. Enjoy your week.
I appreciate it.
Great to have you on 95.7 The Game.
For coming
Hopefully
on,
we'll be back here next year, and we'll get one of those Cowboys San Francisco championship games. Well, no, we'll do it in Dallas.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll do it in
Dallas.
We'll take it anywhere we can get it.
Take it anywhere.
Much love, my brothers. I appreciate you guys having me.
You too. Michael Irvin, everybody right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We started off the show by basically saying we promised no randoms.
Correct.
Because today was just such about Kuminga and the trade deadline and the Warriors. Well, guess what? He's not random.
No, he's not.
He's not random.
He's the playmaker.
That's the man.
Who he is. And it looks like he could still play. Honestly,
that was fun.
If I had an expansion team in the 40 and over league, I'm taking him and Terrell Owens, and you can have any other receiver you want.
Good Lord.
And I know there's still some other good fit ones out there, but the man is fit, and I love it, talking about situations in the situation room.
Oh, so good. You know, sometimes when you just like around people and you're like, that is a different level of aura and energy.
Yep.
Right there.
Yeah, and think about what he's done, what he's been through, and he named his podcast The White House. So you lean in. you have a choice, Mark, in life. When you do things that maybe you're not super proud of, you either run from it or you lean into it.
Yep.
His podcast is called The White House.
I think that sounds like leaning in.
For you younger people, you can Google it, and
that's
you'll get a little bit more of the backstory. But yeah, that was a 10-minute palate cleanser and a shot of energy, Michael Irvin.
That was strong. All right, but we'll circle back to you, and Mark Spears is going to join us in about 15 minutes with all the latest on the Warriors' plans, both now into the future, also looking at the past. As I've said, this trade deadline yesterday, again, I don't know exactly what the Porzingis thing is going to lead to, whether it's open salary, whether it's an actual player. Interesting to hear from Slater. Warriors do have his bird rights, so could you fit him and Jimmy and Steph together next year if they're all healthy? Sure, you could do that. Is that chasing ghosts? Is that a ridiculous concept? Maybe. But I'm open to that. What I'm just not open to anymore is the idea of winning championships and developing young project players, and also being told as a fan that basically you're wrong if you don't think that that's the way to do it. It does not feel light years ahead today. Let me put it that way.
It doesn't, and at the time, I think that they were light years ahead. And if you want to look at all the things they did that were light years ahead, such as signing Steph to 4 years and $44 million below market, and going out and getting KD, and there were a lot of things that led them to where they had an edge, but they were so light years ahead that the league put in new rules to prevent teams from doing what they did. So you can look at light years right now in the present 2026 and say, well, you're not light years ahead. In fact, you're kind of behind the times now. You have an older team that's not as athletic. Other teams are doing what you used to do better than you, but I look back at what they did. They were light years ahead, and now it's up to them to come up with the new plan, the 2.0, not only for the end of the Steph career, but what comes after Steph.
Yep.
So how do you position yourself to continue to be relevant going forward into the 2030s?
Let's get back to the phones. Back to all of you. Ed in Petaluma, thank you for your patience. What's going on? Thanks for calling.
Oh, it's kind of hard to follow Michael Irvin, but I'll try.
It's better be good, Ed.
Just call me Steve Young.
Okay.
By the way, I want to go. I'm kind of happy what happened, because my first championship, I was a junior in high school in 1975. I waited 40 years. And now I look at, what did Joe Lacob and the front office do? They bought the team. They traded Monte Ellis. Steph Curry takes over. Hundreds of millions in luxury tax, 4 championships, 6 trips to the finals, and the man builds a stadium in 15 years' time. I don't think I don't know if you can find another owner who's done that in any sport. And I think what Lacob did to us, he spoiled us. And now the fans, and I hate to say this, but they're acting spoiled because they didn't get the picks they wanted. Let's just accept the fact we watched the best basketball in Warrior history for about 10 years.
Well, Ed, could I rebut that? You're not wrong by any stretch, but could I rebut that by saying, do any of those things that you just mentioned, do they happen if not for the great play, and I mean truly iconic play, of Steph Curry?
Oh, absolutely. We witnessed the greatest shooter of all time, and I've only been watching the Warriors since the 1970s. He is the greatest shooter in NBA history.
Yeah, so I think that's people's very fair question. Nobody is lining up their guns and pointing them at Joe Lacob today. What I think really starts to move to the forefront, though, is the fear, or at least the question marks, about what does that ownership that has been so great, what does it look like when there's no Steph Curry? Because behind the scenes, some of the decisions and some of the execution have been poor. And that's what led to moments like this.
You know, I agree 100%, but that happens with every team. Sure. And if you look just 4 blocks down the road, the Giants were 3-5, and now the Giants are 3-16. I mean, they have accomplished nothing either. So I just think it's the natural evolution of a dynasty ending.
I get it, Ed.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it tends to be, Ed.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
It doesn't often happen in another fashion. Even with San Antonio, when they were able to get Kawhi Leonard, that got them another championship, but it didn't prolong it another 10 years because Kawhi got hurt. He had a disagreement with Greg Popovich. He left, and that was pretty much it for San Antonio for a long time. So you look at Chicago, they got 6 in 8, and they haven't done anything in the nearly 30 years since. So that is much more the norm. Can the Warriors go from this era to another title in 5 years? Probably not. Can they get to, when Steph leaves, can they spend 3 to 5 years getting back to being relevant? Absolutely. Now, it might take longer than 5.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's closer to 3, but that truly is where I think the Joe Lacob era will be measured yet again. Because you're right. You walked into Steph Curry, and you had Draymond, and you had Clay, and then you hired Steve Kerr, which was great, and then things went from there.
Right, and so it's a little chicken and the egg, right? I mean, is it winning and then building, or is it building and then winning? The winning came first, and that's chiefly the players and the coaches, at least in my mind. Next up is Cam in Antioch. Hi, Cam. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're good, man.
Okay. How much time do I got so I can just pick which specific points I want to get to real quick?
Cam, do your thing. You got about a minute and a half. What's up?
Okay. Y'all keep saying we should have, Kerr wanted Franz Wagner. If y'all look at his first-year stats and his second-year stats, he was not shooting well. Kerr would have had him on the bench as well. And y'all keep saying the 2 timeline thing didn't work. There was never no 2 timeline because Kerr never gave Kuminga and Moody a chance to play. Every other rookie was getting 20 to 30 minutes, progressively getting more and more time to get better. Kerr never let that happen. And when the players did do good, Kerr would give them DNPs and bench them after saying, oh, I should have kept Moody in the game. I should have brought Moody back. The reason why we are a title contender team was Stephen Curry healthy. If Kerr wouldn't go with these small lineups to close games and we blow the most double-digit leads in the last 3 seasons. We have the team. If Kerr put the right pieces together and stop closing with, why is Porzingis getting a 30-minute steal? This is all on Kerr. Yes, Kuminga didn't play his style of play.
Yeah, Cam, and again, I just very, very, very fervently disagree. First of all, Steve Kerr does not make these decisions alone, flat out. So you're also pointing at Draymond, you're pointing at Steph, you're pointing at all of the assistant coaches. And the second thing I'd say, even though you ended up in a spot where we all agree Kuminga should have played more, for those guys to play back when you're talking about, you wanted them to play 3 years ago. That means you wanted the Warriors to essentially wave a white flag on trying to win a championship right at the beginning of the year. And there's not a damn Warrior fan in the world that would have agreed with that. My opinion.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. And you can look at Franz Wagner's stats in Orlando, and you can't automatically extrapolate that to Golden State. I would bet that if he played with the Warriors, with Steph and Clay, he probably would have a greater ability to get open shots and then make open shots because of the situation that he was in with more gravity.
888-957-9570 is the number. We would love to continue to take your calls. Stay right where you are. How does this all make you feel as a Warrior fan? But as tapped in as anybody, Mark Spears, direct conversations with Jonathan Kuminga and along with Draymond Green just in the last 72 hours. And Mark Spears of ESPN is going to join us next right here on Willard and Tibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select Extra Meaty Pork Loin Back Ribs, just $3.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hey, it's Steiny, and we got a big game Sunday, and it's happening at Bay Street, Emeryville, and it's the perfect spot for the whole family. Pre-game fun starts at 2 o'clock. TV's on the terrace. a huge plaza screen, games, prizes, and activities for the kids. And the food? Ramen, tacos, pizza, even that big game special Sunday at Humphrey Slocum Ice Cream. It's going to be amazing. Bay Street is Bartable, too. Grab a drink and get home safe. Details at BayStreetEmeryville.com/events.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes, or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to drive home a brand new Toyota truck. Right now, save big with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the legendary Tacoma, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful Tundra. Hurry in for unbeatable deals at Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium ready credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction and only available on Tacoma SR and SR5. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro ends 3/2/26.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey! What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
San Francisco will be cloudy, cool, and breezy tonight with a low of 52.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Big game coverage on 95.7 The Game, presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We're sponsored by Safeway, and we're coming to you live across the street from the Laughing Monk Studios at Radio Row at Moscone Center. And maybe we should change it from big game coverage to big trade coverage.
Yeah.
Because that's essentially what a lot of this week has been about. We get it, Dub Nation. We have finally arrived, not only at this trade deadline, but a final answer on the Jonathan Kuminga story as he gets sent to the Atlanta Hawks yesterday, along with Buddy Hield, in exchange for Kristaps Porzingis. So, where are the Warriors, and where do they go from here? So excited to bring our friend from ESPN on the River Islands guest line, none other than the great NBA reporter Mark Spears. Afternoon, Mark. How you doing?
Man, I'm right across the street from Staples Center. I'm not going to call it Crypto.com. It's still Staples Center to me. Was on the NBA Today trade deadline show just next door, and just been kind of living in this NBA trade world while you guys been enjoying all the Super Bowl festivities. But I'll be back. I'm coming back.
Good. We're looking forward to seeing you, and it won't surprise you to know that we're in the middle of all the NFL stuff, but we've mainly been talking hoops, Mark. I mean, that's what has this town going right now, and I've been watching your reporting all week, all month long. To what level did this catch you off guard? The idea of Jonathan Kuminga to the Hawks and Porzingis being at least one of the answers for the Warriors.
Well, I heard that there was going to be a B and a C option if the Warriors didn't get Giannis. And as the week started progressing, I just thought more and more that the whole Giannis thing wasn't going to happen. And it seemed like a lot of smoke and mirrors, but I didn't know that those 4 picks were enough. Not that 4 picks aren't exciting, but they're not lottery picks probably. Like maybe the last 2 were. Jimmy Butler was hurt. Draymond, a little long on the tooth. Then obviously, Kuminga would have been thrown in it. But I just think ultimately, there was a lot of posturing by Milwaukee that I think might have tricked teams like the Warriors. Bobby Marks, who I work with, is very, very great journalist and former Nets assistant GM. He seemed to think that the Bucks were just trying to canvass the market more than trying to trade and see what they could potentially get for him to help them in the offseason make a deal. But that being said, I do wonder, because Ramona Shelburne reported that the Warriors had an opportunity to try to get Jaren Jackson. And I just wonder if the Giannis thing distracted them from that potential deal that landed a super talent in Jaren Jackson to the Utah Jazz. But, obviously I'm guessing the B option was Porzingis. If you think about it, if Jimmy Butler was healthy and they got Porzingis, this would certainly, I think, be a championship roster. If Porzingis is healthy, he's basically, to me, what the Warriors have been wanting for years. Or, you guys could check me on it. Maybe it's the fans. Maybe it's the media have wanted for the Warriors. This guy's, 7'3", shoots threes, rim protector, rebounds well, does some fascinating stuff offensively. So I think if he can be healthy, and I think the Warriors believe his health issue is not that big of a deal, and he could debut Saturday against the Lakers. I think he, under the circumstances with Kuminga, still keeping Draymond Green was a very, very great addition.
Yeah, and if Porzingis is healthy, it becomes really intriguing. But I'm really struck by what you said about Ramona's reporting how the Warriors were interested in Jaren Jackson Jr., yet they didn't pull the trigger. Would they have been willing to part with the kind of picks we're talking about with Giannis? And did they balk at it because they were all in on waiting for the Greek Freak?
Yeah, no, I think that's to be figured out, or maybe he'll go into the abyss where the Warriors won't, show their hand on what it truly was. But I think if you have to be honest with yourself, and they probably put Giannis ahead of Jaren and felt like they had a shot at it, or I would have put my chips in the Jaren pile. I'm a big Jaren Jackson fan. I think he would have fit in well. He fits that same mode in terms of the big that you want, who can shoot threes, block shots, rebounds. He has some foul trouble issues, but been an all-star. So I guess, we'll never truly know. But, that's the crazy thing about the trade deadline is, you got to pick a lane, man. You got to pick a lane. And you might think this object is shinier than the other object, but kind of like when Dibbs was a single dude, man, he had to, he had to be careful what direction he went, man, or he ended up empty-handed,
Yeah, too many times, Mark. I passed on 8s early, hoping for the 9 late, and wound up with nothing at the trade deadline.
But no, we'll never know. But
yeah.
I understand if they put their attention on Giannis. I mean, you can't. As one of my buddies said, you can't ride all the rides. You got to pick a ride to go on.
I like that too, Mark. We got some great analogies going on here. Mark Spears, ESPN, with us. Willard and Dibbs. Here's what I wonder, though, Mark. Was it all about not taking focus away from Giannis, or do you think the Jaren Jackson Jr. price was simply not what the Warriors wanted? Like, I've looked at this whole week and wondered, to what level are the Warriors actually committed to giving away their entire draft future?
I think they put their chips into Giannis. They thought they had a shot at Giannis. And that's where I think their chips were. And you had to, maybe in hindsight, if they knew that, it was all a dream, right, then you could do things differently, but they must have really thought that they had an opportunity to get Giannis to do that. And I get it. I get it. If that's what it was, like, and also, who knows if Memphis liked their potential offer better than, what they got from Utah too, right?
Yeah, that's true. And I wonder about other teams, Mark.
Yeah, we can't assume that people think those 4 picks were going to be great picks. Obviously, the next 2, I don't think they're going to be amazing. And then people will say, well, the 230, 232, 2032, 2030. I mean, Steph and Draymond might be gone, but the way I look at it is, man, the Warriors are a brand now. The Warriors are a big market franchise. They're the most, they got more worth than any other franchise in the league. So now, I think because when you're a big market team like that, with a brand like that, a brand that's like the Cowboys, right? A Steelers, a Lakers, a Yankees. When you have that kind of brand, I think you always have the opportunity to reload. Now, we'll see if that rings true when Steph, hangs up his shoes, which will be a sad day in the Bay.
We might have lost Mark there for a second. Oh, there you are. Sorry, we lost you for a second, Mark. Go ahead.
No, I said, we'll see what it's like when Steph retires, which will be sad in the Bay.
Yep.
But ultimately, I think that because of the brand, they'll be able to figure something out later, with or without Steph. And I can't see them, even when Steph is gone, them being one of the doldrums of the league because of the brand.
Well, Mark, what about even before Steph leaves? I think this is what fans today are maybe having a hard time with is, what does this mean for the remainder of Steph's career? What are the paths? What are the possibilities that sit there right now beyond this year?
the painful thing is fans and they have to be real about Jimmy Butler getting hurt. If Jimmy Butler wasn't hurt and then you have Porzingis, then we're having a much different conversation. When you have somebody like that hurt that makes like $50 million, that's a huge damage to your Ferrari. You just basically lost a wheel. And, they're going to have to wait to get him back. They didn't trade him. So I think they're optimistic that he would be back next season, and maybe you get Porzingis at a lesser price. There'll be a couple guys available on the free agent market, like I say, Cam Thomas, who I think would be an electric scorer off the bench for the Warriors, or, Lonzo Ball is going to be available. But, Mike Conley, but nobody that's going to, really turn the needle. So the one thing is we've seen, and I thought Jimmy was struggling, injury-prone, injured in the playoffs last year. Steph Curry is still Steph Curry, man. And if you got some good talent around him, you still got Steph Curry. So I'm not going to say that it's not a formidable team, but I'll tell you what, a lot will be riding on Porzingis to do something special. And I don't know if he has that in him, but he certainly has the talent to do that.
How much of the trade deadline for the Warriors stemmed from a lack of real interest in Kuminga? In other words, was Milwaukee really interested in Kuminga, and how did the Atlanta interest really percolate to the top at the buzzer?
I don't think I actually had heard that it was kind of felt like the other day Milwaukee or bust. So you got to remember that Ansi used to work for the Warriors, works for the Hawks now. So their general manager previously worked at the Golden State, knows Kuminga. I'm sure that certainly helps a lot in terms of what he thinks Kuminga's potential could be with Atlanta. He knows what Buddy Hield's going to bring. So they basically made a deal with a friend, somebody that has a connection to Kuminga, and maybe that was always sitting there. And, who knows what Atlanta was trying to do, too, with Porzingis. Maybe they had some other things potentially available for him. And ultimately, they ended up realizing that the best deal they had was each other. So I'm happy for J.K. I think the Bay is probably happy for J.K. He's going to get a chance to play and make mistakes there. But if I'm going to tell you what, it is all respectful to J.K. If Porzingis is healthy, he's an upgrade. He's when you see him, when you see that 7'3" center out there blocking shots, shooting threes, dunking on people, catching oops, that's something that the Warriors have not had since Andrew Bogut, in my opinion. And to me, if he's healthy and you can bring him back with Jimmy, then this is certainly a very formidable team next season. So I'm really, really curious to see what kind of player Porzingis is, and also to see if the Warriors can. There's a couple interesting players, like I said, on the free agent market. Maybe they're able to pick up another guy too.
Interesting stuff. Hey, Mark, real quick before you run, and just to kind of put the whole JK thing to bed, was there actually a chance that he did stay and they try to play through this, or had this really arrived at a spot?
He's laughing.
Yeah. Look, hey, I can tell you this now. I saw him in a locker room the other day, and he's like, "What do you know?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" "I know you know something. You've been around a long time, man. I know you know something." And I know him since he played for the G League Ignite in Walnut Creek. I'm like, bro, I'll let you know what I hear. I actually texted him. I said Atlanta. And he was probably playing dumb at that point. Like 15 minutes later, he went to Atlanta. So he was ready to go, man. If he had to take the Amtrak to Atlanta, I'm sure he would have did it. He's ready for something new.
Yep. That makes all the sense in the world.
That's a long train ride now.
Yeah.
All the way to Amtrak.
Yeah, hey, that's how he would have walked to Sacramento if that was the case. He was walking up 80. like the old Incredible Hulk TV show, like Bill Box or whatever it was, with that slow music. He would have walked. So he's happy, but I'll say this. A healthy Porzingis is an upgrade. A healthy Porzingis checks a box that the Warriors haven't checked in years. So, but it's all about his health. If he is healthy, he's a problem.
Yeah. Oof. That's going to be something that Warrior fans are going to have to work themselves to. But
go on Google, go on YouTube, go watch his mixtape if you're not too familiar. The dude is 7'3". Like he's like a video game character. You'll see him in person soon and Chase. You'll see what I mean. He's unique. They call him the unicorn for a reason. But the unicorn got to get his legs fixed. You know what I mean? He got to be able to run.
No question. Mark, great stuff. Thanks so much for spending some time with us, man. We can't wait to see you up here again soon.
All right, please.
All right, there he goes. Mark Spears, ESPN, tapped in, dialed in. JK would have walked to Atlanta to get out of here.
No doubt. And, Amtrak to Atlanta, walked to Sacramento, and you couldn't even get through the question, and he's already laughing. And I love the story he told, Kuminga, Hey, Mark, what are you hearing?
What do you know?
Tell me something. Tell me you're hearing something.
Tell me something good.
Or just tell me something, period. Just tell me something.
Yeah.
Tell me that somebody out there is going to trade for me because it's time. And I do feel that way. And I think Mark is right about Warrior fans. Whether or not you thought he was great, Kerr ruined him, he's overrated, wasted pick, whatever you think about what he was here, you got to be happy that he now gets a chance to go out there and play basketball for somebody, and he gets to go to Atlanta and play 30 to 34 minutes a night.
Maybe.
And play well or play bad. He's going to get a chance. He's going to get the runway.
He's going to get a chance.
He's going to get the runway that he didn't get here.
I mean, Atlanta that's an interesting squad this week. I'm not going to go ahead and make an assumption about anything in terms of how many minutes anybody's going to get anywhere else. We've done this before. Jordan Poole's going to go to Washington and average 30. Actually, they're not even going to use him.
He averaged 20.
No. And then they got rid of him to New Orleans, I should say, and now New Orleans is not using him. I'm not going to make any prediction. I hope that for him. And yes, the new JK era begins, which is my prediction. Warrior fans will continue to fight each other over whether or not what JK is doing in Atlanta actually represents great basketball or not.
Depends on how you look at it. JK can go to Atlanta and average 23 a night, and they can go 23 and I got the Hawks going 23 and 59. Or he can go to Atlanta and he can average 17 and they could be great.
Yeah.
You just never know. I look at things in the context of, do you play winning basketball? Jordan Poole is a very good basketball player. He's gone to places and he's done well. Those teams haven't won. He was here, he did well, and they won. So you've seen him contribute to winning, but can you go somewhere and be a 1 or a 2 and contribute to winning?
888-957-9570. We'll get back to the phones, back to you, Warrior fans. In this moment of transition, how did all of this make you feel? Let's go to, let's go to Jim. Jim and Martinez. Hey, Jim, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
Good. Hey, Bob Myers is gone. That talk with Michael Irvin, man, that was really good, man. I'm not the biggest Michael Irvin fan, being a Niners fan, but that was really good. So I guess we're supposed to all be hating on Steve Kerr. He only got us 4 rings, and Joe Lake. I guess Bob Myers being gone, we weren't able to trade Pat Spencer for Jaren Jackson or Buddy Hield for Luka Doncic. I mean, we're in a downgrade, but when you think about what could have been what they were just talking about, what if I wish Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy and Trace TJD all the luck in the world. I really would love to see Kuminga play, but they're not just sitting on their hands. They were going after some big fish, and it sounds like they were going after Porzingis while Butler was healthy, and that's a pretty intriguing thing. And while I'm at it, the Warriors were getting traction, man. They were looking good, and yeah, they're getting guys are jumping out of the gym around him and stuff. But when it came down to the end of a game, and you've got Draymond and Butler and Steph out there, these other teams have a tendency to fold. And yeah, we've given up big leads and all that jazz. But when you get into the playoffs and the lights are bright, and you got Draymond Green out there, you got Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. Yeah, it's another season. It's a year older. It's, Rome ruled for 500 or 1,000 years, and then there was some dark ages. And you know what? Being a Warriors fan since the 1960s, all you children out there,
yeah, speak on
damn happy. I'm pretty damn happy about what I've been looking at for the last 10 or 15 years. I'm not going to just forget about it because Jonathan Kuminga didn't get to play. And yeah, you guys have nailed it. James Wiseman, Kuminga. I like Moody. I think he's going to be a good player. But hey, man, stuff happens, man. Good show. Appreciate
Jim, thanks.
You guys let me talk.
Yeah, Jim, thanks.
Jim.
Look, I think that Jim makes a very fair point. That today for me is not about hating on anyone. I think that if we sit with this for a second, you can arrive at a spot of everything that has happened with the Warriors that got us here. Again, I will continue to say, did not come from a nefarious place. This did not come from anybody hating anybody.
Right.
This didn't come from Steve doesn't like young people, doesn't like Jonathan. It didn't come from that. It came from the same thing that happens in all businesses and families, which is differing perspectives on how to move forward. My only thing today, it's not about hate. It's just understanding that some mistakes were made. And that's not a death blow. But you do have to acknowledge it, or you're bound to make the same mistake again. And so that's why I said what I said off the top. I've gotten a little bit of vibes from Joe Lacob through this process. Felt a little bit like Gabe Kapler's Giants, where when anytime a fan got upset, the Giants were here to be like, oh, that's cute. You don't understand what we're doing here. We're smarter than you. I hope that the Warriors drop a little bit of the we're smarter than you, we're light years, we're two timelines. I don't think that works. And I think today is the day that really shuts the door on that idea. That's all.
Agreed with the two timelines notion, and I think also that going forward, you're in a different spot. So if you look at this year's draft, you might actually take somebody who is 19 years old, who is a bit of a project.
Maybe.
You're looking at a 38-year-old Steph, and you're looking at Draymond in the last year of his deal. Porzingis maybe back. Butler in an expiring. So now when you look at the draft, you're actually in a different spot than where you were then. So if you want to go ahead and draft a project now, I would be less bothered by it because you're not in a championship window. You're hoping that Porzingis plays well, he stays healthy, and maybe he stays. And Mark Spears with an interesting comment about, if you had Jimmy and Draymond and Steph and Kristaps, well, you are an NBA contending kind of a lineup.
And health.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Which feels...
You always have to throw health in with an older team.
Right, with any team. But with
especially an older team,
those four specifically right now, I get it if somebody's like, that's absurd. Like the idea that all of them are going to play and be healthy is a little bit of a reach. I get it. But he said a couple things, actually, that I think for a Warrior fan you can really hang your hat on if you're looking for positivity today. We'll reboot that conversation coming up next. Let you know what he said if you missed it. 888-957-9570. That's all we're doing now for the rest of the show. Up till 6 o'clock, live from Radio Row, taking your phone calls. Let it out. What do you want to say after the trade deadline? The reality is here. Kuminga and Buddy Hield are Hawks. Kristaps Porzingis is a Warrior. Trace Jackson-Davis is a Raptor. 888-957-9570. We are taking your calls the rest of the way till 6 o'clock. The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's now through February 7th at Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. For tickets and more info, visit 957thegame.com. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs. And And this is Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Now is the time, right? We're moving toward this game, and you can get in on all the action with Underdog right now in California. If you're not on Underdog yet, how about this? Now's the time. New customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries with your first $5 entry. Playing is very easy. You download the app, you go find your players, you pick higher or lower on any given stat, and if you get them all right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. New promos dropping daily that can multiply your winnings even more. I've been telling you all week, I love Jackson Smith and Jigba to get into the end zone. So I'm going higher than half a touchdown for JSN. What are you waiting for? Download the app. Use my promo code, Willard, to score that $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first 5. Again, my last name is the promo code. Type in Willard, Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Get Sumo Citrus for $3.49 per pound with Prime through February 10th. Brighten your winter with sweet, juicy citrus, perfect for snacking or salads. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
So I gotta get chips, guac, wings, pizza, and...
Whoa, that's a big grocery list.
Well, it is the big game.
Looks like you're planning on feeding an entire football team. You're using the Upside app, right?
Upside? What's that?
Hold up. You don't know? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they just added Lucky and Food Max stores.
Wow, I can get cash back just from buying groceries?
Yep, and it looks like they have a 10% cash back bonus right now.
Okay, calling an audible and downloading Upside. I could go for some ribs too.
Go big for the big game. Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
It is the boys, the best sports boys in the Bay Area. There they are.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Well, like every day at Radio Row, a journey, some interesting things. Some you see coming, some you don't.
Yeah.
Trade deadline late last night. I don't know how your phone was when the whole thing went down, but mine went absolutely crazy and was almost difficult to focus on the company I was with at the time because so much was going on. And that sort of sets up today. And so, yes, we're at Radio Row and all things NFL, and at the same time, what we wanted to do was, A, talk to all of you about how this was making you feel, B, grab the likes of Anthony Slater and Mark Spears, and only allow ourselves to get interrupted if the biggest of the big came by, which also happened with Michael Irvin stopping by the set here at Radio Row. So an interesting day, a fun day, and not done yet. We got an hour to go for each and every one of you to lay it out. The first couple thoughts that came to my mind were, A, I think that this is officially the closing of the full book on the idea of two timelines, and hopefully there's a lesson learned there that that's just not realistic. And to think that you are one step ahead of the law and the rest of the league by being able to win championships and also develop really young project-type talent, I hope is a route the Warriors avoid in the future, trying to do those two things at once. And then I also want to get to the point that I think right now, Steve Kerr is a polarizing figure for this fan base, and I thought that yesterday really upped the odds that Steve Kerr will remain the coach after this year.
I agree, and I said it yesterday where, if Kuminga is not going to be back, Steve Kerr, I think, would be more likely to come back. And then the comments about, he's not going to leave Steph, that makes perfect sense, and nothing's official yet. Steve and the team still have to decide if they want to do another one-year deal. I doubt it would be longer than that. He would probably want to do a series of one-year deals moving forward and just keep his flexibility open in the teams.
I do, but
yeah, exactly. So we'll see if exactly things go that way. But the Kuminga trade combined with the comments that Steve made about not wanting to leave Steph on the Dan Patrick show, that signaled to me that Steve Kerr is coming back for another year. And for all of you out there who are Steve Kerr haters, I'm really sorry. I mean, 4 titles, and our last caller put it perfectly. He's like, 4 titles and 6 finals appearances. Yeah, Steve Kerr, he's done all right for himself. So if you're one of these guys who thinks he can't develop young people, well, there aren't that many young people around anymore.
I get it, though. You only know what you know. And so this is, in many ways, the Warriors organization is now a victim of itself. because things have been so good now for such a period of time that that's the bar. And so when things are not in that realm, it becomes very, very frustrating. I thought that was super interesting to hear Michael Irvin talk on that. The idea of being a part of a dynasty that sort of falls apart, and the realization that, we can't do this anymore at the same level, and how it's hard for everybody because that's what you're used to. And now you got to get used to something new. However, I will say this. 2 things stood out to me from talking to Mark Spears. And if you want to call this overly optimistic, go ahead. I think that's fair. But there were 2 things he said. Look, this is a capital IF.
Yeah, it's a huge if.
Capital IF. But he very much repeatedly said, if Kristaps Porzingis can play, if he's healthy, he is a significant upgrade over Jonathan Kuminga / Buddy Hield. He is a unicorn. He is something the Warriors have lacked and been looking for a long, long time. And the second thing he said, which is even a further outlook, the Warriors have built such a brand that even after Steph Curry, I can never see them falling back down to being at the bottom depths of the NBA. I love both of those thoughts.
Yeah, he talked about them being a brand, and I agree with him, and I wonder how much of that actually will transcend on the open market. If a player looks at the brand and says, yeah, that's a brand, and that's an owner who will spend, and that's a team that won't ever be on the bottom, I think that there's part of that as a free agent you would look at and say, okay, you're not looking at a team that is never really good and never really spends and doesn't invest at the top of the market. The Warriors do that. They have a first-class facility and an owner who spends, and they're a good brand. So if that matters to you, it's still attractive. And what he said about Porzingis, I allowed myself to make the gigantic if a little bit smaller and just take that aside and think about Kristaps Porzingis as a player with his team, and it's really, really exciting. 7'3", he can shoot it, he can defend a little bit at the rim, he's definitely a guy in the dunker spot, he is a unicorn, and he is something that they've never had. And then you add in Steph and Jimmy eventually, and Draymond, what he can still potentially be, and all the other pieces. The Warriors do become a very interesting team, especially heading into next year, if Kristaps is still here.
Want to add one more thing, too, to the Warrior game that's coming up on 95.7 The Game tonight. As we know, no Steph Curry.
Yep.
He's not available. We know that Jonathan Kuminga, Buddy Hield, and Trace Jackson Davis have been listed as out.
Yeah, thank you.
For this basketball game. DeAnthony Melton is now questionable as well.
Well, there's that.
DeAnthony Melton is questionable with left knee soreness.
Okay. I mean,
always good to hear Melton and knee soreness.
Well, you would figure he missed basically 2 years with knee issues.
Yep.
And so
Yep.
you come off an ACL, and you're going to have those times where you have some knee soreness. And, you're not going to have Steph. And you mentioned all the guys who've been dealt. And now you're down to basically Pods and Pat and Quentin and Guy and Will. And, you're going to be doing it with a lot of the twos for a lot of the rest of the year.
Listen, I think both of us get it. If as a Warrior fan, you're super bummed about where this sits today. I really do get it. I don't want to blue sky the Kristaps Porzingis thing either. I don't know how much basketball he's going to play. And even if he does play some and it doesn't go great, his Warrior career could be 30 games long.
Right.
And that could be it. And then what do you do in the offseason? I don't know. Can you turn it into something? Maybe. So what I would term it this way. I'm open, certainly, to this being great and working and him being an upgrade. But if you're a Warrior fan today, and we'd love to hear from you, 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. If you're a Warrior fan that goes, man, you took us on this Kuminga journey of benching him, he goes to Shams, you're at odds for a lengthy period of time, then you get into the offseason and you go on a prolonged, difficult negotiation, only to them have him sign this 1+1, then say, okay, we're playing you. And that lasts for 5 or 10 games, some of them really good, but then you dive right back in, and it gets even more contentious, to the point where even one night he decides, I'm not playing for you. and begs out of a game. All of these things happen, and you played that whole long game for this? For like an injured, expiring contract. If that's how you feel, my gosh, I get it. I get it. I really do.
Well, and you did it because you were rolling the dice, and you mentioned it in the crossover. You've been rolling dice, and you came up snake eyes, and really for craps it'd be 7 out, but I get the analogy of snake eyes because you've been rolling them, and you rolled the dice on Kuminga, and you thought that he would eventually give in. He didn't, and it got to the 11th hour, and you had to give him a 1+1, which was, I think, a little bit of a win for the Warriors because he gave you the optionality that you eventually utilized in this trade. But even at that, so you went through all that with Kuminga, and you won the deal, quote-unquote, because now you could trade him as of January 15th or at the deadline. And so you had that chip, and you had all those picks, you had those chips, and then you had everything kind of going for you, and then Jimmy gets hurt. And that's the first blow where it's like, okay, that changed all the calculus of what you would have wanted to do. If Jimmy was healthy, you would have wanted to trade Kuminga and maybe Buddy for... Maybe it's
somebody
Porzingis.
who can help, yes.
I mean, if Jimmy didn't get hurt, we'd be feeling a lot better about the way it all went. But the fact that you went for Giannis and didn't get him, and you settled for Kristaps, who almost never plays, it feels like a giant L.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. And the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Back out to the phones. Let's go to Big Smooth, who's on the line. Hey, Big Smooth, what's up?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. So I've had a lot of time to think about this. I want to say this. First of all, you mentioned, the Warriors have an attitude like I'm smarter than you or like you. What about fans that think they know more than the Warriors? This drives me insane. These guys work for a living in the front office. We just listen for a few hours and think we got the answers. Listen, I'm with Mark Spears. Porzingis, if you've watched him in the past, he used to be a problem for the Warriors when healthy. He was a problem, hitting open jumpers, rim protector. He's been a problem when healthy. Do we actually think, gentlemen, that the Warriors went out and got him, and then after it's over, they call Rick Celebrini and say, "Hey, Rick, I forgot to tell you, we got a guy in Porzingis. This is a little hurt. What do you think?" Of course they consulted Celebrini. Guys, Otto Porter, right? Otto Porter, CP3, guys who, Sean Livingston, they had a history of being hurt before they came here. We have the best medical team in the league. Of course they consulted Rick Celebrini before they went out and got Porzingis. I mean, what are we thinking? Do we think this was a yes? They didn't even push the button until Celebrini gave him the once-over medically. And then I guess I'm flabbergasted by how we think this went. What do you guys think about that?
Well, Big Smooth, I mean, I think you're right.
Two different things here, Big Smooth.
Right, no doubt. Appreciate you. Thank you for calling. Nobody on this show thinks they know more than the Warriors. In fact, we get criticized often for saying that we don't, because that's not the nature of fandom. That said, yes, I believe in the Warriors. I think that they make a lot more good moves than bad. I think that their track record speaks for itself. That said, it is fair, in my opinion, for a fan, media member, whatever, when something does arrive at a final analysis, to look back on it and go, that didn't work. That didn't end up being the right decision. The Warriors probably drafted the wrong people for them. Doesn't mean they're bad players, but the wrong people for them. They need to admit that. They need to review that. They also then, once they decided it was not the right player for them, they hung on to some of those players too long and denigrated the asset and brought it all the way down to where they got a lot less for it. These things are all true. Does that mean that in this moment, the move that they've made is already a bad one? Of course not. It hasn't played out yet. I don't know how it's going to go. So, yes, it could end up being a good move. But in assessing the last handful of years, I don't love it when an owner or any executive is going to come out and be like, the fans criticized us for this, and they were wrong, and we know what we're doing. We're light years ahead. And then a few years later, it's like, actually, the fans had a point. They're your customers. Doesn't mean they're always right. I don't buy the whole customer's always right thing. But I'm not big on rubbing their nose in it when you think that you're right.
I've got no problem with it because you love his ego and his hubris when he wins you championships and when he builds the single greatest arena in the country, one of the best places to watch sports in the world. And, he gets the Valkyries to become a thing. And he didn't do any of this single-handedly, but he's been the guy at the front of it, and he brought 4 championships. So for me, you can't love the ego and the hubris to do all that and then be mad at him when he's, rubbing the fans' nose in it. That doesn't really bother me. I like an owner that puts himself out there, and Joe Lacob does that. He puts himself out there all the time. He comes on our station. He does the TK pod with Tim Kawakami, and he's a guy who's available, and you can get his thoughts and his opinions, and he's not going to bat 1,000. And clearly, in this case, 2 timelines, whether or not that was his creation or not, that was a failure. And I think you're right that today at noon was kind of the unofficial end of that whole idea.
Yeah, no doubt. And by the way, I don't really attach the success he's had to the ego and the hubris. Like, I get where you're coming from. You got to be confident. You got to put yourself out there. You got to go out there and succeed. He's done all of those things. He knows that. Everybody knows that. I don't think that means that when you're having a good moment, you point to the fans and go, see, we know exactly what we're doing. Look, you can do that all you want, but then when 3 years later it turns out that you didn't know what you were doing, then to me, if you're going to say that publicly when it's going well, that's when a fan is not wrong to be like, how about what's your public comment today?
Sure. And he's got to wear it, and I think he has to wear, whatever his responsibility was with the draft picks, and ultimately, as the principal owner of the team, he's got to be responsible for all of it. And when it goes this way, and Kuminga is dealt after 4.5 years, and you get an injured Kristaps Porzingis, and, we'll see how that works out. That's something that is on his record. And for Big Smooth, beyond the Rick Celebrini part of it, the thing that I'm kind of stuck on is the POTS disease that Porzingis has.
Sure, it's scary.
Postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, where
nice job.
His nervous system sends messages to his heart and his breathing to where he can't even really function as a human at times, let alone as an athlete. So he could be sidelined. He could play Saturday and have an episode of this and be sidelined for a couple of weeks. It's a scary, scary thing that he's living with.
888-957-9570. We're live at Radio Row and taking your phone calls the day after the trade deadline. Is it Yvonne or Ivan in Richmond? I want to get it right. Yvonne or Ivan? Yvonne?
Hey, how you doing, Willard and Dibs? We had this conversation. It's both, Ivan or Yvonne. Oh, good. It's been a minute.
Okay, whatever.
Either or works. I appreciate that. But, hey, Dibs, you're killing me. How you just broke down, I guess, that little element that Porzingis also has, which does not help my train of thought on this disappointing acquisition. We all know that the best ability is availability, and he's never available. And I also think that it's very disappointing that Curry isn't playing. And something's up with that. I feel like the Warriors are kind of insulting our intelligence, And, yeah, man, I'm just really disappointed that I guess Curry ain't playing. So something I think is up with that. And, yeah, Kristaps, he's I'm not going to say he's washed. But, Dibs and everybody calls him a unicorn. And we all know unicorns don't exist. And we never see one. So we're never going to see Kristaps Porzingis on the floor, legitimately, but a handful of times this year. And he's going to walk because, I don't think he wants to play at Golden State.
Oh, I don't know. Now, where did he get that he doesn't want to play in Golden State?
Nobody really does. I mean, I eat the taxes. He's probably going to ask for a boatload of money, and they're not going to give it to him.
No, I don't think that's the case on this one. I really don't. He's not in that position at this point in his career because of all of the things that you're talking about. The injury concerns, the illness concerns, that's going to lower someone's value. That's why he's been traded so much in the last 3 years. But I'm also going to say, like, don't take away from this guy that he is a career 19.6 points per game scorer. He is a career 7.7 rebounds per game. He is a career 37% three-point shooter, a career 83% free throw shooter at 7'3". Like, you can't make the case that he's a bad basketball player. You can't do that.
No, the case
availability is a problem.
The number one ability is availability.
But the dude's a good basketball player.
He was a big part of Boston winning a championship.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that needs to be remembered. I'm sure it was Brown, and it was Tatum, and it was Al Horford, and he gets reunited with Al here, and it was Porzingis, and it was a team that was a number of different parts, and he certainly was part of it. And so when he plays, he is a phenomenally unique talent, but beyond the Potts syndrome that I laid out, he's had knee injuries, he's had terrible leg injuries, now he's had a little bit of a calf thing here and there, and it just is a shame because at 7'3", he was Wemby before Wemby. You know, Wembanyama is the flavor of the month, but Kristaps Porzingis was that before, we even had heard of the Frenchman.
He played 72 games as a rookie.
And 72 cents.
He has never played 70 games again.
Right.
In the NBA. And in fact, only 2 other times in his career has he played 60.
Right.
So
his second year, and then
he did it again in 22-23 for Washington, played 65 games that year. But yeah, it's a spotty deal, man. Bottom line, his games for the year, 72, 66, 48, 57, 43, 51, 65, 57, 42, and 17 so far.
But even after the 48, you got to put the 0 in because he missed the whole year due to injury.
Correct.
So, and one of the injuries he had was like a multi-ligament leg thing where, man, he's had some really, really terrible injuries, and now he's got this syndrome with his nervous system, and you just hope that he can play and stay healthy because he's such a tantalizing talent. But as you looked at, his career track record is one that does not indicate long-term health and sustainability.
Right. So, again, and actually the only difference I've got, between my way of thinking and what Ivan just said is that I'm going to at least continue to think in the back of my mind, I don't know what's going to happen next. Like, there were a lot of definitive statements there. Ivan's pulling out a Sharpie and doing he's going to leave. He's not going to be healthy, and then he's going to leave.
He's not going to want to play
He doesn't want to be a Warrior. Like, I don't know, man. If I'm Kristaps Porzingis, and I've been bouncing around the last handful of years. There was the Boston thing. There was a title in there. But then it became, Washington, and there was a little bit of time in Dallas, obviously, the Atlanta Hawks. Why would Kristaps Porzingis be like, I'm not playing with Steph Curry. I'm not playing for Steve Kerr. I don't want to go to some garbage-level franchise like the Warriors?
Sure.
I have no idea, but I would imagine Kristaps, especially if he's about to be healthy, he's probably pretty excited right now.
Well, and that's the thing. If you're Kristaps, you're coming off a year that has been more stops than starts, and you are in the final year of a deal. You're making 30.7. You've already got generational wealth. That's fine. He's made almost he's made $250 million after this year. He's made $230 million in his career.
He's made more than Draymond.
He's made a lot of money. And so it doesn't mean that you don't want to make more, but if you're in his spot right now, you're looking at, I would imagine you look at this, 30 games, let me get healthy. Let me show not only the Warriors, but the league who I still am at 30 years of age. And he's not going to go out and get a max deal, but he can get a nice contract, and maybe he likes it here, and he ends up signing here a 1 or 2 year deal for a decent amount of money, and you bring him back.
Look, I am not going to tell a Warrior fan that you have to be happy today. I wasn't. When I saw the deal, I was like, what?
Right.
What? Kristaps? But I would at least encourage everybody to the best of your ability to be like, but you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen next. Maybe he does have some health the rest of the year. Or maybe that salary slot is put to good use in the offseason. All of these things go in stages. You can hate this deal, and that's fine, but let's see what happens next. And if at the end of this upcoming offseason. If you feel that the Warriors, because to me this is what it's really all about, with Jimmy Butler's injury, if at the end of this offseason, if we get to October, and you firmly believe, as a fan, that the Warriors have not put Steph Curry in a position to compete, then you can be super ticked off. Because at age 38 going into 39, that's just not a season that I feel like the Warriors can be like, well, let's, maybe Jimmy will come back. Or it's like, my God, what are you going to wait until the guy turns 40? It's also the last year on his deal. To me, that's a marker. The Warrior franchise needs to be ready to compete by October.
Yes,
and so we'll see.
And this year was not supposed to be like this. This was a year where you came off of a nice, plucky little run in the playoffs, and you beat Houston in 7, then you lost to Minnesota because Steph got hurt. They might have beaten you anyway. Who cares? You won a series, and you came back this year and you thought, all right, Jimmy fit great. Steph is still Steph. Draymond has still some life in him. We get Melton here, and he's going to be healthier. Horford might fit. The young guys all get better. I like our chances this year to be something, maybe as good as last year, maybe even a tick better.
Meaningful
Jimmy
basketball.
Gets hurt.
That's what Steph said.
Jimmy gets hurt. So now this year becomes largely a throwaway year, and it doesn't mean that you're giving up now, but Steph isn't playing again, and you might. That's why I was asking Mark Spears or Anthony Slater. I asked him about shutting them down, and we're not there yet. They're not having those conversations. But if Steph's knee issue lingers and you keep sliding and losing, this year does become a wasted year. So it's a long way to say I'm totally with you. Come October, let's try one more time to do what we did this year, which was you added pieces. You were poised to be maybe a 50-win team. The over-under was 47.5. Glad I stayed away from it. But next year, can you be poised to give it one last shot? I think you can.
Well, and the scary part of that is even if you've got a scenario sitting there in October, and by the way, continuing to take your calls, 888-957-9570. Trade deadline comes, goes. This is what the Warriors did. Kristaps Porzingis in exchange for Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy Hield, TJD to Toronto for a second-round pick. What do you think? How has this whole thing made you feel? Because it is a little bit of an end of an era to a degree. It's certainly the end of, all roads lead to for the discussion that we have every day. But, let's say you get yourselves to a spot in October where you're like, okay, I like a couple things that you've done here in the offseason. Who knows? Let's say Porzingis plays well, he's healthy, and you get him on a good number, and you're like, all right, we got a big, we got Steph, and then you're still sitting there going, and if we get Jimmy back playing well, that's going to be a question mark no matter what.
Right.
No matter what. The remainder of Jimmy Butler's Warriors contract, to me, is just a huge question mark. And so that's going to be hard. That's going to be hard for the Warriors to really figure that out. But, that's not anybody's fault. And so that's their difficult job now, is getting themselves to a spot in October where meaningful basketball looks realistic, even knowing that Jimmy might only have half a year in him.
Yes, and you'll get to even July before October. By July, you're going to have to enter free agency, and at that point, you'll have seen Kristaps Porzingis, hopefully some, and you'll know what he's like, and you'll know whether or not you want to keep him or if he wants to stay. DeAnthony Melton will be a free agent, assuming he turns down his player option, which I would imagine he will because it's only about $4 million. So if you want to keep Melt, what does he cost? Is Al Horford worth bringing back on the minimum? When he's able to play,
he's a good player.
He actually fits.
He's a good
fits.
player.
And does he have one more run in him? Draymond's going to be here. He's going to pick up his option. Steph is going to Steph, and then the rest of it kind of fits in. So really in July, the big questions are, is it Porzingis or someone else? Can you keep Melton? What else can you add so that you come into October and you expect, all right, Jimmy's not going to be ready till December 1 or whenever it's going to be. And even when he's ready, it's going to take him some ramp-up time. So, what can you do between July and October to be in a spot where you can make one more run?
888-957-957, the number. There's another sort of concern that I still have in the back of my mind, and I don't think we've really gotten to the answer on it today, and it's this. So we got Slates on. We had Mark Spears on. Both of them trumpeted the exact same thing with regard to the Warriors' talks with the Bucks. They were pretty clearly and significantly turned down. Right? Okay. All right. So here's a question that I've got then. If you were so clearly turned away, and that could have been by either party, either Giannis has no interest in joining the Warriors, or the Bucks have no interest in your offer, or even worse, maybe both. All right. If that's the case, if it's that clear and easy for the Bucks to be like, no, that doesn't even interest us, how do you not know that until now? I would love that answer, because if you did skip out on Chase and Jaren Jackson Jr., and you did rearrange your chairs for the better part of 2.5 years to be ready in case Giannis was ever available, if you did all of that, and then all along you're still like, yeah, we're going for it, and you never, like, I don't know, called Giannis's agent or called the Bucks GM and just like said, hey, is this a thing? And if they were like, no, it's not a thing, wouldn't you pivot a little quicker? I even don't understand the timeline of, like, everybody's saying the Warriors were turned away at least a week ago. Well, then why did you send up smoke signals across the entire NBA universe that Draymond Green might be traded? And you did so within 48 hours of the deadline. But we're to understand that you were told a week ago that Giannis was a non-starter. Well, then why'd you put this news out there?
Was it that definitive, or was it?
That's what I'm going by. What they by what we're being told.
What I was hearing them say is like that Milwaukee was playing a little bit of cat and mouse. I don't think that it was so definitive. Like, we're not trading Giannis to you a week ago. I think that there was a little bit more of cat and mouse, and maybe I'm just giving the Warriors the benefit of the doubt on that based on the reporting. But yeah, it's clear that they weren't going to trade Giannis probably to anyone unless there was an unbelievably sweet offer coming back, and those offers weren't out there. And everyone had said the Warriors have the best package to offer, and we've been beating that drum, and you've been beating the drum, and picks. And if you don't love Kuminga, then I don't know if that offer is really that sweet for Milwaukee. And so, yeah, I'm kind of with you as far as the timeline of the definitive nature of the deal being a no.
Well, I mean, look at the other two teams who were supposedly finalists to get Giannis. Not only did they not get him today, they didn't do anything.
Minnesota, Miami.
Minnesota and Miami did nothing to improve themselves at all. So it is entirely possible that Milwaukee just took everybody on a little bit of a ride.
Right.
And I don't know. Sometimes if you get taken on a ride, like, I'm going to first blame the people who took you on a ride, but I'm also going to give you a little bit of, like, don't be so naive.
Yeah.
Like, you got to be ready for that. And if all of you got distracted to the point the Warriors were the only one who pivoted at least and did something, if all of you were totally distracted by a goose chase, it's a little bit on you.
Yeah.
It's a little bit on you. And now Giannis is on Twitter like, I never wanted to go anywhere. I'm like, are you guys kidding me? Honestly.
That's
Giannis,
kind of annoying.
It is. I don't know, look, we don't know what conversations are going on behind the scenes, but Giannis Antetokounmpo in his career has been a revered figure who, like, never annoyed anyone. The guy's in Wisconsin. He's built out of rock. He says all the right things, seems like a nice guy, family dude, all of this stuff. Dude annoyed me for the first time today.
With that tweet.
What the hell is that?
Yeah.
And those, by the way, sorry, those of you just joining, the tweet was, legends don't chase.
They attract.
They attract. Emojis.
Sunglass emoji, like, look at me, cool guy.
So now you never wanted to leave and you're such a big deal, everyone's going to come to you? Dude, get out of here tweeting that with the deadline already over. You say that with your chest on January 15th if that's how you feel.
And it had a gif of the Jordan Belfort character. It's Wolf of Wall Street.
Wolf of Wall Street.
I ain't bleeping leaving.
Right.
What? You almost did.
Dude.
It felt like you almost did.
So now all of the reporters are morons? All of them who have said Shams said yesterday, Giannis has signaled to the Bucks for months that he wanted out.
Right.
And now you're going to Wolf of Wall Street us? Dude, GTFOH, Giannis. Get out of here. What kind of game are you playing?
Well, not basketball.
Seriously.
Because now he's going to be in Milwaukee, and he didn't get traded, and they're not going to play him, I wouldn't imagine.
I have no idea. He reportedly wants to play, but I don't believe the reports anymore because this dude changes his opinion quicker than his underwear.
That's right. That'd be once a day, most likely.
What are we doing?
Well, what we're doing
is the most passive-aggressive trade demand in the history of sports.
And maybe the Warriors just got snookered, and maybe they went too deep, believing that they still were possibly going to trade Milwaukee.
But to what end? That's my other. Hey, Bucks and Giannis, if you just took everyone on a ride to achieve what? What did you do?
Nothing.
You're still sitting here. You still suck, and you still have Giannis. What did you achieve by doing all this? Dragging everybody on a ride?
I guess kept your name out there in the paper, Mark? I have no idea. It really solved nothing for Milwaukee. And if they really want to, start this rebuild, well, you could start it now at the deadline. You still can start it in the summer. And Ramona told us you get one shot at a big deal like this. And so, Milwaukee, they're kicking the can into the summer. And now come July 4th, when things start to happen, you might actually see more teams lining up to get Giannis.
Maybe not. You're also still sitting there in Milwaukee with multiple bad contracts on your hands that you probably could have gotten off of your hands, saved yourself some money, and grabbed a bunch of draft capital, and worked on tanking. You could have done all that. But now Miles Turner and Kyle Kuzma and Giannis all still play for you for the rest of the way.
Right. Look at what Memphis did. I mean, Memphis just went, all right, Jaren Jackson Jr., you're gone. We'll take 3 firsts from you. We'll take more picks from you over here. They were going about gutting their team. And even the Clippers, I guess, decided that their recent hot streak wasn't enough to sway them that they are a real threat. So they go ahead and boom, James Harden, you're gone. Zubats, you're gone. They traded off their pieces. And, Kawhi next year, I think, is on a player option. And so
I'll look that up.
I think it's for $50 million.
That's another curious one. If you're going to do all of the things that you just did if you're the Clippers, why the hell is Kawhi Leonard still on your team?
He makes too much money, really. Like, he's making 50. So
Does he?
Yeah, he's making 50 now, and I think he's got a player op next year for 50.3 if memory serves. And so, that's going to be one that maybe they do in the summer.
Yeah.
They're going to have to assess where they're at with their teardown.
I mean, Kawhi Leonard, one more year, and you're exactly right, 50.3, unrestricted free agent after that. He lines up perfectly with, look, I don't even know if this was possible. Jimmy Butler for Kawhi. Who says no? The Clippers are bailing and tanking.
Yep.
The Warriors are looking for somebody who might actually play over the next year and a half, and then all the money comes off the books.
Yeah, for both, yeah. I
don't know if that call got made or not, but, I'd have made it.
Yeah, no doubt. And they have similar games offensively in terms of, they don't really play the pass and cut, but from the standpoint of give them the ball and watch them score. And the Claw is in the mid-range. That guy is devastating.
Dude, he's a great player.
Yeah.
But yes, old and broken.
Sure, he fits right in,
Exactly.
Rick Celebrini, I hope he gets paid by the hour because that man is down there working. He's working on people.
Oh, man. 888-957-9570. I will say that if you're confused by what the Warriors did, and I've heard that from a lot of people, if you're confused by what the Warriors did, the Warriors are not number one in the NBA on the confusing list at all. I'm confused by the Clippers. I'm confused by the Heat. I'm confused by the Bucks. I'm confused by the Minnesota Timberwolves. There are a lot of teams I'm confused. I'm confused a little bit by the Washington Wizards. They're adorable. I love that they think that Anthony Davis and Trae Young, it's like, yeah, we got our pair. Okay, so first of all, one of them barely plays, and the other one might be one of the most overhyped, overrated basketball players of this decade.
You're talking about Trae Young?
Trae Young.
Well, you know that Travis Schlenk is now, I think he's the vice president of basketball ops. He's in the front office. He was in Atlanta. He was the one who authored the draft day swap. Atlanta drafted Luka Doncic. and Dallas drafted Trae Young, and they went for the old Swaparooski, and that was authored by Travis Schlenk, who is now in Washington. So that makes some sense, and I know that the Atlanta front office is now manned by a former Golden State Warriors front office person who obviously likes Kuminga, and that's why Kuminga's in Atlanta. So these connections, they go deep, and so Washington brings in Trae Young, and Anthony Davis is a little Kristapsian in that when Anthony Davis plays, he is an unbelievably difficult to guard phenomenon on the basketball court.
Oh, totally. ...
when he plays. Like, if you did a whole, NBA team of when he plays guys.
We're kind of getting there with almost all of them. Who's not a when he plays guy right now?
Well, what I call the when he plays guys are guys who play, less than 50 games. Because if you play 65 games now, you're an Iron Man in the NBA.
I guess. I mean, okay. Is Steph Curry a when he plays guy?
No.
Not quite.
No, because I think that he's played enough games and enough years to where he's not a when he plays.
And you wouldn't say that about Jimmy Butler until now.
Right.
So that's not fair.
Right.
Kristaps, when he plays guy.
Absolutely.
Anthony Davis, when he plays guy.
No doubt.
Kawhi Leonard, when he plays guy.
Sure. Paul George.
John Morant.
John Morant. Boy, there's another one we haven't talked about today. What the hell is the plan with him? Yeah, you got rid of JJJ, you got rid of Desmond Bane, but you still got Ja?
Right. You know why, right?
No, I don't.
Think about the Giants' slogan the last couple of years.
Nobody likes us?
Yes. You got on the first guess. Nobody like us.
Nobody
He's
likes
making
us.
39.4, 42.1, and 44.9. Ja Morant. And put the off-the-court stuff aside, because I think that he's actually been a much better off-court citizen over the past year plus. But Ja Morant he's the kind of player who fit 15 years ago better than he fits now.
Yeah. Let's go to Dave in Sacramento next up on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Dave. What's up?
What's up, Willie and Dibby?
Yeah.
So I just got a question for you. Do we think this move was for next year? Because I can't imagine with our wing players being Moody and Pods, us getting past anything farther than the playing game. I just can't.
Yeah.
They're not top of the league guys at all. Not even close. That's all I got.
Dave, I first of all, I think you're spot on, but I also think that, not to this is not me throwing shade here. This is rather obvious. I just think, look, dive into Warrior basketball. There's a lot of things that can still happen the rest of the way that are interesting. I do think they're a play-in team, and if that's not exciting to you, I get it. But it's still Steph Curry playing basketball, and we'll see where it goes. But the idea of the Warriors winning it all or even going on a run this year, I think is a little unrealistic the minute Jimmy Butler goes down. That's what, and so I think we have to accept that, and I think the Warriors have to accept that. So when you ask, is this move for next year? In many ways, yes. But also, you don't know in what form. Is it next year with Kristaps, or is it next year with Kristaps's money? Either are possible. That's another one of the stories the rest of this way that will get answered.
Yeah, and if Kristaps can play and be healthy, then maybe it looks like they want to keep him because he fits. And, whether or not they do anything playoff-wise this year, that's not the point. It's more a point of how does Kristaps look? Is he healthy? And does he fit? And, what do the Warriors do to go about trying to move up in the play-in? And then, the summer will determine a lot. So I don't think that they made this trade for this year. And I said this earlier to you. This feels like the deal before the deal. You did this deal because you wanted to get rid of Jonathan Kuminga. You had to get rid of Kuminga. You threw in Buddy Hield, and you traded TJD. You got a second-round pick, big whoop, and you got Porzingis and $30 million as a slot. So you can see if it works. You get 30 games to have a look, and then if it works, you go from there. If it doesn't work, you've got that salary slot for next year. So this, for me, was more about next year than this year, but you do get a free 30-game look at Porzingis, theoretically.
No doubt. 650 Louis 4 with a $1.99 super chat.
Okay, spend it.
Go get Cam Thomas at this point. Look, we've had callers bring it up. We even had Mark Spears throw out the name Cam Thomas as a super scorer off the bench. He was talking about next year, not this. That's kind of my thing. Like, to me, Cam Thomas actually, to have him on the team this year, might actually disrupt your flow a little bit more than anything else. He was waived by the Brooklyn Nets today. He's an interesting young player. He can score. But I also think it's funny, like, and I don't want to say all the fans feel this way, but how many times a week do you hear fans go, dude, Steve Kerr with these 8 guard lineups that he keeps putting out there, the hell are you doing? And then the second Cam Thomas is available, y'all want Cam Thomas. Like, I don't hate Cam Thomas, but that's not what the Warriors are missing right now. That's not what they need.
They got a lot of guards.
Yeah.
And even with Buddy being gone, I mean, they've got a ton of guys who are 6'3", including GP2 and Steph. And, Melton's not much taller, and you throw in Pat Spencer. And, yeah, you've got guards aplenty. But in the interest of, have a look. I mean, Cam Thomas, bring him in, only 24 years old. And it might be a thing where, even if you don't shut Steph down, you might limit his minutes as we head down the stretch. So it wouldn't hurt to bring in a guy averaging almost 16 a game this year, see how he fits with your team.
Listen, they got an open roster spot.
Yep.
Pat Spencer gets one of them, but they opened up 2 yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get mad at it if they do that. I don't think that that's some sort of an answer to what ails them. That's all.
And if I'm Cam Thomas, this is probably not where I would want to go, just because you do have a little bit of a backlog at guard. If I'm Cam and I'm looking to showcase how I can cook, I'd rather go to a team that's really not very good, a team like the one that just let him go.
Yeah. Well, that's the interesting thing, right? What led to that? I mean, Cam Thomas wanted to get paid in the offseason. He didn't. Brooklyn is a little bit of a wasteland right now. What's motivating him? What does he want next? I don't know. Sort of an image rehab thing. It's a little bit like all the backup quarterbacks that come to the 49ers, and then off they go to get new gigs. So I would say organizational structure is what I would be after, and so maybe the Warriors do float his boat. I really don't know. I don't know what the interest level would be on either side.
Yeah. And, he's in a spot where he missed a lot of the season this year, and then he came back and he was playing well. But it is a little bit of a head-scratcher that a team that's struggling that mightily in Brooklyn would just out-and-out release a guy.
Just move on. Yeah, who knows? Hey, let's hear a little bit, especially while our minds are on the future. We haven't played this for you yet. Couple things from Brian Windhorst earlier today, starting with the whole conversation with the Milwaukee Bucks and how the Warriors ended up pivoting out of that and ending with Kristaps Porzingis. So let's hit MR72, guys. Brian Windhorst said this.
Yes, the Warriors made what they thought was a very strong offer that included 4 unprotected picks and picks that were going to be, conveyed after Steph Curry was retired. And the Bucks just didn't show a lot of interest in it. They had continued conversations, and at some point last night, the Warriors decided to move on and make this side deal to bring in Kristaps Porzingis. This actually could be a longer-term play. It's possible they will re-sign Porzingis, and this is really as much about next year as it is about this year. But the implication is that Giannis is not going to be a Warrior, and the real question you have is Giannis going to be anything but a Buck by the end of today?
So, and by the way, obviously that was prior to the deadline. The answer is no. He's not going to be anything but a Buck at the end of the day. Hopefully their social media team has already done the keep it a Buck post
right.
that is clearly in order. I'm more interested in what Windhorst said with regard to, in fact, answering one of our callers' questions a short time ago. Is this more about this year or next? It sounds like the Warriors have had eyes on Kristaps Porzingis for a number of years. And yes, if things go well health-wise, maybe it will mean something beyond this year.
Hopefully it goes well health-wise, and, he plays well enough to where they can get him in a contract that works for both parties. And you think about Steph and Jimmy and Draymond, they're all going to be up next year pending extension. So maybe it's as simple as just a one-year deal for Porzingis, a one-year deal of, it fit this year, we like it, we know your injury situation, so we'll get you 1 year and $12 million, come on back, and Melton maybe gets about the same thing, and so you're able to keep Melton, you're able to keep Porzingis, and you continue this core group going forward one more year.
And let's hear MR88 guys, Brian Windhorst, talking about what is coming up, not only the offseason, but listen to this. This part I don't really love. Here's an idea for the rest of this season that Windy throws out.
The thing is, they've crossed the Rubicon with Draymond. They've told him that he will be involved in trade discussions going forward. So, okay, he's going to be at the rest of this season. He's got 1 year left on his contract, and it's a player option. So, do they revisit Draymond trade discussions in the offseason? And could they revisit Giannis conversations in the offseason? The second thing, as you said, Steph Curry is out right now with a sore knee. They said it's runner's knee. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like it's something that needs rest. And the question is, if with the Warriors not having really materially improved here, I don't know what Porzingis is going to be able to give them. How much is Steph Curry going to be playing in the short-term future? Because the Warriors have control of their pick. I know people are probably like, why do you keep talking about players shutting down with their pick? The 2026 draft is very, very highly valued, and if you can't improve your team through the trade deadline, you improve your team through the draft, and that's going to be a consideration for players.
Okay. Windy is basically insinuating a little bit of a mini tank.
Mini tank, yeah.
Mini tank.
Well, I don't even think
and fewer Steph Curry basketball games the rest of the way.
And that, honestly, to me, makes sense. He's got runner's knee, and as we know from our research and what the doc said, Dr. Nirav Pandya from UCSF, it's one of those things that can linger, and it can only get better with rest and obviously ice and all the rest of the treatment. But the less you play on it, the less you run on it, the better chance you have of it improving. And yeah, mini tank is one thing, and as we talked about earlier, tough to go into a maxi tank. You're 6 games up on Memphis to fall out of the play-in, to fall out of anything postseason related, and they're already tanking. They're 6 games ahead of you on the tank. The Clippers are 3.5 ahead of you on the tank, and they're going to tank. And honestly, below Portland, Dallas, no, they're kind of tanking. Utah's not tanking, but they're so far behind they can't make up ground. And then there's New Orleans and the Adorables. You're going to be the 10 seed by hook or by crook.
Well, we would like to thank you for listening today. The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. You're welcome, Lucas. With Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's, now through February 7th, it's getting late, at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. For tickets and more info, go to 957thegame.com. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is also presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. That great engaging Dub Nation poll, you're going to want to hear the results. We'll have that for you next. Still got time for some calls if you want to weigh in. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Yo, it's Guru from 95.7 The Game. Steiny and I are celebrating the big game Sunday at Bay Street, Emeryville. Pre-game starts at 2 p.m. Great food, Bay Area vibes, the concert everyone's talking about, and us. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events.
Hey, it's Willard for Daisy Dips. You know, the French onion dip, the Daisy Ranch dip. They are delicious. They are an absolute must for your party this weekend, or any weekend, by the way. You don't really need a football game, but hey, really works out this weekend. Now, this is made with ingredients that you can find in your kitchen. That's where ingredients go. That means no preservatives, no artificial ingredients. They are great tasting and versatile. That's my favorite word here. I enjoy eating the Daisy Dips with chips and wings and veggies. So wherever you're coming from on that platter, you dip it in the Daisy Dips. That menu this weekend, make sure it has Daisy Dips.
It's time for an epic Yosemite road trip, and we've got 3 amazing lodges ready to welcome you for an incredible Yosemite adventure. Like our gorgeous new resort, Firefall Ranch at Yosemite. Unwind with endless amenities or join in daily activities with no hidden resort fees. Or kick it up a notch with one of our guided excursions and discover world-famous waterfalls, putting on their best show of the year. Go to YosemiteHotels.com to book your Yosemite getaway today.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to save on Toyota's incredible lineup of 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles. Save with President's Day deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. And right now, get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Get the most out of Northern California this year. Hurry in to save during Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 3/2/26.
What if the greatest player on the court wasn't who you expected? This February, get ready for heart, hustle, and a whole new kind of hero in Sony's GOAT, the animated sports adventure for the whole family. From the team behind unforgettable stories and executive produced by Steph Curry comes a movie about believing in yourself, defying the odds, and proving that greatness can come from anywhere. Don't miss Sony's GOAT, exclusively in movie theaters February 13th. Bring the family, feel the fun, and witness the rise of a true GOAT. GOAT, rated PG, only in theaters February 13th.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it.
Hey, y'all.
y'all. I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I'm going to eat it.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Oh, I will, I have, and I will. Yeah, Willard and Dibbs, kind of. Just Dan Dibley here. Mark Willard on assignment. Don't know what the assignment is, but yeah, Waymo. Download the app and ride today. I highly recommend it. I downloaded the app on Monday. Had a little bit of trepidation going in, but once you get in there, you realize how safe and sound and actually clean and fun it is. So looking forward to my next Waymo ride coming up here in about maybe a segment, about 12 minutes once we wrap this thing up. And joining us now, fresh off his, quote, assignment, it's Mark Willard. Where the hell you been?
The bathroom's not that close. I'm just being honest. Every single time
I'm going. You had to put the tie on, too.
And I had to put the tie on. Yeah, we got a little dinner tonight.
We all know it's not close.
Yeah.
Is this your first time going to the bathroom?
I've gone almost every break, and I've gotten back barely in time each time. Have you not noticed?
But this time he had to tie his tie.
Right. And I had to do a read before I went. Hashtag Daisy Dips.
Could have waited 10 minutes.
Stick your baby carrot in that.
Right.
Whoa.
All right? All right?
You worry about your baby carrot, and I'll worry about mine.
I am worried about your baby carrot. Anyway, remember earlier when you were like, what's the difference between doing the show at the studio and doing it at Radio Row? The bathroom's a half mile away, and I got stuff to do. Anyway, hi, everybody. How's it going?
Man, and I'm the angry one on the show. I mean, that turned on you in a hurry.
Whee! Hey, who wants to get engaged? Huh? Engaging Dub Nation poll. It's time to read some results. Engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll, 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. We do this before every game. Yeah, there's a game tonight.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't feel like that, but there is. And it's presented by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler. We made it a very simple question today. The big trade, Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy Hield to the Hawks for Kristaps Porzingis. Do you like the deal or not? It's just that simple, like a yes or no question. So in looking at the results, I've got to scroll because we got a lot of content that we're putting up today. Here it is. What do you think our respondents said? A percentage of yes or no, do you like the deal or not?
I would say no is 71%, yes is 29%.
You're pretty close, but in what I think is a little bit of a surprise, you're actually a little high, which is,
been years.
Yeah, it's Thursday night.
It's been years, honestly.
65.5% said no. 34.5% of Warrior fans who voted in this poll said, yeah, they like the move.
Okay. And do you like the move just because it involved Kuminga being gone? Is the that's the one that's interesting to me.
For sure, some people. Some people. That's what it is. And then there's the Mark Spears angle, which is if you want to get all like super optimistic about it, if the guy actually plays, he's a good player. He's an established, really good player in this league.
Yep, and he's allowed to come here and play. The likelihood of him coming and being healthy and playing based on his track record is not great because it's not really what he's done over the course of his career, but it's a small sample, and the reports are he could play as soon as Saturday, which would be exciting. Hopefully he gets to town, I don't know, today or tomorrow, and he gets the once-over from Dr. Rick Celebrini, and if he passes muster and he's cleared and good to go, Play the man. Play that man.
I'd give him a twice over if I were Rick, just in case.
Probably more than a twice over.
Yeah.
And, Guru always likes to talk about the Carfax.
They called it, and Spears called it a car wash.
Yeah.
Celebrini car wash.
No doubt. And, you look at the Carfax and you're like flipping page after page after page, and you're like, damn, it's a pretty lengthy Carfax. And you look at the car and you go, all right, it's good to drive. And you go ahead and you put it out there.
That actually is, to me, an interesting report, though, that came from Anthony. I mean, if we actually did see Porzingis play as soon as Saturday, and who knows, he's only played 17 games so far this year, but he's played pretty well in the games where he has played. I wonder how that would change sort of the way the Warrior fans are receiving this deal if he were to play that quickly, and then who knows if he were to go out there and play well.
Yeah, they'd receive it a lot better. And I actually was curious on my own, so I put out my own poll earlier today. Simple. Putting aside the return in the trade, will the Warriors regret trading Jonathan Kuminga?
Ooh, that one's fun.
And 76%, my options were, yes, a star is born.
Okay.
No, he cannot be that guy.
I like that.
And the no's have it 76-24. No, they won't regret it because he cannot be that guy.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
where were you with that poll question when we were coming up with the poll question? I like that poll question.
Well, you guys had your own thing that you were lining up, and I was at the doctor, and so you guys were going back and forth. And your initial
is everything okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Just some diagnostic stuff.
You need Celebrini to step in?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that he's going to be the one that I would go to for what may be facing me. Nothing major, but it's one of those things. And yeah, you guys had it, and your initial poll suggestion was, should we just F it all, yes or no? I think that was your initial,
Yeah, I wasn't feeling it at that moment.
No, you weren't.
Yeah,
you weren't. And then Grandy came up with one, and the one we went with, and it was a good one.
Hey, is Rich in Daly City there? Let's go to Rich in Daly City. Rich, thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey, I agree with, the whole tank idea. I mean, what else you got to look forward to? But in the meantime, I want them to experiment. Why not let the young guys play and sign a couple of cheap free agents? I mean, you got Chris Boucher out there, Bobo, either Ben Simmons or even take a flyer on Wiseman. It's like, what have we got to lose? It's like you got a slot with $2 million from PJD's money. But there's nothing else that's exciting on the team. So I don't know what you guys think. I mean, shoot the shot, for the remainder of the year. What else do you got to lose?
Well,
That's all you got.
I don't think it is all you got, and I actually think that that's the opposite of shooting your shot. My answer, and it is a catch-all a little bit, but my answer of what do you have to lose is Steph Curry. That's what. The bottom line is I'm just like, we'll see if it gets there. But as long as the Warriors are even in the play-in tournament, for and only for Steph Curry, no, you don't just bail out. You don't just turn the keys over to Pods and Moody and be like, let's sign Bol and not care what happens here. Like, I don't know, man. I think the Warriors have more pride than that. Let's put it that way.
We'll see. I mean, pride is one thing, but it's also, wisdom and being smart, and that's why all eyes to me are on Steph Curry's knee as we get further down this road and see, how they do tonight in Phoenix. I know they're 5 or 5.5 point dogs, and, you're not worried about falling out of the play-in, I don't think, but at some point, you got to be real about where you are with this year, and you have to understand that it's really all about next year. Not that it's the last dance, but this year is going to be whatever it winds up being, so you want to preserve as much as you can for next year.
I mean, to a degree, I agree with you, but also at the same time, I don't know, man, sometimes when people go, it's all about next year. Well, but then the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that, we're Warrior fans.
Right.
So, whatever is going on, I'm in. I'm engaged on what they're doing, and I want it to get better. Even though we're still in the Steph Curry era, at age 38, 39, whatever it's all going to be over the next couple of years, I'm never going to be must-win championship this year. I think it's going to constantly evolve. It did from yesterday to today.
But also, I'm thinking of it in terms of Steph Curry and, the Steph Curry era and maximizing the Steph Curry era, because that's all that we want to do. And that's why they theoretically had 4 picks and 2 swaps on the table for Giannis. You didn't get Giannis, so you still have those picks, and it's deep draft now.
That's what we're hearing.
Don't make me mock you.
Remember when Justin Fields and Trey Lance and Zach Wilson and Mac Jones were a really great deep draft?
Oh, yeah.